Chapter 1. A timeless dream bestowed upon you. Just one day off, moi. One day off. Another day off. Another mundane day unfolded as Ning Yuan lay in bed, glancing at his phone. The manager continued to request a day off, as usual, stirring a sense of discontent within him. Is this truly becoming a series of my lifetime? Ning Yuan lamented, lying helplessly on the bed, occasionally succumbing to a cough that underscored his frailty. Ning Yuan was afflicted with cancer, diagnosed at a stage where hope had all but vanished. The doctor had informed him that he had anywhere from 1 to 6 months left. Calculating the days, he realized he had endured for 5 months thus far. With no family to share in the anguish of separation, he felt a bitter resentment. Why him? Why was it his fate? The dim light in his rented room cast shadows on Ning Yuan's pallid face, his body emaciated. He reached out for the medicine box on the bedside table, but his trembling hand sent it crashing to the floor. He stared blankly at the scattered pills, paralyzed for a moment. Perhaps it is best to let it be. Some things are futile to persist in. With that thought, he withdrew his hand, lying flat on the bed, awaiting the inevitable approach of death to claim his life. He felt certain he would not survive the night, and reality proved him correct. Today was the 15th of August, the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival. A fragrant aroma wafted in from outside. Ning Yuan strained to shift his body closer to the window, greedily inhaling the scent. The sounds from downstairs indicated the presence of the landlady. If there was anyone he cared for in this world, it would be her. Since his diagnosis, he had rarely ventured outdoors, yet on one occasion, he encountered her. The landlady was no fool. It was evident to anyone that Ning Yuan was a mere shadow of his former self. She had attempted to persuade him to seek treatment in the hospital, but he deemed it unnecessary. Death was unavoidable, and why endure further suffering? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He laboriously rose from the bed, hunched over, and made his way out the door, descending the staircase. As he passed the first floor, the aroma of food intensified, accompanied by the sounds of laughter from the landlady's family. Ning Yuan sat in the hallway, listening for quite some time before departing in silence. Once outside, he turned into a dark alley. He recalled a moment, half in jest, when the landlady had promised to take care of his remains. He had meant it as a joke, but she had taken it seriously. Having someone to claim his body would indeed be a kindness, yet Ning Yuan had no intention of dying in her home. The landlady, having lost her husband early on, had raised 3 children on her own and was not well off. Although she was a landlord, her properties were limited to 4 or 5 rooms. If he were to die in her house, who would dare rent from her again? That would be a house where death had occurred. Exhausted, Ning Yuan had initially intended to reach the sycamore tree at the end of the alley, but now he lacked the strength for such a journey. He leaned against the wall and sat on the ground. Turning his head, he saw the sycamore tree only about 5 or 6 meters away, yet it felt utterly unreachable. Blood began to seep from his mouth. Death was imminent at this moment. Ning Yuan felt that the words penned in the book were mere fabrications. If one were to speak realistically, they echoed the banter shared among many fellow readers. What sort could possibly come forth? It is merely the tale of a destitute youth who failed to endure the winter, a fleeting dream before death's embrace. He cast one final glance at the mortal realm, as if a funeral bell tolled from the heavens, before he met his untimely end in a shadowy corner. May the sword come to be. May Chen Qingdu be true. May Ning Yao be genuine. May Xiu be real. And this was the last wish of a youth on the brink of oblivion. As a dark cloud dispersed, the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival hung high in the sky, casting down countless beams of silvery light. These luminous rays were fragmented by the jagged leaves of the phoenix trees, gently falling upon the boy's lifeless form, resembling shards of time. In the void of existence, a river of shimmering light flowed languidly, and at an unremarkable moment, a small wave was quietly stirred. Boy, do you wish to traverse the world of your dreams? In the eternally flowing river of time, a slender boat drifted upon its surface. Ning Yuan awakened slowly, his gaze settling ahead, where an elderly man sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat. The old man appeared almost transparent, radiating a luminescence akin to that of the flowing river, exuding an air of profound mystery. Ning Yuan, momentarily bewildered, looked at himself and realized he was floating indeed. He had become a ghost. He surveyed his surroundings, the river of time beneath him, while everything else was an expanse of boundless void. What world do you speak of? Ning Yuan replied. The old man spoke, the sword comes. Is this not a dream? Ning Yuan asked, perplexed. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed heartily, then added, what if it is a dream? Didn't your previous life also resemble a dream? Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan pondered and found it to be true. He felt no astonishment at the current scenario. Perhaps this too was a dream, encompassing both himself and the old man, even the river of time beneath him, and the infinite void surrounding them. Ning Yuan shrugged, then let us go. Have you made your decision? The old man inquired. Ning Yuan nodded. Surely it is better than ceasing to exist, is it not? If dreams remain unbroken, they become reality. With this thought, Ning Yuan's spirits lifted. He had truly passed from this world now, to venture into the realm of his heart. What harm could there be, even if it were merely a dream? Ning Yuan felt he had nothing left to lose. Then I shall grant you this, a grand dream that spans the ages. Upon finishing his words, the old man extended his right hand from his voluminous sleeves, his fingers converging to form a sword, which he slashed diagonally towards the river of time below. In an instant, the river of time cleaved in two, and simultaneously, the current beneath him stilled. He clearly observed that at the severed point created by the old man's strike, from maps of the world materialized. Haoran, Qingming, Lianhua, and Manwang. Ning Yuan's countenance brightened with excitement as he fixated on those worlds in that moment. He felt as though this was not a dream, but rather the world he had long yearned for in his books truly existed. With a wave of his hand, the old man sent countless thin golden threads flying from the four maps of the world towards him. These golden threads intertwined chaotically, yet in the old man's grasp, they began to transform, and he deftly extracted several dozen, starting to manipulate them the moment passed, and all the golden threads returned as the elder turned his gaze towards Ning Yuan. To prevent your demise from being too swift, I have left you a trinket, he remarked. Of course, if you are truly foolish and perish early, you shall not have the chance for a second beginning. With that, the elder's hand formed a gentle grasp, causing Ning Yuan's spiritual essence to diminish dramatically in size, instantly confining him within the palm of his hand. Gazing at the captive Ning Yuan in his palm, the elder casually tossed him into one of the maps at his feet. Should you ever return here, then there remains a possibility for us to meet again. These were the last words Ning Yuan heard before darkness enveloped him, plunging him into chaos. Ding! The sword comes system is now in place. Your destined flying sword has been equipped. The heavenly path isolation has been initialized. The attribute allocation system has been generated. The author has a message. Regarding the system, this was a whimsical addition I made when I first began writing, considering the original text spans over 10 million words, making such a vast setting quite challenging to manage. However, Sword Comes should not incorporate this, so after the first 3 chapters, it nearly vanishes entirely. Readers who prefer pure enjoyment may want to refrain from continuing. After all, most of my negative reviews stem from those who read for less than an hour and vehemently criticized the system. Some settings from the original work have been slightly modified, so dear readers, please do not dwell too much on this, though the overall timeline remains unchanged. Even those unfamiliar with Sword Comes will find it comprehensible. This book will not leave unresolved tensions, accompanied by a diagram of realms. Chapter 2. Ning Yao and her brother to the south of the upside-down mountain. Beneath the luminous trinity of the moon lies the Sword Qi Great Wall. Within the bustling streets of the city, in a secluded chamber of a grand residence, a young girl clad in black sat beside a bed, her gaze fixed upon her brother who lay in a state of uncertainty between life and death. The resemblance between the two siblings was striking, particularly in the way their brows arched like distant mountains. Holding a medicine bottle, Granny Bai wore a solemn expression. Young Master has sustained grave injuries. He has been afflicted by the sword intent of a Yuan-ing realm demon swordsman, which has invaded his mind. She hesitated, the weight of the potential outcomes rendering her reluctant to speak further. Even if he awakens, he may become a mere shell of his former self, correct? Ning Yao's expression remained impassive as she spoke calmly. Sigh. Granny Bai sighed deeply. This is still the best outcome. I fear for young Master S. mind, that he may awaken as a fool. After administering the medicine to her master, Granny Bai did not linger. At the door, she turned back, saying, Miss, do not grieve excessively. Those of us from the Sword Qi Great Wall are fated to meet tragic ends. Compared to the sword cultivators who perish beyond the city walls, at least young Master still clings to life. With that, Granny Bai exited, leaving Ning Yao alone. Brother, I shall avenge you upon that yawning beast. After a long while, she tucked her brother in and departed. Time passed, and Ning Yuan slowly regained consciousness. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself in a simple, clean room. Apart from the bed on which he lay and a solitary table, there was nothing else. Am I alive or dead? Where is this place? Am I still dreaming, or have I truly entered the world of Sword Cum? Ning Yuan pondered these questions, struggling to sit up. His body felt exceedingly weak, prompting him to reflect further. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged through his mind, causing him considerable pain. After what felt like an eternity, he finally absorbed these memories, a glimmer of clarity dawning in his eyes. I am Ning Yuan, born in the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yao is my twin sister? He found this revelation perplexing, for the Ning Yao in the book had no brother. The absurdity of it all left him in disbelief. He could not discern whether this was a dream or reality. He recalled the old man by the river of time, who had promised to bestow upon him an ancient dream. Was it truly so? Was he now ensnared within it? Regardless of whether it was a dream or reality, after a period of contemplation, he realized he must assimilate these revelations, for he could distinctly feel the essence of life coursing through him. He was undeniably alive. Ding. Host awakened. Sword Cum system is now active. Host has acquired the Destiny Flying Sword, Reverse Flow. As an outsider, the heavenly Dao isolates you. Cultivators of this realm cannot discern your origins and shield you from the divination of Grand Cultivators. Point allocation system has been initiated. Current points, 10. Points are awarded annually, quantity determined by realm. Having just processed a deluge of information, Ning Yuan found himself momentarily stunned. Is this my system? Is this what that old man meant by leaving me something? Regarding the system, Ning Yuan still harbored a faint recollection. In his previous life, although he was deeply enamored with the sword, the ever-absent steward often took leave, leaving him to seek solace in other tales during his bouts of literary drought. Thus, he was no stranger to the genre of gratifying narratives. System alert. Host, if no interference occurs, the original trajectory of this world will remain unchanged. However, should you choose to intervene, the consequences of such actions remain unknown. The voice of the system echoed once more in his mind, pulling Ning Yuan back to reality as he attempted to summon it with his thoughts. In an instant, ripples danced through the space before him, manifesting a mirror-like surface, merely a meter in length and width. Ning Yuan, sword cultivator of the ocean viewing realm, martial artist of the fifth realm, destined flying sword, reversal. Divine technique, celestial kill, sword path, 0, martial path, 0, divine path, 0, points, 10. After a brief exploration of his current state, Ning Yuan gained a general understanding of himself. The points did not augment attributes such as strength and agility. Rather, they were allocated across the 3 primary cultivation paths. Following further elucidation from the system, he learned that investing points in the sword path would enhance his swordsmanship aptitude, and similarly for the martial and divine paths. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain threshold in any particular discipline, one would acquire new divine techniques or lethal strikes. Regardless of whether this was a dream or reality, he resolved to embrace it. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuan emerged from his daze, an indescribable joy swelling within him. He had truly arrived in this world and could embark on a journey of his own. Brother, you're awake? At that moment, a feminine voice resonated from the doorway. Ning Yuan turned to see the girl's gaze meet his. The young woman clad in black was not breathtakingly beautiful, yet her features were undeniably charming. Her figure was well-proportioned, neither overly slender nor excessively plump. She bore a pristine long sword on her right and a slender green-sheathed dagger at her left waist. The characters from the pages of his books now stood vividly before him, and Ning Yuan felt that his imagination had indeed been somewhat limited. Ning Yao was truly captivating. The description by Chen Qingdu, stating that all the mountains and rivers of the world could not compare to her beauty, held a kernel of truth. The young man, somewhat incredulous, stammered, "Are you Ning Yao?" Ning Yao looked at him in confusion. In a swift motion, she dashed closer, placing her small hand upon her brother's forehead. Not sensing anything amiss, she then grasped his cheeks with both hands, tugging gently yet firmly. "What is going on? Brother, is your mind unwell?" Her petite face revealed concern, and within her heart brewed a sense of guilt. Her brother's injury was a result of her actions, During the recent assault by the demon clan on the Sword Qi Great Wall, it was this very boy who had shielded her, intercepting a lethal strike from a demon of the nascent soul realm. Afterward, Ning Yuan had become as he was now, with Granny Bai at a loss. And even their grandfather, Yao Chengdao, unable to rectify the situation. They had even sought the intervention of the esteemed Sword Immortal, who merely glanced at Ning Yuan and remarked, "He once he die, but he can no longer become a sword cultivator. It may be for the best. He can live a life of leisure, free from the need to slay demons atop the city walls at such a young age, envied by many." With that, he returned to his humble abode. With a single statement from the esteemed Sword Immortal, the fate of Ning Yuan was sealed. In the realm of the Sword Qi Great Wall, a sword cultivator rendered incapacitated, unable to cross the ramparts to vanquish demons, faced a fate akin to death itself, perhaps even more agonizing. Ning Yuan was pierced through the chest by a formidable sword strike from a demon clan prodigy, and the overwhelming sword intent invaded his consciousness. Just before his soul was completely extinguished, Grandfather Dong intervened to sever the lingering sword intent. As for the wound on his chest, it was only after Ning Yao reluctantly sold a portion of the dragon-slaying platform that he was able to procure the treasures necessary for healing, which barely allowed him to cling to life. Chapter 3. The gift of a sword from my younger sister brother. Is it truly so? Your life-bound flying sword shattered and has since reformed? In disbelief, Ning Yao gazed at her brother before the bed. After that fateful battle, not only had her brother been brought to the brink of death, but his life-bound flying sword had also been destroyed, causing his realm to plummet from the Dragon Gate stage to the ocean viewing stage. Furthermore, the Sword Immortal had unequivocally stated that even if her brother were to awaken, he could no longer be considered a sword cultivator. Despite still residing in the ocean viewing realm, he was deemed hopeless for ascension to higher realms. It was said that an ocean viewing cultivator who was not a sword cultivator was regarded as nothing more than a waste in the eyes of the numerous sword cultivators and sword immortals of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Yet just moments ago, Ning Yuan declared that his life-bound flying sword had indeed shattered and reformed, and it was unlike any before, a brand new life-bound flying sword. How could this not stir Ning Yao's heart? If this were true, and his life-bound flying sword still existed, then Ning Yuan remained a sword cultivator, a native sword cultivator of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Indeed, it is as such. I have inadvertently gained fortune through misfortune. During my period of unconsciousness, I comprehended certain truths. Since the truth would inevitably come to light, Ning Yuan concocted a plausible excuse to navigate the situation. He was not fearful of outsiders discerning anything amiss, for he possessed a barrier of heavenly principles that rendered him undetectable by cultivators from this realm. Regardless of their level of mastery, Ning Yuan believed that the most formidable aspect of his system lay precisely in this ability to obscure his origins. Otherwise, given his meager cultivation, surviving even a single day in a world dominated by beings of the 13th, 14th, or even 15th realms would be a remarkable feat. However, this very feature also posed the greatest challenge, as it could not be divined or calculated, making him a target of envy. As he traversed the world, Ning Yuan felt akin to an outcast. Fortunately, he found himself within the Sword Qi Great Wall. Had he been in the predominantly Taoist realm of the Qingming world, he likely would have been seized and taken to the White Jade capital on the very first day. To be untraceable in calculations, was he not akin to an otherworldly demon? What events had transpired in recent days? Ning Yuan was eager to learn about the present state of the Sword Qi Great Wall, and thus inquired of Ning Yao. Being twins, both were 12 years of age. Although Ning Yuan's memory was not particularly sharp, he reasoned that his sister had yet to venture to the Li Zhu cave heaven and had not yet encountered Chen Qingdu. Ning Yao shook her head, then nodded. Nothing has occurred. It has been half a year since the last great battle, and the Sword Qi Great Wall remains as it was. Only, there are now more visiting foreign sword cultivators. More? Ning Yuan murmured, gazing out the window. After that, the siblings fell into silence. While Ning Yao felt a sense of closeness with her brother, their communication was not one of words. Since the passing of their parents, her demeanor had grown increasingly reticent. In the past, the two siblings would often practice swordsmanship at the dragon-slaying platform and afterwards sit silently in the pavilion, simply enjoying each other's company until the next training session. Ning Yuan found himself at a loss for words, his mind clouded with uncertainty about the path ahead. As a native sword cultivator of the Sword Qi Great Wall, he was acutely aware that he would likely meet his demise in the impending battle not long after. Soon, news of Ning Yuan's awakening spread throughout the Ning family. Ning Yao stepped out to allow her brother to rest, while Granny Bai prepared a medicinal concoction, ensuring he drank it before leaving. During this time, Nalin Yeshing, who was on guard duty, also paid a visit. Upon hearing that Ning Yuan's lifebound flying sword was still intact, he couldn't help but express his delight. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The medicine made by Granny Bai proved remarkably effective, and Ning Yuan felt ready to resume his sword training and cultivation starting today. That morning, as he stepped outside, he spotted the colossal stone cliff of the dragon-slaying platform in the distance. This was the most valuable legacy left to the siblings after their parents' passing. Ning Yuan recalled that eons ago, in the ancient heavenly court, there had been 2 execution platforms that were destroyed by a certain sword cultivator during the Battle of Ascension, subsequently lost to the mortal realm. Of the 2 largest fragments, one stood in the northern part of Bay of Pingzu within the Lizhu cave heaven, while the other lay before him now. Ning Yuan. A head popped out from the simple pavilion atop the dragon-slaying cliff, calling out loudly, "I knew you wouldn't be the first to die." Ning Yuan, now possessing all his previous memories and having spent an additional half-month familiarizing himself with his surroundings, immediately recognized the speaker as Yin Zhua, the scion of the Yin family, which controlled a significant portion of the resource operations within the Sword Qi Great Wall. In other words, the Yin family was exceedingly wealthy. Ning Yuan smiled in acknowledgement, and at that moment, several more heads emerged from the pavilion above, all belonging to friends of the same age as the siblings. He greeted them one by one. Yin Zhua, Dong Huafu, Chen Qingdu, Dai Jiang. The dragon-slaying platform featured a staircase established by a renowned sword immortal, and Ning Yuan ascended, reaching the pavilion. Dong Huafu hailed from the Dong family, a prominent lineage within the Sword Qi Great Wall, and was a young man of dark complexion. Chen Qingdu was a handsome young gentleman, swords hanging at his sides, while the last, a slender girl, bore a hefty broadsword on her back. Among them, Ning Yuan held a deeper memory of Dai Jiang, who had faced misfortune since meeting Liang, not only buying him wine but also accruing a considerable debt on his behalf. The 4 of them, along with Ning Yao, reclined against the pavilion. Ning Yao was usually reticent, her gaze fixed intently on her brother, and upon seeing Ning Yuan's improved condition, her brow relaxed. "Ning Yuan, how do you fare? Can you still wield your sword?" Yin Zhua spoke the most among them. Ning Yuan smiled and replied, "Of course I can wield it, but my sword has broken, and I lament the lack of a good replacement. Your family is wealthy, and we share a bond forged in battle. Are you not inclined to assist me in procuring a new sword?" At this, Yin Zhua appeared deflated. "I have no authority to speak on behalf of my family. Besides, if you were willing to sell this dragon-slaying platform, it would likely fetch enough to construct half the Sword Qi Great Wall." Yin Zhua's words elicited involuntary laughter from the others. Setting aside the question of whether the dragon-slaying platform could be sold, even if it could, how could one possibly forge a portion of the Sword Qi Great Wall with mere snowflake coins? Was it a joke? Did Yin Zhua think of the Sword Qi Great Wall as a lavatory? As for the sword, Ning Yuan indeed found himself in need of one. His previous sword had shattered during a great battle. He had come today not only to visit his friends, but also to discuss with Ning Yao about acquiring a new sword. While the lifebound flying sword was indeed significant, a swordsmith also required a personal sword for everyday use. The lifebound sword was mostly a lethal weapon, nurtured within the lifebound acupoint, and was not easily wielded. As Ning Yuan approached Ning Yao, she tossed a sheathed long sword from the pavilion beside her. He caught it with one hand, gazing at his sister in astonishment. She nodded and said, "It was selected for you by Granny Bai. It is comparable in quality to your previous sword." Ning Yuan sat beside his sister and drew the long sword from its pristine sheath, revealing a blade that shimmered with a chilling brilliance. The hilt was adorned with cloud patterns, and the silver blade was enveloped in wisps of intense sword energy. Ning Yuan could not help but exclaim, "What a magnificent sword!" This grade belonged to the realm of semi-mortal weapons. After the death of their parents, aside from the dragon-slaying platform, the Ning family had little wealth left, making it evident how much celestial money was spent for this. In the Ning household, Ning Yuan had always entrusted his sister, Xiao Yao, with financial matters, though she was reluctant and had handed the responsibility over to Granny Bai. As for purchasing a truly immortal-grade sword, not only was there the issue of availability, but the Ning family also lacked the financial means. Sword cultivators were notoriously impoverished, and those who practiced at the Sword Qi Great Wall were especially destitute. Selling the dragon-slaying platform was out of the question, as Ning Yao still needed it to hone her celestial sword's blade. To put it bluntly, the Ning family was, simply put, poor. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yao spoke up. Brother, this sword didn't cost a single celestial coin. It was exchanged by our grandfather for a significant portion of his military achievements at the hands of the Grand Sword Immortal. Chapter 4. Reverse Flow Ning Yuan. I heard you have fortuitously acquired a new lifebound flying sword in your lifebound acupoint? Jiang looked at Ning Yuan, his astonishment apparent. Ning Yuan nodded. There was no need to conceal this matter, especially in the company of friends who had fought alongside him. Show it to us, let us witness it. Chen Qingdu added. Seeing the eager curiosity in their eyes, including that of his sister Ning Yao, he did not hesitate further and prepared to release it. A sense of nervousness washed over him. He was unsure of the caliber of the lifebound flying sword named Reverse Flow, as he had yet to employ it since arriving in this realm. The youth stood, slowly making his way outside the pavilion. Beneath his feet lay the stone precipice of the dragon-slaying platform. Raising his right hand, he brought his fingers together to form a sword, then closed his eyes, connecting his mind with the radiant flying sword within his acupoint. In an instant, as he opened his eyes, he waved his fingers forward, and a diminutive sword burst forth from his brow. In that moment, it radiated an extraordinary brilliance. The reverse flow flashed past in the direction he indicated, moving with astonishing speed. With a mere thought from Ning Yuan, the reverse flow expanded several-fold, transforming from a diminutive sword into a 3-foot azure blade. The sword's body spiraled, emitting a dozen streams of radiant sword energy, causing those of lower realms to wince at the mere sight. In the path that the reverse flow traversed, traces of spatial trajectories emerged, composed of delicate threads of luminous sword energy. The cliffs of the dragon-slaying platform sparkled with brilliance, as numerous flickering sword energies coalesced like shards of time. At the very moment Ning Yuan summoned his lifebound flying sword, an old man, hunched over and seemingly without dignity, lay in a thatched hut atop the Sword Qi Great Wall, abruptly opened his eyes. What in the world is that commotion? He muttered. Though the disturbance was faint and difficult for him to perceive, its profound essence was anything but ordinary, something he had not encountered even in his long existence of 10 millennia. One must understand that the Sword Qi Great Wall is replete with sword cultivators, sword energies, and all manner of sword-related phenomena. This place boasts the highest concentration of such things in the world. Over the past 10,000 years, the old man had witnessed countless sword cultivators and their myriad sword energies. The rare sword intents that were scarce elsewhere were abundant here, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. Yet, many of the ancient sword intents had faded over time, otherwise the count would exceed 1,000. Despite being a venerable elder of 10 millennia, the foremost figure in human swordsmanship was stirred and awakened by the lifebound flying sword of a mere youth. Let me calculate. It must be that girl Ning, right? Perhaps she has broken through to the Golden Core realm, or maybe her swordsmanship has advanced, who knows? The old man murmured, beginning to calculate. However, he was soon taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging. I can't discern anything. It was no wonder he displayed such astonishment. After all, he resided at the pinnacle of the Sword Qi Great Wall, his prowess rivaling that of the sage sitting in the Confucian Temple, the Dao ancestor in the white jade capital, or the Buddha on his lotus throne. Yet, even with such remarkable standing, he was unable to glean any insight. Refusing to be deterred, he attempted again, only to be met with a void once more. Furrowing his brow, he was approached by a young girl with braided pigtails, who, catching a whiff, came scampering over from several hundred meters away, shouting, Chen Qingdu, who let out such a loud fart. It's wafted all the way to your hut. The Grand Sword Immortal Chen Qingdu, while celebrated as the foremost figure of the Sword Qi Great Wall, was not universally revered. This girl, Xiao Xian, for instance, showed him no respect whatsoever, yet the elder made no retort. After all, with a millennium of life behind him, he had cultivated an amiable disposition. Delighted to witness the Great Sword Immortal at a loss, the girl beamed with glee, and when he did not dismiss her, she plopped down on the wall several hundred meters away, clutching her braids, eager to watch the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, Chen Qingdu was too preoccupied to pay her any mind. After failing to discern the truth a second time, he stroked his unkempt beard and began his calculations anew. Regrettably, it remains an enigma. The master of the flying sword does not seem to belong to this realm. This is indeed perplexing. Despite the proximity, the esteemed sword immortal can sense the slightest fluctuation of the sword emanating from Ning's abode. However, no matter how hard he calculates, he cannot deduce even the faintest hint of its origin. Given Ning's prodigious talent, he can glimpse fragments of the future, leading Chen Qingdu to conclude that this flying sword cannot possibly belong to her. It must be associated with another individual. Could it be a disciple of some ancient and unyielding master? The Sword Immortal muses, contemplating that this may be the only plausible explanation. If it were the apprentice of a certain formidable figure from the 14th realm, the situation would make sense, as employing divine restrictions on such a person would render his calculations futile. For instance, with several from the Teeming realm or characters from the Haoran side, Chen Qingdu believes he would easily contend with them. It would merely be a matter of exchanging a few blows. However, when it comes to divination, those women prove to be far more adept. Who could this person be? Ning? Xiao Xian, noticing Chen Qingdu's cessation of calculations, assumed he had discerned something significant. In truth, she had not sensed the fluctuations of the sword. The sword Qi Great Wall is abundant with sword cultivators, and amidst the myriad sword intents present, even she, at the ascendant level, would find it challenging to perceive anything. The Sword Immortal cast a fleeting glance at her, silently urging her to distance herself. Xiao Xian did not respond, but remained steadfast. After a moment of contemplation, the elder extended his palm, reaching out towards the Ning residence from a distance. Within the Ning estate, Ning Yuan, who had just retracted the flowing currents, was about to turn and face his friends when, in the next instant, he found himself transported to the battlements, facing a hunched elder who was smiling warmly at him. The Sword Immortal felt no concern in his inability to calculate. After all, Ning Yuan was within the city, and it sufficed to simply summon him. The young girl with the horn braid was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated Ning, only to find Ning Yuan instead. Yet, her curiosity piqued. What purpose could there be in summoning a fallen cultivator? Ning Yao's name resonated throughout the Sword Qi Great Wall. Although her brother's aptitude was far inferior to hers, he nonetheless was recognized as her brother. Most often, however, the focus lay solely on Ning Yao, rendering Ning Yuan almost invisible, especially now that he had fallen in rank. Whether he could return to the battlements to slay demons remained uncertain. Ning Yuan regained his composure, slightly steadied in heart. If his suspicions were correct, the elder before him was none other than the illustrious Sword Immortal, renowned across multiple realms for his unparalleled swordsmanship. Yet, he did not display obsequiousness. Rather, he exuded a modest demeanor, slightly bowing in respect. Esteemed Sword Immortal, what brings you to seek my presence? In truth, Ning Yuan had already surmised the general reason for this visit. It must pertain to his fateful flying sword. Upon its prior summoning, he himself had been taken aback. For this sword, reversing flow, harbored the power of time. In any realm or world, anything that touches upon the concepts of time and space belongs to the highest order of existence. Without exception, time is revered, and space reigns supreme. Although his demeanor was humble, Ning Yuan's heart was now drenched in perspiration, not solely due to the elder's formidable presence, but rather due to the uncertainty of whether this esteemed figure could discern his origins as one not of this realm. After the original flying sword was shattered, a new one was born, still extraordinarily defying the heavens and imbued with the essence of time. Such an occurrence, if divulged, would be hard to believe, yet it is bound to be exposed sooner or later. Thus, it is better to be forthright. His greatest concern at present is whether the adversary might discern his origins or regard him as a spy of the demon race. After all, how could a sword cultivator at the 5th realm possibly obstruct the scrutiny of a cultivator at the 14th realm? The chief Sword Immortal regarded Ning Yuan for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. Let us see it. Chapter 5, no? On the city wall, Ning Yuan replied decisively. The girl with the sheep horn braids widened her eyes in disbelief at this scene. At that moment, a girl clad in black, having just soared to the city wall on her sword, landed beside Ning Yuan. It was Ning Yao. She stood a head shorter than her brother, but did not hide behind him, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. In mere moments, 3 exceedingly powerful presences ascended the city wall, each soaring on their swords. Ning Yuan lifted his gaze, his heart stirred. Dong Sanging, the patriarch of the Dong family, appeared as an elderly man, a peak Sword Immortal of the 13th realm. Many years ago, during a time when the Dong family was in decline, the young Dong Sanging ventured out alone into the wilderness, wielding his sword at the Golden Core realm, slaying demons, and breaking through amidst life and death. 2 centuries later, he returned to the Sword Qi Great Wall, holding aloft the head of a great ascendant demon and inscribing the character Dong upon the city wall with a sword of a yard in height. Chen Qi, also a peak Sword Immortal of the 13th realm, a descendant of the chief Sword Immortal lineage, had inscribed the character Chen upon the city wall. If Ning Yuan's memory serves him correctly, during the final battle at the Sword Qi Great Wall, this venerable sword immortal fused his entire sword intent into a single strike, perishing after slaying a great ascendant demon, then reincarnating in the colorful realms to cultivate anew. The last figure was not an old sword immortal known for inscribing characters, yet her name echoed throughout the vast realm of Haoran. Lu Ji, a sword immortal of the 12th realm, hailed from the Haoran realm and came to the Sword Qi Great Wall to vanquish demons. Every time the demon race invaded, she fought to the death, breaking through amidst life and death, achieving the pinnacle among the top 10 sword immortals. Possessing the strength to kill beyond her realm, she wielded 2 fated flying swords, the Southern Dipper for life and the Northern Dipper for death. It was for the greater lethality of this second Northern Dipper that she hesitated to ascend to the realm of immortals. With Dong Sangyang, Shaoshun, Chen Shi, and Lu Ji, 4 great sword immortals congregated upon the city wall, alongside the formidable chief sword immortal, rendering the scene exceptionally lively. The perceptiveness of these great sword immortals was acutely sharp. They naturally heard Ning Yuan's resolute refusal, and their expressions shifted with intrigue. Chen Shi furrowed his brow, while a slight grin crept upon Dong Sangyang's lips. Lu Ji observed the audacious youth who dared to oppose the chief sword immortal with great interest, while the girl resembling a child, Shaoshun, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, Chen Qingdu, you've truly made my day. After so many years on the city wall, it's the first time I've seen you at a loss. Shaoshun laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face, giving Ning Yuan an enthusiastic thumbs up. Ning Yuan, you're quite something. Truly splendid. The chief sword immortal was momentarily taken aback, not in anger at Ning Yuan's words, but rather unaccustomed to being so unequivocally rejected for the first time. Ning Yao tugged at her brother's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, this is the chief sword immortal. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Ning Yuan, composed and unruffled, gently patted Ning Yao's small hand and replied softly, "I am aware, but why should I comply? It is true that you are the chief sword immortal. Yet what does that mean to me? You expect me to yield simply because of your title? I owe you nothing. I have slain monsters atop the city walls and have not betrayed the Sword Qi Great Wall. You may be the mightiest chief sword immortal here, but you are not the emperor of this realm." Ning Yuan's gaze met that of the chief sword immortal, unwavering and dignified. A fleeting glimmer of insight flickered in the latter's eyes, unnoticed by the assembly, as he scrutinized the young man before him. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Although the expressions of the several great sword immortals varied, they remained silent, attentively awaiting the ensuing exchange. Ning Yao clutched her brother's sleeve once more, her anxiety palpable. After all, he was the chief sword immortal, a master of the 14th realm of pure swordsmanship. Yet, she stood steadfastly by her brother's side. Ning Yuan had vanished from the Ning residence, and she had been aware that it was the chief sword immortal's doing. Only he possessed such capabilities within the entirety of the Sword Qi Great Wall, and so she had followed him here. The boy felt a twinge of nervousness deep within, though his countenance remained unperturbed. Confronting a master of the 14th realm was no trifling matter. The chief sword immortal could easily summon him to the city walls and just as effortlessly extinguish his life. Yet, his apprehension stemmed solely from the disparity in their realms. Ning Yuan understood that he was not in any real danger. Both sentiment and reason dictated that the chief sword immortal could not act against him. For a millennium, Chen Qing had remained stationed here, never once descending from the city walls, having vanquished only monsters and traitors under his blade. Would he truly demean himself before numerous sword immortals to chastise a mere junior of the ocean-viewing realm, especially one who had committed no transgressions besides his commendable achievements? The Sword Qi Great Wall upheld its principles, though few in number. They were steadfast regulations that bound practitioners of the lower 5 realms as well as the great sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. Surely, the architect of such rules would not be the first to breach them. In a place known for its abundance of solitary practitioners, the Sword Qi Great Wall embodied the most admirable tenets of existence. True strength has always been defined by the freedom of the weak. This conviction fortified Ning Yuan's resolve. He could summon forth his life-bound flying sword, but it could not be demanded of him by another. Having come to this world, he yearned to comprehend the weight of the concept of rules. Suddenly, the chief sword immortal chuckled. Throughout this encounter, he had not felt anger, rather. The unexpected retort from a younger generation had left him momentarily disoriented. After a prolonged exchange of glances, he began to appreciate this young man. Yet, he remained nonchalant. After millennia, he had encountered many juniors deserving of admiration, yet few had sustained that regard until the end. Presently, only a handful remained alive. Not long ago, there had been one, an unrefined foreign sword cultivator who had participated in the final battle of the 13 Strife, leaving a considerable debt for wine at the Sword Qi Great Wall. What was his name again? Haha. Chen Qingdu, with his hands clasped behind his back, chuckled merrily, while Ning Yuan intended to mimic him, but Ning Yao was tugging at his sleeve. Thus, he could only smile at the elder sword immortal. And the unlikely duo of old and young found themselves laughing without a care. How tedious, how tiresome. Xiao Xian observed this scene and, realizing it lacked significance, shook his head with a sigh before vanishing from the ramparts of the city. The other 3 sword immortals, however, chose to remain. Although they understood that the ensuing events would not be particularly thrilling, having come this far, they were content to witness the spectacle. The sword Qi of the Great Wall was profound and commanding, yet it lacked vitality, even with 3 moons hanging high in the sky. This city remained perpetually devoid of life. The laughter of the elder sword immortal ceased abruptly as he spoke earnestly. Ning Yuan, may I request a glimpse of your fabled flying sword? The youth, not daring to be remiss, bowed respectfully and clasped his fists, declaring, I am Ning Yuan, honored to meet the elder sword immortal. If you wish to see it, I shall comply without hesitation. Without a moment's delay, Ning Yuan opened his acupoints, summoning a radiant flying sword that hovered steadily before him, controlled by his focused mind. I chanced upon this opportunity. I hope the elder sword immortal can offer some guidance. Chapter 6. The inquiry of the sword. As the reverse flow manifested, it captivated the attention of several sword immortals present, including Xiao Xian, who returned to the battlements. Although she could not sense it from afar, its proximity rendered her no longer blind to its presence. The reverse flow hovered 3 feet above the ground. Its blade entirely silver, devoid of intricate engravings or patterns, appearing somewhat unremarkable. However, what astonished onlookers were the myriad glimmers of light swirling around it, exuding a mysterious and inexplicable power. This power was both sharp and weighty, but what truly drew the attention of the sword immortals was the ancient, profound resonance it emanated. This phenomenon was extraordinary, with only the elder sword immortal possessing familiarity. The others, at the ascendant realm, had only heard whispers of it and had little experience with such forces. As for Lu Ji and Ning Yao, the former was on the cusp of comprehending this power, while the latter had never even heard of it. Though Ning Yao was destined to become the foremost figure in the vibrant world to come, she remained, for now, merely a Dragon Gate realm swordsman. The elder sword immortal extended his hand, and the reverse flow flew into his grasp, the surrounding glimmering sword Qi slicing at his palm. Yet, the force was too feeble to harm the formidable cultivator of the 14th realm. A remarkable treasure, he murmured, gently caressing the blade of the reverse flow, lost in thought. Then, to Ning Yuan's astonishment, he pinched a strand of luminous sword Qi from the air, forcibly extracting it. Pray tell, how did you nurture this? He inquired, lightly toying with the thread of sword energy. Ning Yuan's expression remained composed as he recited the carefully crafted explanation he had prepared. Injured for months, I traversed dreams and walked through time, ultimately acquiring the reverse flow. Reverse flow? The elder sword immortal, intrigued by the name, did not delve into the specifics, but found it to be a fine appellation. Here you go. He returned the strand of sword energy to the blade, tossing it back to Ning Yuan, who exhaled in relief as the reverse flow returned to its rightful acupoint. This moment was Ning Yuan's greatest concern. The reverse flow was far too extraordinary, and he feared that the elder sword immortal might discern its true nature, given the elder's formidable prowess. If his memory serves him correctly, the venerable sword immortal before him is not a living being. The sword immortal perished in battle on Mount Tuoyu a millennium ago. What returned to the sword Qi Great Wall is but a shade. And this very shade has sat in silent vigil over the sword Qi Great Wall for an entire millennium. After countless sieges and battles, the barbaric world has finally come to a profound realization. It is not that they lack the strength to conquer this city, nor that their might cannot suppress the sword cultivators of the Great Wall. After all, one side represents an entire realm, while the other is merely a single fortress. A throng of solitary sword immortals, resources and foundational strength are not even comparable. So how could they fail to breach the sword Qi Great Wall? Do the sword cultivators of the Great Wall possess ascended beings, while we of the barbaric lands lack formidable warriors of the 13th realm? How could the depth of our realm ever be measured against your solitary fortress? It is solely because of that humble thatched hut atop the city walls. And because of this half-human, half-ghost elder, as long as he remains seated, the ancestors will not emerge, and for another 10,000 years, the barbaric realm shall not prevail. To the barbaric world, this elder has slain countless powerful beings of the demon race under his sword, yet he is also greatly revered as a human warrior. Conversely, among the sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall, there are certainly respected sword cultivators within the demon race as well. However, adversaries are still adversaries. On the battlefield, they wield their swords with lethal intent. Ning Yuan reflected on this, feeling a sense of relief. He held a deep respect for the elder sword immortal who has remained on the city walls for 10,000 years. From the moment the Sword Qi Great Wall was established to the final moment, the elder never wavered from his original oath. Such a person commands admiration. This sword is commendable, but paired with you, it is akin to flowers amidst dung. Yet since you possess this opportunity, nurture it well and practice diligently. The elder sword immortal concluded, his gaze fixed upon Ning Yuan, penetrating into the depths of his heart. This time, he even employed the divine arts of swordsmanship, along with his cultivation at the 14th realm, to delve into the very essence of Ning Yuan's soul, seeking to uncover the truth. As the boy met his gaze, this encounter was markedly different from before. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, even when he first ascended to the city walls. Overwhelmed by the myriad conflicting sword intents, he had not felt such suffocating pressure. After a brief moment, the elder withdrew his gaze, feeling a trace of astonishment. Initially unable to discern even a hint of this boy's essence was one thing, but now, in their face-to-face confrontation, even with the use of divine arts, he could not fathom him. This was indeed intriguing. The elder knew that Ning Yuan, now 12 years of age, had never left the Sword Qi Great Wall and was considered of commendable aptitude, albeit slightly inferior to his sister, Xiaoyao. If a master were to shield him from the heavenly secrets, that individual could not possibly be a native cultivator of the Sword Qi Great Wall. They would at least have to be of the 14th realm. Yet, how curious it was that even if an old rascal had laid hands on this boy, he should have been able to detect it easily. Even the founders of the three teachings would be no exception. After all, both were present on the city walls, within their own domain. Removing this, there exists another possibility, that the young man's state of mind is inherently such, and the obscuring elements of fate are not the manipulations of a cunning old turtle, but rather that Ning Yuan is indeed the destined individual. This could elucidate why, after sustaining severe injuries and hovering on the brink of death, Ning Yuan was able to continue as a sword cultivator and even reclaim his life-bound flying sword. The Master Sword Immortal, increasingly inclined towards this latter notion, regarded Ning Yuan with a newfound appreciation. If this were true, then the young man's fortune would likely rival that of his sister, Ning Yao. Thus, the Ning family would boast two prodigies of the sword path, one bearing a celestial sword and the other possessing a flying sword imbued with the power of time. While the manipulation of time is not extraordinary, most cultivators of the 14 realms possess the ability to seize moments. Ning Yuan's flying sword is unique, existing within its own temporal sphere, disconnected from the grand flow of time. The younger generation must remember that the pursuit of swordsmanship is a matter of utmost importance to those who dwell within the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yuan replied with a smile, though he remained indifferent in his heart. What does it mean for flowers to be paired with cow dung? Since it is my life-bound flying sword, I am inherently worthy of it, and it bears no relation to anyone else in this world. Naturally, these thoughts remained unvoiced. He maintained a facade of humility. The Master Sword Immortal no longer regarded Ning Yuan, instead addressing the group of sword-bearers, urging them to disperse after the spectacle. Dong San, without uttering a word, cast a lingering glance at Ning Yuan before departing from the city wall on his sword. Chen Qi, with a smile, remarked to Ning Yuan that he should aspire to carve a word on the city wall in the future. Ning Yuan nodded as the former took his leave. When you ascend to the realm of immortals, if I have yet to achieve ascension, I shall seek you for a duel in swordsmanship. Lu Ji added before no longer lingering. Ning Yuan felt a flutter of anxiety. Was it merely due to his reverse flow of fate that these esteemed sword immortals regarded him with newfound respect? He was still a mere sea-viewing realm sword cultivator, not yet worthy of the attention of a 12th realm sword immortal who had proposed a duel. Since that is the case, young Ning, when you reach the Ascension realm, I too shall seek you for a discussion on swordsmanship. That encounter will surely be fascinating, remarked the girl with braided horns. as she vanished into the sky in her flowing black robe. Rest assured, that encounter will not only be interesting but extraordinarily splendid, Ning Yuan murmured softly, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the city wall where Xiao Xian had departed. The Master Sword Immortal cast a surprised glance at him but chose not to comment. Shifting his attention to Ning Yao. Once you are adequately prepared, come find me, he instructed. Ning Yao pressed her lips together and nodded. All right. Chapter 7. Dowry on the city wall. The two walked down side by side. Upon arrival, Ning Yuan had been seized by the Master Sword Immortal, while Ning Yao had flown in on her sword. Ning Yuan turned his head to observe his sister, unable to discern anything of note. Ning Yao's temperament was such that her emotions rarely surfaced. Has the Master Sword Immortal instructed you to leave the Sword Qi Great Wall? Ning Yuan broke the silence. Considering the passage of time, it was indeed around the right moment for someone of Ning Yao's age. His sister, who had been frowning since earlier, inquired. How did you know? Ning Yuan chuckled. We share the same parents. How could I not be aware? Ning Yuan gently placed his hand on his sister's head and softly said, The journey ahead is fraught with peril. I shall accompany you. Ning Yao did not swat away the hand that disrupted her thoughts. Instead, she shook her head and replied, No, I can manage on my own. Moreover, the Chief Sword Immortal has merely permitted my departure. He did not authorize your presence. Unexpectedly, Ning Yuan laughed with unabashed delight and turned to the city wall behind him, exclaiming loudly, Bah, not allow me to go? Then I shall uproot his little thatched cottage. He mused that if he were to be struck down by a single sword, it would be tolerable, for he was merely a waste at the 5th stage of cultivation. However, should he ascend to the realm of immortals, he would surely send him tumbling from the city wall. Within the cottage, the Chief Sword Immortal's lips twitched. This lad possessed a rather audacious demeanor. Upon reflection, it seemed that ever since Liang visited the Sword Qi Great Wall, the entire atmosphere had shifted, becoming much livelier. Furthermore, this boy bore a curious resemblance to Liang in certain respects. Ning Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded her elder brother. It seemed that since he had been grievously injured by the Yuanying demon clan, he had transformed into a different person. The brother she once knew was not of this temperament. He had been quite insufferable, often absorbed in sword practice, sometimes not uttering a word for an entire day. As for her brother's desire to accompany her to the vast and righteous world, Ning Yao had no objections. Yet, the rules of the Sword Qi Great Wall were stringent. While it was straightforward for outsiders to enter, it was exceedingly difficult for locals to depart. Though Ning Yuan spoke boldly, he felt uncertain within, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Thus, he began to contemplate how he might persuade the Chief Sword Immortal to grant him leave. Ning Yuan's motivations for venturing out were, in essence, threefold. The foremost reason was to protect Ning Yao. Secondly, he yearned to explore the vast and righteous world, wishing to experience as much as possible before the impending final battle, for he harbored doubts about surviving after the Sword Qi Great Wall was breached. The third reason was to meet those he longed for, such as Mr. Qi and the illustrious Bai Yi, among many others. In the current timeline, he still had the chance to encounter the legendary Mr. Qi at the Lijizu Cave Heaven. If time allowed, Qi Jingshun was still teaching. He wondered if he could sit in his academy and absorb his wisdom. This was an extraordinary figure, one who nearly aspired to unify the three teachings and establish a legacy. Ning Yuan had no intention of seeking fortune at the Lijizu Cave Heaven. He merely wished to explore. Naturally, should the moment for action arise, he would not hold back. With these thoughts stirring within him, the young man felt a surge of excitement. He was determined to accompany his sister to Beipingzu, and no one could deter him. As for the Chief Sword Immortal, he would stubbornly pursue his concession. Though his accumulated merits paled in comparison to those of numerous sword immortals, perhaps they would suffice for a chance to venture forth. If all else failed, he would resort to more desperate measures, such as making a scene outside the Chief Sword Immortal's cottage. Ning Yuan contemplated, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, which rendered him rather unsavory. Ning Yao could only sigh and facepalm at his expression. Choosing not to use their swords, the pair made their way to the Ning residence, with Ning Yao's sword hanging at her waist while Ning Yuan carried his on his back. Before long, they returned to the Ning estate, where several friends had already taken their leave. Ning Yao proceeded to the dragon-slaying platform's cliff to further hone her swordsmanship, the essence of diligence never leaving her shoulders. After consuming the herbal concoction brewed by Granny Bai, Ning Yuan followed her to the cliff, not to practice swordplay, but rather to wield the half-immortal sword gifted by his sister. Channeling his internal energy, he struck down upon a sharp edge. A torrent of sword energy surged into the air, reaching an impressive length of 8 or 9 zhang, and struck the dragon-slaying platform with a resounding clang. The clash of metal echoed as sparks flew, and when the residual energy dissipated, Ning Yuan opened his eyes, gaining clarity about his own strength. He was merely a novice. With all his might, he left only a faint scar upon the platform, far from the ability to cleave a chunk from it, illustrating its formidable hardness. Of course, it could also be said that Ning Yuan's current prowess was simply insufficient. Brother? Ning Yao paused her training, looking at him with curiosity. He exchanged a glance with her, but offered no explanation. After sheathing his sword, he focused, and his innate flying sword surged forth, slicing through the air and striking the dragon-slaying platform. Terrifying shards of time surged, exuding a menacing aura. "Aha!" Ning Yuan exclaimed with joy. The reverse flow of the sword was indeed more potent, cleaving a depth of approximately 3 inches. He required little more than a small piece, and at this rate, with diligent effort, he would surely manage to slice off a fragment. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ning Yao's eyes. Although she was already aware of her brother's extraordinary flying sword, witnessing its lethal power for the first time was astonishing. It seemed to rival her own abilities, despite her being a realm above him and superior in other aspects, which only underscored the sword's terrifying prowess. Ning Yao did not impede her brother from cutting the dragon-slaying platform. It was a legacy left to them by their parents, and her brother had every right to handle it. Moreover, traditionally, family heirlooms were typically passed down to the males, thus in her view, these items naturally belonged to her brother. However, she never anticipated that her brother's subsequent words would stir ripples in her heart. The reverse flow of the sword danced through the air, unleashing countless streams of sword energy. After several dozen strikes, a 3-foot-long section of the dragon-slaying platform was severed. Ning Yuan, cradling the heavy stone in his arms, cheerfully remarked to Ning Yao, "Yaoer, I shall take this piece. When the day comes that you marry, I will gift you the remainder of this dragon-slaying platform as your dowry. Otherwise, I have little else of value to offer. But fret not. Should I still be alive by then, I shall surely possess many treasures, and your dowry will far exceed just this platform." Sitting beside the pavilion, Ning Yao rested her head on the railing, momentarily speechless as she gazed at Ning Yuan, remaining silent for a long while. Chapter 8. The Sword Pointing South Dragon-Slaying Platform Cliff. Ning Yao resumed her sword practice, while Ning Yuan, burdened by the weight of the 3-foot-long dragon-slaying stone, trudged slowly toward the exit. Granny Bai, unaware of her young master's intentions, expressed her concern, fearing that he might injure himself due to the stone's immense weight. Ning Yuan, however, reassured her with a glance. Just as he was about to step outside, Nalan Yixing peeked through the doorway, his curiosity piqued. What is the young master up to? He wondered. On one hand, he was eager to know why Ning Yuan was carrying the dragon-slaying stone. Was he perhaps planning to exchange it for some Guyu coins? On the other hand, he was intrigued by the changes in his young master. Since Ning Yuan's awakening, his demeanor had transformed significantly. Not only had he become more talkative, but his actions and mannerisms were also markedly different from before. Ning Yuan was slightly out of breath, the stone's weight proving to be a formidable challenge even for a martial artist at the 5th realm. He had previously possessed a treasured artifact, but it had been shattered in battle, and the Ning family's financial constraints prevented them from acquiring another rare item. With a grin, he declared, "I'm heading to the city wall to bribe that old sword immortal with this dragon-slaying stone." Yet, he was certain that such a small piece would hardly catch the immortal's eye. Even if he were to bring the entire stone cliff, it might not warrant a glance. Having uttered these words, Ning Yuan stepped onto the main street, unable to free his hands, and called out to Nalan Yixing one last time. "If all else fails, I shall use this dragon-slaying stone to smash his thatched cottage. Oh, and by the way, Grandfather Nalan, don't wait for me for dinner. I won't be back for the next few days." His voice faded as he turned the corner, leaving the elderly man standing at the entrance of the Ning residence. "Such a fortune from misfortune is truly a blessing," he murmured softly, reflecting on his young master's improved state of mind. "Dear master and madam, do you see this?" As Ning Yuan reached the corner, he dropped the dragon-slaying stone. It felt unbearably heavy, as if it weighed 1,000,000 pounds. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, soaking his dark clothing and clinging to his skin. Many passers-by cast curious glances his way, and after a brief respite, he hoisted the stone once more and continued toward the city wall. After another turn, Ning Yuan's gaze fell upon a nearby tavern. He dropped the dragon-slaying stone at the entrance and stepped inside. The tavern was sparsely populated, with only a single table of patrons. And it bore a humble appearance, lacking a second floor, with dilapidated tables and benches, and even the entrance had no sign. This was the Sword Qi Great Wall, where, aside from the establishments of prominent families, most shops resembled this one. However, many sword cultivators preferred to drink in such taverns, compared to the more upscale establishments. The advantages of these humble places were threefold. They were inexpensive, and they were inexpensive. Of course, there were additional benefits. They offered credit. And for those who accumulated significant debt only to meet their demise on the city wall, they would never have to repay it. As for being scolded posthumously, who cared about that? The reality was that sword cultivators were indeed impoverished. The cost of nurturing a personal flying sword required an exorbitant amount of Guyu coins. And should the sword sustain damage in battle, a considerable sum of celestial coins would be needed for repairs. Thus, a personal flying sword could be likened to a bottomless pit. The higher the realm, the finer the quality of one's life-bound sword. Consequently, the wealth required for nurturing and repairing it increases significantly. Coupled with the term sword cultivator of the Sword Qi Great Wall, it is quite natural to find oneself impoverished. Even a sword immortal of the Jade Purity realm or above seldom displays extravagant generosity. The common folk at the foot of the mountain utilize ordinary gold and silver, while those who practice the path of cultivation above employ divine currency. This divine currency is further categorized into snowflake coins, minor heat coins, and grain rain coins. Beyond the grain rain coin, there exists a most precious currency known as gold essence copper coins. 1,000 taels of silver can be exchanged for a single snowflake coin. 100 such coins can be traded for a minor heat coin, and 10 minor heat coins can be exchanged for a grain rain coin. However, cultivators typically transact using the snowflake, minor heat, and grain rain currencies, as gold essence copper coins are exceedingly rare and seldom encountered. Ning Yuan recalls that the primary materials for crafting gold essence copper coins are hard to come by, derived from fragments of the divine forms of mountain and water deities, along with several other scarce materials. Their limited quantity renders them exceedingly valuable, primarily used as a toll for entering the Li Zhu Cave Heaven in search of opportunities. Nonetheless, both snowflake and gold essence copper coins can be utilized to nurture one's lifebound objects within their orifices. The tavern keeper, a woman of modest appearance with a missing left ear, was not easily discernible in terms of her cultivation level. She likely was not a sword immortal, but surely a nascent soul sword cultivator. In the vast realm of righteousness, those of the golden core and nascent soul realms are referred to as sword immortals. Yet within the confines of the Sword Qi Great Wall, the minimum threshold to be deemed a sword immortal is the Jade Purity realm. However, in this locale, most cultivators of the Jade Purity realm shy away from claiming the title of sword immortal, fearing it would be deemed pretentious. "Young Ning, it is rare to see you here for a drink," she remarked. Ning Yuan did not recall her distinctly, yet she was clearly aware of him. "My capacity for alcohol is limited. Too much can lead to misfortune," he replied with a smile. The two exchanged little more than pleasantries. After retrieving 3 snowflake coins from his sleeve to pay the tavern keeper, Ning Yuan turned and exited the establishment, once again hoisting the dragon-slaying platform, trudging his way towards the city walls, alternating between deep and shallow steps. Along the way, a few individuals greeted him, some familiar, others momentarily elusive in his memory. Straining under the weight, he adjusted his grip, positioning the dragon-slaying platform behind him, akin to Zhu Beiji carrying his wife, clutching its base with both hands as he persevered, drawing ever closer to the city walls. He paused several times, nearly exhausted, contemplating the necessity of honing his martial foundation. Ideally, he aspired to attain the title of the strongest within the subsequent realms. By evening, after a series of stops and starts, Ning Yuan finally arrived beneath the city walls. The descent was effortless, but the ascent proved arduous. By the time he reached the humble abode of the elder sword immortal, night had fallen. "What a toll this has taken on me," he exclaimed, dropping the dragon-slaying platform to the ground and collapsing onto it, panting heavily. "Do you think such a small piece of the dragon-slaying platform could bribe me?" A voice emanated from within the cottage, tinged with evident disdain. Ning Yuan chuckled. "Elder sword immortal, this dragon-slaying platform is no ordinary item." The elder emerged from the cottage, lacking any semblance of the sword immortal's grandeur, and inquired with feigned curiosity, "Oh? Pray tell, what makes it so extraordinary?" Ning Yuan hesitated, contemplating how best to persuade him. After a brief moment, he finally spoke. "If you accept it today, I will have a way to protect half of the Sword Qi Great Wall for you in the future. Chen Qingdu's eyes sparkled with intensity as the aura of the 14th realm surged, overwhelming the battlements, causing even the Sword Immortal seated at a distance on the city wall to bristle with alarm. The chief Sword Immortal appeared to make no movement, yet in an instant, he constructed a small world here, impervious even to those of the Ascended Realm. Ning Yuan was also daunted by the sudden pressure. Even a mere trace of it caused his spine to bend slightly under the weight. Compared to the flying sword he had witnessed during the day, the chief Sword Immortal was merely astonished, but now he was far from composed. The implications of Ning Yuan's words were anything but ordinary. If this lad were of a realm above jade purity, it might be reasonable. However, as a mere sword cultivator of the sea observation realm, how could he possess such knowledge? Perhaps someone had informed him, which was a possibility. The fact that he could articulate the need to protect half of the Sword Qi Great Wall indicated that he was aware of an impending large-scale invasion by the demon clan. Coupled with the miraculous recovery he had achieved after being grievously injured, resulting in the cultivation of an exceptionally powerful innate flying sword. Chen Qingdu found himself questioning the very identity of this individual. Was he truly Ning Yuan? Had he been possessed by an ancient entity? Or was he a spy for the demon clan? Seeing that Ning Yuan was on the verge of being crushed by the weight of his own aura, the chief Sword Immortal finally lifted the oppressive force. He gazed at Ning Yuan and asked, word by word, "What makes you think you can help me protect half of the Sword Qi Great Wall?" Blood trickled from Ning Yuan's nose and mouth under the pressure. Yet he remained unfazed, casually spitting out a mouthful of blood and grinning eerily. Simply because my sword tip points south. Chapter 9. In a world of my own. When Ning Yuan uttered these words, his expression was remarkably composed, and despite the crimson dripping from his lips, he appeared sincerely resolute. The chief Sword Immortal, however, remained unimpressed. With a flick of his sleeve, a small stool flew out from the thatched cottage, and he sat down with a thud. He regarded the youth with an impassive face, saying, "But everyone here is just like that. There's nothing extraordinary about it. What gives you the right to claim that you can help me protect half of the Sword Qi Great Wall? Just because your sword tip points south? Who doesn't he?" Out of the corner of his eye, the old man caught sight of a wine gourd at the youth's waist. With a swift motion, he grasped the gourd, uncorked it, and took a hearty swig. After swallowing, he spat it out, exclaiming, "What kind of liquor is this? What difference does it have from water?" Ning Yuan twitched at the corners of his mouth. He too had sampled the wine during its brewing, and it was indeed quite unpalatable. However, it may not be that it was distasteful, but rather, it lacked flavor when compared to fine wines. Yet, if regarded as a thirst quencher, it was not altogether bad, for it was indeed akin to water. Although Ning Yuan seldom indulged in alcohol, he felt that with this kind of drink, he could certainly consider himself a connoisseur of spirits. Speaking of liquor, he was reminded of someone who once said, "There's nothing good in the world of rivers and lakes, but the wine is tolerable." Setting aside the deeper meaning of the statement, when it came to drinking, Ning Yuan did not harbor any aversion, yet he could not say he had a strong affinity for it. His reluctance to drink was not due to a lack of experience with fine wines, but rather because he preferred to remain in a state of clarity. In a previous life that was both hasty and fleeting, one could succinctly state that it was an existence not fully lived, lacking the clarity to endure a bit longer. Thus, he returned, seeking an opportunity to forge a path forward. Before the next grand invasion of the wilderness, he would undoubtedly return to steadfastly defend the Sword Qi Great Wall. Every mortal faces death, and Ning Yuan is acutely aware that he is no exception. Yet he considers himself fortunate to possess this second life. If given the choice of a final demise, he believes it should be in battle, right here at the Sword Qi Great Wall. He acknowledges the truth and falsehood in what the great Sword Immortal had conveyed about safeguarding a portion of the Sword Qi Great Wall. He knows that in the future, a new hidden official will emerge, a man by the name of Chen Qingdu. While it is Ning Yuan who boasts, it is Chen Qingdu who will fulfill the prophecy. This is destined to occur, and thus, with a sense of self-comfort, Ning Yuan feels he is not told a grand lie. With this thought, Ning Yuan chuckled softly to himself, unbothered by the Sword Immortal's indifference. He contemplated the 3 snowflake coins he had spent on the liquor, deciding against discarding it, and took another sip. After much deliberation, he found no words that would convince the Sword Immortal. Surely, he could not reveal his true nature as an outsider with foresight into the future. After a prolonged silence, the youth finally spoke. "I certainly understand that everyone here points their swords southward. This is hardly surprising. However, there is one aspect in which I differ from all others." This piqued the interest of the Sword Immortal, who shook the gourd of liquor in his hand and squinted, asking, "Oh? Pray elaborate. If what you say satisfies me and brings me joy, even if you are merely boasting, I shall escort you to the realm of righteousness." Once the Sword Immortal finished speaking, Ning Yuan continued his ruse. "No one has ever told me that the Sword Qi Great Wall would be breached. Yet I once traversed the river of time in a dream and beheld a vision of the half-destroyed Sword Qi Great Wall." The elder straightened slightly. Sensing the truth in the youth's words, the boy's time-flying sword was no jest. Though currently weak, should he grow, his prowess would undoubtedly eclipse all, even surpassing Lu Zhi's Northern Dipper in might. Time and space pertain to the laws of the heavenly Tao, realms that only those who have ascended can begin to grasp. Ning Yuan's possession of the reverse flow at such a tender age is indeed a singular fortune, as if he exists beyond the confines of heaven and earth. Seeing the elder straighten, Ning Yuan surmised that he had garnered some degree of belief and continued, "Whether this city can retain its remnants depends on whether the Sword Immortal allows me to depart." Chen Qingdu waved his hand dismissively. "Do not speak of such trivialities. My age surpasses that of your ancestors. Why should I trust you?" Ning Yuan suddenly lifted his gaze, his resolute eyes locking with the Sword Immortal's, and stated firmly, "Simply because at this very moment, seated before you, is I. I am Ning Yuan, the only one bold enough to utter such grand claims in your presence. Among the countless sword cultivators at the Sword Qi Great Wall, I, Ning Yuan, am but a mere speck. However, the esteemed Sword Immortal, has there ever been anyone bold enough to boast in your presence? Has anyone dared to utter assurances of safeguarding your half-formed Sword Qi Great Wall?" "Ha ha." Ning Yuan chuckled, the remnants of blood at the corner of the young man's mouth still fresh, yet in this moment, he was brimming with spirited enthusiasm. "Although my cultivation level pales in comparison to theirs, and my sword chi and sword intent are nothing but trifles, it is I alone who has spoken these words. The Sword Qi Great Wall and several realms beyond, it is only I, Ning Yuan, who has dared to declare such." Upon finishing, Ning Yuan's heart swelled with pride, and he mused that it would be even more delightful if he had a drink at this very moment. He shifted his gaze to the hand of the Sword Immortal, who, with a chuckle, casually tossed him a flask. It was indeed unpalatable. After a generous gulp, Ning Yuan wiped his mouth. How curious it was that the sword practitioners of the Sword Qi Great Wall found pleasure in such poor-quality beverages. He pondered whether among these inebriated sword cultivators, there was not a single one with the skill to brew a decent wine. For a while after Ning Yuan had spoken, Chen Qingdu remained seated, observing as he took several more sips, yet he did not utter a word. The elder then lowered his head to calculate with his fingers, his brows furrowing and relaxing in turns, occasionally glancing up at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan did not disturb him, as he could vaguely surmise that the Sword Immortal was calculating matters concerning Ning Yao. If memory serves, Ning Yao's journey to the Haoran realm, ostensibly to invite the swordsmith Ruan Xiu to forge her a fine sword, was not merely as it appeared, or perhaps it was more than that. This endeavor likely involved the fate of his sister Ning Yao. Aside from the Sword Immortal, there were many influential figures orchestrating events behind the scenes, of which Ning Yuan was blissfully unaware. The Sword Immortal's concern was whether allowing him to depart would impact Ning Yao's journey, possibly altering her original path. This was also Ning Yuan's greatest apprehension. While departing was a trivial matter for the Sword Immortal, it required careful consideration given his identity as Ning Yao's elder brother. Moreover, Ning Yuan had not forgotten that the system had long made it clear that he was permitted to intervene in significant events within this realm and to alter outcomes, though the consequences remained a mystery. After a lengthy pause, the Sword Immortal ceased his calculations and raised his head to look at Ning Yuan. "Ning Yao shall depart tomorrow, and you shall be sent forth in half a month's time. During this interval, you are not to leave this battlement." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan was filled with overwhelming joy. Chapter 10. United we stand in the twilight, at the entrance of a grand residence within the Sword Qi Great Wall. A slender girl, a sword suspended at her waist, had just finished arranging her belongings, preparing to set out. Granny Bai and Grandfather Nalan stood by, bidding her farewell. "My lady, as per the Sword Immortal's decree, we cannot keep you, but the journey to Haoran is long. You must exercise caution along the way. Do not fret about home. Rest assured during your travels. The young master is likely at the battlement with the Sword Immortal and will be safe. I shall make a trip to the battlement shortly." The two spoke in turns, and Granny Bai retrieved several clean garments to present to Ning Yao. I have spent most of my life practicing martial arts, so do not mind if my sewing skills are lacking. However, these are fine silks, and they should be quite comfortable to wear. Ning Yao turned to glance at Granny Bai and Grandfather Nailan, a sense of emptiness weighing upon her heart. After all, she had never ventured beyond the confines of the Sword Qi Great Wall since childhood, and today, she was to embark on a journey to the vast realm of Haoran. It was said that the scenery there was breathtaking, markedly different from the Sword Qi Great Wall, where only a single moon hung in the sky. The Baoping continent, to which she was bound, was merely the smallest of the lands within Haoran. In truth, Ning Yao yearned to visit the North Julu continent, as only the sword cultivators from that region were acknowledged by the Sword Qi Great Wall, and they were most frequent in their expeditions to slay demons atop the city walls. She was acquainted with several sword cultivators from North Julu, some of whom had fought alongside her, and tragically, some had perished on the battlements. The Sword Qi Great Wall did not revere those of profound cultivation. These sword cultivators scoffed at such notions. However, should an outsider come to slay demons and meet their demise on the city walls, even if they were merely a novice at the Dragon Gate, in the Golden Core realm, they would earn the respect of many. Such was the essence of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Granny Bai, Grandfather Nailan, take care of yourselves. I must take my leave, Ning Yao spoke. Her words simple yet poignant, before turning and stepping out. She donned a hooded cloak and, with a tap on the sword at her waist, soared northward towards a mirror-like expanse connected to the upside-down mountain. Unbeknownst to her, on this very night, her brother Ning Yuan remained unaware that she had departed from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Reflecting on the Grand Sword Immortal's instruction for him to delay his own departure by half a month, he began to grasp the underlying reasoning. The Grand Sword Immortal likely harbored certain concerns, wishing to prevent him from accompanying Ning Yao on her journey. This detail suggested that he would be unable to intervene in some pivotal events. For instance, the challenges Ning Yao would face upon entering the Lizhu Cave Heaven in the days to come were of utmost importance. Should he remain by her side, unforeseen circumstances might arise, transforming a singular path into a myriad of divergences, or even leading to a dead end. Furthermore, the Grand Sword Immortal was unable to foresee any aspect of his own fate, amplifying his apprehensions. In Ning Yuan's mind, he was either destined for greatness, surpassing even Ning Yao, or merely a troublesome hindrance. Ning Yao was a singular presence among the youth of the Sword Qi Great Wall, a precious seed of a sword immortal. Since Chen Qingdu could not predict Ning Yuan's trajectory, there was valid concern that he might indeed be a disruptive force, uncontrollable. Hence the reluctance to allow him to accompany Ning Yao. Nevertheless, it appeared that Chen Qingdu leaned more towards the former possibility, yet for the sake of caution, had scheduled Ning Yuan's journey for half a month later. After much contemplation, Ning Yuan finished his drink, feeling rather indifferent. After all, he held an advantage, being privy to many forthcoming significant events, even if he struggled to recall certain minor details. Yet, he was confident that Ning Yao's expedition to the Lizhu Cave Heaven would conclude safely. Why fret over her well-being when he ought to be more concerned about his own future path? Based on his estimations, if he departed half a month later than his sister, he would likely arrive at the Lizhu Cave Heaven even later. Given that Ning Yao's cultivation was superior to his, enabling her to travel at a swifter pace. As Ning Yao stepped into the mirrored space leading to the upside-down mountain, Ning Yuan felt an inexplicable void within him. He quickly turned to the elder sword immortal. Old man, did you not say that Ning Yao could only depart tomorrow? I shall allow her to leave whenever I see fit. I am the one in charge here. The elder replied, rising without casting a glance at Ning Yuan as he picked up his small stool and retreated into the thatched cottage. Then why do you leave me here? Ning Yuan shouted towards the cottage, but Chen Qingdu paid him no heed. He jogged over, eager to follow him inside, only to be halted by an invisible barrier when he was still several paces away. He attempted to lift the dragon-slaying platform he had brought to hurl at the cottage, but found it too heavy to throw far. Instead, he seized the now empty wine gourd and hurled it with all his might. The gourd arced through the air, unimpeded by the barrier, and landed inside the cottage. Why return it to me after it's empty? Are you jesting with me? Came Chen Qingdu's voice from within. Suddenly, a flash of light struck Ning Yuan's left cheek, sending him flying several meters away. When he regained his footing, his face was already swelling. It was indeed the gourd that had struck him. Ning lad, how can you allow such humiliation from Chen Qingdu? Draw your sword and strike him. A youthful voice cried out from behind Ning Yuan, filled with indignation, as if speaking on his behalf. He turned to see the little girl with horn braids, Xian, a prominent figure among the concealed officials of the Sword Qi Great Wall and a peak sword cultivator of the 13th realm. Xian's innocent face peeked over the city wall behind him, exuding a harmless charm that made Ning Yuan almost want to pinch her cheeks. Yet, he quickly recalled her true nature. This seemingly innocent girl was a formidable force, her actual age unknown, and decidedly rebellious. You want me to strike Chen Qingdu, but I am no match for him. Since you two harbor disdain for him, why not join forces? Ning Yuan suggested, aligning himself with her words. Excellent idea, Ning lad. You draw your sword first, using your reverse flow to strike him, and I shall secretly deliver a few blows from the shadows. Together, we can vanquish a sword immortal of the 14th realm. Xian's enthusiasm grew as she spoke, envisioning the liberation that would follow Chen Qingdu's demise, freeing the Sword Qi Great Wall from its shackles. In such a vast world, we, including all sword cultivators of our realm, can go wherever we please. With a sudden movement, Xian positioned herself next to Ning Yuan, feeling diminutive in stature and lacking presence. She levitated to hover just above his head, standing a foot taller than him, her arms crossed as she gazed towards the elder's cottage. Ning lad, unsheath your sword. Ning Yuan was tempted to jump up and strike her knee, but the thought dissipated upon remembering that this seemingly innocuous girl was a transcendent sword cultivator. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Honorable official, I have reconsidered. Perhaps it is wiser to refrain, for Chen Qingdu's swordplay is exceedingly advanced. Together, we may not even reach the hem of his sleeve. Perhaps we should engrave a character on the city wall before taking action. Xian's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. What you say is indeed true. That sounds splendid. In this fleeting moment, the elder swordsman of the thatched cottage remained silent, seemingly accustomed to Xian's caustic tone. Yet, Ning Yuan absorbed the latter's final remarks, for Xian, resembling a young girl, was indeed harboring such thoughts. She perceived the Sword Qi Great Wall as a shackle that confined her and ensnared the freedom of all sword cultivators. Chapter 11. 18. With no sound resonating within the cottage, Xian found the atmosphere dull and departed without bidding Ning Yuan farewell, leaving him alone. Ning Yuan had no intention of returning to the Ning residence. The elder swordsman's directive for him to linger atop the city walls for a fortnight undoubtedly held purpose. Though he was yet unaware of it, these great cultivators often indulged in such convoluted schemes. Indifferent to speculation, Ning Yuan strolled along the southern city wall, pondering Xian's words regarding freedom. Was the Sword Qi Great Wall indeed a shackle? Ning Yuan felt it was both true and false. Ever since the War of Ascension a millennium ago, when a faction of sword cultivators, emboldened by their achievements, sought to seize the old heavenly court and ascend as new deities, internal strife within humanity erupted. Ultimately, the founders of the three teachings triumphed over these rebellious sword cultivators, rendering them the target of widespread disdain. For the sword cultivators, known for their formidable yet uncontrollable lethality, the absence of constraints would inevitably lead to chaos. Thus, some proposed a drastic solution to eradicate the threat entirely. However, a segment of the sword cultivators had remained uninvolved in the rebellion from the outset. Should they be exterminated, it would surely incite a second civil conflict among humanity, which had already sustained grievous losses and could not afford another bout of internal discord. This created an insurmountable dilemma. In the end, the sage ancestor emerged with a resolution. The Confucians would guarantee that these sword cultivators would accept the identity of criminals, while also imposing restrictions upon them. For those unjustly punished, the Confucians pledged future reparations. Henceforth, any consequences arising from the actions of these sword cultivators in wielding their swords would be borne by the Confucians. Ultimately, these sword cultivators were relocated to the border between the Radiant Realm and the Wilds, where the three teachings united to construct an impenetrable city wall. Thus, these sword cultivators became confined within the Sword Qi Great Wall, standing guard against the incursions of the savage tribes. Millennia passed, and these cultivators remained steadfast, protecting this wall while thwarting the invasions of the wilds. Each held their own beliefs. Ning Yuan felt that indeed, the Sword Qi Great Wall could be regarded as a shackle. Guilt could be forgiven, but these sword cultivators bore no fault. Why should they be confined to this desolate land, defending the Radiant Realm and all of humanity against the onslaught of the demonic tribes? Although Xian was a rebellious spirit, her sentiments were not without merit. As night deepened into the third watch, Ning Yuan arrived at a crumbling section of the wall. The Sword Qi Great Wall soared high, surpassing the clouds. while his cultivation was modest. Thus, from atop the wall, he could see naught but a sea of inky darkness to the south. He was obliged to gaze upward at the night sky, where 3 luminous moons hung in the heavens. Since arriving in this realm, these 3 moons had been the most familiar sight to him. Before witnessing the city walls, Ning Yuan had envisioned them as grand and majestic, with countless sword cultivators standing proudly upon them. Yet, upon traversing within, the reality unfolded as an entirely different scene. The grandeur is undeniable, yet it is also marred and broken. After traversing a mere 7 or 8 miles, one encounters numerous shattered city walls, a testament to the ferocity of the battle, which is beyond description. During the daylight, Ning Yuan glimpsed, to the south, the vast plain stretching for miles, etched with countless intersecting sword marks that cleave the land, some extending 100 feet, while others reached 1,000. Moreover, the ground lay scattered with the bones of many demon clans. Some were mere skeletal remains, yet as large as small hills. Contemplating the prospect of wielding his sword and venturing beyond the city walls to slay demons in the expanse south of the Sword Qi Great Wall, Ning Yuan felt a surge of excitement, yearning for the impending battle. However, such a conflict would undoubtedly claim the lives of countless sword cultivators. Upon reaching a crumbled city wall, he retraced his steps. There was a swing nearby, where a woman was quietly meditating. Ning Yuan chose not to disturb her, knowing full well she would likely ignore him should he attempt to engage her in conversation. Returning to the previous city wall, he refrained from practicing his swordplay atop the battlements and decided to spend the night in peace. Without pretension, he moved the dragon-slaying platform outside the thatched hut and lay flat upon it. Yet, the platform was merely 3 feet long, rendering any position uncomfortable. He shifted his posture, leaning his upper body against the hut while seated on the platform, eventually drifting into slumber. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, the youth awakened languidly, yawned, and stretched. The hut was silent, piquing Ning Yuan's curiosity about the old man's activities within. Consequently, he peered around with a furtive glance, and upon seeing no one, he stealthily pushed aside the straw of the hut, leaning in to discover the truth. Suddenly, he felt a kick to his rear, sending him tumbling several times on the ground. As he looked up, he saw the old man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, observing him. Ning Yuan quickly donned a smile, greeting, "Good morning, great sword immortal." The old man nodded, acknowledging the early hour. Ning Yuan hastily scrambled to his feet, inquiring, "Great sword immortal, do you have any instructions for me during my stay of half a month?" He rubbed his hands together, adding, "Do you think I am a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship prodigy, intending to impart your lifetime of sword techniques to me? Or perhaps you possess some treasure to bestow, such as a life-bound flying sword or a supreme artifact?" The great sword immortal momentarily fell silent, chewing on his words, seemingly at a loss for what to say. He turned to leave, but paused after taking a few steps. In an instant, he appeared before Ning Yuan, delivering another kick to his backside. Many practitioners on the battlements witnessed an unknown entity being propelled from one section of the wall to another. A voice echoed in Ning Yuan's ear, urging him to examine those characters. With a sudden leap, Ning Yuan sprang to his feet. Aside from a small injury on the side of his face from the wine-gourd incident with Chen Qingdu, he felt no other ailments. The great sword immortal had sent him flying over 100 miles, yet he was unharmed. As he pondered the characters, Ning Yuan stroked his beardless chin, contemplating deeply. It dawned on him that the great sword immortal likely intended for him to investigate the inscriptions on the battlements. It is said that on the Sword Qi Great Wall, anyone capable of independently slaying a formidable ascension-level demon is entitled to inscribe a character upon its ramparts. With this thought in mind, Ning Yuan immediately made his way to the southern wall, having long been aware of this tradition. Now, standing before it, he was filled with exhilaration. Over the millennia, only 18 characters had been etched upon the Sword Qi Great Wall for various reasons. As he pondered whether he could venture outside the city, Ning Yuan leaned against the wall, straining his neck to catch a glimpse beyond, though the angle prevented him from seeing much. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His master, the Sword Immortal, had urged him to witness this, and he would bear the responsibility should anything untoward occur. Then, with his fingers pressed together at his brow, he called out, "Reverse flow, emerge." A silvery flying sword surged forth from his brow, expanding to a length of 10 feet under Ning Yuan's mental command. With a steady leap, the youth mounted the sword, soaring forth from the city. As he passed, the sword Qi formed a trail of time, accompanied by a thunderous sound that pierced the air. This was not Ning Yuan's first experience of flying on a sword. He had practiced several times back at the Ning residence, and with the memories still fresh, he felt quite adept. Once he burst forth from the city walls, Ning Yuan willed the tip of the sword to change direction, angling downward in a fleeting moment. Moments later, the flying sword hovered several feet above the ground. Where a youth clad in black and bearing a sword stood, his feet suspended above the blade. The Sword Qi Great Wall loomed high and long, a formidable barrier that had withstood the demon race for millennia. The youth gazed up at it, and there, etched upon the wall, were the 18 grand characters: majestic, Taoist law, western heavens; Sword Qi endures, thunder pool, sacred ground; Qi, dong, chun, fierce. Chapter 12. Sword intent lingers at 18 stops. Ning Yuan hovered on his sword, quietly contemplating the Sword Qi Great Wall, remaining motionless for an extended period. To claim that his heart was untouched by all would be a falsehood. The landscapes of the world, when described solely through words, invariably fall short of their true essence. A scholar reading a book does so while pondering, striving to visualize even a fraction of the scenes depicted within. Yet, to traverse 1,000 miles and arrive at the very places spoken of in those texts presents an entirely different experience. Though his imagination knew no bounds, Ning Yuan had envisioned the Sword Qi Great Wall as soaring far above the clouds, perhaps even reaching beyond the heavens. Yet, even if the Great Wall did not rise as high as he had imagined, it still surpassed the thoughts in his mind by a considerable margin. For at this moment, the Sword Qi Great Wall stood before him, not resembling the opulent grandeur of a high mansion, but still, in Ning Yuan's eyes, it was akin to a celestial meteor crashing into his heart's lake, unleashing tumultuous waves that could not be quelled for ages. Ning youngster, meditate and absorb. Seize as many opportunities as you can. The voice of the elder, the Sword Immortal, echoed in Ning Yuan's mind. Regaining his focus, Ning Yuan hesitated not, promptly descending to the ground and assuming a meditative posture. He harnessed the true energy within his body, activating various acupoints, and commenced practicing a technique imparted by a master, known as the 18 stops of Sword Qi. Beginning from the first Qi chamber, a surge of energy rushed through the 3 mountains and 6 passes, the 6 caves and 9 chambers, swiftly reaching the 9th stop, before slowing until it finally encountered the 13th stop, knocking but not entering. As he settled into a meditative posture, the city wall before him underwent a remarkable transformation. The 4 characters Sword Qi Everlasting materialized, emanating several terrifyingly domineering sword intents. Moreover, in the higher reaches of the wall, countless slender yet potent sword intents surged forth, all converging upon Ning Yuan. In an instant, a deluge of overwhelming sword intent enveloped him, akin to a tidal wave of seawater inundating his energy field. Ning Yuan closed his eyes, his expression contorting in an instant, nearly suffocating under the weight of such a chaotic and overpowering force. Within mere moments, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet, he gritted his teeth, determined to endure, aware that this was an extraordinary opportunity bestowed by the Grand Sword Immortal, and he was unwilling to let such a fortune slip away. Nearby, several individuals had gathered atop the city wall, including the familiar figure of the young girl with horn braids, Xiaoxian. As a concealed official, she seemed to have little else to occupy her time. Whenever there was excitement at the Sword Qi Great Wall, she was typically the first to arrive. How could that old bastard Chen Qingdu not grant me such a boon back then? If he had, would I have taken so many years to reach the Ascension realm? She grumbled, grasping one of her horn braids and cursing the Grand Sword Immortal. After uttering those words, a sly glint flickered across her face as she called out to Ning Yuan, "Ning, my boy, since Chen Qingdu has aided you, how could I, being in such a relationship with you, remain empty-handed? Allow me to bestow upon you a portion as well." With a flick of her finger, a strand of her sword intent shot forth with astounding speed, poised to join the multitude of sword intents entering the young man's energy field. At that critical moment, however, a hand descended upon her. Xiaoxian, who had been sitting on the city wall with her feet dangling below, was swatted down by what appeared to be a light tap on her shoulder, plummeting directly onto the battlements and creating a deep crater upon impact. Simultaneously, her strand of sword intent dissipated into thin air. In the spot she had vacated, the Grand Sword Immortal retracted his hand, grinning as he looked down at Xiaoxian, now buried in the ground. "Get lost, and don't leave your mess everywhere, or even the dogs of the Sword Qi Great Wall will come to know you." The crater fell silent, and with a single stride, the Grand Sword Immortal returned to his humble abode. Following this brief interlude, many more arrived at the battlements. Dongsange, Lu Ji, Chen Qi, and Chen Qingdu, 4 great sword immortals whose cultivation levels enabled them to sense such fluctuations from the distance of the city. The others were primarily sword cultivators or practitioners laboring nearby, with only a few known to Ning Yuan, while most were unfamiliar faces. At this moment, however, he had no leisure to glance around. The multitude of sword intents had entered his body, and his energy fields were on the brink of collapse. Should they be utterly torn apart, his path of sword cultivation would be irrevocably severed. Furthermore, he would likely struggle to maintain even his status as a Qi practitioner, with a fall from grace being inevitable, the extent of which remained uncertain. During this tumultuous process, nearly half of the sword intents slipped away from his energy fields, seemingly unimpressed, returning to the city wall, while the remainder continued to roam within his various energy centers, ultimately arriving at the 14th stop, which represented Ning Yuan's current bottleneck. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, a surging sword intent forcefully breached the closed energy gate, surging forth towards the 15th station. Shortly thereafter, this leading sword intent gallantly advanced, leading a myriad of chaotic sword energy straight toward the 16th and 17th stations, ultimately arriving at the threshold of the 18th station, the final stop. The leading sword intent came to a halt, and in that instant, a voice echoed within Ning Yuan's heart lake. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? Is this how you choose to face death? Though Ning Yuan heard the words of the elder sword immortal, he could not reply, for he found himself unable to speak. The sword energies had forcibly shattered his yet unopened energy gates. Since the 14th station, blood had continuously flowed from his mouth. As subsequent barriers fell, his injuries compounded, and by the time the multitude of sword intents lingered at the last barrier, Ning Yuan was on the brink of death, blood seeping from his entire body like a honeycomb, as if he were being slow tortured by the heavy murderous intent of these sword energies. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he attempted to communicate with the elder sword immortal through the voice of his heart. If this final energy gate is breached, and I do not perish on the spot, do you possess the ability to save me? If you cannot, then withdraw immediately and take these sword intents away. I have no desire to meet my end just yet. I do not wish to die as a solitary soul. The elder sword immortal's voice resonated once more within Ning Yuan's heart lake. I cannot say. However, you truly lack capability. Your sister, Ning Yao, when she trained through these 18 stations, ascended to the final barrier effortlessly, while you tsk. You call her your sister. She possesses the divine sword talent, while I do not. But do you not wield the reverse flow? I had thought that possessing such a temporal flying sword would surely mark you as a prodigious sword immortal akin to Ning Yao. Yet here you are, reduced to this level. Bah, bring it on. In death, we all face the heavens. Who fears whom? The elder and the younger began to bicker, with Ning Yuan vehemently declaring his resolve. However, he did not truly wish for death. With a surge of thought, he connected to the reverse flow within his life's vital points, and the reverse flow surged wildly within him. To his overwhelming joy, the sword body of the reverse flow shimmered with temporal power, causing all external sword intents it contacted to retreat in fear. At that pivotal moment when those sword intents were about to breach the final energy gate, the reverse flow arrived, blocking the entrance, intimidating the various sword intents within, preventing their escape. The elder sword immortal let out a surprised exclamation. As this spectacle unfolded, he took a step forward, shrinking the distance and appearing before the seated Ning Yuan, hovering in midair. With a mere gesture, he severed the connection between heaven and earth, sealing off hundreds of feet around Ning Yuan, rendering even the great sword immortals observing from the city walls unable to perceive the scene. Chapter 13. The Small Realm. Old fool, you'd better pay attention. Previously, when I asked you to take it away, you refused to listen. Now do not blame me for not returning it. Within the small realm, Ning Yuan remained seated with closed eyes, communicating with the elder sword immortal through the voice of his heart. The marvel of the reverse flow filled him with elation. This sword, imbued with the power of time, was astonishingly capable of subduing the terrifying sword intent of the sword Qi Great Wall. The reverse flow hovered steadily at the entrance of the 18th sword mansion, as fragments of time spiraled gracefully around its blade, emanating a mystical radiance that ensnared a total of 15 external sword intents within its embrace. By confining these sword intents, Ning Yuan could gradually refine them one by one in the future, turning these formless sword wills into his own possessions. Such a fortuitous event was indeed remarkable. The Master Sword Immortal, having casually created a small realm, stood before Ning Yuan, manipulating the sword intents. However, just moments ago, The connection between him and these sword intents had been severed, prompting his swift arrival. Ning, the young lad, was not capable of achieving this feat. It was undoubtedly a result of some other mysterious force intervening. He extended a finger and gently tapped the young man's brow. Employing a grand supernatural ability that allowed him to perceive every meridian and chi mansion within Ning Yuan's body. He also discerned the reverse flow sword blocking the entrance. How intriguing. The Master Sword Immortal withdrew his hand, merely curious, not intending to take any further action, despite the fact that Ning Yuan's lifebound flying sword was indeed exceptional. Yet, it was hardly of interest to him. Would a person willing to endure the identity of a condemned prisoner, sitting atop the city wall for a millennium, covet a young one's lifebound flying sword? Clearly, that was implausible. No one would believe such a claim. Although the reverse flow had subdued these chaotic sword intents, Ning Yuan's earlier injuries remained a significant concern. The Master Sword Immortal sat down, disregarding his own wounds, eager to observe how the young man intended to resolve his predicament. His curiosity about Ning Yuan had reached an extraordinary height, and he felt an instinctive belief that as long as there was breath left in the young rascal, he would not perish. Ning Yuan's body was riddled with blood holes, an unending stream of blood oozing forth. To describe the scene as gruesome would be an understatement. It was utterly horrifying. Such injuries were far from ordinary, and it was certain that Granny Bai's medicinal concoction would be utterly ineffective. Master Sword Immortal, are you truly going to just observe? Do you not intend to employ your supernatural powers to rescue me? Ning Yuan, unable to open his eyes, sensed the changes in his surroundings. A small realm enveloped the area, and an elderly figure sat beside him. I am the hope for the future of the Sword Qi Great Wall. I am a pillar of strength. Quickly save me from my dire straits. After a prolonged silence, as time passed, Ning Yuan noticed that the old man seemed genuinely disinclined to intervene, which made him anxious. A thought flashed through his mind, and he decided to test the waters. Attempting to wield a supernatural ability he had never had the chance to employ before. After a few breaths, the Master Sword Immortal suddenly lifted his gaze. Even after living for millennia, he found himself momentarily speechless by the scene before him. The young man, seated in a meditative posture with a sword on his back, had undergone a transformation. A radiant flying sword now hovered above his head, and countless fragments of time emanated from its blade, cascading around him. These luminous fragments did not touch the ground nor drift away. They merely circled around Ning Yuan, within a space less than 10 feet in radius, yet emanating an overwhelming force of time. This was the result of the young man's sword technique, which had directly manifested a small realm in place. As the name suggests, a small realm is crafted by a cultivator employing supernatural powers, establishing prohibitions that not only shield against the probing of other cultivators, but can also serve as a formidable offensive maneuver. Once a certain level of enlightenment is attained, many cultivators possess the ability to create their own miniature realms. Each realm varies according to the cultivator's level of mastery and the nature of their practice techniques. Sword cultivators often establish realms resembling intricate sword formations, exhibiting immense destructive power and presenting formidable challenges. In contrast, the realms of other Qi practitioners are notably diverse, reflecting the myriad philosophies and schools of thought that flourish in the world. In combat, a moment's carelessness can lead one into an opponent's miniature realm, where one's strength is suppressed, and the adversary can unleash their lethal techniques with alarming ease. Within one's own miniature realm, however, it is as if divine assistance is at hand. Every movement of an intruding enemy is meticulously monitored. Should they fail to escape, their struggle becomes a futile endeavor akin to a trapped beast. For instance, within the vast expanse of the Haoran world, there exist 72 academies scattered across the 9 continents, where each presiding sage resembles a sovereign of their own miniature realm. These realms are extraordinary. A sage at the nascent soul stage, empowered by the principles of their domain, can elevate their level of mastery. Similarly, the Great Sword Immortal, residing within the Sword Qi Great Wall, effectively governs a miniature realm of his own, remaining invulnerable at the 15th stage. Who could possibly challenge him? The same principle applies to the distant Lijzu's Li Pearl Cave, which also embodies a form of miniature realm, albeit on a grand scale, where mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna coexist, allowing both beasts and humans to thrive. In contrast, Ning Yuan's miniature realm is exceedingly small, hardly qualifying as a realm by size standards. However, it is remarkable in its unique potency, catching even the Great Sword Immortal's attention without a flicker of his eye. The essence of time within it is extraordinary. touching upon the very laws of existence, something an ordinary cultivator could scarcely hope to perceive throughout their lifetime. Only Ning Yuan comprehends that this is his own divine sword technique, an extraordinary manifestation of his power. As he first invoked this realm, he discovered a heightened resonance with the countercurrent, which was directly implanted within his life source by the system, rather than cultivated gradually. Initially, the connection was tenuous, but it has since grown increasingly familiar. Although this miniature realm spans less than a yard in diameter, Ning Yuan can sense every subtle movement within it while in a meditative state, as if he were within his own domain. As fragments of time scattered about, moments slipped by. After a considerable duration, when the blood from the orifices of his body had nearly run dry and his complexion had turned ghostly pale, he finally grasped the profundity of his miniature realm. With a thought, he intertwined his consciousness with the essence of time within the realm, instinctively murmuring the word countercurrent. The instant those two syllables resonated, a palpable shift occurred. The fragments of time that had been swirling in one direction abruptly halted before reversing their course. Concurrently, the countercurrent sword hovering above Ning Yuan accelerated, radiating streams of luminous shards. The shards proliferated, filling the entirety of the miniature realm. Were it not for the extraordinary technique employed by the great sword immortal, which enhanced his vision, one would struggle to discern the spectacle with the naked eye. Within Ning Yuan's miniature realm, time began to flow backward. The immense power of time is at work, with the fragments of flowing light multiplying and swirling ever more rapidly. The speed of time's reversal within the small realm is also accelerating. Soon, the shards of light scatter throughout the world, and the small realm dissipates. A young man clad in black, with a sword on his back, emerges unharmed. Turning his gaze towards the old man seated on the ground, grinning broadly. Elder Sword Immortal, what do you think of my prowess? Chapter 14. Golden threads. As Ning Yuan returned to the city atop his sword, the young girl Xiao Xian had just climbed out of a deep pit. With a powerful push, she landed before him like an arrow released from its bow. She looked up at Ning Yuan and inquired, "How many sword intents did you gather?" Ning Yuan nodded. "Not many, merely around 180. Xiao Xian's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief as she rushed forward, seizing one of his arms. "Is that true?" "False," Ning Yuan replied, brushing her hand aside, unwilling to engage in lengthy banter. "Only 1 or 2, all ordinary sword intents from the city walls, none inscribed by the Sword Immortal." Ning Yuan felt an urge to slice her down with a single stroke. He was aware of many significant events that lay ahead, and he could surmise her prior actions with relative accuracy. The notion of her offering him a sword intent was evidently a ploy to manipulate him. While she likely did not dare to kill him outright, especially with the Elder Sword Immortal present, she could still engage in more covert schemes. Reflecting on this, it occurred to Ning Yuan that the Elder Sword Immortal, having shattered her sword intent, must have sensed something amiss. Ning Yuan understood that Xiao Xian would betray the Sword Qi Great Wall in the future, and the Elder Sword Immortal likely had suspicions, though not enough certainty to act decisively. Thus, he merely thwarted her without further reproach. It would be unwise for Ning Yuan to report her, claiming she would betray the Sword Qi Great Wall. That would be a foolish endeavor, only feasible on the day of her betrayal. Until then, she must remain unharmed. The Elder Sword Immortal could only harbor doubts without evidence to condemn her. Yet, Ning Yuan genuinely wished to eliminate her, despite her seemingly innocent demeanor. Had he reached the Ascension realm or beyond, he would have acted without hesitation. Alas, he was merely a fledgling in the realm of swordsmanship. Not only a novice, but also a pitiable figure, incapable of besting anyone. Ning Yuan, what is this attitude? You are conversing with the hidden official of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Adjust your demeanor. Do you realize how much you resemble that old scoundrel Chen Qingdu in your current state? As Ning Yuan walked ahead, Xiao Xian trailed behind, her chatter incessant. After he invoked the Elder Sword Immortal's name, Xiao Xian departed in a huff, not forgetting to hurl an insult at Chen Qingdu, claiming he descended from the city walls in a millennium, and that the stench from his hut could suffocate even the savage monsters of the wilderness. Upon hearing her words, even Ning Yuan couldn't suppress a chuckle before his thoughts wandered elsewhere. If only the scent could indeed vanquish those monstrous beasts. How splendid that would be. Without opting for the sword, he made his way towards the humble abode of the Grand Sword Immortal along the city wall. Having traversed only 7 or 8 li the previous night, he now took the opportunity to observe his surroundings more closely. In truth, he was discreetly practicing the 18 pauses of Sword Qi, and with all his energy meridians now open, this would greatly benefit his future sword cultivation. Yet, within the final energy meridian, The 15 strands of sword intent remained confined, awaiting the day when Ning Yuan would gradually refine them, transforming these sword essences into his own. The 18 pauses of sword qi is a profound cultivation technique of the sword cultivators from the sword qi Great Wall, born from the arduous struggles of countless sword practitioners throughout history, representing their invaluable dedication and insight. Its transmission is strictly forbidden. This method, a secret art of sword nurturing for the human race, if disseminated across the wild lands, would likely elevate the prowess of all sword cultivators there within mere decades. However, the version of the 18 pauses of sword qi that Ning Yuan learned is distinct from that of most local sword cultivators. It is a refined adaptation by a Liang, superior to its predecessors. Yet, a Liang shared it with only a handful, merely 20 or 30 individuals, Ning Yuan and his sister Ning Yao being among them. The rebellious sword intents remained stubbornly lodged at the entrance of the final energy meridian, having roamed the realms for an extended duration, fierce and unruly. Ning Yuan dared not allow them to wander freely within the energy meridian, lest he suffer grievous injuries. The process of refining these sword intents is not a task accomplished in a day. He was in no rush, for they would eventually become his. After traveling 100 li, he encountered that swing once more, suspended by 2 ropes reaching into the heavens. It featured only a wooden plank where the female sword immortal sat, with nothing else in sight. Ning Yuan craned his neck, straining to see the end of the ropes, which seemed to hang in the void of the sky. Ning Yuan held a profound respect for the sword immortal named Zhou Cheng. The entirety of her sect had perished outside the city in their efforts to protect her, and just as she was about to embrace death, she was saved by another. Ironically, the one who rescued her, a wild cultivator, ultimately met his demise at the hands of his own kind for her sake. From that moment on, Zhou Cheng withdrew from the world, preferring to guard a section of the city wall, remaining in solitude year after year. Those unaware of the circumstances deemed her mad, as she spent her days swinging on that battlement. Whenever the demon clan besieged the city, she did not join the other sword cultivators in battle. She remained steadfast by the swing, refusing to abandon her post. She would not allow any demon to approach within 100 zhang, enforcing a deadly barrier. As for her fellow humans, as long as they did not disturb her, she paid them no mind, appearing truly deranged. Ning Yuan was aware of these details. Yet his curiosity was piqued. Estimating the distance, he positioned himself just beyond 100 zhang, stealthily gazing up at the female sword immortal. Her beauty was unparalleled. Straining to listen, he discerned that she seemed to be softly humming an obscure, incomprehensible tune. Was she beautiful? Ning Yuan swallowed hard, as though struck by lightning. Yet, the sword immortal made no further movements, as if she were awaiting his response. Ning Yuan scratched his head, pondering for a moment before adopting a serious demeanor. I hope you won't find it amusing, but I stretched my neck to take a look, and naturally, it was quite captivating. Zhou Cheng chuckled softly and inquired about the number of sword intents he had just garnered. Ning Yuan replied honestly, a total of 15. Zhou Cheng nodded, unexpectedly turning her head to glance at him, a smile still adorning her face. I have one more here. Would you like it? Noticing Ning Yuan's earnest expression, she quickly added, do not be nervous. The Master Sword Immortal has high hopes for you. I certainly lack the capability to strike against you under his watchful eyes. At that moment, Ning Yuan did not hesitate. He candidly responded, I appreciate your kind intentions, esteemed senior, but I fear I am too dull to grasp your sword techniques. To prevent Zhou Cheng from misunderstanding, thinking he looked down upon her sect's teachings, he clasped his hands and continued, perhaps you might wait a while longer? I am about to leave the sword qi Great Wall, and if I encounter a suitable individual in the vast realm, I could bring a contribution for you. Now it was Zhou Cheng's turn to exhibit a peculiar expression. Her delicate eyes scrutinized Ning Yuan for a long while, as if attempting to see through him completely. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, reached out, and tugged at one of the strings. When her palm opened, a strand of golden thread appeared. She gently tossed it, and Ning Yuan reached out to catch it. Then consider it a favor owed to you. In the future, when you traverse the vast realm, if this golden thread exhibits any change, please gift it to the destined child. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gazed southward. If you do not encounter anyone, then so be it. If you find it worthy, learn from what lies within. If not, simply discard it. Esteemed Senior Zhou, may I inquire about your sect? Ning Yuan asked. Zhou Cheng shook her head, choosing not to respond. Ning Yuan carefully tucked the golden thread into his robe, clasped his hands in gratitude to Zhou Cheng, and proceeded to walk past her without averting his gaze. Chapter 15. refining sword intent as Ning Yuan walked. His thoughts felt peculiar. After covering nearly 100 miles away from the swing, he retrieved the golden thread from his robe and examined it meticulously in his hand. It appeared to be a token of Zhou Cheng's sect, a remarkable piece for its size. He merely observed it, having no intention of attempting to unveil the space within the golden thread. If memory served him correctly, this object was never meant to fall into his hands. In some future year, a small girl with charcoal black hair would arrive at the Sword Qi Great Wall, receiving this golden thread from her. His presence seemed to have influenced something, resulting in this turn of events, thus slightly altering certain future trajectories. However, upon reflection, there was nothing amiss. Ning Yuan was merely 12 years old, which would make him appear as a mere child in Zhou Cheng's eyes. One was a young sword cultivator favored by the Master Sword Immortal, while the other was a female sword immortal who found little meaning in life. The former happened to pass by, and the latter felt a sense of affinity, leading her to casually bestow her sect's token. Ultimately, she, Zhou Cheng, a person destined to perish, would not concern herself with such matters. If Ning Yuan had declined today, she would have given it to someone else eventually. She simply did not wish for the legacy of her sect to perish with her lineage. Regarding the willingness of that individual to associate herself with her sect's name, it holds little significance. However, Ning Yuan does not share this sentiment. Although he has accepted the golden thread, he has no intention of inheriting this legacy. As for the forthcoming journey in the vast realm of righteousness, should he encounter a suitable child, he shall bestow it upon them. The fate of Pei Qian, who is destined to receive this opportunity in a few years, is governed by its own cause and effect. Deep within Ning Yuan's heart, there lingers a subtle intuition that accepting the golden thread is fortuitous. Perhaps when the charcoal girl arrives at the Sword Qi Great Wall, she may receive personal instruction in swordsmanship from Zhou Cheng. Cultivating with the sect's token is undoubtedly superior to lacking direct guidance from a master. Upon returning to the city atop the thatched cottage, the elder sword immortal informed him that his presence was no longer required. According to the elder, he initially believed that Ning Yuan would need at least half a month to grasp these sword intents. Yet, due to the reversal of flow, although he did not directly refine them, he has nonetheless achieved a comprehensive acquisition of these sword intents, thus negating the need for further stay. Within Ning Yuan's internal energy chamber, there exist 15 sword intents, the foremost of which stem from the 4 characters inscribed on the city wall, Sword Qi Endures. The elder did not disclose the identity of the engraver, but this particular sword intent is the sharpest, the most challenging to refine, and exceedingly precious. Its owner must be at least a sword cultivator of the Ascension realm. The remaining 14 sword intents are also remarkable. The weakest among them surpasses Ning Yuan's own sword intent, for he is still a novice. Concerning the 18 characters on the Sword Qi Great Wall, Ning Yuan conjectures that, taken literally, righteousness, Western heavens, Taoist principles should pertain to the 3 teachings. The phrase Sword Qi Endures speaks for itself, undoubtedly originating from the Sword Qi Great Wall. As for who inscribed it, it is highly probable that it was the Elder Sword Immortal. The 4 characters Thunder Pool Heavy Ground remain unclear to Ning Yuan, while the names Qi, Dong, and Shun refer to the old sword immortals of the Sword Qi Great Wall, who are still among the living. The final character Mighty belongs to the most recent engraver, a figure from the vast realm of righteousness, known as a Liang, who owes a significant sum for his indulgences at the Sword Qi Great Wall. The character Mighty originates from the 13 struggles, the day when the parents of Ning Yuan and Ning Yao met their demise in battle. Ning Yuan shook his head, dismissing these memories. He was reluctant to recall the 13 struggles. As for the transcendent realm of celestial phenomena, this small world of time is currently understood by Ning Yuan only in the context of temporal reversal, which is considerably limited. Furthermore, after this recent utilization, the ability to reverse time will not be available for a short while. The reason is clear. After invoking the reverse-flowing sword, a significant portion of the shimmering sword aura has dissipated. Nevertheless, the celestial realm can still be employed to suppress and ensnare adversaries. Elder Sword Immortal, may I take my leave? Ning Yuan called out towards the thatched cottage. Am I permitted to depart from the Sword Qi Great Wall? Receiving no response, he called again. When the old man did not answer, his gaze shifted towards the dragon-slaying platform outside the cottage. Stealthily, he approached, intending to transport this 3-foot dragon-slaying platform back with him. Although he possessed a grand dragon-slaying platform stone cliff at home, who would refuse to have more, even within the Sword Qi Great Wall? The dragon-slaying platform is an exceedingly rare treasure, sought after by countless powerful factions willing to pay handsomely. Even the old sword from the underbridge of Liju Cave Heaven requires this dragon-slaying platform to sharpen its blade. Ning Yuan had his own plans. After departing from the Sword Qi Great Wall, he found himself with limited divine currency. Should circumstances become dire, he contemplated selling a small portion of the dragon-slaying platform. However, just as he was about to make his escape, a voice resonated from within the thatched cottage. "Leave the dragon-slaying platform behind and wait for me. Come find me in 7 days." Without doubt, Ning Yuan acknowledged this and turned to leave the city walls. He had initially intended to return on his sword. Yet the turbulent flow was still obstructing the entrance to his Qi mansion, holding captive the 15 strands of sword intent, leaving him unable to free himself. As for the semi-divine sword he bore on his back, it was still incapable of flight. It required a period of refinement to establish a connection akin to that of a personal flying sword. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan unsheathed the sword from his back and scrutinized it closely. Aside from the cloud patterns etched on the hilt, the semi-divine sword bore no distinctive features. He decided to name it Far Journey. In 7 days, he would depart from the Sword Qi Great Wall, marking his first expedition into the world. And he was certain he would not return in the near future, estimating a duration of around 7 to 8 years. This journey would be exceedingly long. Thus, he felt the name Far Journey was most fitting. Upon returning to the Ning residence, Nalan Yixing informed him of Ning Yao's departure from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yuan nodded. He was already aware of this. Between him and his sister existed a form of mental resonance, not born of blood, but rather cultivated by their parents during their childhood. It possessed no extraordinary capabilities, merely allowing them to sense each other within a certain range. This explained why Ning Yuan was aware of Ning Yao's departure almost immediately after it occurred. The extent of this resonance's range remained uncertain, yet one thing was clear: should either one perish, the other would undoubtedly be informed, regardless of the vast distance that lay between them. As night fell, in the room belonging to Ning Yuan, the youth sat cross-legged on his bed, connecting with the turbulent flow, attempting to refine the sword intent of his Qi mansion. With a journey of Far Journey approaching in 7 days, it was untenable for him to remain hindered by the turbulence. Engaging in combat without a personal flying sword would be perilous. Conversely, if he forced the turbulent flow to fend off enemies, it could lead to the sword intent crashing against his Qi mansion's acupoints, likely resulting in his own injury before he could vanquish his foes. Thus, it became an urgent matter for Ning Yuan. 7 days were a fleeting span, and he aimed to refine as much as possible within that time. Immersed in concentration, he silently recited the refining incantation, though it appeared somewhat clumsy in his initial attempt. Within his acupoints, a surge of true energy coalesced, then surged toward the various Qi mansions. Under Ning Yuan's mental command, it advanced to the entrance of the 18th stop, where the turbulent flow slightly adjusted its blade, allowing the solidified true energy to breach the threshold. In an instant, this true energy was shattered by several strands of sword intent. However, as it resided within Ning Yuan's body, the dissipated true energy could be swiftly reformed, enabling him to continue attempting the refinement. Wave after wave of true energy was vanquished by the sword intent, yet Ning Yuan remained undeterred. The process of refining sword intent or magical artifacts necessitated relentless vigor. Should one falter midway, not only could they sustain injury, but the next attempt would require starting anew. The duration of this refinement was destined to be protracted. With the door firmly shut, he had previously informed Granny Bai of his intention to enter seclusion to refine his sword intent, ensuring that no one would disturb him. Outside the window, the luminous moon ascended and descended 3 times, before Ning Yuan finally emerged from his meditative state. After 3 days had elapsed, he had successfully refined the sharpest sword intent, claiming it as his own. Chapter 16. The old blind man Ning Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stagnant air. After 3 uninterrupted days of refining the sword intent within him, his vitality had nearly reached its limit. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. This sharpest sword intent had been successfully refined, harmonizing seamlessly with his own sword path. Its essence mirrored that of Ning Yuan, no longer held captive by the tumultuous currents. It now roamed freely within the various energy centers of his being. Sword intent is an ethereal concept, manifesting only in the hands of exceptionally high-ranking sword immortals, whose sword intents can take form. Moreover, the sword intents among sword cultivators are far from uniform. The multitude of unclaimed sword intents atop the city walls varies widely. Some incline towards aggression, while others lean towards defense, each uniquely peculiar. A significant portion of the sword cultivators arriving from the outside world sought this very thing. If they could earn the recognition of an ancient sword cultivator's sword intent atop the city walls, it would be an immense fortune. Ning Yuan's fortune was even more astounding, as he directly acquired 15 distinct sword intents. Once he completed their refinement, the lethality of his strikes would be greatly enhanced. However, this also posed a burden. Why would the senior sword immortal bestow such fortune upon him? Was it solely due to his exceptional talent? Certainly, but not entirely. There were other factors involved, akin to the state of one's mind. The senior sword immortal had observed Ning Yuan's mindset. He understood that once someone like Ning Yuan committed to a principle, it became an unwavering conviction. By endowing him with these numerous sword intents, he could effectively bind Ning Yuan and the sword Qi Great Wall together. What could be more advantageous? After all, the unclaimed sword intents atop the city walls would remain. And should the sword Qi Great Wall fall in the future, those would merely become fodder for the savage beast tribes. Chen Qingdu was genuinely curious to see how the seemingly inconsequential Ning Yuan would manage to preserve half of the sword Qi Great Wall in the future. Yet, Ning Yuan harbored no such worries. After all, it would not be his responsibility to guard the city walls. He could leave that task to Chen Qingdu. After 3 days of relentless effort, utterly fatigued, Ning Yuan succumbed to sleep, only to awaken later that night. He groped his way to the kitchen, hastily found something to satisfy his hunger, and then returned to his room to continue his refinement. At the southernmost end of the sword Qi Great Wall lies a territory that does not belong to the wildlands, a vast expanse known as the 10,000 Mountains. Reportedly created by an old blind man who commanded countless golden-armored puppets. To forcibly carve out a piece of territory from the savage beast tribes required extraordinary prowess. And these 10,000 mountains had become the old blind man's sanctum. Few truly understood the old blind man's genuine strength. Yet it sent shivers down the spines of many high-ranking cultivators atop the mountains. A person who has lived for an unfathomable number of years, solitary in existence, has absconded with the 10,000 mountains of a wild realm, and astonishingly, does not flee but resides south of the sword Qi Great Wall. Who would believe such a feat without celestial prowess? Beneath the luminescent moon, the 10,000 mountains do not rest in silence. Reverberations of earth-shattering sounds periodically echo, resonating for hundreds of miles. Should an immortal traverse these heights on the winds, they would discover towering golden-armored puppets, each soaring hundreds to thousands of feet amidst the endless mountain ranges. Furthermore, there exists a plethora of ancient ferocious beasts, some surpassing 1,000 feet in size, each scarred and battered, obediently compelled by the golden puppets wielding various weapons, tirelessly shifting great mountains. Atop these mountains stands a dilapidated thatched hut, quite similar to the residence of the venerable sword immortal, yet behind it lies a modest vegetable garden, brimming with a hint of greenery. At the entrance of the hut sprawls a gaunt, aging dog, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. In the garden, a diminutive old man wields a hoe with remarkable vigor, occasionally pausing to scratch his cheek absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he halts, still gripping the hoe, and turns to gaze into the distant sky. His eyes are hollow, truly embodying the essence of blindness. The old dog outside seems to sense a shift. Looking in the direction the old man faces, a fleeting light streaks across the horizon, heralding the arrival of another stooped elder. Both men are of short stature and hunchbacked, yet one appears decidedly more disheveled than the other. The blind old man, upon seeing the newcomer, erupts in anger. Chen Qingdu, do not overstep your bounds. Do not vex me. Chen Qingdu replies, what transpired last time is irrelevant. This matter is of great interest to you. The blind man scoffs, I have no interest whatsoever. The last time I consented was merely because it was your first descent from the city. Otherwise, would I have engaged in such trifles? He curses Chen Qingdu. Are you even human? Unfazed, Chen Qingdu retorts, I am, and follows with, unlike you. The old man, incensed yet chuckling with fury, kicks the old dog aside, which, far from being ordinary, crashes through several mountain peaks with a formidable force. Regardless of what you say, I shall not acquiesce. I am uninterested. This world remains unchanged, just as it was 10,000 years ago. Throughout the exchange, Chen Qingdu maintains a stoic expression. Indeed, your vision is lacking. The blind man gestures towards the dog he kicked. It is still superior to you. Look at this watchdog. Does it not resemble the guardian of the Sword Qi Great Wall? You, the remnants of the Sword Qi Great Wall's convicts, have come to this fate today. All due to people like you, Chen Qingdu. Why did I blind myself? To avoid inadvertently casting my gaze northward, where I would witness your colossal farce and perish from laughter. Chen Qingdu chuckles. Even in your blindness, you can still see these absurdities, can't you? After living for 10,000 years, how do you still not grasp the meaning of self-deception? Without lingering further, Chen Qingdu swiftly returns to the Sword Qi Great Wall. Since he descended from the city walls, he knew that the old blind man would not refuse him. Initially, the old blind man showed disdain when he first heard about Ning Yuan from his lips. However, upon opening his heavenly eye to observe, his expression changed dramatically. When Ning Yuan emerged from the house, a thick layer of silver had blanketed the ground outside. Under the Sword Qi Great Wall, it had begun to snow. Counting the days, it was now nearing December. His sister, Ning Yao, had been gone for nearly 10 days, and with her sword-flying speed, she must have nearly reached the vicinity of Tongyi's house. In the past few days, Grandma Bai, knowing that the young master would also be leaving, hurriedly made a few garments. Though her skills were not particularly adept, having spent her life practicing martial arts, and this task was indeed a challenge for her. Grandpa Nalen entrusted Ning Yuan with a bag of celestial coins. He did not concern himself with the money, as it was Grandma Bai who handed it to him. Insisting he take it, Ning Yuan packed his belongings, which were rather few, and after bidding farewell to Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nalen, the youth left the Ning residence without a backward glance. While he could easily engage in jest and trickery, he found himself reluctant to speak much of farewells. In this regard, he was much like his sister. When Ning Yao last departed, she had not exchanged many words with the two elders either. At the entrance of the Ning residence, the two elders stood for a long time, one on the left and one on the right, until their young master's figure vanished around the corner of the street. Chapter 17. Have you ever been to Upside Down Mountain? The young sword cultivator exited the Ning residence and, on his way to the city walls, entered the same tavern once more. The proprietress, who was missing her left ear, still stood at the counter, clad in coarse linen garments. A closer inspection would reveal several scars on her face, likely from sword wounds. Such disfiguring injuries were merely minor in the resource-abundant world of Haoran, where treasures capable of healing such scars were plentiful. Yet, this was the Sword Qi Great Wall. Here, even a piece of iron found by the roadside would be forged into a long sword for the use of numerous young sword cultivators. Some veteran sword cultivators, after slaying demons multiple times at the city walls, found themselves in the embarrassing position of being financially strained, having shattered one sword after another, and were left with no choice but to resort to ordinary weapons. Despite Ning Yuan bearing a semi-divine weapon on his journey, prior to the 13 contest, the Ning family still ranked among the prominent families at the Sword Qi Great Wall, with both of his parents being sword immortals. This was the fortune bestowed by their ancestors. However, individuals like Ning Yuan were indeed rare, as the vast majority of sword cultivators at the Sword Qi Great Wall utilized only commonplace weapons. Yungu, a jug of wine, Ning Yuan called out as he took a seat. After a moment of thought, he removed the wine gourd from his waist and placed it on the table. Also, Yungu, please fill this gourd for me. The woman raised her scarred face, her features twitching slightly, perhaps in a semblance of a smile. Young Ning, are you setting off on a long journey? She was not blind. Upon his entrance, she noticed his luggage. If he were not departing far, what other purpose could he have? She guessed he was likely heading to the Haoran realm. If he were to venture into the wilderness to slay demons, he would not need much luggage. A single sword would suffice. One could rest upon the earth when weary and feast on the flesh of demons when hungry. This attire undoubtedly signals a visit to the grand expanse of the world. Ning Yuan flashed a smile at her. Yungu, have you ever ventured to the Upside Down Mountain? Yungu emerged from the back hall, a jug of wine in hand, and upon hearing his words, her grip faltered momentarily. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure, placing the jug on the table before seizing Ning Yuan's wine gourd, conversing as she retreated to the back hall. We, the inhabitants of the Sword Qi Great Wall, live and ultimately perish here. In our youth, we held some curiosity about the outside world, but such thoughts have long since faded. When Yungu returned, she not only brought a gourd filled with wine, but also set a plate of beef upon Ning Yuan's table. Young Ning, keep Yungu company. You may consider this plate of beef as my gift to you. It was hardly a dish, more akin to some dark, rugged morsel, which could loosely be termed dried beef. Ning Yuan picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, exclaiming, "By heavens, it ought to be dubbed beef hide. It feels tougher in my mouth than the dragon-slaying platform." "Yungu, speak your mind," he remarked. It was true that it was not palatable. Yet Ning Yuan continued to chew on it. Yungu adjusted her apron and gracefully settled onto the long bench beneath Ning Yuan. The young man observed her movement, noting her elegance. He recalled how old Granny Bai had once spoken of Yungu, a young lady from a minor noble family whose estate lay near the southern city wall. During a monumental battle, a formidable demon ascended to the city wall, and before being slain by the sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall, this great demon unleashed 3 strikes towards the city. Merely 3 strikes. Yet the sword energy spanned hundreds of miles. Despite the protective formations on their side, the power was only slightly mitigated and fortuitously. The epicenter fell directly upon Yungu's family, a clan of over 100 souls, wiped out without a trace. It is said this battle marked the most ferocious assault by the barbaric realms on the Sword Qi Great Wall in nearly a millennium, leaving only the chief Sword Immortal standing atop the city wall by the end. Yungu was but a child then, having been at old Granny Bai's learning martial arts. By the time she returned home, her family had vanished. The little girl transformed thereafter. She ceased her martial studies with old Granny Bai and, as a youth, took up her sword to ascend the city wall, enduring the relentless pressure of sword energy while embarking on a path of rigorous cultivation. Thus, Yungu became the youngest child to ascend the city wall and slay demons within the Sword Qi Great Wall. Year after year, she participated in countless battles, recklessly wielding her sword against demons. Due to her unique and challenging upbringing, many elder sword cultivators took special care of her, rescuing her from the brink of death on numerous occasions. However, the heavens above did not grant her favor, constrained by her innate talent. Her cultivation remained stagnated at the nascent soul stage, unable to progress to the jade purity stage for over a decade. In later times, during tranquil days, Yungu managed a wine shop at the city's edge, and when battles arose, she would don her sword and venture beyond the city. Ning Yuan turned to look at Yungu. Even without the scars of battle upon her face, the wear of time and strife was evident in her visage. A once young girl, who began practicing swordsmanship and slaying demons from an early age, chose not to marry by the time she reached her 20s and before turning 40. She had already assumed this formidable appearance. "What are you staring at? Do not mock your Yungu." Yungu chuckled as she playfully patted Ning Yuan's head. In response, Ning Yuan smiled and attempted to say, "Yungu, when I venture to the Haoran world, I promise to bring you a treasure that can heal scars and enhance beauty upon my return." Yungu beamed with even greater joy, teasingly inquiring if he had found a special someone, suggesting that he was merely practicing on her. Ning Yuan shook his head with a smile, assuring her that he had not yet. "Yungu has a small favor to ask of you," she said, her expression turning serious. "But it is of little consequence if you decline." She gently ruffled the boy's hair, continuing, "I have heard from a wandering sword cultivator about a sword-respecting pavilion atop the upside-down mountain. Any sword cultivator who has slain a 5th realm demon on the Sword Qi Great Wall will have their sword replicated and enshrined there for future generations to admire." Ning Yuan, sensing the gravity of her words, inquired, "Which sword is it?" Yungu replied, "I do not know its appearance, but it is called Chongli." Without waiting for Ning Yuan's response, she stood and returned to the inner hall, soon re-emerging with a heavy bag of coins, which she pressed into his hands. "Over the years of running this tavern, though my earnings have been modest, I have managed to save some celestial coins. Once you have seen that sword, find someone to sketch it, and when you have the opportunity, procure some materials and seek a swordsmith to forge it." She paused, brushing aside a few gray strands of hair that had begun to appear, and with a hint of embarrassment, added, "If this amount is insufficient, a lesser quality sword will suffice. Or, by the time you return, I should have saved a bit more, and I can make up the difference." The scarred woman spoke softly, while the boy, head bowed, found tears streaming down his face. The Chongli sword must have belonged to someone dear to Yungu, perhaps even a treasured heirloom. The very fact that she made such a request indicated that the sword was surely lost, possibly melted down by some formidable demon as part of its own essence. The Sword Qi Great Wall and the wild world were mortal enemies. If one side fell to the other, they would seize not only their weapons, but all possessions. The Sword Qi Great Wall, impoverished from relentless battles, left many sword cultivators bereft of suitable weapons, with some wielding nothing more than scrap metal. The merchants on the upside-down mountain were often unscrupulous, profiting from the plight of others, while in the south, one had to fend off demons and in the north, endure exorbitant prices for essential supplies, making poverty a near certainty. After a long moment, Ning Yuan lifted his head, now adorned with a radiant smile. Yinggu, I promise to fulfill your request. But you must promise me, before my return, you must not perish upon the city walls. Chapter 18. Celestial Coins, Trifling Items. Dragon-slaying sword case. The portion of beef he had not finished was indeed too tough, so Ning Yuan wrapped it in paper. After accepting the bag of celestial coins, he turned and exited the tavern. Yinggu did not collect his tavern bill, and he had no intention of paying. It would be impolite for a younger generation to offer payment after having their head patted by an elder for such a long time. The snow outside continues to fall incessantly. Ning Yuan has been in seclusion for 7 days, and he is uncertain when this snowfall began. The snow nearly reaches his knees as he steps forward. The young swordsman exhales, tucking the paper-wrapped beef and a pouch filled with talismanic coins into his robes. Trudging along towards the end of the street, the pouch gifted by Yinggu is quite heavy, not merely due to the abundance of coins within, as taverns typically accept only the humble snowflake currency, which, though diminutive in appearance, accumulates in vast numbers. Ning Yuan carries no other possessions aside from a travel sword on his back and a satchel containing garments, along with the beef and a substantial bag of coins, rendering him somewhat cumbersome in appearance. Lowering the brim of his conical hat slightly, he summons his reverse-flowing flying sword and soars directly towards the city wall. Initially, he intended to explore the southern city before departing, yet for reasons unknown, he suddenly altered his course and headed straight for the humble abode of the Elder Sword Immortal. While the southern city is cloaked in a thick carpet of snow, the city wall remains unchanged, a perpetual bastion against the elements. Here, the snowflakes cannot settle, overwhelmed by the vast and chaotic array of unclaimed sword intents that saturate the battlements. Regardless of how fierce the winds or snowstorms may be, even a mere mosquito that dares to enter the walls would be mercilessly annihilated by the sword intents. Today, the Elder Sword Immortal is not in his cottage. As Ning Yuan lands gracefully, the old man stands before him, hands clasped behind his back. The elder nods slightly, his expression inscrutable. Are you prepared? The young swordsman inclines his head in affirmation. Everything is in order. The elder smiles. Is your chest still feeling well? Does it feel heavy? The moment those words were uttered, Ning Yuan realized the truth of his suspicions from the very moment he stepped out of the Ning residence. He had been ensnared by this old man's machinations. Initially, he had no intention of seeking anyone out, nor did he plan to visit the tavern. It was only after leaving the tavern that he sensed something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease until Chen Qingdu spoke those very words. Every step he took upon leaving the Ning residence was orchestrated by Chen Qingdu. He had become a marionette, led by an unseen hand. At this thought, rage surged within Ning Yuan, and he contemplated whether to seize the old man's beard in retaliation. What? Are you contemplating an attack? Chen Qingdu's grin widened as he beckoned, and a small stool soared from the cottage, landing for him to sit upon. Never mind, for now, I cannot best him, I shall bide my time. However, upon further reflection, defeating this old man would require far more than just a year or two, and besides, the old fellow had not much time left in this world. With this in mind, Ning Yuan's fury began to subside. He could not truly confront him, as whether he could leave the Sword Qi Great Wall depended on the elder's will. Faced with an unfavorable situation, he could only restrain his temper and swallow his indignation. As for Chen Qingdu's actions, Ning Yuan was no fool. He could deduce a portion of his intentions. It was merely a scheme to entrap him deeper in his own psyche, for the more entangled he became with the Sword Qi Great Wall, the more difficult it would be for him to extricate himself from this place. Atop the mountain, those great masters, while strategizing their moves, calculating human hearts, or forging connections, often strike decisively upon the tranquil waters of the chessboard. A mere flicker of thought, rooted deeply within the heart's lake, can ensnare an individual for a lifetime, leaving them ensnared and unable to escape. Even in moments that seem devoid of significance, profound realizations can arrive unexpectedly, akin to a torrential downpour. The matter of the sword forging entrusted to him by the Cloud Maiden at the tavern may appear trivial, yet it has etched a subtle yet profound thought in Ning Yuan's mind. In his future travels across the vast world, regardless of where he wanders or how far he journeys, he shall never forget this seemingly insignificant incident, unless, of course, his character undergoes a drastic transformation. rendering him unfaithful to his promises. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow, stroking the pouch of celestial coins nestled in his bosom, and remarked, "Old man, there is truly no need for such measures." The young sword cultivator, a tad irked, even altered his form of address from elder sword immortal to old man. "I was born amidst the sword Qi Great Wall, and my sister, Xiao Yao, is dear to me. I shall return here in due course. Why concoct schemes to ensnare me, lest a good deed turn into a misfortune?" Chen Qingdu nodded, this time setting aside his smile, and replied earnestly, "In this matter, you are not merely assisting her, you are also aiding me." This provoked a contemplative look from Ning Yuan, who narrowed his eyes, awaiting the elder sword immortal's explanation. The elder stroked his chin thoughtfully before declaring, "I have guarded the sword Qi Great Wall for millennia, and this is the first instance that a creature of the demon race has crossed over the wall." Upon hearing the elder's succinct remarks, Ning Yuan fell into a moment of silence, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the usually rule-abiding and decisively ruthless elder sword immortal would be troubled by such a trivial matter. At this moment, the young man's indignation dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning respect for the old man. Having lived for over 10,000 years, should he not have long since transcended concerns over such minor issues? After all, his own existence, spanning both past and present, barely totals a few decades, and yet he still places immense importance on these trifles. But if he were to introspect, could he maintain such a perspective after living for 10 millennia? Would he still find himself stirred by the passage of countless generations from birth to death? Ning Yuan was uncertain. Contemplating such matters could lead to despair, and when hope is lost, thoughts of mortality may arise. Shaking his head to dispel these reflections, he extended a hand towards the elder sword immortal. "Hand it over." The elder, perplexed, responded, With a glare, the youth insisted, "The good things you promised me. Are you not satisfied with the 15 strands of sword intent I provided?" The elder retorted, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ning Yuan maintained his outstretched hand, shaking his head. "That does not count. That was merely the reward for safeguarding the sword Qi Great Wall." As Ning Yuan's grin widened, unable to suppress a chuckle, a celestial artifact materialized in his grasp. It was a small object crafted from his dragon-slaying platform, resembling an unremarkable token, entirely black and lacking in aesthetic appeal. Inscribed upon the token were the 4 characters, Sword Qi Great Wall. Crafted primarily from the dragon-slaying platform, this seemingly diminutive object possesses a surprising heft. It is likely beyond the strength of a 7- or 8-year-old child untrained in martial arts. Observing Ning Yuan's affectionate grip on this small treasure, the elder sword immortal chuckled mischievously and inquired, "There is yet another marvelous item. Would you care for it?" Ning Yuan, beaming with delight and unaware of the elder's shifting demeanor, eagerly replied, "Absolutely. I must have it. Please bring it forth." The elder sword immortal, on this occasion, was tasked with representing the sword Qi Great Wall in the vast realm of Haoran, determined to avoid any ridicule from outsiders who might deem their establishment impoverished. To ensure he would not be denied, Ning Yuan rambled on with fervor. However, his mirth was soon extinguished. The elder sword immortal flicked his sleeve, and a 3-foot-long stone tablet crashed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. "Remember, I have inscribed a spell within this sword box. You cannot stow it away into your small item. Henceforth, you must carry it on your back wherever you go." Chapter 19. Departure. The youth gazed at the sword box that had landed heavily before him, involuntarily swallowing hard. The sword box, matching the color of his small treasure, was entirely jet black, adorned on both sides with countless enigmatic patterns. Whether these were formations remained a mystery. It was evident that, like the previous dragon-slaying platform, this object was extraordinarily weighty. The elder sword immortal merely watched him, an expression of delight illuminating his face. Ning Yuan attempted to lift it, but after merely a few inches from the ground, he was forced to drop it. "Old man, are you jesting with me? This object was not this heavy before. If I must carry it, I fear I shall falter and stop every few steps as I descend the city walls. By the time I reach the Baoping continent, I may very well be aged." Ning Yuan exclaimed, his voice rising rapidly. He spoke the truth. Once transformed into the sword box, the dragon-slaying platform had indeed gained considerable weight. Previously, as he bore the dragon-slaying platform to the city walls, he had paused several times along the way. Now, with this added weight, he would scarcely manage 10 steps. At this rate, the journey from the sword Qi Great Wall to the Lizu Cave Heaven would take him nearly a decade. In truth, while some extremely heavy objects may elude the grasp of cultivators due to their weight, they can gradually be refined, allowing for effortless manipulation once the process is complete. Some formidable cultivators can even refine entire rivers or mountains as their personal treasures, a feat most astonishing. However, the Elder Sword Immortal had warned that this sword box had been tampered with. Thus, Ning Yuan could not refine it, leaving him no choice but to carry it. The Elder Sword Immortal extended his hand, and the sword box flew into his grasp. After weighing it thoughtfully, he emitted a soft exclamation of surprise. Affecting a semblance of chagrin, he remarked, "It appears I may have made it a tad heavier." Ning Yuan retorted, "Oh, so you are aware? Was it not intentional?" The Elder Sword Immortal offered no reply. After a moment, he raised 2 fingers and made several incantatory gestures across the sword box, the significance of which eluded Ning Yuan. "There, that should suit you perfectly now." With a casual toss, the sword box landed before Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan recalibrated the weight, and indeed, it had diminished significantly, much lighter than it was at the outset. However, this endeavor was not merely a test of strength, but a profound trial of will and physical endurance. This was not akin to standing triumphantly atop the dragon-slaying platform, but rather a journey to the distant eastern Baoping continent. It resembled a young child tasked with lifting a wooden bucket brimming with water. While it may prove somewhat strenuous, it is ultimately manageable. Yet, should that same child be required to carry the water uphill, the challenges would escalate dramatically. Ning Yuan examined the sword box, which, aesthetically, left much to be desired. Its interior was equally unremarkable, akin to a mere assemblage of several sword sheaths. Regardless of the craftsmanship of the Grand Sword Immortal, it was evident that aesthetics were not his forte. The interior of the sword box was compartmentalized into 7 sections, perfectly accommodating up to 7 swords. Ning Yuan removed the distant travel sword from his back and placed it within. In addition to the paper-wrapped beef, he proceeded to stow his travel pack and 2 bags of celestial coins into the compact space, finally donning the dragon-slaying sword box upon his back. Given its origin from the dragon-slaying platform, he aptly referred to it as the dragon-slaying sword box. The item bore no restrictions imposed by the Grand Sword Immortal, and moments later, Ning Yuan had refined it. A mere thread of true energy sufficed for its operation. Clad in black, the young sword cultivator, adorned with the token of the compact item at his left waist and a wine gourd hanging at his right, presented an impressive figure. The Grand Sword Immortal regarded the youth with a nod of approval, acknowledging the truth in his words. Exiting the Sword Qi Great Wall, it was imperative that they not become a laughingstock to outsiders, perceived as mere savages. Though I cannot discern your specific karmic trajectory, I sense a certain potential. Since I cannot ascertain it, it stands to reason that others may find themselves equally perplexed. Nevertheless, exercise caution in your endeavors. The elder and the youth strolled along the southern city wall. "Is there anyone else behind me?" Ning Yuan inquired, referring to the guardian. Many scions of immortal clans or esteemed families, when descending the mountains for training, are often accompanied by a protector. In Ning Yuan's case, his sole backing was the Sword Qi Great Wall, namely the Grand Sword Immortal himself. However, individuals from the Sword Qi Great Wall are typically prohibited from venturing into the vast realm of Haoran due to established regulations. The Grand Sword Immortal shook his head. "No." "Then I understand," Ning Yuan replied, taking a deep breath. "I shall endeavor to avoid trouble and return alive." The elder patted the youth's shoulder, laughing. "Why the melodrama? There are scarcely any worthy adversaries in the north. Let loose your sword without excessive hesitation." As his tone shifted, the elder continued, "However, when you meet your sister, be sure to contemplate your actions carefully before proceeding." Ning Yuan recalled something and asked, "Grand Sword Immortal, was it you who sent Xiao Yao to the Lihju Cave Heaven? What of my own task? Did you not assign me anything?" The Grand Sword Immortal cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yuan, his expression impassive. "Xiao Yao's journey is imperative. It pertains to her karmic matters. However, your words are inscrutable. I cannot fathom their meaning. Who knows whether you were found by your parents or emerged from the crevices of a stone?" Ning Yuan's expression darkened. Yet, the Elder Sword Immortal pondered for a moment before assigning Ning Yuan a task. "I understand that it will be several years before you return, so I shall designate a duty for you. During your travels through the vast realm, meticulously document the events, both great and small, that you encounter. Upon your return, present them to me. I too wish to behold the state of the realm a millennium hence, under the tutelage of so many scholars." Ning Yuan nodded, halting his steps as the Elder Sword Immortal did the same. Everything was in order. The young sword cultivator gazed at the elder, inexplicably bowing in respect. In an unprecedented turn of events, the elder returned the gesture. Well, I have lived for 10,000 years, and this is the most I have ever conversed with you. The elder Sword Immortal sighed, his gaze drifting towards the distant north, as if his sight traversed the celestial expanse to an unknown place. Now depart. With that final command, Ning Yuan felt a forceful kick that sent him tumbling away. A streak of light arced across the sky, swiftly heading towards the northern city, perfectly landing within one of the spatial mirrors. The last time Ning Yuan had been kicked by the elder Sword Immortal, he was propelled over 100 miles. But this time, he was directly sent to the Upside-Down Mountain, an enigmatic place where countless sword cultivators had never set foot. Chapter 20. Upside-Down Mountain in the realm of Haoran. South of the southern Posa continent, there exists a mountain suspended between heaven and earth. Its peaks sharply point towards the waters of the South Sea. It is said that the origins of Upside-Down Mountain are extraordinary. It is a magical artifact belonging to the second Taoist master of the Qingming realm. Shaped like a mountain seal, the mountain spans 100 miles, with a vast area dominated by a solitary peak. The current lord of this peak is a grand celestial lord from the Bayou capital of the Qingming realm, affiliated with the lineage of the second Taoist master. At the foot of the solitary peak lies a celestial path wide enough for a dozen horse-drawn carriages to traverse side by side. To the right of the central part of this path stands a massive square constructed from Han white jade. The square is spacious, with two towering Han white jade pillars rising nearly 20 zhang in height at its center. Between the two pillars flows a radiant light, resembling a colossal mirror. This is the spatial mirror that connects to the Sword Qi Great Wall of the Haoran realm. Stepping through it allows one to instantaneously arrive at another realm. Besides this spatial mirror, there are also two sentinels, along with a number of celestial youths who have come to explore the square. A young Taoist boy, adorned with a fishtail crown, is sprawled on the ground near the left pillar, resting his chin on one hand while engrossed in an ancient book. A swordsman leans lazily against the right pillar, dozing off with his sword cradled in his left arm, while his right hand obscures his face. The young Taoist is deeply absorbed in his reading, and if any children frolic too close to him, he gently waves his sleeve, sending them drifting away as if riding the clouds. Many children, filled with exuberance, would dash back after soaring through the air, while the young Taoist, undeterred, waved his sleeves and displayed his minor magical prowess. Just as he caught sight of an exhilarating passage in his book, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. It appeared to be a humanoid figure emerging from within a mirror. Reluctantly, he tore his gaze from the pages and turned to observe the pristine white jade tiles before the mirror. There stood a young swordsman clad in black, with a sword strapped to his back. Annoyed at the interruption of his reading, the young Taoist briefly flashed an expression of irritation before returning to his engrossing narrative. Yet, a sudden realization compelled him to fixate on the figure once more. The swordsman on his right abruptly opened his eyes, also gazing at the same individual. At the heart of the inverted mountain, a solitary peak housed the tallest edifice in the vicinity, its upper portion perpetually shrouded in a sea of clouds. It was said that 3 bronze bells hung beneath the eaves of the rooftop, ringing only when the 3 esteemed masters of Bayou Jing graced the inverted mountain with their presence. The great deity presiding over the area emerged atop the building, his gaze piercing through the clouds to alight upon the young swordsman in the square below, whose stature was as diminutive as a mustard seed. Ning Yuan felt somewhat dazed. Although the kick from the senior Sword Immortal would not harm him, traversing such a portal for the first time left him feeling nauseous and disoriented. Not only had he been unceremoniously thrust into the vast realm of Haoran, but he had also landed in a most undignified manner. He decided against rising immediately, opting instead to remain on the ground until he regained his composure. Ning Yuan sensed the presence of several onlookers around him and could hear their murmurs discussing his predicament. While it was not uncommon for merchants to frequent the Sword Qi Great Wall, witnessing someone fall in such a clumsy fashion was a first. The swordsman beside him straightened slightly, leaning against the white jade pillar, observing him for a while, and a sense of familiarity began to dawn upon him. Ning boy? Ning Yuan turned his head to find Zhang, a name he recognized. He initially intended to call him Uncle Zhang, but altered his address at the last moment. Zhang, catching the implicit meaning behind Ning Yuan's sudden change, inquired with a smile, "Ning boy, what brings you to the inverted mountain?" The young Taoist, no longer engrossed in his book, leaned in to listen to their exchange. Ning Yuan's tone was neither mournful nor joyous as he replied, "I came to explore." Zhang pressed further, Are you wandering around the inverted mountain, or do you plan to venture further afield? Rising from the ground and brushing off the non-existent dust. This square was impeccably clean. Ning Yuan replied, I don't know, wherever the path leads. Jiang nodded, uncertain how to respond to Ning Yuan's vague answer. Ning Yuan stamped his foot, tightened the sword sheath on his back, and, after surveying his surroundings, strode purposefully out of the square. As I walked, I found myself reflecting on the grandeur of this vast world. The spiritual energy in the air, while not significantly denser than that on the other side of the Sword Qi Great Wall, possesses a remarkable clarity. In the desolate lands beyond, particularly within the Great Wall, the countless wars waged over millennia have rendered the spiritual energy chaotic and disordered. Cultivating in such an environment significantly hinders one's progress. It is precisely for this reason that, through the relentless transmission of ancient sword cultivators and their diligent research, the unique sword cultivation method known as the 18 stops of sword qi has emerged. The 15 strands of sword intent that Ning Yuan has refined within himself wander through the energy chambers of these 18 stops. Over the years, this sword intent has honed the energy chambers, fortifying his foundational realm. Meanwhile, the energy chambers reciprocate the sword intent, nurturing the sword within him. Awaiting the moment to strike and vanquish foes, Ning Yuan chose not to glance back at the sword-bearing man behind him. He understood that Zhang Lu had his own burdens. Yet that did not imply universal comprehension. Before the great contest of the 13, Ning Yuan had respectfully addressed Zhang Lu as Uncle Zhang. However, after his parents perished south of the city walls, neither he nor his younger sister Ning Yao ever uttered that title again. Their parents had fallen in battle beyond the Great Wall, and Zhang Lu, who had shared a close bond with their father, had betrayed the Sword Qi Great Wall during that fateful conflict, deliberately allowing a monstrous beast to triumph. Consequently, the siblings' parents were frequently subjected to scorn from shadowy figures within the Great Wall, labeled as the once invincible celestial couple, now felled by the demon race. Had it not been for Liang's valiant efforts in the final battle, the Great Wall would have been subjected to relentless mockery. Ning Yuan was aware that these matters bore little connection to Zhang Lu, yet he understood that in this world, wisdom is vast and not all can be fully comprehended. Countless texts offer insights, yet even the sages of Confucianism cannot digest them all. Regarding the death of his parents, the primary culprits were undoubtedly the barbaric demon race, who orchestrated the 13 contest at great expense, targeting his parents. In truth, their ultimate aim was to ensnare his sister Ning Yao, as a powerful demon had foreseen a fragment of her future, predicting her ascent to greatness. The Sword Qi Great Wall could not allow a second figure like Chen Qingdu to emerge. Beyond the machinations of the demon race, it remains uncertain whether other high-ranking cultivators from the various realms have intervened. However, knowing would serve little purpose, as he is currently but a novice in the sea observation realm, with the path to ascension stretching far ahead. On a lofty peak, beside the grand celestial monarch stood an elderly Taoist, adorned with a golden whisk and bearing silver hair. In terms of appearance, this venerable figure seemed more ethereal than the grand celestial monarch himself. However, the old Taoist maintained a respectful demeanor, softly inquiring, Master, should I return this young man to the Sword Qi Great Wall for his unauthorized departure? The grand celestial monarch's gaze fell upon the dark token hanging from the waist of the young sword cultivator, and he smiled, shaking his head. I am glad you sought my counsel first. Should one directly act against the youth, our revered ancestors' mountain seal would surely endure a slash of the sword. The celestial monarch's implication struck the old Taoist with a sudden chill. Chapter 21. The rustic youth, the young acolyte. Witnessing the sword cultivator depart without so much as a glance, turned to the swordsman stationed beside him, inquiring, Zhang Lu, what is his origin? Zhang Lu cast a sidelong glance, but offered no words. The young acolyte, despite his years, bore the demeanor of a child, his voice tinged with innocence and his expressions mirroring youthful curiosity. Is he perhaps a direct disciple of the esteemed Grand Sword Immortal? The acolyte, noticing the emblem at Ning Yuan's waist, discerned that it was forged from the dragon-slaying platform, a mark of considerable prestige. Zhang Lu shifted slightly, turning his back to the young acolyte and reclining once more. Accustomed to Zhang Lu's brusque manner, the acolyte remained unperturbed and began to calculate with an air of seriousness. Although his cultivation was merely at the Jade Purity realm, he hailed from the Baiyu Jing lineage and had acquired considerable knowledge, particularly in the art of divination. Yet, the outcome was as expected. Even the Grand Sword Immortal could only glimpse a trace of nothingness in Ning Yuan's future, let alone him, who perceived nothing at all. Still not fully fledged, yet attempting to divine, came a languid remark from the swordsman beside him. The young acolyte, incensed, flicked his fingers, sending a gust of wind toward the swordsman. In response, Zhang Lu effortlessly captured the blast and, with a swift motion, lodged it within the crevice of his backside, rubbing it as if to alleviate an itch. The acolyte grimaced in disgust. Zhang Lu, no wonder you have been punished to guard this gate. A crude person like you lacks the qualifications to step into Baiyu Jing. Zhang Lu remained indifferent, still facing away. I am merely a gatekeeper. You are not. Baiyu Jing? Is that not a gathering place for a flock of avian beings? The young acolyte simmered with resentment, yet felt powerless, having spent much time in this gatekeeping role without ever besting him in an argument. However, after enduring his taunts, he soon lost his anger and pressed further. That individual bears a striking resemblance to the lady from a few days past. Could they be of the same lineage? His token, along with that dark sword scabbard at his back, is no ordinary item. I have yet to encounter anyone whose token bears the mark of the sword Qi Great Wall. Regardless of the acolyte's incessant chatter, Zhang Lu paid him no heed, and soon the sounds of his snoring filled the air. Ning Yuan exited the Baiyu Square, traversing the green brick path while occasionally pausing to gaze around. He found himself at a loss, for, in terms of experience, he had seen far too little. Aside from the solitary peak, which rose prominently in the central region, the surrounding terrain of the upside-down mountain was remarkably flat. Here, the aura of the sword Qi Great Wall aligned with the time of year. It was nearly December, yet while the Great Wall was blanketed in snow, this area remained untouched. A solitary peak, the abodes of 9 Taoist masters, these belonged to the local Taoist authority. While the vast expanse of land had been sold to visitors from the 8 directions, the Haoran 9 continents, these parcels of land, purchased by forces from the 9 continents, had been transformed into grand estates and shops, and to the north of the upside-down mountain lay several ferry terminals. Ning Yuan was set to depart from the upside-down mountain towards the eastern bottle continent, necessitating a journey on the mountain ferry. This land stood in stark contrast to the barren territories beyond the sword Qi Great Wall, which, despite its size, was merely a city. Here, however, was an entire realm, vast and boundless, stretching for countless miles, teeming with myriad beings. The streets were lined with numerous shops, creating a bustling atmosphere, and on either side, many cultivators had set up stalls. Intrigued, Ning Yuan perused each one, seeking to acquire a geomantic map of the vast world. However, Ning Yuan encountered an awkward predicament. He was unable to communicate. His knowledge of language was limited to the refined dialect of the sword Qi Great Wall. While the vendors on the streets hailed from various regions of the 9 continents, none of whom spoke the official tongue of the sword Qi Great Wall. After lingering at 7 or 8 stalls, Ning Yuan found himself engaged in fruitless exchanges, each party speaking their own language with little understanding. The cultivators conducting business at the upside-down mountain were not even attempting to sell to those from the sword Qi Great Wall. The regulations of the Great Wall dictated that its inhabitants rarely ventured out throughout the year. Their clientele consisted of young disciples from various sects, drawn by the mountain's reputation and its orthodox Taoist credentials, which consistently attracted numerous Qi practitioners to visit. In truth, the real commerce with the sword Qi Great Wall occurred beyond the visible realm of the upside-down mountain. Beneath the solitary peak, there lay a mirror-like portal, and within the mountain's core, another spatial mirror led directly to the sword Qi Great Wall. This portal featured several immense tunnels that connected to various ferry terminals to the north. The businesses engaging with the sword Qi Great Wall were predominantly powerful factions, whose goods were transported via the mountain ferry. After traversing countless mountains and rivers, they would reach the upside-down mountain, negotiate prices, and then send their wares through the mountain's core mirror to the sword Qi Great Wall, while the mountain was adorned with pavilions and towers for the enjoyment of the young disciples. The shaded depths concealed the transport of urgently needed military supplies for the sword Qi Great Wall. Just before exiting the street, Ning Yuan finally succeeded in purchasing a geomantic map of the vast world. The vendor, unable to understand him, initially rejected his offer of 5 snowflake coins. After several rounds of negotiation, Ning Yuan ultimately acquired the map for 50 snowflake coins. Although he felt it was somewhat overpriced, 50 snowflake coins equating to half a small summer coin, it was a purchase he had already made, and he could only accept the cost. Nevertheless, the The map itself was exquisitely crafted, marking most major powers, if not all, within the vast realm. The nearest land to the upside-down mountain was the southern Posa continent, followed by the southeastern Tongya continent. To the north of Tongya continent lay Ning Yuan's first destination, the eastern Bottle continent. The eastern Bottle continent was the smallest of the 9 continents, while the central Divine continent was the largest, dwarfing the combined area of the other 8 continents. Uncertain if there was a direct ferry to the Bottle continent, he concluded that he might have to first travel to Tongya continent before proceeding to his final destination. With the geomantic map clutched in both hands, the youth walked along, studying it intently while softly planning his journey. Despite the proximity of southern Posa continent to the upside-down mountain, the eastern Bottle continent lay to the east of the vast realm, necessitating a crossing over the entirety of Tongya continent. Ning Yuan carefully stowed away the geomantic map into a compact object, contemplating for a moment before tucking it into his bosom. The inscriptions upon it bore significant weight, deserving of discretion. Although many had already glimpsed it, he deemed it unwise to showcase such an item freely. Subsequently, Ning Yuan found solace on a street corner, not for any particular reason, but rather due to exhaustion. The weight of the sword box upon his back was no trivial matter, having traversed a considerable distance of over 10 miles from the solitary peak. The burden became increasingly arduous with each passing moment. After a brief respite, the young man stood, shouldered the sword box, and made his way into a nearby inn. He yearned to board a ferry and set forth at the earliest opportunity, yet there remained matters to attend to in this vicinity. What? 3 small summer coins? A youthful swordsman in the inn exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment upon hearing the price. The woman at the counter, possessing an alluring figure and clad in a delicate watery silk gown with a modest neckline revealing glimpses of fair skin, could only respond with an awkward smile to the young man's overwhelming reaction. Young hero, this is indeed the most affordable room we offer here. The prices among all the inns on this street are quite comparable. As the front desk attendant of a prominent inn, she was well versed in the dialects of the 9 provinces, including the refined speech of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Within the lobby, several guests adorned in splendid garments scrutinized Ning Yuan with curiosity, wondering how this rustic youth had arrived at the Hanging Mountain. Ning Yuan retrieved the pouch of coins gifted by grandfather Nalan, which served as the financial foundation for his journey. Upon inspection, he discovered a total of 24 grain rain coins and 56 small summer coins. Granny Bai had divided all the small summer and grain rain coins from the Ning residence into 2 portions for the siblings. As for the remaining snowflake coins, Granny Bai had to tend to a multitude of children, all descendants of sword cultivators who met their demise atop the city walls. Oblivious to the surrounding chatter, Ning Yuan secured the pouch and exited the inn. Chapter 22. The crossing. Despite possessing over 20 grain rain coins, the inn charged merely 3 small summer coins per day. Yet there were numerous expenses to consider along the way. Not to mention, the divine coins required for ferry passage amounted to a considerable sum. Ning Yuan was not excessively frugal, but the thought of the pouch containing funds entrusted to him by his elders weighed heavily on his conscience, compelling him to avoid unnecessary extravagance. This street, being the closest to the solitary peak, naturally had higher living costs. With the sword box on his back, Ning Yuan departed, eventually veering into a somewhat desolate alley. Young hero, are you seeking lodgings? A young woman in green stood at the entrance, noticeably older than Ning Yuan. Her beauty was striking, and her figure was more abundant than that of the earlier counter attendant, revealing even more. Ning Yuan's eyes widened. Her skirt barely reached the upper thigh, drawing attention to her notable features. He discerned her cultivation level, placing her within the lower 5th realm, the willow tendon stage, a significant milestone on the path of cultivation. In the presence of Ning Yuan, who had attained the sea observation realm, she appeared no different from an ordinary individual. He surmised her profession with a fair degree of accuracy, just as there existed brothels in the mortal cities below. Similar establishments were likely to be found in the celestial realms above. The youth now found himself in a quandary over a modest inn, and thus he nodded toward the woman, indicating his desire to lodge there. Upon hearing this, the woman beamed with delight and stepped closer, linking her arm with Ning Yuan's. Young sir, please follow me. Haoran enjoys a stellar reputation and offers exceedingly reasonable rates. The boy, caught off guard by her snowy white attire, hastily pushed her away, requesting her merely to lead the way. Unperturbed, she smiled and conversed with Ning Yuan as they walked. Is this your first journey away from home? Are you perhaps from the celestial mountains of Nanpajuo? And is that a sword case upon your back? Oh, it appears we have a youthful sword immortal in our midst. I, Shu Yu, am honored to make your acquaintance. The woman chattered incessantly, glancing back at him from time to time, her prattle bordering on overwhelming. Yet, it must be said that she possessed an undeniable charm for someone like Ning Yuan. A novice in romance, her rather crude display was nonetheless impactful. Her name, Shu Yu, was likely a pseudonym, unmistakably hinting at a woman of the back alleys. Just as the mountain maidens possessed their own enchanting beauty products, so too did the women of the valleys, utilizing ethereal herbal essences in their preparations, which, though not miraculous, were certainly superior to ordinary cosmetics. The boy maintained his composure until Shu Yu brought him to the entrance of the inn, named When You Go. Ah, indeed. It was a brothel. With a sword case slung over his back, he felt exhausted at the prospect of entering. Ning Yuan found himself at an impasse, uncertain whether to step inside or retreat. Noticing his hesitation, Shu Yu smiled sweetly, her tone gentle as she reassured him. Do not think I have deceived you, young sir. You did not inquire about our establishment. Moreover, When You Go is not a den of vice. You may rest here with peace of mind. Shu Yu led Ning Yuan through the grand entrance, where a high platform in the lobby showcased a delicate courtesan clad in gossamer, gracefully playing the guqin. Ning Yuan, being a man of simple tastes, could not appreciate such artistry. Meanwhile, atop another distant city, two elderly men sat on small stools, each positioned to the left and right. In front of them, a mystical phenomenon known as the mirror flower, water moon, unfolded in the air. This was a powerful technique of the mountain's adept practitioners, allowing one to observe scenes from afar, wondrous in its nature. Depending on the mastery of the user, the clarity and distance of the vision varied. Not only was there the mirror flower, water moon, but also similar techniques like the hand of the mountain and river, all serving the same purpose. Is this the young man you wanted me to observe with my divine eye? One of the old men mused. He leaves the sword Qi Great Wall only to enter a brothel? Though blind, I am not truly without sight. If I wished, I could see beyond the veils of this world. I behold Ning Yuan entering the brothel through the mirror flower, water moon. He chuckled to his companion, Chen Qingdu. The elder sword immortal, somewhat embarrassed, had initially assumed that the young man would first visit the Sword Respect Pavilion, then hastily board a vessel bound for the eastern Baoping continent. Even someone with limited experience could have lingered in the shops filled with celestial treasures. Who could have predicted that this rascal would choose to enter a brothel instead? The old man chuckled heartily, but it matters not. Which sword immortal is devoid of romantic escapades? You, Chen Qingdu, may take pleasure in observing this young man revel in his carefree demeanor. However, I have no interest in such frivolities and shall take my leave. The blind old man vanished in a flash of golden light from the city walls, while the illustrious sword immortal waved his sleeve, causing the ephemeral reflections of dreams to dissipate into nothingness. Annoyed, he turned and returned to the thatched cottage. The Wanyu Pavilion is not merely a simple brothel. The first floor serves as a dining area, while the second, third, and fourth floors are typical guest rooms. Only the fifth floor is designated for revelry. There is no matron, and the proprietor is a stern middle-aged man. The cost is a small currency coin per day, and Ning Yuan submitted 2 coins for his stay. The room is clean and elegantly simple, albeit a bit small. Yet, given the value of land at the upside-down mountain, it is understandable that establishing an inn here requires a considerable sum of celestial currency. As night began to fall, Ning Yuan stepped outside, intending to visit the northern ferry. He had previously learned from Shu Yu that several mountain ferries had arrived from the eastern treasure bottle continent, although the journey would take a considerable amount of time. He had heard that one of these ferries is named Hohot Island. Young Master Ning, are you planning to explore the various attractions of the upside-down mountain? Shu Yu, a charming attendant of the Wanyu Pavilion, was preparing to step out to attend to business when she noticed Ning Yuan descending the stairs. Intrigued, she wondered what fine weaponry was contained within the sword box he carried, as she had never seen him remove it. Ning Yuan nodded, recalling his initial ignorance of many local customs. I am off to the northern ferry. Could you guide me, Miss Shu Yu? Shu Yu cheerfully extended her palm, saying, Young Master Ning, it won't be much. I'll only accept 1 small currency coin. As Ning Yuan was about to hand her a coin, she swiftly pulled him away from the entrance of the Wanyu Pavilion, glancing around before finally accepting the small coin. It appeared that the Wanyu Pavilion had no formal arrangement for attendants to accompany guests on excursions. This woman was clearly neglecting her duties for personal gain. Young Master Ning, Please do not mention this to the proprietor upon your return. On the way to the ferry, Xu Yu walked ahead, her long, fair legs catching Ning Yuan's attention, making it difficult for him to decide whether to look or not. Young Master Ning, there are 3 ferries to the north. Which one do you wish to visit? Ning Yuan hesitated before responding. Zhuofang Ferry. He recalled that the first time Chen Qingdu visited the Sword Qi Great Wall, he had taken the ferry named Hohot Island from the Old Dragon City on the Treasure Bottle Continent, eventually arriving at the Upside Down Mountain, landing at Zhuofang Ferry. However, the distance from the Treasure Bottle Continent to the Upside Down Mountain is quite vast, and there are not many cross-continental ferries from Old Dragon City, making the round trip exceedingly lengthy. He was uncertain if he would be fortunate enough to board the ferry named Hohot Island this time. Rumor has it that the maiden on the island is exceptionally beautiful, not to mention the enchanting Madame Hohot. Chapter 23. The Mountain Ferry. Young Master Ning. Do you see that pavilion ahead? That is Zhuofang Pavilion, one of the 8 wonders of our upside-down mountain. Upon reaching Zhuofang Pavilion, one would arrive at Zhuofang Ferry. Standing within the pavilion and gazing outward, the scenery beyond the upside-down mountain is truly breathtaking. The gentle rain proved to be quite competent, providing Ning Yuan with explanations throughout their journey. Ning Yuan felt that with her eloquence, she was well suited for this role and need not serve as a courtesan at the Wanyu Pavilion. A courtesan, traditionally, is a woman who entertains without selling her body. However, Xu Yu's role as a courtesan was distinct. She did not entertain guests with music and dance, but was solely responsible for attracting clientele to the pavilion. What puzzled Ning Yuan was that although Xu Yu possessed only a 3rd-tier cultivation, deemed insignificant by those who practiced on the mountain, she would not be merely a small fish in the vast rivers and lakes below. Why, then, did she choose to remain in the upside-down mountain, engaging in such a despised occupation? The young swordsman's gaze fell ahead, where, amidst the throng of people, a small pavilion caught his eye. It appeared quite ordinary, save for a plaque inscribed with the calligraphy of a certain sect's leader. There was nothing particularly remarkable within, yet the legacy of the old master rendered it invaluable, transforming it into a tourist attraction. The Zhuofang Pavilion was teeming with visitors. This petite structure was crammed with over 100 people. Ning Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to linger there for a moment. Xu Yu inquired, "Young hero Ning, since it's your first visit to Upside Down Mountain, do you not wish to step inside for a look?" After some thought, Ning Yuan decided to follow the flow of people and squeezed his way in, with Xu Yu smiling lightly behind him as she joined him. Having trained in martial arts and swordsmanship since the age of 5, Ning Yuan, though only 12, had grown to a stature comparable to adults, albeit somewhat lean. Raised in the Sword Qi Great Wall, he lacked the abundant cultivation resources available to the children of celestial families in the realm of Haoran. Yet there was one aspect in which they could not compete: the flesh and blood of great demons. Merely relying on arduous training would not suffice for the rapid growth of the children from the Sword Qi Great Wall. After every great battle, the slain bodies of demonkind were typically transported back to the city, with those of Yuanying tier and above distributed among various families based on war merit. Consuming the flesh of high-tier demons not only strengthened one's physique, but also bolstered a martial artist's foundation. Some children, after consuming the heart of an ascendant demon, could even break through their cultivation barriers on the spot. In a similar vein, demons favored consuming humans for the same reasons, enhancing their power and cultivation. Whether human, demon, or the spirits of flora and fauna, cultivation is about self-refinement. The higher the realm, the stronger the constitution. Although it may seem somewhat gruesome, the benefits of such consumption were undeniable. High-tier demons would leave their remains for the children as sustenance, while the lesser demons, of which there were countless numbers, were sold to the various factions that maintained long-term trade relations with Upside Down Mountain and the Sword Qi Great Wall. Every part of a demon, its flesh, bones, and hide, had its utility, and given their vast numbers, the Sword Qi Great Wall, despite incurring significant losses in resources during battles, could procure some through trade. Otherwise, in a land where scarcely a blade of grass would grow, how could they withstand the test of time? The area surrounding them was filled with young disciples from the 9 continents, adorned in luxurious garments, some of which may have been crafted from the hides of demons slain by the Sword Qi Great Wall. In the realm of the 4 dominions, there exists but one place where the bodies of the demon race can be brazenly sold, and that is here. The gathering at the Capturing and Releasing Pavilion consists solely of the scions of various families, all of whom are of modest cultivation. Ning Yuan effortlessly squeezed his way in, the dragon-slaying sword box swaying back and forth, inadvertently striking several faces. "What on earth is that kid doing?" one exclaimed. "Damn it, I've got a bump on my forehead." The sword box, possessing an extraordinary hardness, elicited a chorus of curses from the surrounding youth, who glared at him with indignation. "What is the point of sightseeing with such a dark stone tablet on your back?" Before, Yu had been trailing behind Ning Yuan and was lightly bumped by the sword box as well. Now, wincing in pain, she covered her right cheek, pitifully clutching the sleeve of his garment, fearful of another blow. Ning Yuan turned to the group, offering an apologetic expression, and spoke, "I'm sorry, my apologies." A girl with one side of her face swollen approached him, kicking in his direction. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes and swiftly seized her calf, flinging her aside as if scattering ashes. The previously vocal group witnessed this scene, their pupils contracting in shock, silencing their protests. They recalled the elder's admonition before descending the mountain: one must never provoke anyone at the upside-down mountain. The girl, clad in blue, was unceremoniously cast out of the pavilion. Caught by an elder, presumably a family patriarch, she broke free from the old man's grasp, her delicate features contorted in fury. Standing outside the pavilion with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Ning Yuan. "You scoundrel, come out here." The elder behind her scrutinized Ning Yuan without any overt hostility, seemingly assessing his background. Ning Yuan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had not even noticed the girl's swollen left cheek, reacting only to the sudden aggression directed at him. The disdain that the Sword Chief Fortress harbors for the realm of Haoran partly stems from this very place. In the same realm of cultivation, it is likely that the practitioners from Haoran cannot compete with those from the Sword Chief Fortress. The children of the Sword Chief Fortress, barring those who are inherently incapable of cultivation, have long been slaying demons atop the city walls, thus possessing a stronger foundational cultivation and abundant battle experience. Conversely, the situation in Haoran is quite different. While there are indeed exceptionally powerful young cultivators, the overwhelming majority are rather mediocre, many possessing mere illusory levels of cultivation, akin to fragile shells that shatter upon a mere touch. Ning Yuan, having transmigrated into this realm yet retaining his memories and skills, remains acutely sensitive to threats. Hence the recent incident. "Young hero Ning, what shall we do?" Yu asked, fear creeping into her voice as she gripped Ning Yuan's arm tightly, anxiously glancing at the girl in blue outside the pavilion. The girl, adorned in opulent attire with an exquisite jade token at her waist, stood with an air of authority, while the elder behind her exuded an aura that suggested he was at least a mid-level practitioner, an esteemed figure not to be trifled with. Initially, she had hoped to feign familiarity with this clumsy youth, perhaps to garner more divine wealth, but now she regretted squeezing in with him. Her embrace of his arm would surely be misconstrued as camaraderie by the furious girl. As Yu recalled the first time she witnessed the formidable prowess of the ancient immortal in the realm of the Five Boundaries, she shuddered at the memory of him effortlessly slaying her parents, a terror that resurfaced within her heart. Ning Yuan glanced at her, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. You've been in the upside-down mountain for so long. Surely you know that harming others is forbidden here?" Despite his words, Yu remained apprehensive, while Ning Yuan shifted his gaze towards the ferry point below. Here, at the precipice of the upside-down mountain, looking down from the capturing and releasing pavilion, one could see the wispy clouds beneath, and if one focused intently, the azure expanse of the South Sea could be faintly discerned, 1,000 feet below. In this moment, Ning Yuan found himself more awestruck by the capabilities of the great cultivators. Such a colossal mountain, with its character imprinted upon it, hung suspended 1,000 feet in the air, unchanged in its trajectory over countless years. Recalling how he had once been led by the nose by the great Sword Immortal, he felt a pang of trepidation. In this world, the might of cultivators was such that they could alter landscapes with ease. A mere thought could extinguish the lives of countless mortals. Beyond the edge of the cliff at the upside-down mountain, shimmering rivers of light flowed like currents, suspended in midair. Some led to higher clouds while others plunged directly into the depths of the sea. In truth, these ethereal rivers served as the ferry points. Whenever a ferry boat approached the upside-down mountain, it would enter through these waterways, ultimately docking at the edge, while the rivers below would support the massive ferry boats, preventing them from plummeting. The reason some of these rivers ascended while others descended was due to the different types of ferry boats. Some were crafted from magical artifacts with the ability to soar through the skies, while others were living creatures, such as the legendary treasure-swallowing whale, the mountain sea tortoise, and the Wangxian clam, all colossal spiritual beasts that were remarkably gentle and did not resist ordinary attacks. At that moment, one of the rivers in the capturing and releasing pavilion cradled a Wuxian clam, resembling an enormous clam, but as large as a mountain, not smaller than the mirror square of the solitary peak. Its shell was currently ajar, and as Ning Yuan focused his gaze, he glimpsed numerous pavilions and towers within. Estimating roughly, there were likely dozens of structures inside, capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals. However, the Wuxian clam primarily served as a cargo ferry. It possessed no ability to fly and simply navigated through the waters. Moreover, the crucial point was that cultivators could only remain within its belly, obscured from the breathtaking scenery outside. Even if one possessed the ability to perceive the world beyond, it would be shrouded in darkness. For the ocean floor was inherently devoid of light. Cultivators generally preferred to travel in flying ferries, such as those resembling the floating mountains of the Upside-Down Mountain or the Osmanthus Island of the Fong family in the Old Dragon City. Not only could they relish the splendid views along the way, but with sufficient wealth, life aboard these ferries could be exceedingly lavish. Some mountain ferries specialized in such ventures, establishing routes that passed through various scenic sites for affluent Qi practitioners to explore. What is written in books can hardly compare to first-hand experience, and Ning Yuan could not help but feel a sense of wonder as he tugged at Xiu, pushing out of the capturing and releasing pavilion, eager to approach the ferry point for a closer look. Suddenly, a girl in blue blocked his path. "You wretched scoundrel, do you think you can escape?" Chapter 24. Jiang Yun, the Wuxian clam that serves as a ferry, was preparing to set sail. The number of cultivators entering its belly was quite limited, while many horse-drawn carriages had already been loaded inside, indicating its primary purpose as a vessel for transporting goods. The massive clamshells gradually closed, and with a flicker of celestial magic from an immortal, shimmering defensive barriers rippled across the clam's surface. Subsequently, to the boy's astonishment, it glided smoothly down the river toward the South Sea, reminiscent of a child climbing a branch and then sliding down the smooth trunk. Despite the grandeur of the scene, the enchantments laid by a master at the Upside-Down Mountain concealed any sound, rendering the area around the ferry silent. The boy stood entranced, initially wishing to apologize to the girl, but his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the Wuxian clam as it entered the sea. It was no wonder that several young immortals had previously referred to him as a country bumpkin behind his back. Just a mere Wuxian clam could elicit such astonishment. One could only imagine his reaction to a treasure-swallowing whale or the floating mountain. His jaw would surely drop. Moreover, these were merely medium-sized ferry vessels. The Mo family, one of the 100 schools, possessed mechanists who crafted colossal attack sword boats from celestial materials, unleashing a volley of flying swords that rained down like a torrential storm, obliterating even towering mountains in their path. "How dare you?" the girl in blue exclaimed, her frustration escalating upon noticing the boy's indifference. With her hands on her hips, she glared vehemently at Ning Yuan, her chest heaving. Yet, at her tender age, she had yet to fully develop, her figure still modest. As the Wuxian clam vanished into the sea, Ning Yuan turned to look at her. Though he could not comprehend her words, he understood she was scolding him. Ning Yuan glanced at the anxious Xiu beside him, who nervously swallowed and whispered, "Young Master Ning, she is cursing you." Ning Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Of course, he was aware that she was rebuking him, but he pondered how she intended to resolve the situation. He realized it would be prudent to learn the refined language of the Haoran world at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, he would struggle to communicate wherever he went. The Haoran realm was vast, home to countless regional dialects. Following the celestial battle a millennium ago, the Confucians established 72 academies across the 9 continents, where sages imparted wisdom and gentlemen taught, thereby standardizing the language. In essence, mastering the refined language of the Haoran world would ensure he never encountered the awkwardness of miscommunication. Xiao Yao excelled in this regard. Her prodigious talent extended beyond swordsmanship to her intellect, as she effortlessly retained and mastered what she observed. When a Liang taught the two of them the improved version of the 18 sword Qi stances, Xiao Yao had memorized the operation in its entirety after just one listening. In the time it took her to sip water, she had already broken through all 18 Qi chambers. It was infuriating. Ning Yuan, having emerged from the same womb, lacked such innate talent. Nevertheless, among the youth of the sword Qi Great Wall, he still ranked among the top seeds. Ask her how she plans to resolve this, Ning Yuan suggested to Xiu. Behind the girl in blue stood a tall scholar in a Confucian robe, his demeanor calm and composed. with his left hand resting before him and his right hand clasped behind his back, exuding an air of vitality befitting a learned individual. Ning Yuan was unperturbed by the prospect of confrontation, recognizing that the elderly man before him was, like himself, a practitioner of the sea observation realm. As for the young lady glaring at him with indignation, her somewhat unstable aura revealed her to be merely a novice recently stepping into the fifth intermediate realm. Moreover, the regulations of the Upside-Down Mountain strictly forbade any acts of violence. The formidable celestial lord overseeing this territory was no mere figurehead. The Confucian school imposed order through rules, while the Taoist sect was less amenable to negotiation. Ning Yuan recalled a certain Taoist sage stationed at the Sword Qi Great Wall, known for his irascible temperament and a penchant for coarse language. Fear not. No matter what happens, you shall not be implicated, Ning Yuan reassured Shu Yu, who felt a modicum of relief. However, a thought crossed her mind. The dialect spoken by this young man was distinctly from the southern regions. Could he hail from that city? If so, what was there to fear? Nevertheless, she cautiously prepared her words before addressing the young lady. My dear, may I inquire how you intend to resolve this matter? The blue-clad girl was momentarily taken aback. It was unexpected that her counterpart could not speak the official language of the Haoran realm. The elderly Confucian scholar behind her also altered his expression slightly, harboring some conjectures, but soon shook his head. Beyond those tasked with trade dealings at the Upside-Down Mountain, others were generally unable to venture forth. Perhaps this youth emerged from some remote locale, unacquainted with the Haoran dialect. Still, caution was prudent in foreign lands. The elder gently patted his young charge's shoulder. Xiao Yuan, it is but a trifling matter. Do not be overly difficult. He understood that she would not genuinely trouble the young man, yet given her temperament, he could not guarantee she would refrain from being somewhat vexatious in her words. At that moment, the girl had already abandoned her predatory demeanor, though she still stood with her hands on her hips, her delicate brows furrowed as she regarded Ning Yuan, her lips parting slightly. Are you truly from the Sword Qi Great Wall? Remarkable that you speak its refined dialect, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Ning Yuan was taken aback. It was surprising that she could articulate the language of the Sword Qi Great Wall, even in the vicinity of the recently visited Upside-Down Mountain. Few could speak its refined dialect, and one would rarely encounter such individuals on the streets. Shu Yu was less surprised. After years of navigating the Upside-Down Mountain, she had encountered not only the dialect of the Sword Qi Great Wall, but also those from all corners of the 9 continents. Without hesitation, Ning Yuan nodded, affirming that he had just arrived at the Upside-Down Mountain that day. There was no need for concealment. Many had witnessed him emerging from the mirror of solitary peaks, and the Celestial Lord was undoubtedly aware of his presence. Like a sage presiding over the Upside-Down Mountain, he could ascertain any changes in the environment instantly. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's response, the young lady's furrowed brow relaxed, and she bounded toward him, scrutinizing the young man with keen interest. What is it you seek? Ning Yuan inquired, now perplexed. Are you truly from the Sword Qi Great Wall? She reiterated. Indeed, Ning Yuan replied. But aren't those from the Sword Qi Great Wall forbidden from freely entering the Haoran realm? She pressed further. None of your concern, Ning Yuan retorted. In the face of his brusqueness, the young lady remained unfazed. She appeared entirely transformed from her previous self. With her hands clasped behind her back, she attempted to maneuver around Ning Yuan to glimpse the sword case. Ning Yuan mirrored her movement, positioning himself to keep her in sight, determined not to let her catch a glimpse. In the eyes of the young girl shimmered a profound curiosity as she gazed intently at Ning Yuan. Although her left cheek was still somewhat swollen, it was evident that she possessed the beauty of a potential enchantress. What purpose do you serve by carrying that stone tablet? Ning Yuan, with a furrowed brow, retorted, it is a sword sheath. Since his arrival in the vast and boundless world, he had overheard numerous whispers from passers-by regarding his dragon-slaying sword sheath. Some speculated that he carried a monumental stone tablet, perhaps a treasured relic from the mountains, intended for refining into a life-bound artifact. Others suggested it was a heavy ruler, akin to a blunt sword, meant to serve as a formidable weapon. There were even more outlandish claims from some eccentric individuals, who asserted that Ning Yuan was transporting a coffin, intended for the remains of children, a deed that nefarious beings might undertake. Yet, he could not deny the unsightliness of it. He mused that the old man from the Sword Qi Great Wall truly lacked the aptitude to be a blacksmith. As Ning Yuan silently derided the elder Sword Immortal in his thoughts, the girl leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. May I have a look? She inquired. Hello. My name is Jiang Yuan, hailing from the southern Posa continent. Chapter 25. A friend is often the most beautiful women who weave the most intricate webs of deception. In a world rife with ascetic pursuits, one encounters an abundance of treachery and betrayal. In his youth, his mother frequently regaled her children with bedtime stories about alluring spirits dwelling within majestic mountains and rivers, who awaited the arrival of scholarly wanderers. These spirits would first ensnare their victims with their beauty, only to drain their essence before abandoning them to the wilderness. Ning Yuan had come to understand this truth deeply. The youth remained transfixed, observing the charming girl before him, Jiang Yun. He stood motionless, seemingly indifferent. Jiang Yun, with her hands clasped behind her back and her upper body slightly inclined, tilted her delicate face upward. The swelling on her left cheek only served to enhance her youthful charm. Didn't T my brother say that those from the Sword Qi Great Wall are all sword immortals who inspire awe at first glance? Yet this person lacks even the most basic courtesy. Noticing his silence and stern demeanor, a hint of disappointment flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes. Her lips pursed as she turned to leave. Hello, my name is Ning Yuan, from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Huh. Jiang Yun paused, her body pivoting back toward him. In the twilight, the horizon blazed with the last gentle rays of sunlight, breaking through the clouds and cascading upon the hanging mountain array, which reflected the light in a spectacle of beauty, a moment of unparalleled grace amidst the day. A strand of fragmented light fell upon the youth's shoulder. Ning Yuan remained convinced that his mother's tales were mere fables. The notion that beautiful women were inherently deceptive was but a fallacy. His mother was indeed beautiful, yet she had never deceived him. Seeing Jiang Yun remain silent, he reiterated, Hello, my name is Ning Yuan, from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Oh, Jiang Yun snapped back to reality, smiling as she waved her hand. Hello. The Sword Qi Great Wall. Though the old man had previously concealed his mystical powers, he had resumed his gaze out of sheer boredom. His actions, albeit somewhat dubious, went unnoticed. In terms of strength, Chen Qingdu was no less formidable than the old blind man, yet the latter possessed the divine sight, a supernatural ability that Chen Qingdu lacked. Once Ning Xiao's eye departed from the upside-down mountain, the opportunity to observe the unfolding drama from the castle's heights would be lost. The scene of capture and release captivated the Grandmaster Sword Immortal, who found great delight in it. This impudent boy. Could it be that he had merely been toying with me all along? Was his sole intent in devising an escape merely to seek a bride? The elder turned his gaze towards the maiden hailing from the southern Posa continent, extending his hand from the folds of his robe to perform a calculation. Although he could not foresee Ning Yuan's fate, it did not imply that others were beyond his grasp. The Jiang clan of the southern Posa. One immortal and two jade-like figures. Does it share ties with my Sword Qi Great Wall? The Grandmaster Sword Immortal let out a soft exclamation, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, his lips moved, and his voice darted like a flying sword towards a certain location in the city. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man bearing a sword ascended the castle's ramparts. Jiang Li, come here, I have something splendid to show you. The elder wore a mischievous grin as he beckoned Jiang Li. The man named Jiang Li, respectful in demeanor, approached, well aware of the Grandmaster Sword Immortal's renowned reputation, yet unaware of the purpose of his summons. Upon hearing, Jiang Li appeared somewhat perplexed as he drew closer, lifting his gaze towards the ethereal reflection in the air, his expression instantly stiffening. The two returned to the capture pavilion, where twilight had descended, shrouding the picturesque scenery from view, leaving most passers-by departed, rendering the place eerily desolate. Shuyu had already returned to the Wanyu pavilion, having taken on a private task. Lingering too long would risk her wages being docked by the proprietor. The scholarly elder accompanying her remained outside the pavilion. As Jiang Yun had mentioned, he was a teacher from her family, akin to a tutor in a school. How did you leave the Sword Qi Great Wall? Is this sword box crafted by your elder? It truly is quite unsightly. You carry a sword box and hail from the Sword Qi Great Wall, thus you must be a sword cultivator. Have you nurtured a personal flying sword? May I see it? Within the capture pavilion, Jiang Yun's chatter was incessant, akin to a little bee buzzing around, leaving Ning Yuan regretting his association with her. Why are you ignoring me again? Jiang Yun lightly sniffed, expressing her discontent. You haven't afforded me the chance to speak, Ning Yuan replied languidly. Jiang Yun's cheeks flushed, and she softly uttered, You speak, I shall listen. Ning Yuan nodded. The sword box was a gift from an elder. I left the Sword Qi Great Wall to venture to the eastern Baoping continent. I am indeed a sword cultivator and possess a personal flying sword. Yet I cannot show it to you. Beside the pavilion were benches for weary travelers, where Jiang Yuan sat next to Ning Yuan. She was notably shorter than him, her legs unable to touch the ground, swaying left and right as if afflicted with restlessness. Have you finished? Jiang Yun's eyes widened. Ning Yuan nodded, affirming, I have. The young woman abruptly ceased her legs' restless motion. But what you've said is hardly different from saying nothing at all. Ning Yuan repositioned the dragon-slaying sword box upon his back and addressed her. There is, indeed, a distinction. Miss Jiang Yun, you must understand that you are presently the only individual in the entire Haoran realm who knows of my personal flying sword. Is that impressive? Jiang Yun blinked in surprise. It may not be impressive now, but it could very well become so in the future. Ning Yuan gazed at the sky, where the night had just begun to unfold. A crescent moon revealed its silhouette, casting a tranquil beauty across the vast world. Even the 3 moons of the wilderness paled in comparison to this singular sight. It is only natural for one to be drawn to a beautiful woman, to steal a glance or two, such is human nature. However, Ning Yuan was not one to be swayed by mere beauty, for he had other matters to attend to, and thus did not intend to linger with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stood up and inquired, Are you leaving? Ning Yuan nodded silently, preparing to depart. May I ask you one last question? She pressed. Go ahead, but there are some things I cannot disclose, he replied, with a sudden playful giggle. The girl circled around Ning Yuan before halting in front of him. Due to her shorter stature, she tilted her head back and asked with a smile, Why do you have such an odd scent about you? What odd scent? Ning Yuan replied, puzzled, as he lowered his head to sniff at himself, finding nothing amiss. Indeed, there is, Jiang Yun insisted, nodding like a pecking chick. Seeing her earnest expression, Ning Yuan scrutinized himself once more. Eventually retrieving a paper-wrapped piece of beef jerky he had brought from Yungu, he gently unwrapped it, inhaling deeply. It bore the same familiar aroma, unchanged. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that Jiang Yun, hailing from a prominent family, had likely tasted countless delicacies and developed a refined palate, leading her to perceive this as an unusual scent. Would you like to try it? Ning Yuan offered, extending a small piece toward her. Jiang Yun sniffed it and wrinkled her nose. The youth meticulously rewrapped the beef. It seems we cannot be friends, for we cannot share a meal together, he declared, turning away from Jiang Yun and retracing his steps. Jiang Yun pondered the meaning of his last words, and when she looked up again, the youth was nearly out of sight. Hey, she called out loudly, then sprinted after him. Give me a piece, quickly. I will eat it in front of you, without chewing. Ning Yuan selected the smallest piece and handed it over, nearly causing her to chip a tooth. The boy laughed until tears brimmed in his eyes. Chapter 26. A journey through mountains and waters. I just arrived at the upside-down mountain today as well, he remarked with a chuckle. I traveled here on that very Wangxian clam. The pair strolled along a main street of upside-down mountain, with Ning Yuan mostly listening while Jiang Yun spoke. In the winter, as serpents and insects retreat into their burrows, the chill of night swiftly descends. Although the upside-down mountain is sheltered by a grand array, it cannot entirely dispel the cold and heat. The arts of the immortals are diverse, encompassing countless minor mystical abilities. However, most sects and Taoist temples situated upon the mountains do not allow their protective arrays to isolate them from the external climate. One cannot nurture true excellence in a greenhouse, nor can a pond that confines its inhabitants raise a dragon that soars into the heavens. Ning Yuan possessed a solid foundation in martial prowess. Unless burdened by snow for an extended period, he was unlikely to fall ill like an ordinary mortal. Jiang Yun, however, was different. She sneezed several times, prompting Ning Yuan to glance at her without offering his coat. Jiang Yun had just entered the 5th realm of her cultivation and, unlike Ning Yuan, who practiced both martial arts and spiritual endeavors, her constitution was rather average, only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. This delineates the most conspicuous distinction between cultivators and martial practitioners. Upon reaching the 5th realm, cultivators experience a notable enhancement in their physical constitution with each breakthrough. It is not until they attain the golden core stage that their physical form truly undergoes a metamorphosis, rendering them vastly different from mere mortals. A transformation that Jiang Yun has yet to achieve. The South Sea, where the upside-down mountain is located, contrasts sharply with other regions. Its winters are bitterly cold, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive. During a ferry crossing, Ning Yuan had observed countless icebergs floating upon the surface of the South Sea below. Within his limited belongings, he possessed only a single coat, meticulously crafted by his late mother. fearing that he might one day perish in battle. She had sewn numerous garments for the siblings, suitable for all seasons. However, after the loss of their parents, most of these garments were torn in the relentless skirmishes, with Ning Yuan salvaging what remained to keep at home, leaving only the most intact coat. This coat, crafted by his mother, had never been donned, as he could not bear to let it be worn by anyone else. It was his most treasured possession. Only Xiao Yao had worn it. Yet if he were to marry in the future, he would certainly allow his wife to wear it as well. She was a rare talent, albeit somewhat lacking in emotional intelligence. The scholarly elder in robes had been trailing the two from a distance, murmuring softly before swiftly approaching the young lady to drape a light blue cloak over her shoulders. Recalling something, Ning Yuan retrieved a pitch-black token from his pocket, brushed his palm against it, and a hat appeared, which he casually placed atop Jiang Yun's head. The hat had no significant origin. It was a creation of Ning Yuan himself, rather unsightly, yet he found it more appealing than a sword sheath. When Liang first arrived at the Sword Qi Great Wall, he wore a similar hat. The man, wielding a knife at his waist, claimed to be a swordsman. Jiang Yun lifted her gaze, questioning, "Why would you have me wear a hat when it's neither raining nor snowing?" Ning Yuan paused, realizing the absurdity of his actions. Yet his thoughts quickly shifted, and he fabricated a response. In our Sword Qi Great Wall, beautiful women are required to wear hats when they go out. This custom sounded peculiar, yet it brought a radiant smile to Jiang Yun's face. Ning Jinxian, you truly have an eye for beauty. Ning Yuan, you have no idea. But during my journey aboard the Wangxian clam, I encountered a dragon of the nascent soul realm. This dragon measured 1,000 feet in length, coiling around the enormous Wangxian clam. Had it not been for the presence of a nascent soul sword immortal among the companions, you would not have had the pleasure of meeting me here. Jiang Yun continued to chatter excitedly about her experiences with her newly made friend. Even if I did not know you, I would have met others. Ning Yuan felt as though his ears were about to develop calluses, transitioning from earnest responses to mere casual replies. Jiang Yun halted, tilting her head to regard him. Would it be acceptable if I regurgitated that piece of beef and returned it to you? Ning Yuan, realizing the awkwardness of her statement, scratched his head and replied, "It's quite wonderful to know you." The young girl, witnessing his embarrassment, let out a soft laugh. As they passed a bookstore, Ning Yuan came to a stop. "Jiang Yun, I wish to step inside to purchase something. If you are pressed for time, there is no need for you to accompany me. You practice swordsmanship and martial arts. Yet you also enjoy reading?" After Jiang Yun spoke, she entered the bookstore ahead of Ning Yuan. The bookstore was modest, comprising only 2 rows of bookshelves. As Ning Yuan perused the titles, he discovered they were predominantly tales of landscapes or stories from the martial world. It appeared that the proprietor was not a scholar from the esteemed 72 academies. When Ning Yuan approached the counter, the owner was holding a volume whose cover depicted a beautiful fairy with her robe partially undone. Jiang Yun noticed it too, her cheeks flushed. Ning Yuan cleared his throat, prompting the owner to regain his composure. "Sir, I require a set of the 4 treasures of the study," he stated. The owner looked puzzled, not comprehending the request. Jiang Yun stepped forward and eloquently repeated it in refined, elegant speech, after which the owner nodded and went to retrieve the items. "How can you venture into the world if you cannot communicate?" Jiang Yun inquired with a smile. Ning Yuan, equally troubled by this predicament, considered himself reasonably intelligent. Yet he recognized that learning to speak required guidance that books alone could not provide. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "It's all right. Stumbling is inevitable. What matters is that we are on the journey." In a mere moment, the owner returned with the 4 treasures of the study, which appeared somewhat worn, likely due to long storage. Ning Yuan was unconcerned and, after inquiring about the price, was taken aback to learn it was only 20 snowflake coins. "Do you have a geomantic map of the Haoran Tianxia?" he asked after completing the payment. "Yes, it is merely 5 snowflake coins." After securing his purchases within a small pouch, the two departed the bookstore. However, an unsettling feeling lingered in Ning Yuan's heart, as he wished he could strike down the unscrupulous merchant who had sold him the geomantic map. Upon reaching a corner, Ning Yuan halted and turned to the young woman behind him, noting that dusk had settled. "Jiang Yun, it is time to part ways." Jiang Yun had remained silent, following him with her head bowed, lost in her thoughts. "I found your earlier remark quite intriguing, though I did not fully grasp it. Would you elaborate?" she queried, tilting her head upward. Ning Yuan pondered, not on how to explain, but on which of his words had rendered this chatty girl momentarily mute. Realizing the situation, And under Jiang Yuan's puzzled gaze, he turned and walked into a deserted street, patting the dark sword box at his back. Nothing else intended. You and I are merely travelers on this path. Jiang Yuan did not pursue him further. At that moment, an elderly scholar, her teacher, approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Miss, it is time to return. If you still have questions, you may seek him out another day. She turned to him. Mr. Chen, can you not answer me? Mr. Chen shook his head. Even if my words ring true, they cannot compare to the few words he might share with you. Mr. Chen is a sage of the academy. With such profound knowledge, how could he be outdone? I refuse to believe it, Jiang Yuan protested, shaking her head like a rattle drum. Because I am not on this journey, Mr. Chen sighed. A hint of worry creased Jiang Yuan's face. Yet I forgot to ask where he is lodging. But his conical hat still rests upon your head. Moonlight, like flowing water, filtered through the window's gauze, casting a soft glow upon the neatly arranged ink, paper, and brush on the desk. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yuan finally took up his brush and began to write. The youth commenced his travelogue of the mountains and waters, laboriously inscribing until the late hours of the night, filling precisely 2 pages. The first page depicted the sword chi of the Great Wall, while the second portrayed the upside-down mountain. Although his experiences were relatively few, the pages were densely packed with his thoughts. The clouds of the night had never obscured the luminous glow of the full moon. Upon completing his writing, Ning Yuan put away his writing implements and gazed out at the moonlit night, a tinge of bewilderment lingering in his heart. In these tranquil, solitary hours, during moments of profound reflection, he often found himself pondering one particular matter, the nature of dreams. He felt as though he did not belong to this realm. He grappled with the concept of which existence, past or present, constituted the true illusion. Or perhaps both were illusions. The youth opened his palm, and a diminutive, defiant flying sword hovered above, radiating a myriad of fragmented light. Ning Yuan had not forgotten about his extraordinary system. He had initially invested all his points into swordsmanship and had not summoned it since. He feared that invoking it would only deepen his obsession with discerning reality from fantasy. Unable to arrive at any conclusion, he eventually succumbed to slumber, clothed as he was, just as dawn began to break. In his dreams, he traversed vast expanses of 80,000 miles, while in waking, he poured tea to welcome the autumn breeze. Chapter 27. Thunder Lake Terrace. When Ning Yuan awakened once more, he sat dazedly on his bed for a while, his mind somewhat clouded. He recalled a saying from Granny during his childhood, when he had just begun practicing martial arts, his spirit still youthful and playful. Each day, his mother would coax him out of bed, urging him to train at Dragon-Slaying Cliff. The early morning was a time for composure. The youth shed his black attire and, after bathing, donned a fresh black outfit. In his youth, he had been fond of black clothing, believing it to be the garb of heroic swordsmen in the rivers and lakes. Granny had remembered this preference and fulfilled his wish. Glancing at the frost that had settled on the window, Ning Yuan tucked away his travelogue and strapped on his dragon-slaying sword case before stepping outside. His visit to the upside-down mountain had but a single purpose, to visit the Respect Sword Pavilion and replicate the Longli sword. Afterwards, he would take the intercontinental ferry to East Baoping Continent. In the first-floor hall, he did not find the graceful courtesan Xiu. Perhaps she was outside enticing patrons. The outside air was frigid, and as Ning Yuan stepped into the snow, it nearly reached his calves. The street was already desolate, and now even fewer pedestrians were present. He intended to wear his conical hat, but, after rummaging through his belongings, he remembered that he had forgotten to remove it from Jiang Yuan's head the previous night. Yesterday, Xiu had informed him that the upside-down mountain boasted 8 scenic spots. He had initially planned to visit all of them today, but having overslept, it was now afternoon. After a moment's deliberation, Ning Yuan resolved to visit 3 locations: Thunder Lake Terrace, the Master's Knife Room, and the Respect Sword Pavilion. However, he did not head to any of these first. Instead, he retraced his steps to the Catch-and-Release Crossing. Today, the number of visitors at the Catch-and-Release Crossing was no less than the previous day, as the snow scenery of the upside-down mountain was exceptionally beautiful, allowing one to take in a significant portion of the magnificent vista. Yesterday, due to the unexpected arrival of Jiang Yuan, Ning Yuan found himself momentarily distracted as he hurried past the capturing pavilion, making his way to the edge of the fairy cliff. There, a towering edifice stood, and the youth stepped inside with purpose. Young hero, your timing is impeccable. Tomorrow at noon, a cross-ocean ferry from the old dragon city of the Baoping continent will arrive, carried by a treasure-swallowing whale. a middle-aged, elegant woman seated behind a table, upon hearing that Ning Yuan intended to travel to the eastern Baoping continent, perused a tome in her hands and began to elucidate the details to him. The woman, possessing a voluptuous figure, adorned in an intricately embroidered floral dress with a high neckline and a long hem, revealed no hint of spring-s allure, though her visage was rather ordinary. Her demeanor exuded an air of distinction. Ning Yuan discreetly observed her, noting that most establishments, from the taverns to the treasure pavilions lining the streets, were frequented by beautiful celestial maidens at their counters. In the more upscale treasure pavilions, the women were typically well-dressed, their poise captivating, whereas in the pleasure houses, the attire often hinted at more, with a touch of spring's light spilling forth. It was akin to the delicate, ethereal beauty of a clear rain, as she donned slightly revealing garments while attending to her duties at the moonlit pavilion. Yet, life went on, whether on the mountains or in the valley. Mortals lived their days, and cultivators did not linger longer than that. Ultimately, survival was paramount, and Ning Yuan did not regard the celestial maidens as being of lesser worth than the woman before him. As the saying goes, one may jest about poverty, but never about prostitution. The treasure-swallowing whale, belonging to the Fu family of the old Dragon City, traversed the depths of the ocean with remarkable speed, capable of reaching the southernmost tip of the Baoping continent in just 2.5 months. If you wish to board, a fee of 5 Guyu coins is required, and upon the arrival of the treasure-swallowing whale tomorrow, we shall set sail early the day after, she explained. Noticing the youth's scrutinizing gaze, the woman remained unperturbed and continued her detailed explanations. Ning Yuan inquired, "Are there any other ferries heading to the eastern Baoping continent besides the treasure-swallowing whale?" The woman closed her book and regarded him thoughtfully. "Are you, young hero, interested in a ferry that possesses the capability of flight?" Ning Yuan nodded in affirmation. With a smile, she replied, "Then you will need to wait a bit longer. In 7 days, a mechanical city from the northern Julu continent will arrive. This city is among the largest and safest cross-ocean ferries. Its defense is comparable to those of cultivators in the Jade Purity realm. It will pass through the Water Talisman dynasty of the eastern Baoping continent, stopping at one of its ferry ports for an hour. The mechanical city is secure, featuring a sword formation crafted by the skilled artisans of the Mo family." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, the fare for this journey is somewhat steep, requiring 30 Guyu coins." Sensing that Ning Yuan was perhaps a country bumpkin, the woman elaborated her points with care. The young man listened with rapt attention, his heart swelling with aspirations, but upon hearing the price, he quickly dismissed his hopes. Ning Yuan did not possess such abundant resources. He carried only 2 pouches. One was the last of the Ning family's savings given to him by his elders, amounting to less than 30 Guyu coins, especially after recent expenditures. The thought of the unscrupulous merchant who sold him the cartography scroll made him grit his teeth in frustration. The other pouch was a gift from Yungu, reserved exclusively for forging swords. Every single coin was sacrosanct. Perceiving Ning Yuan's financial constraints, the woman refrained from displaying any disdain. Instead, she poured him a cup of tea and offered it kindly. Ning Yuan accepted the tea with a word of thanks, then turned to the lady and inquired about the arrival of the Hohot Island from the old Longqing Fan family at the Upside-Down Mountain. As the youth stepped outside, a jade token appeared in his hand, unmarked, yet intricately carved with an osmanthus blossom. He would need to linger a bit longer, gazing at the silver-clad Upside-Down Mountain. He sighed softly and took his leave. The ferry to Hohot Island would take another 10 days to reach the Upside-Down Mountain. Ning Yuan spent 8 Guyu coins to reserve a private room on Hohot Island. Although Hohot Island could not match the speed of the Fan family's treasure-swallowing whale, its charm lay in its scenic beauty and the fact that it was an aerial ferry, which made it comparatively more expensive. After departing from the ferry, Ning Yuan queried several passers-by before making his way directly to the Luai's platform. The Upside-Down Mountain forbade cultivators from flying, compelling everyone to travel on foot. Within less than half an hour, after rounding a corner, the outline of the Luai's platform came into view. The Luai's platform, or rather the Luai's pool, was encircled by 99 tiers of steps, with a vast pool at its center. Upon ascending, the sight within unfolded before him. True to its name, the Luai's platform crackled with flashes of lightning and thunder, the electric currents resembling a viscous liquid. It was said that this Luai's platform contained a handful of water taken from an ancient thunder zone thousands of years ago by a Taoist elder, who traversed the world with his sword. This water was subsequently placed at the Upside-Down Mountain. where each sovereign who governed the mountain would cast the souls of unruly demons into the Luai's pool after vanquishing them. The sovereign would annihilate the physical body, while the Thunder Tribulation would obliterate the soul, ensuring their eternal damnation and preclusion from rebirth. This explains why, since his arrival at the Upside-Down Mountain, everyone had adhered to the rules so strictly, regardless of their lineage from the 9 continents. All were compelled to behave modestly here. Before the Confucian sages would begin their cleansing rituals, they would first elucidate the rules, imparting the reasons behind the death of transgressors. In contrast, the Taoists had no such convolutions. The rules were established, and violation led to immediate death without further discussion. A rustic youth squatted by the edge of the platform, his eyes filled with wonder as he observed for quite some time. Suddenly, within his line of sight, a middle-aged Taoist, sword on his back, disregarded the regulations of the Upside-Down Mountain and soared into the air over the Luai's platform. Chapter 28. Thunder Arc. Ning Yuan watched for a long while, and when the Taoist finally manifested on his sword, he came to his senses. Rising to his feet, he noticed that the once bustling crowd around the Luai's platform had vanished, leaving only himself and the sword-bearing Taoist. It appeared that this encounter was aimed directly at him. Ning Yuan, not lacking in discernment, had already deduced this. Yet, he remained unperturbed. If the situation were dire, the Taoist would have acted by now. The sword-wielding man had a striking appearance, exuding an air of authority that seemed capable of subduing even the most fearsome spirits. After appraising Ning Yuan for a moment, he spoke. One thread of thunder tribulation or one celestial weapon? Choose one. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the meaning behind the words. The middle-aged Taoist's demeanor hinted at a trace of irritation. The youth clasped his fists and inquired, Taoist, what is the reason for this? The Taoist waved his hand dismissively, impatiently urging him to make a choice swiftly. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, uncertain how to respond. He understood that these formidable cultivators possessed vast powers and reveled in orchestrating the cosmos, particularly this lineage adept at divining destinies. Even the foremost sword master, the Grand Sword Immortal, could effortlessly manipulate his every action. How much more so could the esteemed figures of the Taoist sect? It was likely that even if he inquired, they would remain reticent about their intentions. He lifted his gaze and asked, Can I refuse? Truly, he appeared as a simpleton. Such a grand fortune would have sent any cultivator of the 5th realm into raptures. The middle-aged Taoist furrowed his brow, visibly agitated, and refrained from further dialogue. He extended his hand toward the surging lightning below, deftly pinching 2 fingers together to ensnare a flicker of lightning. With a flick of his fingers, the token of the square inch, which Ning Yuan clutched, soared uncontrollably into the sky. Subsequently, the hand that had captured the lightning snapped, causing the arc to vanish into thin air. The token inscribed with the words Sword Qi Great Wall returned, which Ning Yuan grasped tightly. The Taoist cast a deep glance at him, then redirected his sword tip, vanishing in an instant toward the solitary peak. In the fleeting moment of this celestial figure's departure from the hanging mountain, a formidable sword energy, spanning 1,000 zhang, surged from an unknown realm, piercing the heavens and the earth. It tore through the firmament, heading straight for the white jade capital of the Taoist sect. With its unparalleled destructive force, it cleaved through a celestial palace. After leaving the Thunder Lake platform, Ning Yuan swiftly arrived at the nearest Master Sword Room. The Master Sword Room, though not a scenic spot, housed a magnificent jade wall densely inscribed with hundreds, if not thousands, of names. It served as a bounty board. Any individual with sufficient celestial currency could post rewards here. However, there was a stipulation. Once a price was set by the Master Sword Room, the bounty must be staked. No one dared to post bounties without the requisite funds, for the reputation of the Master Sword Room for its fierce techniques had spread across several realms. Though the lineage of Taoist Elder II bore a celestial sword, there were other branches, one of which comprised the disciples of the Master Sword Room. These practitioners were easily identifiable, each bearing a ceremonial blade at their waist. Ning Yuan was aware that among the myriad of sects in the world, 4 were notoriously troublesome, one of which was the Master Sword Room. The other 3 included the Mo family's debt collectors, legalist cultivators, and sword practitioners. To label them as troublesome is to understate their nature. The disciples of the Master Sword Room acted without restraint, exhibiting ruthless aggression. One must ask, which celestial being would dare to establish a bounty board upon the hanging mountain? The Master Sword Room showed no qualms regarding the targets of their bounties. As long as one had the gold, they could list the names of eminent cultivators from the mountain summit. Ning Yuan glanced over the board and noted the names of various formidable beings, including a great demon hidden in the depths of the South Sea, the leader of a sect from a distant continent, an esteemed mountain deity, and even the name of a Confucian Academy's headmaster. After departing from the Master Sword Room, Ning Yuan made his way to his final destination of the day, the Respect Sword Pavilion. Earlier, he had discovered several familiar names inscribed on the jade wall of the Master Sword Room: Cui Chan, Song Changjing, and Lu Chun. The frequency with which Zhang Tai's posters have been affixed is quite alarming, with over 20 displayed. The person responsible for this bounty hails from various regions of Jiuzhou, underscoring the widespread disdain for this once-cherished disciple of the literary sage who has betrayed his sect. Song Changjing, a prince from the Baoping continent of the Great Li dynasty, has only one bounty posted against him, the rationale for which is rather ludicrous, as it claims that the diminutive eastern Baoping continent is unworthy of hosting a master at the pinnacle of martial arts. However, the most amusing of all is the bounty on Lu Chun, the third master of the Azure Mist realms by Yujing and a figure of peak cultivation at the 14th realm, who surprisingly has a bounty placed within the Master Sword Room. What adds to the absurdity is that the Master Sword Room belongs to a branch of the Taoist second sect, and Lu Chun is a junior disciple of the same sect. The connection is self-evident. When the head of the Master Sword Room encounters Lu Chun, he must respectfully address him as senior uncle. Yet, the Master Sword Room dares not display the name of their esteemed senior uncle prominently. The bounty is posted by Lu Chun himself, offering a mere snowflake of currency. The Jingjian Pavilion lies merely 2 streets away from the Master Sword Room. As Ning Yuan traverses one street and turns onto a main thoroughfare, he brushes past a girl clad in a conical hat. With his head bowed in contemplation of trivial matters, he remains oblivious to her gaze. The girl, however, catches sight of him, and upon realizing he has not noticed her, she turns and walks alongside him. Ning Yuan is lost in thought regarding the matter of the Thunder Lake platform. That insufferable Taoist had rushed over on his sword, adopting a menacing demeanor, and without uttering a word, delivered a bolt of thunder to him, hinting at some hidden circumstances. Initially, Ning Yuan considers the possibility of the senior sword immortal being involved, but quickly dismisses the notion, recalling that Chen Qingdu shares no close ties with the Taoist second sect. If memory serves him correctly, there was nearly a grudge between the two. When the Taoist second sect journeyed through the vast realms of Haoran, it seems that his final destination was the Sword Qi Great Wall, yet he lingered near the upside-down mountain in the South Sea, delaying his entry into the barbaric world to seek out the senior sword immortal for a duel. It is well known that this disciple of the Taoist ancestor, who relishes competition with the heavens, arrived bearing a celestial sword with the intent to conquer the most formidable mountain in the world and engage in a fierce battle with Chen Qingdu, who resides within the Sword Qi Great Wall. His goal was to prove that not only was he adept in Taoist arts, but also unmatched in the sword path, ultimately establishing a 5th lineage of swordsmanship among the 4 existing sections. As for the so-called invincible Taoist second sect, who regards the upside-down mountain as his domain, wielding the celestial sword and Taoist scriptures, the reason he never sought counsel from Chen Qingdu is less known. However, one thing Ning Yuan is certain of: should the Taoist second sect dare to approach, he would meet immediate defeat. Apart from the 3 patriarchs arriving with tokens at the Sword Qi Great Wall, the senior sword immortal in residence, there is the true embodiment of invincibility. Regardless of how profound the Taoist second sect's arts are, or how sharp the celestial sword may be, victory is utterly unattainable. Suddenly, a small object obstructs Ning Yuan's path. Ning Yuan, can you not see me? Is this how you traverse the martial world? If I had just stabbed you in the back with my sword in this frigid weather, you would have already perished. Chapter 29. Zhu Yu. The whispering bamboo grove. Ning Yuan lifts his gaze to confront the diminutive obstruction before him, pondering whether Jiang Yun might be unwell. Yesterday, he had already come to this conclusion. His stature was rather diminutive, and he hailed from a lineage of celestial beings rather than humble mortals. Why had he not grown taller? Women of the same age generally towered over him by half a head. Today, Jiang Yun donned an exquisite white robe adorned with cloud patterns, its fabric so fine that it transcended mere opulence. The silken threads shimmered subtly, suggesting it was a treasure of the celestial realm. In stark contrast, Ning Yuan appeared quite shabby in his thin black attire, which, due to Granny Bai's mediocre craftsmanship, was far from appealing. Should it become soiled, he would easily resemble a beggar. Their previous encounter had been at dusk, and he had not observed her closely. Now, however, he found her beauty truly astonishing. Jiang Yun strode through the snow, her cheeks resembling fresh lychees, and her delicate hands, peeking from her sleeves, were as fair as snow. The only blemish upon her beauty was the exceedingly unattractive conical hat she wore. Noticing his gaze upon her, Jiang Yun displayed no signs of girlish embarrassment. Instead, she proudly tilted her head, revealing her full visage beneath the hat, her lips pursed in a semblance of a smile as she regarded Ning Yuan. Soon, her smile illuminated her charming face as she exclaimed, "Isn't it beautiful?" Ning Yuan chuckled softly, affirming its beauty but insisting, "However, you must return the hat to me." Together, they proceeded to the Sword Respect Pavilion, leaving the matter of the hat unresolved, for Jiang Yun remained obstinate. The Sword Respect Pavilion towered 7 stories high, with an exterior facing a plaza of white jade. Upon their arrival at the entrance, Ning Yuan did not rush inside. Instead, he contemplated a stone tablet standing nearby. The tablet was inscribed with numerous names, 200 to 300 in total, recording individuals who were all at least sword immortals of the Jade Purity realm. After all, to slay a beast of the upper 5th realm at the Sword Qi Great Wall, one must be of the Jade Purity realm. Those of the nascent soul realm could scarcely entertain such thoughts. Most were sword immortals from the Sword Qi Great Wall, while a small fraction hailed from the vast righteous world. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuan and Jiang Yun entered, one after the other. Although the Sword Respect Pavilion was the closest destination from the Wanyu Pavilion, Ning Yuan chose to visit it last. Inside, the display of sword immortals' treasured swords included not only the Changli sword entrusted by Yungu, but also the swords of many fallen sword immortals, among whom were the parents of Ning Yuan and Ning Yao. Having risen late, it was now dusk, and only a few visitors lingered within the Sword Respect Pavilion. Coincidentally, Ning Yuan and Jiang Yun's encounters had both occurred at this twilight hour. Upon entering, they were greeted by a long, antiquated table, behind which sat a steward of the pavilion, who, upon their arrival, perfunctorily recited the pavilion's regulations. After entering, Jiang Yun shed her previous noisy demeanor, briefly speaking to Ning Yuan before heading to the right to view the swords of female sword immortals. Ning Yuan turned left, where the swords were arranged according to the number of upper 5th realm beasts slain by each sword immortal. The further one ventured inside, the greater the number of kills and the more significant the accomplishments. He walked slowly, examining each sword. He was in no rush to find the Changli sword, confident that it would eventually come to him. The imitation swords were not merely offerings upon a table. Within the Sword Respect Pavilion, a master had arranged an intricate formation, causing all the imitation swords of the sword immortals to levitate in midair, their tips all pointed southwards, toward the Sword Qi Great Wall, the direction of the wild and untamed world. Ning Yuan scanned the first floor swiftly, observing that it was filled with imitation swords belonging to the Jade Purity realm sword immortals. Yet he did not find the Changli. During his search, he encountered Jiang Yun. Their eyes met briefly, yet neither spoke, each lost in contemplation of the other. Ascending to the upper level, where the swords of the immortal realm were enshrined, Ning Yuan soon discovered the long-awaited Changli. After several moments of gazing, he continued on, halting at the end of the corridor. There lay a Zhuyu and a Yu Huang, swords belonging to the siblings' parents. Beneath these swords, a shimmering, ethereal curtain displayed the life stories of their owners. Crouched on the floor, Ning Yuan stared blankly at the 2 imitation swords. In the next instant, a thunderous cacophony erupted within his mind, causing his head to throb painfully as a torrent of fragmented memories surged forth, colliding and shattering in his consciousness. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose as he curled up on the ground, trembling like a dying insect in a corner. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun stood in the corridor where the Changli sword was enshrined. On the way there, Ning Yuan had spoken to her about this very matter, even suggesting that if his drawing did not meet her expectations, she should take it upon herself to illustrate it. Looking around the empty upper corridor, the girl noticed Ning Yuan was nowhere in sight. Glancing back at the Changli sword before her, she retrieved her brush and ink from her storage item and began to sketch with great dedication. "I helped him depict this sword. I shan't return the conical hat to him," she mused, her focus unwavering. Leaning against the wall, Ning Yuan wiped the crimson from his face, though it remained stubbornly smeared, rendering his visage somewhat fearsome. Suddenly, an impulse surged within him. He glanced at his belongings and retrieved a plain-looking wine gourd, tilting it back for a hearty gulp. The unpleasant brew mixed with the blood in his throat, almost causing him to retch. He contemplated that upon his return, he would not only bring treasures for Yungu to enhance her beauty, but would also teach her the art of brewing fine wine. Although he himself was inexperienced, he could always learn. He had heard tales of a bamboo sea paradise in the realm of Haoran, where a lady of Qingshan Mountain resided, said to possess beauty that could rival the heavens, with ample curves and a figure that captivated the heart. Naturally, this bamboo sea paradise also produced the finest Qingshan Mountain wine, renowned for its exquisite flavor. He resolved to visit and have the lady impart her brewing skills to him. What a Liang cannot achieve, I shall accomplish. He will be envious beyond measure. Suddenly, the boy lifted his gaze toward the end of the corridor, where a woman stood, her presence unnoticed until now. Dressed in modest attire and possessing an unremarkable appearance, she gazed at him with a gentle smile. In a blink, she was before him. Looking down, embarrassed by the blood on his face, Ning Yuan hastily wiped it again and attempted to rise, only to be met with her outstretched hand as she pulled him up. Then she gently embraced him, softly patting his back, reminiscent of the tender care from his childhood. Behind her stood a middle-aged man, equally unremarkable in appearance. When Jiang Yuan encountered Ning Yuan once more, the youth was reclined against the wall, engrossed in his own travelogue of picturesque landscapes. Chapter 30. Disrespectful eyes in the white jade plaza at the foot of the lonely peak mountain. The young Taoist was once again sprawled on the ground, perusing his books. Employing some mystical technique, the ground around him remained free of snow, while the falling snowflakes above dissolved midair. He observed with utmost attention, as if meticulously reading each character, and would clap his hands in delight whenever he stumbled upon a particularly captivating passage. The vast plaza was now deserted. The swordsman Zhang Lu had been soundly asleep throughout the day, yet come nightfall, he was vibrant and alert, his eyes sparkling like the luminous full moon. He retrieved a gourd of wine, shaking it slightly, and, skeptical, tipped it towards his mouth. He maintained the position for quite some time before a solitary drop finally fell from the gourd spout. He smacked his lips, closed his eyes to savor the flavor of that single drop, and upon reopening his eyes, a look of irritation crossed his face. His gaze wandered aimlessly until it landed on the young Taoist engrossed in reading. Zhang Lu did not approach directly. Instead, he evaded the Taoist's line of sight and circled around behind him. The young Taoist remained oblivious until Zhang Lu playfully slapped him on the backside. "Zhang Lu, don't think I'm afraid of you," the young Taoist exclaimed in fury, the slap causing him to bury his face in the pages of his book. Zhang Lu quickly donned a cheerful expression, squatting beside the young Taoist. "How about a chat?" he suggested. The young Taoist, aware of Zhang Lu's intentions, retorted with irritation. "What is there to discuss with you? If you desire wine, why not procure it yourself? Just take a turn down this path, and you'll find several taverns." He continued. "Moreover, as a sword cultivator of the immortal realm, when you approach those merchants heading to the Sword Qi Great Wall, do they not treat you with utmost reverence? Just a word from you, and they would gladly fetch you drinks, even sending their wives to serve you." The young Taoist's observations were not without merit. Despite Zhang Lu's role as a mere gatekeeper, he was a formidable guardian of the 12th realm, a sword-wielding one at that. For the majority of the celestial beings on the mountain, reaching the 12th realm was a distant dream. In the vast expanse of the world, cultivators like Ning Yuan, who were at the ocean observation realm, could easily claim a mountain peak, establishing a sect and recruiting disciples. Those at the 5th realm could live comfortably by finding a secluded town to exert their influence. It was not that there were no eminent figures among the righteous. Rather, with more people came the inevitable presence of the lesser beings. Zhang Lu placed a hand atop the young Taoist's head, only for the latter to swat it away, prompting Zhang Lu to withdraw his hand. "The wine those lesser beings bring me is no different from urine. Otherwise, why would I sleep during the day? It's merely to avoid seeing and being troubled." The young Taoist scoffed. "If you look down upon them, who would look up to you? Is there even a place for you at the Sword Qi Great Wall?" Zhang Lu remained silent for a considerable time, recalling the purpose of his visit. Not dwelling on the matter, he grinned mischievously. "How about a wager?" The young Taoist regarded him warily. "No bet. You're nothing but a wretched drunkard. Akin to the phlegm others spit on the roadside, your betting ethics are worse than even that Liang. I emerged victorious, yet gained nothing. But if I were to lose, who can fathom the depths of your deceit?" Upon hearing this, the man's countenance grew despondent. He felt utterly devoid of hope in this life. He yearned to be a drunken wanderer, but found no wine to quench his thirst, and aspired to be a gambler, yet could not approach the gaming table. The young Taoist, grinning broadly, remarked, "In my view, amidst nearly 20,000 souls at the Sword Qi Great Wall, you alone live the most carefree existence. Both participants in the 13 contest. Observe the imitation swords within the Respect Sword Pavilion and then cast your gaze upon yourself. Among the various visitors passing through this place, who does not treat you with utmost respect? Ostensibly a mere gatekeeper, burdened with guilt, yet you live better than anyone else. Just a word from you, and countless will bring you wine, and most importantly, you need not slay demons atop the city walls. The man's demeanor grew even more somber, yet he soon transformed his expression into one of mirth, realizing the young Taoist's words bore truth. Come, let us not gamble, but merely make a guess. The young Taoist turned a page, inquired, what shall we guess? The man gestured with his chin toward the distance. Do you think that lad from the Respect Sword Pavilion will manage to refine that bolt of thunder before leaving the upside-down mountain? The young Taoist narrowed his eyes, and as his voluminous robe billowed, 2 azure talismans floated in midair. With fingers poised, he drew symbols and murmured incantations, causing the talismans to ascend and ignite. The man, sword resting on his knees, flicked the blade lightly, producing a crisp sound, and the 2 azure talismans that had just ignited were reduced to ashes. Before the young Taoist could glare in anger, Zhang Lu retorted, do you not understand the adage? What is improper should not be gazed upon. Do you wish for your other celestial abode to be cleaved by a sword? The young Taoist stood in stunned silence, while the man wore a mischievous grin. It is said that the great deity of the upside-down mountain divined the fate of a young man emerging from the Sword Qi Great Wall yesterday. Unable to discern his fortune, the deity peered through the mountains and rivers with divine insight, only to receive 2 slaps in return. Upon personally visiting, he reluctantly presented a bolt of thunder. Yet that was not the end. Even his ancestral home, far in the realm of Qingming, was cleaved in 2 by a single sword strike. Outside the Respect Sword Pavilion, Ning Yuan sat alone on the stone steps, clutching a wine gourd. While Jiang Yun had previously wiped the bloodstains from his face, Ning Yuan had spat a pool of crimson within the pavilion, receiving a reprimand from a steward, with Jiang Yun cleaning up after him. In the realm of sword respect, no excess is permitted. Before long, a figure clad in white robes settled beside him in silence, offering 3 paintings. Thank you, Ning Yuan replied, accepting the artwork. Alongside the Chongli sword, Jiang Yun had also depicted the Zhuyue and Youhao swords. The illustrations were exquisite, with Jiang Yun meticulously replicating the precise dimensions of each sword, and each painting bore a footnote detailing the life stories of the sword bearers, their ages, accomplishments in battle, and the powers of their innate flying swords were all recorded. Unaware of the circumstances, Jiang Yun chose not to disturb him. Adorning her head was Ning Yuan's conical hat, with feathers cascading gracefully upon it. She glanced skyward but found no trace of the moon, then stared blankly at the snow before finally tilting her head to observe the profile of the young man. After a prolonged silence, noticing the snowflakes accumulating upon his head, Jiang Yun reached out to brush them away and placed the hat upon his head once more. Ning Yuan silently sipped his drink. Although the taste of Yun Gu's wine was rather unpalatable, after a few more swigs, it began to seem quite agreeable. Much like a couple who have grown accustomed to one another over time, eventually, affection will blossom. If no affection arises, it simply indicates that time has not yet sufficed. Seizing a moment when Ning Yuan had just swallowed a mouthful of wine, the young girl snatched the gourd from his grasp. Upon glancing at the spout, she noticed remnants of blood. Without hesitation, and having never tasted wine before, Jiang Yun embraced the gourd with both hands and took a hearty gulp. Last time, a piece of beef had nearly shattered her teeth. This time, the wine left her gasping for breath. Coincidentally, the beef had been prepared by Yun Gu, and the wine was brewed by her as well. Chapter 31. The refinement of distant travels. If you cannot drink, then refrain from it. Drinking does not make one a sword immortal. Ning Yuan patted her back as Jiang Yun turned crimson from choking. Then why do you drink? The young girl retorted. Ning Yuan chuckled softly and shook his head. I do not particularly enjoy drinking either. However, when sorrow strikes, one often feels the urge to do something. The only thing I have at my disposal is wine. Were I to possess a pipe and a bit of tobacco, you would see before you an old immortal. What are you talking about? Jiang Yun replied, perplexed. Drinking wine does not make you a sword immortal, and smoking a pipe makes one an old immortal? The youth grinned, reclaiming the gourd from her. Because old immortals would puff clouds of smoke. The young girl burst into laughter. Ning Yuan gazed into the vast whiteness before him, recalling a matter. After the new year, when Xiao Yao returned from Beipingzu to the Sword Qi Great Wall, a dark-skinned youth would come to deliver a sword to her. Having traveled thousands of miles and fought countless battles, he finally arrived at the upside-down mountain. Their first reunion would take place in the plaza outside the Respect Sword Pavilion. It was also on these stone steps that they sat together, though he was uncertain if it was indeed the very spot where they had once shared a moment. That audacious youth had mustered the courage to express his feelings to Xiao Yao, but at that time, it seemed she had not directly accepted. After retrieving her sword, she returned to the Sword Qi Great Wall, leaving behind a heartbroken Chen Qingdu. Yet, given their reunion, it was evident that a tragic conclusion was not in store for them. However, as Xiao Yao's elder brother, the thought of a penniless youth courting his sister stirred an impulse within Ning Yuan to deliver a sound thrashing. Reflecting further, he concluded that both of them were well-suited and destined for a splendid ending. Chen and Ning, together for countless years in this world. What then was there to worry about? He resolved to focus more on himself, for the path ahead branched into countless unknowns, shrouded in obscurity, where one could not see their own hand before their face. Ning Yuan rose, stretched lazily, and bent down to brush the snowflakes from her head, then placed her conical hat back atop Jiang Yun's head. Come, let me escort you home. The two departed from the Respect Sword Pavilion, leaving behind 2 long trails of footprints in the snow, returning through the stormy night. Ning Yuan returned to the Ruan Xiu Inn, where he paid the innkeeper several small coins for his stay, awaiting the ferry to Hohot Island that would arrive in a few days. Once back in his room, he untied the ropes and removed the heavy dragon-slaying sword case, noticing the marks the ropes had left upon his shoulder, already drawn blood. After meticulously arranging his belongings on the table, Ning Yuan penned an additional passage in his travelogue of mountains and rivers, before extracting the wandering sword from its case to commence its refinement. In the realm of cultivators, as long as one's strength is sufficient, the refinement of mountains and rivers is easily achievable. Thus, the wandering sword, a semi-divine weapon, is no exception. By channeling true energy, he gradually inscribed his unique mark upon the sword using the art of refinement. Once the process was complete, the wandering sword would possess a semblance of sentience. It was not that the sword had truly acquired a spirit, but rather that a profound bond was formed between Ning Yuan and the wandering sword, allowing him to summon it effortlessly with a mere thought. In essence, it was akin to branding the object, enabling him to wield it with greater proficiency. The Sword of Destiny, on the other hand, is nurtured through the cultivator's own sword path, becoming an integral part of oneself. Should the Sword of Destiny be shattered, the wielder would suffer grave injuries. Typically, the Sword of Destiny serves as a decisive strike, catching adversaries off guard. Thus, sword cultivators have long been regarded as the most formidable of foes on the mountain. When it comes to the art of evasion, the sword cultivator's speed on the blade is indisputably unparalleled, and their lethality ranks among the top 3. An age-old adage resonates through the mountains. It is wise to provoke anyone but a sword cultivator. Particularly, one must avoid inciting a rogue sword cultivator, for they are the most troublesome, unencumbered by ties, and should one fail to vanquish them through sheer strength, one must brace for potentially endless retribution. If one cannot contend with the elder, they may resort to striking the younger. A casual swipe of the sword may well disrupt the sanctity of a celestial lineage. Once a cultivator refines a magical artifact, should it be lost and fall into another's possession, even if their realms are comparable, the other party would need to expend considerable effort to remove the mark. If a lesser cultivator were to acquire it, they might not even be able to refine it, facing the risk of backlash. As for mortals, mere contact could prove fatal. The refinement of the wandering sword was not a brief endeavor. After an entire night, Ning Yuan had merely inscribed a single mark upon the blade. 3 marks signify minor refinement, while 9 denote major refinement. The youth sat in meditation with closed eyes, his mind delving deep into the various energy centers within his body, devoid of distractions. It seemed that since last night, Ning Yuan had regained his focus, embarking on a rigorous path of cultivation, resonating with his own words of perseverance. As the wind and snow outside gradually abated, a ray of sunlight filtered through the window, melting away the thick layer of white and casting its glow upon the travelogue resting on the table. Ning Yuan had not ventured outside today, dedicating himself entirely to his tranquil practice. During the day, Jiang Yun paid him a visit, but upon discovering him engrossed in cultivation, she returned home. Jiang Yun's journey to the Upside-Down Mountain was part of her learning experience under the guidance of her mentor. Cultivation encompasses not only meditation in secluded chambers, but also the trials encountered along the way, broadening one's horizons while solidifying one's mindset. Yet, Ning Yuan perceived that this young woman merely sought amusement, for on the following day, she returned, clamoring for him to accompany her to the Elk Cliff, claiming that an ancient celestial sage was publicly refining magical artifacts there. Ning Yuan, being at a critical juncture in the refinement of the wandering sword, with the third mark nearly complete, declined her request. Not only did he refuse to accompany her, but he also asked the young girl to bring him some food, as he had been cultivating for 2 continuous days, and his internal state was in need of nourishment. Jiang Yun, incensed, nearly uttered a curse before storming out in frustration. Before long, she stealthily returned, employing a subtle concealment spell, believing that Ning Yuan, who was in a meditative state with closed eyes, had not noticed her. She surreptitiously pilfered the travelogue of landscapes from the table. Her curiosity about its contents had long been piqued, yet when she had previously requested to read it, Ning Yuan had insisted that it was beyond her comprehension. Naturally, Ning Yuan was aware of the girl's antics, but chose to ignore her, for she indeed could not grasp its meaning. Later, the girl returned once more, still furtively entering the room, and replaced the travelogue. Just as she was about to slip out, she caught sight of Ning Yuan, seated silently on the bed, observing her intently. I, Jiang Yun, scratched my head, at a loss for words, and then broke into a foolish grin. Ning Yuan chuckled. You can't understand it? Jiang Yun nodded like a chick pecking at grains. No worries. In this world, aside from me, no one else can comprehend it. You teach me to speak the grand language, and I shall teach you to recognize these characters. How does that sound? Jiang Yun pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The young man waved his hand. First, go fetch me something to eat. Chapter 32. The new celestial sovereign. Time flew by, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. A momentous announcement echoed from the upside-down mountain. A beautiful woman, holding the talisman of the Taoist sect, had crossed realms to arrive at the Qingming Heavenly Taoist Temple. After lighting 3 incense sticks in the incense hall, a bell hanging from the eaves of the solitary peak rang out. Although it was a small bell, its sound resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire region of the upside-down mountain. It was said that all 9 esteemed Taoist masters had gathered to pay their respects as this lady emerged from the incense hall. The lady paid little attention to them initially. She first visited the mirror of the solitary peak, conversing briefly with a young Taoist boy wearing a fishtail crown. Then, with a single step, she ascended the solitary peak's high tower to exchange the talisman with the long-awaited celestial sovereign. The position of celestial sovereign at the upside-down mountain is renewed every 100 years, but it was unclear what had transpired this time. For this celestial sovereign had held the title for merely over 40 years before being deposed. The master, who had returned to the mortal realm and once gifted Ning Yuan with a thunder arc, seemed to have anticipated this event and bore no resentment. No one expected that the celestial sovereign, who had presided over the upside-down mountain for decades, would exhibit such deference. Harboring not a trace of bitterness regarding the loss of his title, but rather cautiously inquiring about the master's well-being, the lady merely shook her head, offering him not a single word, displaying no kindness towards her fellow sect member, which was evident from her previous conduct. In the Taoist tradition, upon arriving at the upside-down mountain, one typically first visits the incense hall to pay homage to their ancestors before meeting the residing celestial sovereign. However, this lady chose instead to consult the young Taoist boy guarding the entrance before proceeding to the solitary peak to exchange the talisman, making her intentions clear. The sword-bearing Taoist departed in sorrow, conversing with the young Taoist boy, his own junior, for a moment before leaving the upside-down mountain, reportedly to embark on a sea journey in search of immortals. The sword-bearing man was unusually alert today. Witnessing such commotion was no different from having his eyes opened. Once that Taoist had departed, he resumed his conversation with the young Taoist boy. Do you see? I was right. Your avian brother's good fortune has come to an end. The young Taoist boy continued flipping through his book, his tone indifferent. Whether you are right or not is of no concern to me. I have not wagered with you in any case. The man wielding the sword has always been a scoundrel. He approached and squatted down before him, grinning as he inquired. Does your master have no intention of allowing him to return to the realm of Qingming? The realm of immortals cannot breach the celestial canopy for ascension, and having lost the mountain seal of the upside-down mountain, he found himself without the support of his small world, plummeting back to the realm of jade purity. If no one from Bayou Jing comes to collect him, he will be left to either age and die in the vast realm or attain the stage of ascension. The young Taoist boy, keeping his gaze fixed on the martial arts manuscript, casually remarked, I do not know, but wandering the world is surely a better option? Zhang Lu, with a mischievous grin, stroked his chin while gazing in the direction the Taoist had departed, teasingly suggesting, "Do you believe your avian brother will escape the South Sea?" The young Taoist boy looked up, his face a portrait of bewilderment. When did this drunken sword cultivator become so adept at fortune-telling? The newly appointed celestial monarch has resided at the upside-down mountain for 2 days without any notable activity from the solitary peaks nearby, and rumors have begun to circulate regarding the true nature of this celestial maiden. One of the disciples under the second master of Baiyu Jing, the deputy lord of the Purple Chi Tower, possesses peak cultivation at the 12th realm. Upon taking over the upside-down mountain, he has gained the support of the world's mightiest mountain seal, subtly acquiring the strength of ascension. At the Ruan Xiu Inn in the initial days, Ning Yuan accompanied Jiang Yun to explore the 8 scenic wonders of the upside-down mountain. In the days that followed, he remained in the inn, diligently cultivating. The wandering sword had successfully undergone minor refinement. While they were not yet in perfect sync, he was able to manipulate it with relative ease. Although Ning Yuan marked the wandering sword with an imprint on the first night, the subsequent engravings became increasingly complex, presenting greater challenges in the refinement process. It was likely that he would not achieve significant refinement within a month. For the time being, he postponed the major refinement and began nurturing his reverse flow sword, introspecting on the 18 energy chambers and channeling his sword intent into 15 acupoints. Furthermore, Ning Yuan discovered that he could merge this sword intent into the reverse flow sword's body, enhancing its lethality. However, this process proved to be slow, as cultivation is inherently arduous. Every day at noon, Jiang Yun would visit, bringing him food. During these moments, Ning Yuan would pause his training, and the young girl would teach him the language of the vast realm, which he clumsily attempted to learn, making commendable progress. As time gradually passed, the ferry from Osmanthus Island was set to arrive at the upside-down mountain in 3 days. On that morning, Ning Yuan exited the inn and awkwardly inquired for directions in his rudimentary vast realm dialect, arriving at a grand estate near the main peak. The residence was an inn, and when he asked the innkeeper, he learned that the cheapest room cost a whole grain rain coin per night, a staggering sum that left him aghast, as he currently found himself in dire financial straits. Although he still had a handful of grain rain coins, he needed to save for the ferry ride to the northern Dali dynasty, which would require a substantial expenditure. Naturally, Ning Yuan was not there to stay. He was seeking Jiang Yun. Before long, the young girl joyfully emerged and pulled him into the rear courtyard. The costly nature of the Nanxiu Inn was justified. It was no ordinary establishment. Upon entering, he was greeted by a verdant garden filled with pavilions, terraces, artificial hills, and clear waters, home to many gentle spirit beasts, truly befitting a celestial abode. Jiang Yun led Ning Yuan into a courtyard where an elderly man in scholarly robes awaited, Mr. Chen. Ning Yuan greeted him with a respectful bow. Having already informed Ning Yuan of her residence, Jiang Yun found it somewhat peculiar that he sought her out today. "Speak, what brings you to me?" "You wouldn't come without reason," Ning Xiaozai. Seated across from each other at the stone table in the courtyard, Jiang Yun rested her chin on her small hand, her elbow propped against the table. Having become familiar with him, she now addressed him informally as Ning Xiaozai, a sign of their growing camaraderie. Ning Yuan remained silent, casting a glance at Mr. Chen's room. Following his gaze, Jiang Yun quickly understood. "It's nothing. Mr. Chen is not an outsider. He taught me to read and write. He is a truly admirable scholar." After pondering for a moment, Ning Yuan nodded, ready to speak when Mr. Chen's door was pushed open from within. The elderly gentleman smiled and said, "Young ones, feel free to converse. I shall not intrude any longer." Ning Yuan offered an apology, while Jiang Yun, somewhat perplexed, did not comment but gazed steadily at him. Their eyes met, and Ning Yuan quietly said, "In 3 days, I will depart, taking a ferry to Dongbaopingzhou." Jiang Yun pressed her lips together, her expression neutral. "I understand. I too will soon return to Namposa Zhou." The young man regarded Jiang Yun earnestly. "Do you wish to become a sword practitioner?" Jiang Yun, taken aback, replied, "Huh?" Ning Yuan lightly tapped the table, summoning his flying sword, which swiftly manifested a small realm around them. Fragments of light danced, isolating them from the outside world. Open your innate acupoint. Do not resist. In Chapter 33, Teaching by Example, it is noted that the Nanxiu Inn holds its value for a reason. Each courtyard is surrounded by formations, rendering it difficult to peer within for those below the 5th realm. Seated opposite each other, Ning Yuan's celestial powers were notably stronger this time. Enveloping a space of about 2 yards, covering most of the courtyard. Jiang Yun's bright eyes widened as the floating fragments dazzled her senses. A petite flying sword emerged from Ning Yuan's brow, hovering before her. Is this your innate flying sword? What is its name? The young girl, intrigued, reached out to touch it. Ning Yuan willed the sword to remain still, its aura contained. The girl, seemingly unfazed, played with the sword, appearing utterly enchanted. Ning Yuan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Stop playing, clear your mind, and open your innate acupoint." "Oh, understood." Jiang Yun relaxed her grip, allowing the sword to hover before her brow. Its tip directed towards her forehead, yet it exuded no murderous intent. The young girl closed her eyes, centering her thoughts and activating the Jiang family's cultivation method, a glow forming between her brows. At that moment, Ning Yuan guided the sword, swiftly penetrating her core. "Pain!" Jiang Yun cried out. "Be quiet, endure it." Ning Yuan, also seated in meditation, connected his consciousness to the sword, communicating with Jiang Yun through thought. Despite his scolding, the girl's face contorted with a mix of indignation and determination. She refrained from breaking her concentration, clenching her teeth to persist. "Now listen closely. I will teach you a foundational sword nurturing technique, essential for our sword chi Great Wall practitioners." As Ning Yuan's words resonated within Jiang Yun's mind, he began to impart the incantation, while simultaneously, the sword exited her innate acupoint, racing towards an uncharted energy chamber. With no hint of compassion, the sword plunged directly into her. The young girl immediately turned pale, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. This marked the first of the mountain's sword-raising energy chambers. Remember this nascent energy that has just been birthed. While Ning Yuan imparted the teachings, he simultaneously focused on breaking through the second energy chamber, known as the Fu Qi point. The flying sword then advanced to the third chamber, the Pure Yang chamber. The girl's facial features were now stained with blood, crimson seeping down her neck, soaking her white robe, and she appeared on the verge of collapse. The fourth stop was the Tai Shi point, and the fifth was the Guan Yuan point. After breaking through the sixth energy chamber, the reverse flow halted, for Ning Yuan feared for her safety. Jiang Yun was now violently expelling blood, yet he continued to transmit his teachings through his inner voice. This was the final stop, totaling 18 stages. An exceptionally potent sword-raising technique. Generally, one could begin to attempt nurturing their innate flying sword after the sixth stage, provided they possessed sufficient talent. However, for ordinary individuals, even mastering the 18 stages of sword energy did not guarantee success in nurturing their innate flying sword. Do you remember? Would you like me to repeat that? The girl, racked with pain, trembled uncontrollably and responded to Ning Yuan through her thoughts. "I remember. But it hurts so much." Since she could still speak, it was a sign that she was not beyond hope. However, greater pain awaited her. Alarmed, the girl was taken aback, but Ning Yuan offered her no chance for retreat. They had come too far to turn back now. He utilized a portion of his remaining consciousness to connect with his energy chambers, then drew forth 6 strands of sword intent, directing them toward Jiang Yun's brow. The sword intent surged forward, piercing through barriers as if a bandit invading a village. Seizing control, the girl's head snapped back as she collapsed, appearing outwardly unchanged, yet inside, she was riddled with wounds. Having already endured immense pain from the previous 6 energy chambers being forcefully breached by the flying sword, she was now bleeding profusely. The invasion of the external sword intent into these 6 chambers, despite Ning Yuan's control, still allowed some sharpness to leak through. Such injuries, without precious immortal treasures, were virtually incurable. Even if she miraculously survived, her bridge to longevity would be severed. Yet, how could Ning Yuan be unprepared? The reverse flow sword was no longer useful within her body, and he dared not continue to open her 7th energy chamber. Retracing his steps, he swiftly exited Jiang Yun's brow. The reverse flow erupted with brilliance. The silver-white sword body trembled violently, and with a resounding sword cry, the small realm contracted to less than 10 feet. Countless shards of flowing light radiated from the reverse flow sword. The fragmented luminescence enveloped the girl's slender form. As the mighty power of time began to take effect, within this diminutive realm, the very fabric of space seemed to warp, appearing almost surreal. This innate flying sword, capable of reversing time within a limited space, was indeed extraordinary, akin to granting an additional life. However, in many instances, it proved impractical. Battles among cultivators often hinged on a single thought of life and death. Should Ning Yuan find himself in a duel, even if he could not prevail, he would still face demise. After all, opponents would not simply wait for one to recover. Its application against foes was equally cumbersome. During his recent training, Ning Yuan had tested this time reversal ability numerous times, only to find that once unleashed, the power of this small realm would be significantly drained, making it vulnerable to easy breach by others. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that in the realm of slaying, the reverse current is rather inferior. Unlike Xiao Yao's celestial slaying sword, whose lethal prowess surpasses that of other sword cultivators of the same realm, effortlessly transcending boundaries. Naturally, Xiao Yao is an exceptional case. Despite her prodigious talent in the sword path, she has yet to fully nurture the celestial slaying sword. Jiang Yun possesses commendable aptitude, having persevered through Ning Yuan's establishment of 6 sword nurturing chambers, thus taking her first steps as a sword cultivator. With diligent practice, she is highly likely to cultivate her own lifebound flying sword in the future. After a brief moment, as the fragments dissipated, Jiang Yun revealed her form. "Ning boy, I still feel a great deal of pain," exclaimed the young girl as she rose from the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Her delicate face contorted in distress. With a weary smile, Ning Yuan reassured her, "It's all right. We have one more step to complete. Just bear with it a little longer." I don't want to continue." The youth glared, commanding her to silence. Delving into Jiang Yun's spirit chamber, he manipulated the 6 strands of ancient sword intent from the sword Qi Great Wall, allowing his words to resonate within her heart's lake. "Endure a bit longer. We are on the final step. I shall impart to you a method of refinement. Do you still recall that initial surge of energy?" "Yes, I remember." "Good. Pay close attention to all the incantations and attempt to refine this sword intent." The 6 strands of sword intent were originally Ning Yuan's own, and with his guidance, the time required for refinement was significantly reduced. After several hours, Jiang Yun successfully refined the sword intent, which then became her own, each occupying one of the newly established chambers. Throughout this process, Ning Yuan's aura diminished progressively, strands of his black hair turning silver. As the miniature world receded, his consciousness returned to his mind's sea, and the youth opened his eyes. Moving forward, she need only follow the prescribed steps to nurture the sword intent and hone her chambers. At that moment, the young girl became a bona fide sword cultivator, albeit without her lifebound flying sword. However, with the sword intent bestowed by Ning Yuan, she would be formidable even among her peers. In the distance, atop a solitary peak, the beautiful Madame Su appeared, her gaze falling contemplatively upon and not far away. Since her station here, the territory of the Hanging Mountain had unfolded beneath her watchful eyes. Naturally, she sensed the remarkable power of Ning Yuan's flying sword. Behind her stood a middle-aged man bearing a sword on his back, the former great heavenly monarch who had gifted Ning Yuan a strand of thunderous energy. Madame Su withdrew her gaze and descended the stone steps, prompting the sword-bearing middle-aged man to speak. "Senior sister, do not seek out that lad for my sake. I can merely remain in the 10,000 great mountains for a century. Since you have departed and now return to plead my assistance, as your senior sister, it is my duty to resolve this matter," she replied without turning back, continuing her path to the inn without employing any supernatural means. Chapter 34. Sword pointing at the heavenly monarch. "Did you not say that the sword Qi 18 stops are unique to the sword Qi Great Wall and prohibited from being shared with the outside world?" At a stone table in the courtyard, Jiang Yun rested her chin on her hand, appearing somewhat perplexed. "Thus, your actions are in violation of the established rules?" Ning Yuan nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I have breached the regulations, but I possess nothing to offer you." Suddenly, he laughed, "I cannot possibly gift you that bag of beef. Can I?" Yet, the young girl earnestly nodded. "If you were to give it to me, I would certainly accept it with gratitude." Perhaps recalling something, Jiang Yun inquired, "But why must you bestow me a gift? You owe me nothing." She extended her fingers, counting, "At most, you owe me a few meals. Hardly worth a single grain of millet. You have even given me that conical hat, while conversely, I possess nothing of yours." Ning Yuan felt utterly fatigued. Following the earlier discourse, his spiritual essence had waned considerably, and the turbulent energy within his core had dimmed significantly. He chose not to respond to her question. After donning the dragon-slaying sword box, he addressed her regarding another matter. "I have violated the rules of the sword Qi Great Wall by imparting the sword nurturing techniques to you. Therefore, when you attain a certain level of mastery, you must journey to the sword Qi Great Wall to slay demons. The number you slay is inconsequential, but you must go." Jiang Yun suddenly rose. "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would eventually go. even if I am not a sword cultivator. My brother practices there." She raised her small fist and declared, "I intended to visit the Sword Qi Great Wall this time, but was unable to due to various regulations." At that moment, a knock echoed from the courtyard's entrance. Jiang Yun rushed to open the door and was greeted by a stunning lady standing outside, her figure ample and adorned with a fishtail crown. This Taoist woman exuded an impressive aura, yet upon seeing Jiang Yun, she smiled and performed a respectful gesture. "Young lady, I am Su Nian, lacking a Taoist title. May I trouble you to allow me entry?" Ning Yuan observed the woman with a composed demeanor, his thoughts racing. In the white jade capital of Qingming, the Taoist ancestor had 3 disciples, Ko Ming, Yu Dou, and Lu Chun, each representing distinct lineages, easily identifiable by their headgear. The first disciple, Ko Ming, and the Taoist ancestor both donned the Rui crown, while Yu Dou's followers wore the fishtail crown, leaving the lotus crown for Lu Chun's lineage. Clearly, this Taoist woman, wearing the fishtail crown, belonged to Yu Dou's faction. Ning Yuan surmised that she was likely the newly appointed celestial lord. He had originally intended to depart, but recognized that her visit was undoubtedly for him. Thus, he chose to remain seated, curious about the purpose of this newcomer. Coincidentally, there were only 2 stone benches in the courtyard, now occupied by 3 individuals. "Esteemed elder, please take a seat." The young lady, displaying remarkable courtesy, brushed away dust from her sleeves and gestured for the Taoist woman to sit. Madame Su nodded in gratitude, adjusting her Taoist attire before sitting down with an air of authority. However, Ning Yuan would not indulge her. As soon as she settled, he stood up and made his way toward the door. Observing this, Jiang Yun hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his arm. "What are you doing? The elder is surely here to see you," she whispered, standing on tiptoes, her head close to his. "I do not reside here, and as a mere novice in the viewing sea realm, how could a celestial lord of such elevated status seek me out?" Ning Yuan scoffed, his words intended for Madame Su. Even he could deduce the implications. The previous swordsman had approached him with a tone of accusation, delivering a jolt of thunderous energy, which had initially raised his suspicions but left him without a definitive conclusion. However, since the change in the celestial lord, Ning Yuan had gained clarity. The scoundrel of a middle-aged Taoist had undoubtedly plotted against him, though the specifics of the scheme eluded him. Ning Yuan was determined to leave, but Jiang Yun clung to him tightly, the young girl lacking the convolutions of thought that plagued adults, simply unwilling to confront the formidable Lady Su alone. Lady Su herself was taken aback, not anticipating that this half-grown youth harbored such sentiments. However, she was not there to conspire against him. Turning to Ning Yuan, she smiled and inquired, "But what of the noble son from the Ning residence? My junior brother has transgressed, and I have come merely to offer my apologies." Ning Yuan ruffled Jiang Yun's hair, signaling her not to worry, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Lady Su. "Since you come with apologies, where is your foolish junior brother? Why does he not appear in person?" Lady Su's expression stiffened, and Jiang Yun stood frozen in place, unprepared for Ning Yuan's confrontational tone. "Is this how you Taoist sect's second-in-command offers apologies? Do you now believe I am unreasonable? What your foolish junior brother did that day was so egregious that anyone unaware of the situation might think he came to commit murder." A series of biting remarks fell from his lips, leaving the room in stunned silence. Jiang Yun, frightened pale, clung to Ning Yuan's arm without letting go. With each word, even the usually mild-mannered Lady Su felt her temper flare, her chest rising and falling with agitation. "Young Master Ning, I understand your anger, but refrain from recklessly invoking the name of the sage behind my back. Do you not fear the calamity it might bring upon you?" "The sage? Are you referring to your master, Yu Dou?" Ning Yuan scoffed derisively, then, to Lady Su's incredulity, spat upon the ground. "They are all the same, mere fools. Impudent!" she exclaimed, her wrath igniting as she struck the stone table, shattering it into countless pieces. Lady Su's countenance darkened, her inner fury reaching a boiling point. Her impulse to swat away this irritating fly almost overwhelming. Ning Yuan, undeterred, paid no heed to her furious expression, seizing the startled Jiang Yun and pulling her outside, where Mr. Chen awaited anxiously. After handing her over to Mr. Chen, he turned back to re-enter the courtyard, a thought crossing his mind as he enveloped the area with his small realm. Raising his hand, he summoned his sword, the Far Wanderer, into his grasp. "A birdman is still a birdman. Are you prepared to strike?" Lady Su, furiously amused, retorted, "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act? Do you think Chen Qingdu could arrive in time to save you?" Her gaze, sharp as lightning, fell upon the little realm he had effortlessly conjured. Nodding, she remarked, "That is indeed a rare flying sword. Young as you are, do not squander your life." The youth burst into laughter, his sword held aloft as his robes billowed dramatically. "Your ancestor, Yudo, did not dare to approach the Sword Qi Great Wall millennia ago. How now does his disciple think to strike at one of its people? I may perish, yet I shall surely cleave through your Taoist robe and reveal what foul flesh lies beneath," he declared fiercely. "Yudo? To hell with him." With that, the young man unleashed his energy, the 9 swords of intent within his essence surging forth. Simultaneously, the dragon-slaying sword case behind him reacted, a breathtaking sword intent slowly ascending, visibly materializing before their eyes. Chapter 35. Hasten to the upside-down mountain. The emergence of this sword intent unleashed an unparalleled aura that swept through the heavens and the earth, instantly merging with the distant travel sword. This semi-divine weapon trembled violently, becoming difficult for Ning Yuan to control. Madame Su remained seated, firmly established in the upside-down mountain, empowered by the mountain seal, and had already attained the strength of ascension. She gazed at the distant travel sword in Ning Yuan's hand, though visibly moved. She harbored no fear. "Do you truly believe that merely a fragment of the sword intent bestowed upon you by Chen Qingdu can grant you victory?" Madame Su had long forgotten her purpose of atonement, sneering at him. Ning Yuan spat on the ground defiantly. "I cannot guarantee your demise, given your 2 legs. Should you flee, I would undoubtedly be unable to pursue you. However, I can certainly cleave the mountain seal beneath my feet. When you return to your ancestral home in Baiyu Jing, do not weep before your ancestral master." The great heavenly monarch was nearly driven to madness. And with a mere wave of her sleeve, a much larger microcosm enveloped the area, directly overshadowing Ning Yuan's diminutive realm. The murderous intent surged forth. In an instant, an aura far surpassing that of the immortal realm emanated from her, shattering Ning Yuan's small domain merely through its presence. The latter, already weakened, was forced to return his rebellious flying sword to its original core. Blood surged in Ning Yuan's throat, and he spat forth a mouthful of crimson. The solitary peak and towering structure stood witness. The sword-wielding man had remained still until now, but upon sensing the rising aura above the Nanxiu Inn, he could no longer contain himself and soared into the air. In the mirrored plaza, the young acolyte ceased his reading, and Zhang Lu, no longer in slumber, turned his gaze toward the same direction. Zhang Lu rubbed his hands together. "Are you going to intervene?" The young acolyte furrowed his brow deeply, taking a moment to respond. "I shall not." "Huh. I have always held you in high regard within the Taoist second sect," Zhang Lu remarked, a hint of satisfaction on his face. "Your fellow disciples possess none of your wisdom." "Heh. If you choose not to intervene, then I shall." The young acolyte scoffed. "What? Have you not grown disheartened by the Sword Qi Great Wall? Since you began guarding this gate, you have not stepped a foot beyond this plaza. What compels you to act now?" Zhang Lu squinted at the solitary peak and tower, casually responding, "I never claimed that my assistance was for the Sword Qi Great Wall. I harbor no guilt toward them. The demons I have slain could fill Nanhua City in Baiyu Jing. Yet there are some individuals to whom I owe a debt of gratitude." The young acolyte, still clutching his book, subtly inquired, "What if I were to intervene?" The sword-wielding man paused, momentarily speechless, before delivering a resounding slap to the young acolyte's head. The young acolyte waved his hand in annoyance. "Suit yourself. Instead of diligently guarding the gate, you insist on meddling. Is excrement truly that delightful?" As soon as the words left his lips, both men abruptly looked up, sensing an aura rising from the solitary peak and tower. "I am going," declared the sword-wielding man, and without summoning his sword, he took off towards the heavens, embracing his sword in a manner reminiscent of a comet trailing a long, white tail of light. A renowned sword immortal of the Sword Qi Great Wall, having severed countless heads of fifth-realm demon clans in the wild, possessed unparalleled combat prowess. A sword immortal under the Taoist second sect of Baiyu Jing, adept in both Taoist arts and swordplay, exemplified the true lineage of this sect. In an instant, the sword-wielding man intercepted the middle-aged Taoist, striking without a second thought. "Zhang Lu, dare to obstruct me? Damn you!" The peak sword immortal, brimming with vigor, appeared entirely unrecognizable from the defeated man on the city wall, wielding his sword with lethal intent towards the sword-bearing Taoist. One strike shattered the Taoist's protective seal, followed closely by a second that severed his sword-bearing hand. A third stroke unleashed a torrent of sword energy that illuminated the horizon with a brilliant arc. The Taoist was obliterated by the sword energy, his body reduced to fragments. Falling into the South Sea. The once proud Sword Immortal of the Jade Purity realm, who had appeared before Ning Yuan with such arrogance, was thus dispatched, met with an end as merciless as chopping vegetables. From the moment Zhang Lu departed the Mirror of Solitude to the instant he executed the middle-aged Taoist, scarcely 10 breaths had passed. With his sword still sheathed, the sword-wielding man soared through the air, casting a glance towards the inn, preparing to return to the Mirror of Solitude, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of a newly opened tavern. The tavern was devoid of customers, with a couple standing idly at the entrance. The sword-wielding man, filled with a sense of melancholy, ultimately chose not to reunite with his old acquaintances and returned to the Mirror of Solitude. The young disciple shifted his gaze from the pages, pondering aloud. Had these 3 strikes been executed in that initial battle, would you still be standing guard here? Zhang Lu laughed heartily. Had I unleashed these 3 strikes back then, the grass on their graves would have grown taller than the great wall of sword energy. The young disciple gestured towards another direction. Since you intervened, why did you only act halfway? My senior sister, when you killed in her presence, even if you fear not for yourself, what of that young man? The sword-wielding man shrugged. Who says I fear her? Ascending to immortality is no trifling matter. I fear death too. The young disciple waved his hand dismissively, returning to his reading, seemingly indifferent to the discussion. Leaning against the door of the mirror, Zhang Lu's gaze wandered far beyond. Today, the 10,000 great mountains felt peculiar. The golden-armored puppets assigned to move the mountains stood still, while at the peak's thatched hut, the guard dog lay with its tongue lolling out, unchained yet never leaving its post. The old blind man, digging in the earth, suddenly squinted against the sunlight, his hollow eye sockets widening in astonishment. Uncertain of what he beheld, Chen Qingdu, who will stop him? The old blind man suddenly spoke, his voice traveling like a thread to the city wall. The elder Sword Immortal, hands clasped behind his back, stepped out of the hut, gazing into the distant sky, casually remarking, "They are but youngsters. I feel embarrassed to intervene." The 2 old men, separated by vast distances, engaged in their conversation as if in the same room. The old blind man, furiously retorting, "If you do not act, who will? Wasn't that troublesome lad sent forth by you? And you claim to be his guardian? This is how you protect him?" With that, Chen Qingdu's expression shifted, erupting into a furious tirade. Originally, there was nothing amiss. That lad was merely bullied and schemed against, and you destroyed someone's celestial abode. Damn it, you deliberately sought a sword to strike him down, and have now dumped the mess on me. I have yet to seek you out for trouble. Chen Qing was spewing a torrent of invective, yet the old blind man was not angered. Rather, he shyly rubbed his sparsely haired head, lamenting the inevitability of the situation. The might of Bai Yujing was formidable, and he felt helpless against its overwhelming force. Chen Qing nodded, acknowledging the power of Bai Yujing, and questioned the wisdom of wreaking havoc in someone's homeland. The old blind man rubbed his hands together and suddenly gazed anxiously towards the northern sky, declaring that if things continued this way, it would be up to her to intervene, as the girl was on the verge of desperation. Damn it, the old man exclaimed. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, he stamped his foot, unleashing a brilliant golden light that pierced through the heavens, disregarding the celestial barriers as if shattering the void itself. The Sword Immortal was taken aback. Ning Yao? The old blind man had an uncanny insight, perceiving far beyond the immediate. South of Beipingzu, on a small island about 20,000 miles from Old Dragon City, a black-clad girl descended swiftly, her sword soaring downwards. Ning Yao clutched her chest, an indescribable pain tightening within her, intensifying with each passing moment. Her brother was in peril. Ning Yao quickly realized the cause. It could be nothing else. Even across vast distances, if one sibling faced death, the other would instinctively know. The pain in her chest signified that her brother still clung to life. Without hesitation, she released her grip on her heart, pressed her fingers to her brow, and fervently uttered, "Come forth." Having lost her parents at a tender age, she could not bear to lose her brother too. A golden thread emerged from her brow, cascading downward and radiating brilliant light. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sword intent emanated from her, enveloping the entire island. Countless fragments of stone and branches lifted into the air, buoyed by an unseen force. The waves ceased, and the air stilled. In silence, a phantom sword materialized behind the girl. Ning Yao, biting a strand of hair, commanded with unwavering resolve, "Heed my call, swiftly to the upside-down mountain." The celestial sword shot forth towards the heavens, its speed unparalleled, akin to instantaneous teleportation amidst the clouds. However, as Ning Yao expelled a mouthful of blood, Her complexion paled, and she collapsed. Moments later, an old man, devoid of eyes, rushed in haste but arrived too late. The old blind man, frantic, exclaimed in despair, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 36. The sword opens the upside-down mountain. At the upside-down mountain, Ning Yuan expelled a crimson torrent. The ordeal of his prior teachings left him profoundly weakened, and the destruction wrought by Lady Su had inflicted severe injuries. He swayed precariously, yet he clung tenaciously to his sword, directing its tip towards Lady Su, who wore a fishtail crown. The sword Taoist had perished, and Lady Su's face was shrouded in frost as she flicked her finger, unleashing a force that pierced through Ning Yuan's chest, leaving him bloodied and wounded. Ascending to view the sea is no different from slaughtering a chicken or a sheep, she sneered. Chen Qingdu had bestowed upon him formidable sword intent. Yet how could he inflict harm when he could scarcely lift the sword? Ning Yuan staggered under the blow, nearly collapsing, but with every ounce of strength. He propped himself up with his sword, refusing to surrender. Damn you, the youth uttered, his expression waning, as if he were on the brink of extinguishing. Tattered garments clung to his chest, a masterpiece wrought by Madame Su's casual gesture. A bundle of paper-wrapped beef had fallen to the ground, revealing a dark, lacquered token within. After a brief pause, Madame Su mused, "What are you contemplating? Do you truly believe someone will come to your rescue? If Chen Qingdu were to arrive, I would have been pierced by his sword long ago, rather than waiting here now." With a smile, she remarked, "The item at your waist, though of decent quality, should not lead you to believe it can save your life. A respectable trinket, a half-immortal weapon, ranks among the rarest treasures of the mountains. Yet, I find your sword case even more intriguing. It is crafted from the dragon-slaying platform, just like the token. Indeed, the world is vast and bounteous." After the execution platform of the celestial realm was shattered, the two largest fragments landed here, a sight I have scarcely witnessed myself. With a flick of her wrist, Madame Su wielded a long sword, its blade enveloped in countless tendrils of azure sword energy, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. It is no wonder that she is a legitimate descendant of the Taoist lineage. The residual struggle has long sought to demonstrate its capability to establish a fifth lineage of swordsmanship. Thus, her skills are undoubtedly formidable, and her disciples are likely to be adept sword cultivators as well. The previously mentioned swordsman, slain by Zhang Lu, alongside the present Sun Yan, are both exemplary figures of this lineage. However, the swordsman met his end too swiftly, reduced to a mere shadow by Zhang Lu's brutal strike, leaving the world in lament. Blood seeped from Ning Yuan's chest wound, vivid and crimson. As he turned to glance behind him, there was no one there. It was reminiscent of a past life, where he sat alone against a wall, silently perishing in a forgotten corner. The boy understood that today he must unleash his sword. Whether he could slay Sun Yan was of little consequence. What mattered was the act itself. Only by executing this strike could he hope to survive, to seize control of his own destiny, and to traverse the vastness of the world. As he was aware, there were more than one observer atop the mountain, all awaiting his stroke, including the renowned Sword Immortal. Since emerging from the wall of Sword Qi, he had been ensnared by other schemes. The middle-aged Taoist, now deceased, was merely a pawn. Even Sun Yan before him was likely manipulated by unseen forces. A grim smile crossed Ning Yuan's lips as he pondered the absurdity of it all. How could a mere hairpin of the ocean-watching realm leave a formidable cultivator of the 14th realm powerless? Not even a glimpse of the future could be gleaned from such a being. Ning Yuan felt an overwhelming weariness, not from his faltering body nor the trembling grip on his sword, but from the memory of once being unable to traverse the mere 5 or 6 meters to the Paulownia tree. With a forceful mental draw against the current, a diminutive flying sword hovered above his head, emanating a few scattered shards of light. In that moment, the boy existed in a realm of his own, disconnected from the outside world, as if his spirit were an alien entity, unwelcomed by this realm. The small world of the outer heavens contracted to a size so diminutive that it almost adhered to Ning Yuan himself. In a moment of self-reversal, the wound upon his chest instantaneously sealed, and Ning Yuan's aura surged steadily upwards. Sun Yan scoffed, deeming it all flamboyant nonsense, utterly futile. Even if you were to return to your peak condition, like an ant observing the vast ocean, what difference would it make? As Sun Yan spoke, her gaze drifted towards a solitary peak, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Ning Yuan remained silent, the fabric of his dark attire billowing, as a travelogue of landscapes slipped from his tattered garments. A gentle breeze stirred, flipping the travelogue to its second page, revealing words not of this world. Alongside the text, an illustration depicted a woman tenderly cradling her child, gently patting his back. Ning Yuan's spirit stirred, and Sun Yan abruptly lifted her head. Magnificent! A radiant arc of light emerged from beyond the heavens, tearing through the clouds and leaving behind a terrifying trajectory of sword energy. Instantly, it shattered the formations of the upside-down mountain, disregarding Sun Yan's celestial prison, and hung steadily before the youth. The celestial sword was but an illusion. Sensing this, Ning Yuan melded the apparition with his journey. The ethereal sword manifested for the first time. A smile graced Ning Yuan's pallid face. His journey had been played upon a chessboard, with most events orchestrated by mere pawns, yet at this moment, a wandering heart found its ground. The soul from beyond the realm finally attained peace. Ning Yuan closed his eyes, clad in black and wielding his sword, as Sun Yan's pupils constricted in alarm. Like facing a formidable adversary, coupled with the legacy left by the great Sword Immortal, 10 strands of sword intent converged into a singular force, soaring skyward. An astonishing sword intent swept across the heavens and the earth, within the territory of Upside-Down Mountain, causing every sword-wielding individual to involuntarily draw their blades 3 inches, resonating with a clear ring. As Ning Yuan opened his eyes, his form was bathed in the grandeur of time, standing not far from Sun Yan, yet seemingly separated by an expanse of temporal river, arriving from beyond the realm. With his sleeves billowing, Ning Yuan raised the celestial sword, Innocence, high, presenting the first sword of this realm. An unparalleled beam of sword light surged forth, piercing through Sun Yan's corporeal form, its lethal force unabated, aiming directly for the distant solitary peak. The first sword of this realm cleaved through the Upside-Down Mountain. Chapter 37. The Fall of the Upside-Down Mountain. The Great Sword Immortal. Zhang Lu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The young Taoist boy, engrossed in his reading, leapt from the ground in shock. On the city wall, Chen Qingdu, who had just exchanged a sword strike with Dao Lao Heir, cursed the old blind man in a most unseemly manner. His words harsh and crude. At the southern shores of Dongbao Pingzhou, the old blind man arrived a moment too late. A glimmer of light flashed through his third eye at his brow, and he shook his head with a sigh. The Upside-Down Mountain. The overwhelming sword light cleaved through the sky, bisecting the great heavenly lord, Sun Yan, from head to toe. The residual force of the sword light remained fierce and continued towards the distant solitary peak. Along its path, it obliterated every pavilion and tower, drawing close over 20 miles. Slaughtering the 3 high-ranking Taoists guarding the tower, as the solitary peak was briefly illuminated by the sword light. The 9-story Taoist tower, standing for thousands of years, succumbed with a resonant crash. Each level housed a precious treasure of the Taoist sect, serving not only to suppress the flow of fate and gather the spiritual essence of the heavens and the earth, but also to suspend the colossal mountain seal, the greatest in the world, in midair. The Upside-Down Mountain trembled violently as the immense seal, spanning 100 miles, began to descend, plummeting. From all corners of Jiuzhou, the celestial beings are gripped by trepidation, as countless wandering practitioners hastily gather their treasured possessions into their dimensional spaces, swiftly fleeing from the Upside-Down Mountain. In an instant, the scene is nothing short of magnificent, with thousands of immortals soaring through the air, gazing from afar at the impending descent of the mountain seal. The several ferries anchored at the crossing begin to retreat from the Upside-Down Mountain, including the treasure-devouring whale, the Cloud Sea flying boat, and the Mo family sword boat, either ascending into the high skies or vanishing into the South Sea. Should such a massive mountain seal truly plummet, it would likely unleash a tsunami of staggering heights, potentially claiming countless lives along the nearest coast of Namposuo Island if no great cultivator intervenes to save them. What is transpiring here? Some celestial beings express their confusion, trembling as if confronted by an unspeakable terror. A few have witnessed the breathtaking sword light up close, furrowing their brows and speaking in disbelief, as someone recounts a sword cleaving through a towering solitary peak. What? A single sword split that 9-story building? How is that even possible? Could it be the work of an ascended sword immortal? Otherwise, how could such a feat be accomplished? I just spent 500 Guyu coins on that residence. Damn it. What of yours? My entire fortune is contained within. The 2 wives of the 28 chambers were barely able to escape. Amidst the shock and despair, many lament their losses, fearing that once the Upside-Down Mountain sinks into the depths of the South Sea, those lacking sufficient cultivation may find no means to retrieve their belongings. Among the multitude of immortals riding the winds, a treasure depicting landscapes drifts, upon which stand Jiang Yun and Mr. Chen. Despite Mr. Chen's vast experience, he cannot hide his astonishment at the sight of the upside-down mountain's descent. Is this truly the work of that young man? Yet, soon he is filled with concern. As a sage of the academy, his purpose is to enlighten the world, and the implications of this mountain seal's fall are monumental. For the celestial beings residing upon the mountain, it may seem a distant affair, but for the common folk, it is a calamity of catastrophic proportions. The upside-down mountain is not solely inhabited by immortals. Nearly half of its inhabitants are mortals or practitioners of lower realms incapable of flight. Without intervention, they will surely meet their demise in the South Sea. This is merely the immediate disaster. The fall of the upside-down mountain is not akin to that of an ordinary peak. While the mountain seal may appear modest in size, its weight likely rivals that of a grand mountain spanning 1,000 miles. Should it plunge into the sea within half a month, a towering tsunami will reach the shores of Namposuo Island, sweeping across the coastline of Tongya Island within a month. Without the intervention of a great cultivator, the underworld shall surely see millions of souls added to its ranks. Young Jiang Yun is also horrified by the unfolding scene. After mustering her composure, she seizes an opportune moment when Mr. Chen is distracted, sending forth one of her lifebound items, the azure lotus celestial vine, and steps upon it to return to the upside-down mountain. The mirror-like solitary peak remains suspended in midair, not belonging to the mountain itself. As the mountain seal descends, the swordsman watches the mirror above him recede further away and draws his sword, flying back towards it. The great sword immortal Jiang Lu sits cross-legged upon his sword, observing the gradual sinking of the upside-down mountain. I am merely the gatekeeper, not the guardian of the mountain. The existence of this seal does not concern me in the least. The young Taoist, having shaken off his stupor, glances at Jiang Lu and mutters a curse under his breath, his short legs glowing with golden light as he steps forward to the solitary peak. Jiang Lu feigned ignorance, swiftly grasping the books left behind by the young Taoist disciple, perusing them with great interest. Curse it! What nonsense is this about the great heavenly sovereign? Not only did one perish while another was sent off, but they also left this mess for me to clean up. Careful, or I might be reborn into a less fortunate life. The 9-tiered building was cleaved by a single sword strike, yet it did not shatter explosively. Hence, the descent of the suspended mountain was not particularly swift. 6 high-ranking Taoist masters had already arrived, dispersing to employ their divine powers in a strenuous effort to repair the damage. Upon reaching the entrance, the young disciple cursed them as useless before slipping inside. This young Taoist, despite his tender age and remarkable skills, had refrained from intervening when his seniors perished. Now he finally resolved to unleash his full prowess. However, as soon as he entered the high tower, he despondently collapsed to the ground, murmuring incessantly, "It's all over." From his perspective, 9 treasured artifacts of the Taoist sect lay scattered within, 4 of which had already been destroyed, rendering them nearly irreparable. The young disciple quickly rose again, a golden talisman emerging from his sleeve. After forming a hand seal, the talisman ignited spontaneously, soaring towards the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, it was an immensely powerful talisman that pierced through the celestial veil, separating the vast and azure heavens, heading straight for the white jade capital of the Taoist sect. Still feeling unease, recalling that his Grandmaster might currently be engaged in a battle against the foreign demons in the outer heavens and could not divert attention, the young disciple vanished from his spot, returning to the mirror and stepping into the Sword Qi Great Wall. Perhaps he was off to seek reinforcements. Before long, an elderly Taoist wearing a Rui crown hastened from the mirror to the vast heaven. Without uttering a word, he instantly arrived at the high tower, summoning 2 of the most crucial life artifacts to replace the previously damaged treasures of the Taoist sect. Yet, 2 more were still needed to halt the descent of the suspended mountain. At a rather desolate tavern in a certain location on the suspended mountain, the elderly proprietor frowned tightly as he regarded a couple before him. "This situation is not your son's fault. Why must you worry so? It is those old scoundrels behind it all. There is no need for concern." The woman inclined slightly, acknowledging, "I am aware of the circumstances, yet after all, it was my son's sword that struck, wielding the innocent celestial sword of Xiao Yao." The middle-aged man wore a troubled expression, to which the woman cheerfully replied, "I kindly ask the old proprietor to lend a hand. For me, it would lessen my son's burdens, and for you, it would accumulate some merit." The old proprietor sighed helplessly, fearing that after this, I would have to prepare to move again. With that, this proprietor, known to few across numerous celestial realms and the yellow rice paradise, vanished into thin air. Thousands of miles away, an elderly man with frosted hair hastened forward. A sage of Confucianism stationed in the celestial canopy of the South Sea. Another, a high-ranking Taoist elder stationed at the Sword Qi Great Wall, had attained ascension. A Confucian sage, also at ascension, presided over the South Sea canopy. The master of the Yellow Rice Paradise, the old proprietor, remains unnamed. The three formidable beings gathered, dispersing across the floating sea surface, each employing their grand powers to collectively lift the world's largest mountain seal. Chapter 38. The Misnamed Suspended Mountain. After slaying Sun Yin with a single sword, the youth sat despondently upon the ground. The sword of the celestial sword emerged from the distant realms, soaring into the high heavens, and swiftly headed north to reunite with its master. Perhaps due to the grievous wounds inflicted upon him, the relentless current returned him to his original state, shrouding him in a dismal darkness. Time itself seemed to reverse, yet it bore no fruit. Instead, Ning Yuan faced a backlash, his vitality seeping away incessantly. His once raven locks visibly transformed into strands of silver, and by the time it ceased, the youth was nearly white-haired. Beside him lay his travelogue, unwittingly turned to the third page, yet the words remained unwritten. With trembling hands, Ning Yuan loosened the binding and removed the dragon slayer's sword from its sheath, the rope having dug deep into his shoulder, nearly to the bone. To carry such a burden without succumbing to blood loss felt as though it would crush him entirely. He searched himself, realizing that he possessed no healing elixirs. The backlash had reopened a grievous wound on his chest, even more severe than before. Crimson blood flowed from him, staining the paper-wrapped beef at his feet, making the already unpalatable offering from Yungu even less appetizing. Am I to perish once more? Ning Yuan murmured softly, his gaze drifting to a celestial tree in the courtyard, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. It seemed the conclusion remained unchanged. The ancient figure from the river of time had promised him a grand dream, which turned out to be nothing more than a fleeting illusion. With a gaunt visage, Ning Yuan struggled to shift, leaning against the courtyard wall, awaiting death. The scene before him mirrored his past, resting against the wall, teetering on the brink of demise, destined to meet a hasty end in a forgotten corner. He pondered that if he were to die this time and encounter that old man again, he would implore him to grant him a new life, preferably one devoid of humanity. As he plummeted from the upside-down mountain, the ground trembled violently, and Ning Yuan struck his head, blood streaming down as he lay sprawled on the ground. With Sun Yin's demise and the shattering of the mountain's great formation, celestial sparks fell from the heavens, drifting upon the white-haired youth. Fortunately, his dark attire concealed most of the bloodstains, rendering him less disheveled than one might expect. In the haze of his unfocused gaze, a celestial vine fell to the earth. Three grand cultivators summoned their life-bound treasures, exerting their formidable powers to halt the mountain's descent. Yet, they merely prevented its continued fall. The base of the upside-down mountain had already met the waters of the South Sea, creating towering waves that surged into the surroundings. However, it was no great calamity, merely a gentle breeze and modest waves, insufficient to reach the northern continent. Many cultivators, witnessing the intervention of powerful beings, retreated to the upside-down mountain to secure their belongings that they had previously been unable to retrieve. Who could predict if further complications might arise? After all, no one knew whether that enigmatic sword immortal of at least ascendant rank would strike again. Such a swordsman possessed the capacity to sever rivers and shatter mountains with a mere flick of their wrist. Sword cultivators reigned supreme in their lethality, exhibiting no weaknesses against other practitioners, and more than half of those capable of crossing realms and slaying foes were sword cultivators. To the south lay a formidable wall of sword energy, a bastion that had withstood the barbaric demon tribes for millennia, home to numerous sacred grounds for sword cultivators across the land. Gazing toward the northern expanse of Haoran, one encounters the illustrious North Jilu continent, a land replete with sword cultivation sections. Although it lies in the northeastern quadrant of Haoran's dominion, it audaciously appropriates the term north from the frigid North Ijiao continent. Furthermore, even aside from the sword cultivators, one's attention is drawn to the central divine continent, where, at the heart of the realm, resides a scholarly figure. Not of the sword, wielding the Tai-Bai immortal sword, one of the four immortal swords. With a single stroke, he cleaves the Yellow River's cave heavens, channeling its boundless waters into the mortal realm. This flow has since become the longest and most significant river in the central divine continent, as this learned man, through sheer determination, has eradicated drought from the land, bestowing blessings upon countless beings. Such extraordinary swordsmanship and indomitable spirit are truly commendable. To the celestial beings atop the mountains, sword cultivators naturally hold a more esteemed position. On the southern shores of Dong Baoping continent, since his arrival, the old blind man's face has been perpetually drawn. Ning Yao, despite her grievous injuries, has wielded the celestial sword with unwavering resolve, though he could easily heal her wounds. The premature emergence of the celestial sword might jeopardize Ning Yao's foundational strength, a scenario that both he and Chen Qingdu would prefer to avoid. Yet, he cannot blame others. The old blind man is troubled by the consequences of his own machinations against that young man, which have led to the current predicament. As Ning Yao as current protector, he feels he has failed in his duty, and upon returning to the wilds, he fears Chen Qingdu will hold this against him. "Senior, how is my brother?" Ning Yao, now awake, still bears the golden thread upon her brow. The old blind man scratched his head awkwardly, struggling to maintain composure. "There's nothing to worry about. After you borrowed the sword, young Ning single-handedly dealt with that individual." A streak of sword energy swept across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the celestial sword vanished into the brow of the dark-clad maiden. Yet the golden thread upon Ning Yao's brow remained, albeit slightly diminished. With sudden resolve, Ning Yao rose and declared, "I must return to the upside-down mountain." The old blind man smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Ning girl, that is out of the question." The maiden shook her head. "My brother's affairs at the upside-down mountain are serious. It is forbidden to harm others there," indicating the gravity of the situation. Moreover, there lies only a mirror's distance from the sword Qi Great Wall, and even the great sword immortal did not intervene to save him. "I cannot turn a blind eye. When my parents perished, I was but a child and powerless to act. Yet my brother is my only remaining kin. I must return. If necessary, I will accompany him to the Lihju cave heaven." The old blind man rubbed his hands together, pondering. Well, not a significant issue. How about this? You continue northward, while I make a trip to the upside-down mountain to personally check on young Ning. How does that sound? Ning Yao contemplated carefully before nodding in agreement. If this venerable elder cannot resolve the matter, then she, 100 times over, would be of no use. Moments later, observing the maiden ascend on her sword northward, the old blind man suddenly stamped his foot, rising into the air and shattering the firmament. Not to return to the wilds, but to journey toward the Qingming realm. After his departure, this small island inexplicably sank into the East Sea. As nightfall approached, a young Taoist arrived at the upside-down mountain. However, this Taoist did not come from the Qingming realm, but seemingly from the north. Without first paying respects at the incense hall, the young Taoist directly proceeded to the solitary peak. Taking out several precious treasures with ease, he arranged them within the towering 9-story edifice. He then approached the 3 formidable beings who supported the inverted mountain, greeting them in turn before departing without delay. As the 3 venerable cultivators of immense merit exited, the inverted mountain ceased its descent, yet it did not ascend either. It is said that the treasures placed within the 9-story tower by the young Taoist did not originate from the Taoist sect. Although their quality was sufficient, they lacked the personal decree of the sect leader, rendering them somewhat inadequate. Consequently, the inverted mountain, which had once hovered 1,000 zhang above the ground, now rested motionless upon the ocean's surface, resembling an island. Subsequently, news emerged that the young Taoist indeed possessed treasures from the Taoist sect. With his prowess, it would not be a challenge to elevate the inverted mountain once more. However, upon witnessing the sunken mountain, he inexplicably remarked, "Such is splendid in reflection to my humble name." Chapter 39. The Tavern for Millennia. Since the inverted mountain hung, suspended over the vast southern sea, only 2 significant events have transpired. The first was the renowned Taoist elder, hailed as the true invincible, who traversed the vast realm, wielding both Taoist methods and swordsmanship to overshadow countless cultivators atop the highest peaks, ultimately halting at the sword Qi Great Wall. Standing upon the largest mountain seal of the realm, mastering the supreme methods of the Taoist ancestors, and wielding the celestial sword from the Taoist canon, he nonetheless found himself stymied at the southern sea. Upon his departure, he left behind this mountain seal in the realm, establishing the 9-story Taoist edifice and placing 9 treasured artifacts aloft amidst the misty clouds. The second event occurred just yesterday. An unknown sword immortal severed the newly appointed Grand Heavenly Monarch with his blade, cleaving the 9-story tower and destroying 4 treasured artifacts, causing the inverted mountain, standing for millennia, to plunge directly into the southern sea. It is said that someone once stood aloft, catching a glimpse of that fleeting sword light. which soared from a certain point of the inverted mountain, momentarily cleaving the solitary peak and then extending beyond the southern sea, severing a colossal iceberg. The force of the strike was unprecedented, particularly for the majority of cultivators from the inverted mountain, for ascending to such a realm was beyond their wildest imaginings. Subsequently, the three great cultivators united their strengths to avert this calamity. In taverns and inns, on bustling streets and alleys, whispers of this incident could be heard everywhere. Some claimed that the Sword Immortal hailed from the Sword Qi Great Wall, a 13th-tier-old Sword Immortal, who, dissatisfied with the mountain seal blocking the entrance to the Sword Qi Great Wall, chose to slay the inverted mountain while imbibing wine. Others asserted that he did not originate from the Sword Qi Great Wall at all, but rather from a Taoist sect in the Azure Sky realm. Having engaged in enmity with the Taoist elder, thus striking with his sword to vent his grievances and implicate the sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall. One intoxicated individual, growing more animated with each drink, pounded the table with conviction, declaring that the Sword Immortal was none other than Taoist's son from the Xuandu Temple, for only he would wield his sword with such abandon. In the aftermath, this man was subdued by an arriving high-ranking Taoist, forced to kneel before the reconstructed solitary peak. Following this incident, discussions across various locales diminished significantly. The timid had already departed from the inverted mountain the previous day, while the remainder awaited to see what actions would be taken by the Taoist elder from Baiyu Jing. The inverted mountain served as the emblem of Baiyu Jing within the realm, and it could not simply be left without further explanation after being cleaved 1,000 zhang beneath the waves. In a secluded area of the upside-down mountain, a young girl emerged from a shop, clutching a copy of the Mountain Water Gazette in her left hand while savoring a bun with her right. Aside from the peculiar event of the mountain sinking, the Gazette offered no intriguing new information. Glancing into the distance, Jiang Yun observed that, compared to yesterday, everything remained strikingly unchanged. The mountain seal beneath her feet hung high above, 1,000 zhang away from the surface of the sea, and the heavens still felt infinitely distant. It was a sobering thought. Whether the upside-down mountain sank or not would have little bearing on the world. Even if that seal were to shatter, the world would remain as it was, unchanged and unyielding. Having finished her bun, the girl placed a conical hat atop her head and ventured forth into the silver flowers. Clad in a flowing white garment that blended seamlessly with the snow and wind, she seemed almost to vanish into the vastness of the world, if it weren't for the conspicuous and somewhat unsightly hat that perched atop her head. As she walked with a rhythm of deep and shallow steps, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over her. In a fleeting moment of distraction, she found herself beneath an ancient locust tree, jolted back to awareness. The tavern was typically deserted, thanks to the eccentric temperament of the old proprietor, who rarely had patrons throughout the year. The assistant, known as Su Jia, was as usual caught in a slumber, seemingly unable to satiate his need for rest. While the old man entertained a caged bird, hearing a sound, the proprietor turned his gaze toward the entrance, where stood a petite girl clad in white, her hat contrasting starkly against her snowy attire, a sword slung at her waist. She appeared to be a female swordswoman. Sensing the old man's scrutiny, the girl felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned to leave, but the proprietor called out, "Little girl, come in, have a seat." He then slammed his hand onto the counter, bellowing at the lethargic assistant, Su Jia. "Sleeping all day? What's the difference between you and the two guard dogs? A guest has arrived. Quickly fetch a jar of wine." With that, he clout the assistant on the head. Startled awake, the assistant wore a bewildered expression, rubbing the back of his head. After a few moments of confusion, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and staggered toward the tavern's backyard. "Old man, I can't drink. Thank you for the kindness, but I must be going," Jiang Yun said, scratching her head as she turned to leave. Suddenly, the old man appeared directly before her, a smile on his face, though the multitude of wrinkles made him seem somewhat intimidating. "Little girl, the person you seek is right here." Jiang Yun was taken aback, then looked up as the old proprietor continued with a grin, "But to see him, you must first drink." Fearing she might leave, he added, "This wine is on the house. 3 jars in total, all courtesy of others who wish to treat you. If you can't finish it, take it with you." The girl glanced around the tavern and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. Entering the establishment, Jiang Yun took a seat at a table as indicated by the proprietor, just as the assistant returned with the final jar of wine, 3 jars in total, all unopened. "Please enjoy, esteemed guests." Confused, Jiang Yun blinked, and in a moment of disorientation, she found a couple seated across from her, a stunning woman and a handsome man. In that instant, one could easily discern that they were indeed a true pair of celestial lovers. The young girl suddenly became tense, sitting upright as the woman smiled warmly at her. "Little girl, your name is Jiang, correct?" The girl nodded, her gaze fixed on the wine bowl before her. Too shy to look at the two, the middle-aged man remained silent, scrutinizing the young girl before rising to uncork a bottle and pouring a bowl for each of them. "Thank you," Jiang said, her words sparse. The couple did not speak immediately, both observing the girl with growing fondness. Then, the woman stated plainly, "I know you are quite intelligent. I am the mother of Yuan, and this is his father, which you might discern from our appearances." She paused before continuing, "In truth, we have long since passed away. What stands before you now is but a wisp of our souls, and it is destined to dissipate soon." The girl raised her head, this time without a trace of shyness, and looked at them. "We, as a couple, hold you in great affection, deeply so. From the moment you were at the Jingjian pavilion, squatting on the ground while sketching those two swords, we were enamored." At this, the woman sighed softly, adding, "I had hoped you might become our daughter-in-law, but that would indeed be asking too much. Hence, we have sought you today for another matter." Jiang removed her hat and set it aside. The woman rose, smiling, and said, "My dear, would you be so kind as to create a portrait for us?" Jiang eagerly nodded, about to retrieve her drawing materials when the old shopkeeper approached with a grin, rubbing his hands together. "To have two great sword immortals request a portrait, young lady. Would you also create one for me afterward? I shall gift you 3 jars of wine." The assistant Su Jia poked his head out from beneath the counter. "I want one too, miss. Please, grant me a portrait as well. And I will give you 3 jars as well." The old shopkeeper retorted, "What wine do you possess? That belongs to me, your grandfather. 10 years of wages for 3 jars. Su Jia slapped the table, and the old shopkeeper scoffed. This was the first time in years that customers had come to the tavern, and they were a little girl. On this day, just before the new year, the girl left without spending a single coin, carrying home 9 jars of forgetfulness wine. Chapter 40. Osmanthus Island. When Ning Yuan awoke, the young girl Jiang was seated at a table, her back to him as she busied herself with something. His mind felt a bit muddled, but his injuries had vanished. He decided to continue lying down, occasionally glancing at the ceiling and then at Jiang. He noticed several jars of wine placed by the bedside, 9 jars in total, all unopened, yet a hint of fragrance wafted from them. Ning Yuan inhaled deeply. They were undoubtedly fine wines, certainly superior to the brew of Yungu. The girl was preoccupied with her task, and Ning Yuan remained silent, his mind beginning to unravel the threads of past events. He was certain he had not died. Jiang was right before him, and they were in the Ruan Xiu Inn, with the room's furnishings identical to before. His belongings, including the Ruan Xiu sword and the Zhanlong sword case, were nearby, suggesting that everything prior had never transpired. However, upon further introspection, Ning Yuan promptly dismissed that notion. The reverse flow flying sword remained in his core, now only partially restored, while the various energy chambers showed no signs of change. However, when Ning Yuan extended his hand to rest upon the sword box, the sword intent left by the great sword immortal had already dissipated. The ability to wield that singular sword, which cleaved through Sun Yin and severed the towering edifices, heavily relied on the unmatched sword intent of the great sword immortal, a pure manifestation of a 14th realm sword cultivator. Although Xiao Yao's celestial sword was indeed formidable, it had yet to reach such heights. The 9 strands of sword intent emanating from the sword Qi Great Wall paled in comparison. Only the essence bestowed by the great sword immortal served as the true source of that lethal strike. In truth, after departing from the sword Qi Great Wall, Ning Yuan had discerned this concealed sword intent within the sword box. As a sword cultivator, his sensitivity to sword intent was unparalleled, particularly when it came to such a potent manifestation of lethal force. At that moment, he had assumed it was a means of self-preservation granted by the great sword immortal. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed otherwise. From an inexplicable acquisition of a streak of thunder arc to assuming the role of the new celestial sovereign, and subsequently confronting Sun Yin with drawn swords, culminating in the cleaving of the upside-down mountain, Ning Yuan furrowed his brows in deep contemplation. He realized that aside from the great sword immortal, there were several inscrutable individuals pulling the strings behind the scenes. In this light, the sword intent left by the great sword immortal was not merely intended for his self-defense. It appeared from the very beginning to be designed for the purpose of cleaving through the upside-down mountain. A further thought struck him. For those wishing to leave the sword Qi Great Wall, aside from a select few, such as the hidden official Xiao Xian who was responsible for external dealings. Others were required to seek approval from the Confucian Temple. Naturally, his sister Xiao Yao had no need for concern. The Great Sword Immortal had certainly arranged matters on her behalf. However, his situation was entirely different. After much reflection, Ning Yuan concluded that this strike capable of cleaving the upside-down mountain was, in fact, his passport to the outside world. Only by unleashing this sword could he truly step into the grand realm of righteousness. As for Xiao Yao, forcibly manifesting the celestial sword too early could significantly impact her future breakthroughs. Ning Yuan felt a sense of helplessness since his arrival in this world. It seemed that every step he took was guided by unseen hands, leaving him in a state of confusion and uncertainty. It was crucial to acknowledge that certain established trajectories had begun to deviate. Xiao Yao's celestial sword was originally meant to materialize only when her cultivation reached a sufficient level. Yet it had now manifested years in advance. What the future held remained uncertain. The fact that he could still rest in the inn indicated that the upside-down mountain had not sunk into the southern sea. But what, then, was the significance of this sword? In a moment of daze, a small face leaned in closer. Ning Great Sword Immortal, you have finally decided to awaken. Ning Yuan looked at the young girl before him and broke into a smile. Awake at last. What were you just fiddling with? Jiang Yuan raised a booklet in her hand and replied with a grin. I'm writing your travelogue. Your previous one was stained with your blood and rendered illegible. As she spoke, Jiang Yuan placed the booklet before the young man, flipping through 2 pages. How do you find my writing? These are all the characters you taught me. The youth gazed at the girl, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. It's quite well written, much better than mine. The following morning, Ning Yuan rose early. The day was devoid of snow, the sky was bright, and the sun shone warmly. After tidying himself up, he meticulously placed his belongings into the spatial pouch and slung the sword box over his shoulder as he stepped out the door. After the gentle Miss Shuyu entrusted a letter to Jiang Yuan, Ning Yuan made his way to the ferry crossing. Midway, he altered his course and visited Luai's terrace. Retrieving a small item before, at the risk of injuring his hand, he cast a bolt of lightning back into the ether. Hohot Island was expected to reach the upside-down mountain before noon. Without lingering, Ning Yuan swiftly arrived at the ferry crossing, which, though unchanged, lacked the grandeur it once possessed. From 1,000 feet above, gazing at the South China Sea was undeniably more breathtaking. Now, with only a few hundred meters separating him from the sea surface, the difference was stark. Clad in black, Ning Yuan found a secluded spot at the ferry pavilion, lying back and gazing toward the distant sea. With his thoughts adrift, he idly chewed on a blade of dogtail grass. Just before noon, a small island emerged at the horizon. Hohot Island was not a conventional flying ferry, under ordinary circumstances. It floated on the sea, only ascending to the skies in times of dire need. Its scale far exceeded that of the Wangxian clam he had previously encountered. Resembling a small island that was truly awe-inspiring from afar, the island boasted thousands of osmanthus trees, all descending from a venerable ancestral tree at its peak, whose age was immeasurable, likely older than the upside-down mountain itself. Its roots had spread throughout the entirety of Hohot Island, far surpassing the rarity of treasures like the treasure whale and floating mountain combined. The reason was simple. This ancestral osmanthus tree continued to grow annually, its roots expanding ever wider. At this rate, in a few millennia, Hohot Island could rival the size of the upside-down mountain. This mountainous ferry was among the most favored by cultivators, offering scenic beauty comparable to that of the upside-down mountain. Moreover, should fortune smile upon them, passengers might have the opportunity to purchase a jug or two of exquisite osmanthus wine, known for its delightful flavor. However, what lingered most in memory was the enchanting Hohot maidens. The Fan family had trained over 100 striking maidens, not courtesans, but accomplished ladies skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, dedicated to serving guests, referred to as Hohot maidens. Sipping osmanthus wine, listening to the melodious guzheng played by the maidens, and admiring the beauty of Hohot Island was an experience seldom found in the heavens. Yet, Ning Yuan was unable to partake in such pleasures. The 8 Guyu coins he had paid afforded him the most basic accommodations on Hohot Island, with no maid to attend to him. To enjoy the privileges akin to those of the immortals, one would need to part with 30 Guyu coins, akin to the mechanized ferry of the Mo family. Ning Yuan simply could not afford such an expense. As the ferry docked, a massive route extended to connect with the upside-down mountain, and passengers began disembarking. After a brief wait, Ning Yuan presented his jade token to a ferry attendant and was granted passage on a Hohot island, only to be informed that, as it was New Year's Eve, the island would remain docked for the night and depart the following day. With no other choice, he followed a Hohot maiden to his lodgings, when suddenly, a voice from the ferry crossing called out, "Ning Yuan, you scoundrel, get down here." Chapter 41, The Fairy Money of the Young Girl. Solitary Peak, Mirror Surface. However, it can no longer be referred to as the Solitary Peak Mirror. This mirror has not descended along with the inverted mountain. Now it hangs alone at a height of 1,000 feet, and it would be more apt to call it the Suspended Mirror. Suspended before the mirror is a colossal sword. An array of celestial light falls upon a slumbering man. The man awakens, stretches lazily, and squints toward the horizon. The sky has cleared, and the clouds have dispersed. He wipes his face and searches his body, finding not a single coin. Habitually, he turns to glance beside him, only to feel more despondent. Since that day, the young Taoist boy has not been watching the gate. The mirror hangs high and solitary, and the sword immortal, Zhang Lu, feels increasingly lonely. Had he known, he would have asked for a few books. Although they are merely the tales of the rivers and lakes below the mountain, they could provide some solace during times of boredom. As he mutters to himself, a beam of divine light sweeps beneath his feet. Before he can discern the identity of the newcomer, a jar of liquor is thrown to him, which he catches deftly. At least you still have some conscience. Yinsheng, how does it feel to be the Grand Celestial? Zhang Lu, who has not tasted wine in ages, carefully pours it into his mouth, not daring to waste a single drop. After a hearty gulp, he burps. You may have risen in rank and fortune, yet here I remain, guarding the gate. The young Taoist boy, named Jiang Yunsheng, hails from a lineage where his ancestor is the master of the Purple Qi Tower, one of the 12 towers of the 5 cities of Baiyujing. He is genuinely a descendant of the second generation of Taoist elders, yet in his youth, he was persuaded by the third elder, Lu Chun, to shift allegiance to the Grandmaster's lineage. According to the family genealogy, Jiang Yunsheng is several generations removed from his ancestor, being a grandson of a grandson. Yet, within the context of Baiyujing's Taoist hierarchy, he shares the same generation as his ancestor. Outside the Purple Qi Tower, encountering his ancestor, they would exchange respectful bows, but returning to the tower would be calculated differently. A rather comical situation, all thanks to Lu Chun's influence. The young Taoist boy had just returned from the solitary peak, having received a new token from a Taoist who journeyed from Baiyujing, thus becoming the newly appointed Grand Celestial. Jiang Yunsheng retorted, "How does it feel? Are you blind, or do you have eyes in the wrong place? 2 Grand Celestials died in one day, and both perished within our own temple. I've been on edge these past few days, fearing that an unseen blade of light might come flying towards me." The swordsman took another swig, smiling as he said, "Rest assured, you shall be fine. Just guard this mountain seal with peace of mind, and your cultivation will steadily rise, awaiting the day you return to Baiyujing in glory." Jiang Yunsheng shook his head and lifted the purse in his hand. "Do you see this? How am I to give that brat anything? Last time, my senior brother sent him a thunder arc, and now his remains still lie beneath the South Sea." The swordsman did not respond to this query, gazing at him with a distant expression. "Do you have any more wine?" Jiang Yunsheng shook his head. "No? Then I don't know. Do as you please." The young Taoist boy wore a sullen expression, and the swordsman chuckled. "Here's the deal. Every 7 days, bring me a jar of wine, and I shall tell you how to proceed." The young Taoist boy, not overthinking it, nodded. Any method of delivery is fine, whether by flying, running, or walking. On this day of clear skies and dispersing mists, the eve of the new year, all is permissible. The young Taoist boy hesitated. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. As Jiang Yun departed, the mirror once again fell into silence. The man leaned against the edge of the mirror, a long-forgotten intoxication gracing his countenance. With hair as white as snow, he felt the poetic sentiments and the allure of wine begin to wane. "Ning Yuan, you scoundrel, come down here." Turning around at the ferry crossing, the young girl Jiang Yun stood with hands on her hips, hurling curses at him. It echoed the very first time they met, when Jiang Yun had also stood outside a pavilion, hands akimbo, uttering the same invective. However, to call it the initial encounter might be a slight misnomer, for they had only known each other for a little over half a month. Ning Yuan scratched his head and obediently returned to the edge of the ferry. "You've certainly learned some tricks, Ning, the great sword immortal," leaving without a word. "What do you take me for?" Jiang Yun, infuriated, pointed at Ning Yuan, delivering a scolding. Aware of his fault, Ning Yuan dared not retort, while the other cultivators boarding the ferry cast curious glances. It seemed the young girl was genuinely upset as she raised her fist and playfully struck him twice. Only to realize that this fellow was a martial artist of the fifth realm, her actions were likely more akin to tickling him. Thus, she stood on her tiptoes and tugged at his earlobe. All right, I admit my mistake, please stop. Ning Yuan cried out, genuinely pained by the pinch. A passerby shot him a disdainful glance. Only then did the girl release her grip, crossing her arms and glaring at him. Perhaps her anger had yet to subside. Hee. Ning Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Unsure of what to say, he casually remarked, "How did you arrive so quickly?" In an instant, the girl's small hand grasped him once more. "How did I come so quickly? Do I appear foolish to you? Am I unaware that Hohot Island is here today? Am I oblivious to the fact that you were leaving today?" As she spoke, the tremor in her voice became evident. Hohot Island would dock for a night, and before setting sail the next day, one could pay 5 small coins for a visit, even without taking the ferry. Jiang Yun expressed a desire to see Ning Yuan's residence, and together they followed a young lady from Hohot as they walked through the gates of Hohot Palace. The architecture on Hohot Island was not lavish. Rather, it featured quaint bridges and flowing waters. It was said that at the pinnacle of the island, a stream flowed upward from the sea, meandering through various parts of the island, creating picturesque brooks. Furthermore, the brackish water, upon rising, transformed into drinkable fresh water. Quite remarkable indeed. Is this truly your only room? We are to stay on the island for more than 2 months. Upon arriving at their humble abode, Jiang Yun frowned at the meager dwelling. Ning Yuan chuckled, "It's merely a place to stay. We are not here to indulge in scenic excursions." However, Jiang Yun was not swayed. She called out to the departing young lady from Hohot, "Is there a better residence on the island?" The Hohot girl, appearing to be of similar age, slightly inclined her body and replied, "Yes, there are still half a dozen houses available." Jiang Yun waved her hand extravagantly, declaring, "Bring him the finest house." Ning Yuan hurriedly whispered from behind her, "I have no money." "Who asked you to pay?" "Be quiet." Jiang Yun shot him a glare, then procured her coin purse. Ning Yuan leaned in for a glimpse. Goodness, she is quite the wealthy lady. The purse brimmed with Guyu coins, and although he had yet to count them, a mere glance suggested there were at least several hundred. Under Ning Yuan's envious gaze, Jiang Yun handed him 42 Guyu coins, directly exchanging them for the finest residence available. Comparisons can be devastating within the Ning household. They rummaged through every nook and cranny to gather a mere handful of Guyu coins for the siblings, while Jiang Yun casually possessed hundreds. It left one to wonder about the illustrious Jiang family of Nanposa Prefecture. As Jiang Yun prepared to stow away her purse, Ning Yuan chuckled, rubbing his hands together with unabashed eagerness. "Yuner, could you spare me some traveling expenses?" Chapter 42. Beneath the clear radiance in the shadow of the upside-down mountain, there existed an inn renowned for its production of an extraordinary brew known as Forgetfulness wine, a delicacy famed far and wide across numerous realms. This Forgetfulness wine, also referred to as Huangliang wine, was among the most coveted treasures sought by cultivators from the Qingshan mountain, yet rarely attained. It was said that this Huangliang wine could also be procured with divine currency, although the price for a single barrel was astronomical, often beyond the reach of even the wealthiest families, who could scarcely acquire a few barrels. However, the crux of the matter was that wealth alone was insufficient. Acquiring this wine was not as simple as purchasing from a tavern. It relied entirely on chance. It was rumored that only those with profound fortunes could, in moments of reverie, encounter an ancient locust tree, situated behind which lay the fabled Huangliang wine shop, also referred to as the Huangliang Land of Fortune. Today, a youth named Su Jia was unusually alert, diligently cleaning the tables and stools, his rag becoming increasingly grimy without a thought of washing it. The old proprietor, too preoccupied with a painting he cherished, paid no heed to the caged bird. Su Jia tilted his head, a rag draped over his shoulder, and remarked to the old proprietor, "Master, you ought to hurry. It has been 2 days, and you still haven't decided. With our tavern being so minuscule, how different is it from your birdcage that requires such deliberation?" Without turning, the old proprietor retorted, "You little brat, you know nothing." Unperturbed, Su Jia glanced at the tightly shut door of the tavern and inquired, "Master, are we not opening today?" The old proprietor seemed resolute as he approached the wall where the birdcage once hung, exhaled onto the back of the painting, and affixed it with care. The image portrayed nothing extraordinary, merely the Huangliang wine shop, an ancient locust tree, the old proprietor, a young attendant, and a little girl. The old proprietor murmured, "Open? Why not?" Yet today, being New Year's Eve, they would not welcome guests. Instead, he would adorn the door with couplets and ignite a string of firecrackers. Su Jia hesitated, stepping behind the old proprietor to gaze at the painting, a hint of melancholy surfacing in his youthful eyes. "Master, when will the young lady return? She has been gone for such a long time." Liang wouldn't even look at someone like her, and the young lady, too, seems oblivious to those around her. What am I lacking compared to him? I certainly want to go around accruing debts for wine. Upon mentioning the young lady, the old proprietor's mood soured as he scolded. What use is there for such an ungrateful girl? She harbors affection for Liang. It would be preferable for her to seek him out. For I would be more than pleased if she never returned to disturb my tranquil dreams. This girl can wreak havoc upon anyone. As long as it does not befall me, it would be a joyous occasion worthy of celebrating with firecrackers daily. The fellow rummaged through the back room, retrieving couplets and firecrackers, and busied himself outside. The old shopkeeper brewed himself a pot of tea, reclined on a lounge chair, gently waved a fan, and squinted at a painting. To the right of the artwork stood a wall of yellow millet and jade. Anyone who partook in drink at the Huangliang Tavern could, upon finishing, leave behind a verse of poetry or a few words. The multitude of inscriptions displayed a myriad of profound artistic sentiments, originating from the hands of countless esteemed practitioners, embodying a weighty fist and a sharp sword, boundless Buddhist teachings, and the natural way of Tao, exuding an aura of righteousness. Of course, amidst these, there were also some that were rather unsightly. For instance, Liang's writing, which made me lament that my conscience aches at the thought of so many infatuated young women awaiting me. At first glance, this phrase merely appeared to be a touch shamelessly narcissistic, with a spelling error to boot. However, the most crucial detail was that Liang adorned the end of the text with a grotesque smiley face and a thumbs up. The old shopkeeper's gaze lowered to the bottom right corner of the yellow millet jade wall, where a passage, both formidable and elegantly penned, read, "The sword opens the inverted mountain." The young girl turned her head, and Ning Yuan leaned closer, his large face betraying a sense of shamelessness. Yet, Jiang Yun genuinely nodded, then glanced down at her money pouch, her expression inscrutable. "How much do you want?" The boy was taken aback. "Truly offering?" The girl nodded again, affirming her intent. This left Ning Yuan a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head and remarked, "I was merely jesting. I didn't intend to actually take it." Jiang Yun turned to face him, lifting her small face. "But I truly intend to give it." Before long, a young lady of notable appearance and demeanor approached, presenting Ning Yuan with a jade token engraved with the character for Osmanthus, inquiring if he wished to take it to the new residence. The new abode, named Osmanthus Vane Courtyard, nestled near the mountain peak, was among the most exquisite of small courtyards, attended by a servant girl skilled in Osmanthus, providing a pot of Osmanthus brew every 3 days. Furthermore, the Osmanthus Vane Courtyard was equipped with a spirit-gathering formation, significantly enhancing the cultivation speed within. Ning Yuan could not help but marvel at how vital resources and wealth are for practitioners. After sending off the Osmanthus girl, the two prepared to explore Osmanthus Island. As they ascended towards the mountain peak, both fell into a contemplative silence. In Ning Yuan's recollection, the Jiang Yun he had first met was not so subdued. If there were a river of words in the world, she could drown even the most skilled in the 14th realm. Approaching the mountainous summit, Jiang Yun seemed to recall something, retrieving a painting from her belongings and handing it to Ning Yuan. "Your parents entrusted me to deliver this to you." Ning Yuan accepted it, but did not unroll the scroll, instead placing it directly into his belongings. The young man quietly inquired, "Did you paint this?" Jiang Yun nodded. Ning Yuan turned to observe her. Today, she was not clad in the blue attire he had first seen her in, nor the white robe adorned with cloud patterns, but rather a green garment. Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, the young girl remained silent, allowing him to look. The girl in green, with a sword hanging at her right waist and a jade token inscribed with her surname, Jiang, on her left side. This was Ning Yuan's first encounter with this jade tablet, as well as his inaugural sighting of this sword. The ancestral Osmanthus tree on Osmanthus Island flourished, its roots sprawling across the entirety of the isle, while its branches and leaves majestically enveloped the mountain's summit. Aside from Ning Yuan and Jiang Yun, a few scattered passengers from the ferry lingered beneath the ancient tree, some there to admire the scenery, others seeking the talents of a painter. On Osmanthus Island, there existed a dedicated artist who specialized in capturing the essence of visitors on canvas, charging 30 snowflake coins for each portrait. Ning Yuan cast a glance at the female painter, whose skill in the art was undeniably exquisite, each of her works brimming with vitality and charm. Nearby, a young attendant, noticing Ning Yuan's curiosity, smiled and remarked, "Such a striking couple. Why not request our esteemed painter from the Fan family to create a portrait for you?" Ning Yuan turned to the girl beside him, inquiring whether they should commission a piece. Jiang nodded, then shook her head, stating, "One portrait is insufficient. I require at least 7 or 8 to bring back to show my mother." Just as Ning Yuan was about to pay, Jiang preempted him, producing her coin pouch and generously offering 3 small summer coins. "This time, I shall treat you, as I am the one accompanying you," she declared. The painter beamed with delight. As a mere 5th-tier cultivator, such a sum would yield her a substantial commission. However, after scrutinizing the pair, she felt a twinge of apprehension. The young man was indeed handsome, and she felt confident in her ability to portray him with great accuracy. Yet, the girl was extraordinary in every regard, not merely in appearance or attire, but in her ethereal aura, which posed a significant challenge to capture. Nevertheless, this was a lucrative opportunity, and the painter could not allow it to slip away. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and began to paint, striving to evoke a hint of inspiration. The first portrait was of Ning Yuan, and he was quite pleased with it. Given his lack of artistic inclination, he merely needed it to resemble him. He had only one portrait. The subsequent ones were all of Jiang, whether she stood beneath the ancient osmanthus tree, held a branch of osmanthus, or posed with her sword across her chest. The painter found herself increasingly challenged, even discarding 2 attempts out of sheer dissatisfaction. However, Jiang had no stringent demands. She encouraged the artist to express herself freely. It was not until the final piece, depicting the two together, that a long-lost smile graced the young girl's face as she embraced Ning Yuan's arm. As the moonlight poured like water, they sat beneath the old osmanthus tree, with Jiang gesturing to several jars of wine that appeared before them. Ning Yuan's expression turned peculiar, as he was acutely aware of the wine's reputation. And he inquired, "Do you know what kind of wine this is?" "No," she replied nonchalantly. "This is the Forgetting Worries wine, one of the finest in the world." Jiang flicked her hair dismissively. "Oh, but I do not fancy drinking it. Besides, I am still young and devoid of worries to forget." Ning Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. "Let me tell you, these 9 jars of Forgetting Worries wine, as long as you do not consume them all within 3 days, are sufficient to elevate you to the Yuaning realm in just a few short years." The young girl pinched his thigh playfully. "Are you always this bothersome?" "I have already said I do not enjoy drinking." Ning Yuan pondered for a moment and then suggested, "How about this? I shall accept 3 jars of this Forgetting Worry wine. Drinking too much of it does not yield any greater benefits. If you do not partake, you may take it back as a token of filial respect to your elders." Jiang considered this seriously and agreed. After a prolonged silence, Ning Yuan spoke first. "Be extra cautious on your journey back to Nanposa Island." Jiang, hugging her knees, gazed into the distance at the inverted mountain, aglow with lights. The two fell silent once more. Ning Yuan hesitated for a while, contemplating whether to extend a hand, but as he shifted his shoulder, Jiang leaned in closer. It was not an embrace. The young girl merely rested her head on his shoulder. In a soft voice, Jiang said, "Once you arrive at Dongbaoping Island, if you find the time, please send me a letter. Remember to use the flying sword for your correspondence. The carriage cannot reach Nanposa Island. The first 2 pages of your travelogue were penned by me, but I wish to read the rest as well, so please include your latest writings in your letter." The young girl seemed to find the position uncomfortable. While leaning against the youth's shoulder, she extended her right arm to encircle his, then removed a jade token from her waist with her left hand. "You have turned me into an enviable sword cultivator, yet the gift I offer you holds little value. After much thought, this is all I can give. I must tell you, should you come to Nanposa Island in the future, this jade token will grant you unhindered passage." The girl then tightened her hold briefly before releasing it. She stood up and walked a few steps forward. "However, Ning, if your journey takes you far and you encounter a woman you fancy, do not send me any letters. That would not be fair to her. If I find out, I will be the first to chastise you. Of course, if you find it bothersome, you need not write to me at all. It matters little to me, as I do not require your letters." After speaking, Jiang tilted her head back, playfully swayed it a few times, then turned away, waving her hand behind her. "I shall not come to see you off tomorrow." "Well then, I am off." Ning Yuan remained seated, watching her with slightly parted lips. Jiang Yun strolled leisurely down the mountain, illuminated by the soft glow, her blue attire, and sword in tow. Compared to her arrival, she had lost a jade token but gained a hint of melancholy. Atop Osmanthus Flower Island, beneath the ancestral Osmanthus tree, stood the Sword Fairy, a visage of beauty amidst the peach blossoms, bathed in moonlight. Chapter 43. Close proximity. The young girl ambled leisurely, her pace gradually growing lighter and more spirited. Exiting the gates of the Osmanthus Palace and leaving Osmanthus Flower Island, she arrived at the ferry shop, where she purchased a jade token for the boat heading to Nanposa Island the next day, before heading straight back to the inverted mountain. However, rather than returning immediately to the inn, she took a series of left and right turns and arrived beneath an ancient locust tree. Jiang girl, you've arrived. Su Jiao, perched on a chair and affixing couplets, turned upon hearing her voice and greeted her with a smile. Just as Jiang Yun was about to respond, an elderly man, the innkeeper, rushed out from the wine shop. He first nodded with a smile towards the young girl, then delivered a hearty slap to Su Jia's head, scolding, "How disrespectful. That is your senior sister." The young man scratched his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and then defiantly raised his voice. "After all these years as your assistant, am I to be eclipsed by a newly accepted disciple? How is the hierarchy determined? She ought to be my junior apprentice." The old shopkeeper kicked him again, dismissing him. "Quickly now, light the firecrackers." Then, rubbing his hands together, the old shopkeeper donned a self-satisfied smile and addressed Jiang Yun. "Little Yun, why are you just standing there? Come in, swiftly." The young girl nodded with a smile, performing a respectful bow to the elder, her tone light and airy. "Master, the Jiang family of the southern Posa continent has long been a lineage of scholars cultivating noble virtues, producing numerous Confucian gentlemen. The current head of the Jiang family also serves as the master of the Biao Lotus Academy. In terms of influence on the southern Posa continent, the Jiang family stands second only to the esteemed Chen family." The old shopkeeper straightened his posture, his amusement fading as he accepted the bow with dignity. Su Jia turned his head with a grin, addressing the eldest senior sister. The old shopkeeper led his newly accepted disciple into the shop, and at that very moment, a bell rang from the solitary peak of the upside-down mountain. The hour of the rat had arrived, and another year had hastily passed. Su Jia hurriedly lit the firecrackers. At that instant, the entire upside-down mountain echoed with a series of firecracker explosions, resonating in harmony. Cultivation is not devoid of desires. It is, in fact, quite challenging to achieve such a state. During festive occasions, the base of the mountain is adorned with colorful lights, while feasts are laid out atop. Beneath the entrance, red paper lay scattered, and amidst the sound of firecrackers, a new year dawned. In the east Baoping continent, within the Granli dynasty, at the Pearly Cave, in a dilapidated house on Mud Bottle Alley, a youth ignited a candle he had long hesitated to use. Under the dim glow of the flickering flame, he affixed a pair of spring festival couplets. These couplets had been written for him by a young Taoist he encountered while delivering a message in Qilong Alley, for which he paid 5 coins. A full 5 coins. On New Year's Eve, Chen Qingdu had not earned that much. The doorman at the entrance of the small town, Zheng Dafeng, was a ruffian who had only given him 3 coins. After affixing the couplets, the youth clapped his hands in satisfaction before picking up a broom to clean both the interior and exterior of the house. Though the dwelling was in ruins, it was not filthy or chaotic. After tidying up, the youth lit the stove and poured in the leftovers from lunch. Seizing the moment, Chen Qingdu sat on the threshold, gazing up at the resplendent stars. "Hey, Chen Qingdu, would you care to join me for New Year's Eve dinner? Jigawei has prepared a full spread." The previously tranquil surroundings were abruptly shattered by this slightly mocking voice. Chen Qingdu snapped back to reality, and sure enough, perched on the wall was a youth in splendid attire, his expression teasing as he invited him for dinner. This individual, named Song Jisun, was Chen Qingdu's neighbor, boasting a rather remarkable background. It was rumored that he was the illegitimate son of the previous town's overseer, but the truth of this claim remained uncertain. Regardless of its veracity, Song Jisun's circumstances were undoubtedly better than Chen Qingdu's. Although he resided in the poorest Mud Bottle Alley, he never had to worry about money, often wandering the town with his personal maid, relishing in the pleasures of life. With an impassive expression, Chen Qingdu recognized the type of person Song Jisun was and replied, "No, I've already started a fire in the stove." Song Jisun scoffed, then jumped down from the wall, finding conversation with such a fool rather dull, especially since this fool was his neighbor, rendering it all the more tedious. "I must say, Chen Qingdu, didn't you take on a job delivering messages? On this day?" One would expect to have at least a handful of coins, wouldn't one? Just look at you, all alone at home, spending whatever you earn. Today is New Year's Eve. Have you not considered visiting Falu Street to purchase a fish for a feast? What purpose does your presence at home serve? Are you not afraid that a mouse might come and carry everything away? It seems you'll be dining on leftovers from lunch. TSK. Even the god of wealth would avoid such a scent. No wonder you are in such dire straits. From next door, the mocking voice of Song Jisun reached Chen Qingdu, who remained unperturbed, seated on the stone steps, his gaze deep and fixed upon the ground. The culinary skills of Jigui were quite commendable. He was likely preparing fish. And the appetizing aroma wafted over the courtyard walls, enticing the young boy's senses. Sounds emanated from the kitchen within, and just as Chen Qingdu was about to enter, the courtyard door was flung open. A small child dashed in, immediately spitting out, "Chen Qingdu, my mother wants me to call you for dinner." Why couldn't my mother have mentioned this earlier? Why wait until nightfall? It's pitch dark in Mud Bottle Alley. You nearly scared me to death. Gukan spoke rapidly. Before Chen Qingdu could respond, the boy seized his arm and pulled him towards the door. Wait. Chen Qingdu halted Gukan, turned back into the house, extinguished the stove, and retrieved a chipped white bowl to fill with the already warmed dishes. Gukan followed, a look of confusion on his face. Chen Qingdu, my mother made 10 dishes. Who will eat this one? No way, if we are late, we want to make it in time for the firecrackers. Chen Qingdu pondered this. Going to Gukan's house for New Year's dinner while carrying a bowl of leftovers would not bode well. Moreover, it was the dead of winter, so the food should not spoil. He held a candle and locked the door, although the lock was hardly a deterrent. After all, even a small child like Gukan could kick it open, but locking it was still preferable, as it indicated that the house was indeed occupied. Exiting the courtyard led them into the narrow Mud Bottle Alley. Gukan, suddenly less boisterous, clung to Chen Qingdu's arm, glancing around nervously, fearing that some lurking creature might leap out from the shadows. Soon, the sound of firecrackers erupted in the distance, likely from Falu Street. The small boy pressed close to Chen Qingdu as they ventured towards the New Year celebrations together. On Osmanthus Island, the atmosphere was equally festive, with a temporary high platform set up on the mountainside. Dozens of Osmanthus maidens took turns singing and dancing, while hundreds of ferry passengers cheered in delight. At the summit of the old Osmanthus tree, the area was bustling with people. It was indeed the most picturesque spot. The maidens held poles to hang lanterns adorned with osmanthus blossoms upon the branches, creating a breathtaking sight. The old osmanthus tree was beautiful, the maidens even more so. And in the distance, the inverted mountain was a sight to behold. Ning Yuan examined the jade token in his hand. On one side was the character for ginger, and on the reverse, the character for bean. It was a compact item, containing a pouch of celestial coins, 2 garments, and 6 jars of yellow millet wine. Chapter 44. The Red Thread. Ning Yuan descended the mountain, enlisting the guidance of a maiden to lead him to his residence, known as Osmanthus Vein Courtyard. This abode had cost 50 grain rain coins, and was indeed commendable, surrounded by a dozen osmanthus trees, with higher branches from the old tree casting shade, and a stream flowing before the entrance. It is said that this Gui my courtyard is not only rich in spiritual energy, but also shrouded by the branches and leaves of an ancient osmanthus tree, effectively shielding it from the prying eyes of cultivators below the nascent soul realm. Previously, when Jiang paid, Ning Yuan felt a tinge of reluctance. But now he finds it quite worthwhile. Upon entering the Gui my courtyard, he was greeted by a young maiden of osmanthus, whose beauty was striking, embodying the grace of youth. Dressed in a butterfly-patterned water nymph gown, she exuded an elegant charm even while standing still. This made the experience even more valuable. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, the maiden immediately broke into a radiant smile, slightly bowing as she introduced herself. Ning Xiaoxia, I am Gui Ji, with Gui from Osmanthus and Ji from Branch. I shall attend to all your needs during your journey to the old dragon city in the East Baoping continent. Gui Ji's eloquent introduction impressed Ning Yuan, who had never been treated with such respect before. He returned the gesture with a fist salute, expressing his gratitude for her assistance. With her smile unwavering, Gui Ji continued. Ning Xiaoxia, today is New Year's Eve. Noticing your delayed return, I instructed the chef to prepare a feast in advance, though it may have cooled somewhat. If you are not in a hurry, I can have some fresh dishes made for you. Ning Yuan quickly shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary to go through such trouble, as he would be content with food that was merely warm. Gui Ji guided him to a seat, and hunger overtook Ning Yuan as he set aside any semblance of decorum, diving into the meal with gusto. leaving Guizhi astonished at his veracity. Her attention was drawn to the pitch-black sword box resting nearby, which she had noticed earlier. Curiosity ignited within her as she drew closer, and upon examining it closely, she felt a slight sting in her eyes, prompting her to avert her gaze, further intensifying her intrigue about this young man's identity. Could he be a sword cultivator? Perhaps a scion of a prominent family, descending from the mountains for training, especially considering his destination was Baoping Continent? The sword cultivator factions on Baoping Continent are not numerous. The major powers dedicated to the sword path are merely three: Feng Lei Garden, Zhengyang Mountain, and Qingfeng City. Other sects, such as Zhenwu Mountain and Shungao sect, do have sword cultivators, but their numbers are limited. This young man's lavish demeanor suggested he hailed from a reputable lineage, yet his cultivation level remained a mystery to her. Guizhi's thoughts raced, and her gaze towards Ning Yuan bore a hint of intrigue. Despite being the best among hundreds of osmanthus maidens, Guizhi was still merely a servant, a handmaiden with a cultivation level of only the third stage of qi refining. Regardless of how well she fared, she would ultimately remain an osmanthus maiden. Those fortunate enough might be purchased by high-ranking officials to become concubines, while others might spend their lives serving on the island, drifting across the sea. As they aged, they would either use their savings to escape the confines of the Fan family to live independently or be married off to other servants of similar age as per the Fan family's arrangements. For most osmanthus maidens, this was the typical path. Naturally, the most fortunate outcome would be to find a partner of similar age from an immortal lineage. Much like this young sword cultivator before her. Handsome and a sword cultivator, though his manner of eating left much to be desired. Ning Yuan, having satiated his hunger, took a sip of the osmanthus brew, the exquisite flavor eliciting his admiration. A fleeting glance caught the attention of the charming Guizhi beside him, causing an unusual expression to cross his face. Guizhi, regaining her composure, blushed and bowed slightly, saying, "Young Master Ning, I reside in the left chamber. Feel free to choose any other room. If you require anything for your bath, I can assist you." The youth, letting out a burp, waved his hand dismissively. "No need. From now on, you can tidy up the rooms and deliver meals. I shall manage the rest myself." Grasping his sword case, Ning Yuan selected a room farthest from Guizhi's and entered. The night passed in silence, and at dawn the following day, Ning Yuan rose early. As Guizhi stirred, he ascended to the peak of Osmanthus Island. The first light of day broke, and the ferry docked at Osmanthus Island began to sail away, gradually picking up speed, while tourists gathered at the suspended mountain's observation platform to watch. Standing atop the peak, Ning Yuan strained his gaze towards the ferry, feeling a twinge of disappointment as the suspended mountain receded into the distance. He unscrewed the gourd at his waist and took small sips. At the ferry platform, a girl in green stood motionless, watching the massive island drift away. Behind her stood Mr. Chen and an elderly man. The old shopkeeper sighed, not wishing for his apprentice to feel so despondent. With her level of understanding, how could she perceive anything from such a distance? He approached the young girl, and with a wave of his sleeve, conjured a vision of the peak of Osmanthus Island. To Jiang Yun, the boy carrying the sword case appeared, a smile breaking across her face. Upon noticing the jade pendant hanging at his waist, her joy intensified, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Fated connection, indeed," the old shopkeeper remarked, shaking his head repeatedly. Jiang Yun chimed in, "A fated connection is better than no connection at all." The old shopkeeper paused, pondering her words, finding some truth in them. He stroked his chin, feeling pleased with the quality of this apprentice, not regretting the many sword intents he had collected on his yellow millet jade wall. Suddenly, Jiang Yun recalled something, her gaze fixed on the boy in the vision. "Master, could you see if there's a red thread connecting me to someone?" The old shopkeeper nodded, affirming, "Indeed, there is." He quickly followed with a shake of his head. "Yes, there is, but it is not tied by another. Master, please sever this red thread." The old shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. "This thread is not the work of another. It has grown from your own heart. You must consider carefully. Once severed, your memories of him will fade." Jiang Yun, with a determined expression, replied, "That will not happen. As long as that scoundrel remains unchanged, I shall not change." The young girl laughed joyfully. "He wouldn't dare, otherwise. I shall become his tormentor, stabbing him daily in his heart until he is utterly worn down." The old shopkeeper, having lived many years, felt a twinge of sympathy for the boy after hearing her words. At dawn's first light, atop Osmanthus Island, the youth, feeling dejected, placed his sword case on the ground. unsheathed his travel sword, and began his practice. He practiced the fundamental swordsmanship taught by his parents during his childhood. The world was desolate, with only a sliver of morning light cascading down, lazily resting upon the shoulders of the youth. As the sun ascended higher, the hanging mountain receded further into the distance, until, within Ning Yuan's line of sight, its mountain-shaped silhouette transformed into a mere speck. However, soon another dot emerged from the direction of the hanging mountain, gradually magnifying. After a few breaths, accompanied by a thunderous sound, a Taoist clad in a fishtail crown arrived. It was a young Taoist boy, whom Ning Yuan recognized. He was the one who had been guarding the gate alongside Zhang Lu, named Jiang Yunsheng. Without even glancing at the Osmanthus island beneath, Jiang Yunsheng ascended to the mountain's peak, standing atop a small mountain-sized purple-golden gourd, which further diminished his figure. Ning Yuan? The young Taoist inquired. Ning Yuan sheathed his sword and stood his ground. What brings you here? After the incident at the Hanging Mountain, he harbored no fondness for this sect of Taoism. Given that no one had troubled him in recent days, it was clear that someone was looking out for him, most likely the Sword Immortal. With that in mind, he felt no need to be courteous. Any display of servility would only tarnish the reputation of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Subsequently, the young Taoist casually tossed a small bag towards Ning Yuan, who swiftly caught it. The bag was diminutive and, upon weighing it, he found it to be rather light. The young Taoist maintained a calm demeanor, offering no further words or delay. The purple-golden gourd shifted direction and, in an instant, covered a distance of several miles, leaving behind a crackling trail of thunderous winds. Upon opening the bag, Ning Yuan was taken aback to discover the legendary gold-infused copper coins. He counted them, exactly 20, all of which were victory coins of pure gold-infused copper. Just as he secured the bag of coins, a middle-aged woman approached him. She walked with an unassuming grace, lacking any allure, yet exuded a rare elegance, flanked by two young maidens of Osmanthus. Chapter 45. Tempering the sword's edge, the purple-golden gourd, as large as a small mountain, sped away, leaving behind a spectacular and fearsome trail of thunder, which caught the attention of many cultivators on Osmanthus Island, leaving them astonished. Ning Yuan recognized the identity of the approaching middle-aged woman. She appeared to be merely a guest of the Fan family, yet her true origins were far more significant. Standing right behind Ning Yuan, in front was Madame Gouet, and behind her stood the ancestral Osmanthus tree, which was, in essence, another manifestation of Madame Gouet. A former friend from the Moon Palace, she was the embodiment of a pure Osmanthus tree, a reincarnation of an ancient deity. Though her current cultivation level was not particularly high, with a gentle disposition, she rarely concerned herself with mundane affairs. The state of the world held little interest for her, not out of coldness, but due to her inherently serene nature. She was renowned alongside Madame Huanxia, Madame Tuoyin, and Madame Qingshun as one of the 4 esteemed ladies of the righteous realm. Within the Hanging Mountain, there was another lady residing in the Plum Blossom Garden, Madame Tuoyin, who, like Madame Gouet, was not human. One was a plum tree spirit, while the other was an incarnation of an osmanthus tree, thus neither were truly human. Ning Yuan felt a profound sense of disappointment. The Lady Gouet before him, while possessing a rather eye-catching and ample figure, bore an appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary woman. He had anticipated her to be akin to the enchanting lady of Qingshan Mountain, a vision of celestial beauty. It was possible that she had employed some arcane sorcery to conceal her true visage. Lady Gouet approached gracefully, first casting her gaze towards the direction in which the young Taoist had departed, before turning her attention to Ning Yuan, her countenance adorned with a gentle smile. As for the renowned swordsman from the Sword Qi Great Wall, Ning Yuan found no surprise in her awareness of his origins. The monumental event of the sheer cliff of the inverted mountain and the overnight stay at Hohhot Island could easily be gleaned through casual inquiries, not to mention the ominous black sword box he bore. Many had witnessed him arriving at the inverted mountain from the Mirror Realm, and there had been speculations that the sword which cleaved the inverted mountain was somehow linked to the young swordsman from the Sword Qi Great Wall. However, most believed that it was a grand swordsman behind the boy who had executed such a feat, a sword cultivator at the Ocean Observation Realm. Even one of considerable strength from the Sword Qi Great Wall could at most be deemed invincible among his peers. How could he possibly split the inverted mountain? Lady Gouet maintained her smile and introduced herself as one of the stewards of Hohhot Island, playfully suggesting that, owing to her seniority, Ning Xiaoxiao might address her as Aunt Gouet, with Gouet referring to the osmanthus flower. Ning Yuan felt a fondness for Lady Gui, which was why he had consented to wait an additional 10 days to board Hohhot Island. He smiled and called her Aunt Gui. Her smile widened as she softly remarked that the Sword Qi Great Wall had always been a sacred place for sword cultivators, revered by countless practitioners. In light of this, she offered Ning Xiaojian a permanent discount of 30% on any purchases made at Hohhot Island. Ning Yuan found it difficult to refuse and nodded in agreement. As he had no intention of acquiring anything on Hohhot Island, he welcomed the favor, though he pondered whether he would somehow repay it in kind later. The two then proceeded down the mountain, with Lady Gui introducing Ning Yuan to the island's customs and urging him to sample the osmanthus cake and the osmanthus brew. The youth smiled, mentioning that he had already savored the osmanthus brew the previous night and found it exquisite. Lady Gui promptly instructed one of the attendants to bring him several packages of osmanthus cakes, leaving Ning Yuan momentarily astounded by the kindness. The identity of one from the Sword Qi Great Wall proved beneficial, as he was met with courtesy wherever he went. After bidding farewell to Lady Gui, Ning Yuan remained vigilant and refrained from entering the Gui My courtyard immediately, waiting until he saw Lady Gui enter the adjacent residence. There were a total of 8 houses on the island that were priced similarly to Ning Yuan's Gui My courtyard. Ning Yuan's was the 7th, while Lady Gui's was the 8th, situated side by side and the closest to the mountain summit. He hoped that no unforeseen complications would arise. Ning Yuan muttered to himself before returning to the Gui My courtyard. Hohhot Island, belonging to the Fan family of Old Dragon City, boasted a trading route established over several decades, deemed considerably safer. The journey would pass through 10 scenic spots, each receiving a brief visit, navigating the vast inner sea. Although entering the outer sea from the right side of Tianxia Island offered the shortest route to Old Dragon City, the Fan family had yet to possess the capability to establish a secure passage. In the profound depths of the vast ocean, where the abyss reaches tens of thousands of fathoms, countless monstrous sea beasts lie in wait, posing a peril even to cultivators of the upper 5 realms. The Van family, lacking any presence in the Jade Purity realm, naturally does not possess such strength. For half a month, Ning Yuan remained secluded, engrossed solely in the monotony of sword practice. Despite having traversed 3 scenic spots on Osmanthus Island, Miss Gui Ji consistently came to remind him, yet he had never once visited. Today, the Gui My courtyard remained as it always had. After a fortnight of nurturing, the reverse flow flying sword had regained its former brilliance. Ning Yuan placed the dragon-slaying sword box on the ground, summoned his life-bound flying sword, and allowed it to hone its blade independently upon the box. The dragon-slaying platform was originally designed for sharpening swords and is indeed the most cherished object among flying swords. Once a sword cultivator's life-bound flying sword is nurtured, it possesses a hint of spirit, allowing Ning Yuan to relinquish control, letting the reverse flow maneuver freely within the courtyard, sparks flying from the sword box's surface. Ning Yuan meticulously arranged his time, practicing swordplay with the Yuan Yu in the morning, refining it in the afternoon, and absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate his realm in the evening. The pouch of divine coins given by Granny Bai had all been devoted to his training, as Jiang Yun had generously provided him with 200 Guyu coins in total. He had already inscribed 7 seals on the semi-immortal weapon, Yuan Yu, achieving progress beyond his expectations. In another 7 or 8 days, he would likely succeed in a grand refinement. As for his realm, Ning Yuan could enter the Dragon Gate realm whenever he wished, yet he intended to wait a little longer, for his foundation was not sufficiently solid. During this time, the small brew of osmanthus wine sent by Gui Ji had been stored within his dimensional pouch, while the gourd contained Huang Liang wine. However, he was cautious not to indulge too much at once, merely sipping a small amount each time. This beverage, though delightful, was indeed intoxicating. 3 cups would render Ning Yuan in slumber for an entire day and night, leading to several amusing mishaps. Having once fallen from the Dragon Gate realm, he was well acquainted with the process of breaking through, and with the aid of Huang Liang wine, advancing to the Dragon Gate realm was merely a matter of desire. The sound of the reverse flow sharpening its blade was quite pronounced, yet Ning Yuan had no intention of concealing it. Retreating to the deep mountains for training was not feasible. Moreover, since he had wielded the flying sword, the branches and leaves of the osmanthus trees above the Gui My courtyard had grown even more luxuriant, undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill from the neighboring Madame Gui, shielding him from the sword-intense aura. While Ning Yuan remained indifferent, he nonetheless appreciated this act of kindness and silently kept it in mind. Guizhi watched him practice swordplay daily from the courtyard, occasionally bringing him water, offering a handkerchief, and delivering meals punctually, ensuring the courtyard remained spotless. Whenever the young man, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, danced with his sword, Guizhi would rest her chin on her hand, captivated by the sight. Being close to Madame Gui, she had learned that this young man hailed from the Sword Qi Great Wall, a 13-year-old sword cultivator of the Sea Observation Realm, possessing his own lifebound flying sword. To her, this young hero was akin to a celestial being, surpassing the young scions of the notable families in Old Dragon City combined. His only flaw might be his somewhat crude demeanor, as he often ate noisily and would randomly down a sip of wine, frequently finding himself inexplicably inebriated in some corner of the courtyard. One morning, as Guizhi rose and opened the door, she beheld a young man sprawled on the stone table in the courtyard, feet in the air, head down, with drool trickling from his mouth. Beside him lay a wine gourd, spilling its contents across the ground. This was a moment etched deeply in Guizhi's memory. Upon awakening, Ning Xiaoxia, upon witnessing the wasted wine, struck his own face with 2 resounding slaps, his expression one of profound despair. He muttered incessantly about Huangliang wine, leaving Guizhi puzzled. What could this Huangliang wine be that it surpassed the osmanthus brew from her island? Ning Yuan glanced at the setting sun, sheathed his sword, and casually inquired, Guizhi, how far is Osmanthus Island from Beipingzu now? The youth took a sip of Huangliang wine, and after a pause without a response, turned to see the young girl resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought, her gaze lingering on the spot where he had previously practiced swordplay. With the year-end past and spring approaching, Ning Yuan discerned the subtle hints of Guizhi's affections. It was not that she lacked beauty or charm. Rather, he believed that while wine could be enjoyed daily, some matters should only be ventured into once. Chapter 46. Tonya sect. Since that embarrassing incident, Guizhi found it difficult to meet the young man's gaze. Whenever Ning Yuan practiced his swordplay, she often wandered away from the Guizhi courtyard, seeking solace in solitary strolls. One afternoon, having delivered meals to the Guizhi courtyard, she intended to venture out again, but was halted at the door by Aunt Gui. In the Guizhi courtyard, where Madame Gui resided, she sat across from Guizhi, her keen perception revealing the girl's inner turmoil. With a gentle smile, she asked, "What troubles you? Is it about that young man, Ning?" Despite their long acquaintance, Guizhi felt a twinge of shyness and merely nodded in silence. Madame Gui beckoned Guizhi to sit beside her, resting her hand on the girl's head, and spoke softly, "It is entirely normal to harbor such feelings at your age, especially since you have only just arrived on the island and have encountered so little of the world. As you spend more years here, traversing back and forth to Osmanthus Island, your perspective will surely broaden. When you reflect on today's events in the future, it will likely evoke nothing more than a light chuckle." Suddenly feeling aggrieved, Guizhi nestled into Madame Gui's embrace and whispered, "Aunt Gui, I know I am unworthy in every regard, yet my heart is heavy. When I first met him, he would glance at me. Now, apart from asking how much longer until we reach Beipingzu, he only tells me he is hungry and requests his meals. In the past, he practiced swordplay bare-chested, but now he insists on being fully dressed, as if afraid I might devour him." After hearing the girl's heartfelt confessions, even Madame Gui could not suppress a chuckle. Tightening her embrace around the small girl, she composed herself and added, "If you truly like him, then cherish those feelings. Liking someone is nothing to be ashamed of. Simply allow yourself to feel it." Madame Gui gazed towards the neighboring courtyard, where sharp sword intents swirled in the air, yet she cautioned, "But dear, let me tell you, you and he are destined to remain apart. Those who dwell in the Sword Qi Great Wall only meet their end within its confines." Madame Gui comforted the young girl in her arms, yet she refrained from disclosing another matter, the fairy fare paid by a different woman. Guizhi, wholeheartedly believing Madame Gui's words, subsequently attended to Ning Yuan with even greater diligence. Regardless of Ning Yuan's protests, she insisted on performing tasks for him, preparing bathing essentials each evening in advance. While Ning Yuan practiced his swordsmanship, Guizhi seemed to have procured an ancient zither from somewhere, playing it skillfully by his side. Though Ning Yuan could not discern its quality, she was almost ready to assist him in undressing for the night. Her actions were not inappropriate, leaving Ning Yuan at a loss for words, though he couldn't help but wonder what had emboldened her so, as her demeanor had become notably brazen. "Young Sir Ning, our Hohat Island will arrive near Jialong Gorge in 3 days. Once we pass through Jialong Gorge, We will have completed a third of our journey. Guizhi remarked as she opened the gate to the small courtyard, holding a food box in hand while addressing Ning Yuan, who was engrossed in his sword practice. At that time, I would be grateful if you could remind me, lest I indulge in drink and miss the moment. On the journey, one could afford to miss any of the 10 scenic views, but Ning Yuan had no intention of overlooking Jialong Gorge. This sea gorge was home to countless descendants of the dragon species, most of whom were of mixed bloodlines and possessed low cultivation levels. A significant portion were water dragons, which instinctively traveled to neighboring continents during certain seasons to summon clouds and rain, a round trip spanning thousands of miles. However, in this era, without the decree of celestial rainmasters, the rains summoned by these water dragons often brought calamity upon mortals, devastating floods sweeping through villages large and small, leading to their frequent hunting by Qi practitioners. The pursuit of these dragons by Qi practitioners served both to uphold justice and to harvest their flesh and bones, valuable materials for crafting magical artifacts. Ning Yuan, however, had no intention of hunting dragons. His curiosity was piqued instead, as he, a mere country bumpkin, yearned to witness the wonders of the vast world. Yet, following the incident at the upside-down mountain, he acutely felt the inadequacy of his own strength, which prompted his recent rigorous training. After finishing the meal Guizhi had brought, Ning Yuan resolved to take a stroll, as remaining in seclusion for too long was unwise. Just as he stepped outside the courtyard, he encountered 7 individuals approaching, both men and women. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, sensing their ill intentions, though they were not there for him. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, his aura unmistakable, likely possessing golden core level cultivation. He cast a fleeting glance at Ning Yuan as he passed by the Gui family courtyard, then proceeded to knock on Madame Gui's door. Among the 7, the leader was the most powerful, while the other 6 ranged in cultivation levels from Dragon Gate to varying degrees. Such prowess was quite remarkable among the typical mountain dwellers of the immortal realm. Ning Yuan noticed that each of the 7 wore identical dark green jade tokens at their waists. Upon closer examination, he failed to recognize their origins. Not one to miss out on the unfolding spectacle, Ning Yuan turned to Guizhi and said, "Guizhi, fetch a stool." The leader of the group, though of ordinary appearance, possessed a tall and imposing stature, clad in a violet robe shimmering with faint threads of light, clearly a superior defensive artifact. Madame Gui opened the courtyard door, casting a discreet glance at the newcomers before inquiring with a subtle smile, "Gentlemen, what brings you to Hohhot Island at this hour?" The middle-aged man bore an air of slight arrogance as he addressed her. "Are you the esteemed Lady Gui, the master of Hohhot Island?" Lady Gui maintained her usual composure and replied, "Indeed, that is I." The man cast a glance towards Ning Yuan, noticing the youth had taken a seat on a stool to observe the unfolding scene, which displeased him somewhat. However, he chose not to express his irritation in front of Lady Gui. "Having long admired your reputation, might we not be permitted to enter and sit for a while?" The visitor's tone was rather brusque. Lady Gui, not one to be easily intimidated, replied calmly, "You all have arrived at Hohhot Island without offering a token of respect. Hence you are not guests. I see no reason for you to enter and sit." Behind the middle-aged man stood a woman clad in green, her beauty unremarkable, who stepped forward with a cool demeanor. "Lady Gui, we of the Tongya sect have not come merely to cross the waters. We are here to discuss the sale price of Hohhot Island." The Tongya sect, the largest sect on Tongya continent, was backed by a powerful ascended master, and its very name signified its formidable heritage. The ferry was nearing Jialong Gorge, which was not far from Tongya continent. Thus their presence on the vessel was understandable. Lady Gui fell into a moment of contemplation. Indeed, the party before her was significant. Given the strength of the Tongya sect, no force in the entirety of Old Dragon City could hope to rival it. The leading man gestured for his apprentice not to speak and adjusted his demeanor towards Lady Gui, cupping his fists in salute as he smiled. "Lady Gui need not worry about the Fan family. I will ensure they receive ample compensation." He continued, "Given the profits from Hohhot Island over the past 2 centuries, I can provide the Fan family with a one-time compensation. Our sect is in dire need of a ferry like the mountainous vessel. What say you, Lady Gui?" The man's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he focused on Lady Gui. "Forgive my rudeness. I am Du Yan, the young master of the Tongya sect. Should you agree to join our sect, I have great gifts in store for you. If you would consider marrying into our sect, you would become half the master of Wudong Cave Heaven. With abundant resources for cultivation, why endure the hardships of ferrying?" Yet, Lady Gui remained serene and resolute, declining firmly. I am aware of the Tongye sect's prominence, but I cannot entertain this matter at present. I have made a solemn vow with the Fan family that cannot be easily broken. I hope you can understand." Young Master Du Duyan narrowed his eyes. "Oh? This complicates matters indeed. With such a vow in place, forcing this transaction would likely incur the wrath of the heavenly Dao upon you, effectively severing your path of cultivation." Not wishing to prolong the discussion, Lady Gui took a step back and smiled. "The vow with the Fan family still has about 50 years remaining. If you truly have sincerity, perhaps you might wait a while." Du Yan's expression darkened, but with the conversation having reached this point, he could not press further. 50 years was not an excessively long time for those on the path of cultivation. An idea sparked within him. Since acquiring Hohot Island was not feasible at present, he could remain on the island for a time to cultivate a rapport with Lady Gui. Du Yan had learned from the elder that this seemingly plain woman was, in truth, a transformation of a moon palace osmanthus tree, her true appearance rivaling that of the lady of Qingshan Mountain. Otherwise, he would not have rushed day and night to reach her. Suddenly, he chuckled and remarked, "In that case, let us discuss this matter again after a century. Coincidentally, I must also visit the old dragon city, and I shall accompany you to the island, my lady." Madame Gui nodded and turned to the maid behind her, saying, "Yue Gui, are there any vacant residences atop the mountain?" "None," replied Aunt Gui. "All are occupied by esteemed guests." Du Yan shook his head, casually retrieving a purse of coins which he tossed to the maid without a glance. "Each of us 7 will contribute 100 Guyu coins for the fairy fair." He then shifted the conversation, his gaze landing on Ning Yuan at the entrance of the adjacent Gui my courtyard. "I would appreciate it, my lady, if you could inform this young gentleman that I wish to acquire his residence, and I am willing to compensate him with double the Guyu coins." Du Yan desired the residence for 2 reasons, primarily, to gain proximity to the lady, and secondarily, out of disdain for the young man. "Damn it. While I am here discussing significant matters with Madame Gui, you sit idly on a small stool, merely observing." Madame Gui furrowed her brow, also directing her gaze towards the young man. Ning Yuan, having entered the courtyard midway to retrieve a chicken leg, was munching while watching the commotion, unaware that the attention would soon shift to him. The young man's eyes narrowed as he slowly rose from his seat. Although he appreciated Guyu coins, and the offer of double was indeed generous, he could not part with the Gui my courtyard, as it was paid for by the young girl, Jiang Yun. Regardless of the sect, no one could sway him, no matter the price offered. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Ning Yuan casually tossed the half-eaten chicken leg to the ground, his gaze sharp as lightning, and declared, "Tongye sect. Where do you get off?" Chapter 47. Killing. With this single utterance, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. The 7 individuals were momentarily taken aback, for it was evident that the young man was at the ocean observation stage, while Du Yan was a genuine golden core cultivator with formidable combat prowess. It has long been said that only those who achieve the golden core may truly be considered among our ranks, and there is wisdom in this. Upon reaching this stage, one is often likened to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, as the original Qi condenses into a golden core, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Whether wielding treasures or confronting foes, one's lethal capabilities are significantly enhanced. Following this stage lies the nascent soul realm. Both the golden core and the nascent soul are revered as earth immortals, commanding respect and fear among those of lesser cultivation. Aunt Gui's expression shifted subtly. She was aware of the young man's origins. If one were to compare, the Tongye sect was insignificant. While any great sword immortal from the Sword Qi Great Wall could likely slay the ascendant ancestors of the Tongye sect with ease. Yet she harbored concerns. If Du Yan wished to purchase the young man's residence, and he was unwilling, she would have to find a way to negotiate with them. The young man's words had already set a difficult precedent. Often, a single phrase can transform parties into mortal enemies. Those from the Sword Qi Great Wall are not easily dismissed, unless the young man's identity is of utmost importance, which may warrant the discreet protection of a guardian. The young girl Gui Ji stood frozen in place, positioned behind Ning Yuan, hardly daring to breathe. Yet, she found it quite perplexing. Over the past half-month, this young knight had always been amiable and good-natured, so why had his demeanor suddenly shifted? Was it possible that Ning Xiaoxia had long harbored enmity towards the Tongye sect? Du Yan's expression was exceptionally grim. Sensing the tension, Aunt Gui stepped forward, intending to ease the atmosphere, but her expression stiffened as the youth unleashed a barrage of scathing insults. "Du Yan, is your ancestor named Du Mao?" Ning Yuan remarked with a sly smile. even rubbing his hands together in an exaggeratedly lewd manner. I've heard that your ancestor sought to rekindle past ties by locating the reincarnation of his deceased mother. The youth then pretended to calculate, extending his palm as if to divine the truth. Your ancestor's mother is currently at the Tongyi sect, around the age of 28. Is that not so? Not to mention, she is quite remarkable, possessing both grace and beauty, is she not? Ning Yuan, slapping his thigh in delight, exclaimed, what a coincidence. I've divined that your ancestor's mother has an unfinished bond with me. Duyan, would you be so kind as to lead me to unlock the gates of the Wutong Cave? As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yuan raised his hand, summoning the distant travel sword from the stone table in Gui Mai's courtyard, which flew into his grasp. In a swift motion, he pulled Gui Ji aside, moving several paces away. A glance at the spot where the two had stood revealed a large crater, the shockwave even reaching the courtyard of Gui Mai, shattering its entrance and sending energy rippling outward. His gaze fell upon the 7 individuals present, with the one who had acted first being a fierce-looking woman clad in green, wielding a glinting sword. Watching as the youth narrowly dodged her attack, her brow furrowed as she prepared to chant a spell to continue her assault. But Madame Gui swiftly interposed herself between them. There remains room for negotiation in this matter, young Master Du. Is it truly necessary to lose your composure and resort to violence against a junior? Madame Gui implored, stepping forward. Du Yan, who had remained silent up until now, placed a hand on his junior sister's shoulder and took a step forward, saying, Madame Gui, I hold you in high regard, and indeed there is still room for discussion. However, the circumstances have changed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he shook his head. This boy must die, should you choose to intervene on his behalf. I fear it would be beyond my ability to slay him on Gui Hua Island, yet I doubt you would return to Lao Long City unscathed. The threat in his words was palpable, and even the usually composed Aunt Gui could not help but feel anger rise within her. Are you threatening me? It must be said that Du Yin was no fool. While his ancestor's humiliation had darkened his countenance, he now bore a faint smile. Madame Gui, you exaggerate. My intent is to kill this boy for his disrespect towards the Tongyi sect. Should I simply remain passive? Admittedly, the conflict arose from my desire to purchase his residence, but I, Du Yin, am not a petty man. If he refuses, then so be it. I would not force him. The Tongyi sect cannot afford to lose face. Madame Gui, you have heard him. Such an undisciplined wretch speaks without restraint. Should the Tongyi sect endure this? Aunt Gui found herself at a loss for words, recognizing the validity of his points. She was caught in a dilemma. Both the Tongyi sect and the Jian Qi Changcheng were formidable forces, and the demise of either on Gui Hua Island could lead to significant repercussions. It is uncertain what has driven the young man to such a frenzy. If he is unwilling, then so be it. A simple conversation could have sufficed. And with a bit of mediation from myself, we would not have reached such an impasse, leaving little room for retreat. Ning, do not utter another word. Aunt Gui will assist you. The words of Aunt Gui reached the ears of the young man behind her, yet Ning Yuan remained silent, casting a glance over his shoulder. He stood resolutely, staring ahead, his expression devoid of emotion. At least he has sealed his lips. Aunt Gui breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to utter more curses, even the slightest chance would vanish. And it baffled her why those from the Sword Qi Great Wall seemed fond of disparaging one's ancestors. A figure approached, standing beside Madame Gui. It was an elderly boatman, one of the guests of the Fan family, a cultivator of the Golden Core realm. Du Yin squinted, recognizing that with Madame Gui alone, they were outmatched. Madame Gui presided over Hohot Island, akin to a sanctuary, much like the Confucian academies. Not only could she elevate her own realm, but she could also substantially enhance her strength. With the addition of a Golden Core elder, safeguarding that young man today seemed improbable. Du Yin began to ponder the young man's identity. Why would Hohot Island wish to protect him, and even more so, in front of the Tongyi sect? He shook his head slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, the young man was destined to perish, with no room for negotiation. As the two parties conversed, a slender beam of light shot forth from the small courtyard above Guy's veins, so subtle that no one noticed. Madame Gui took a deep breath, resolved to intervene in this calamity. If all else failed, she could not allow this matter to implicate Hohot Island and the Fan family. Master Du, this incident occurred on Hohot Island. This young man is my nephew, impulsive in his youth, and thus spoke rashly. Hohot Island is willing to offer an apology to the Tongyi sect. A mocking chuckle escaped Du Yan's lips as he impatiently waved his hand. Does Madame Gouet think our sect is so destitute as to require a paltry sum? Brother, is there really a need for further discussion? Just restrain this Gouet tree spirit for a moment, and I shall strip the young man of his bones." At that point, the green-clad woman stepped forward once more, her delicate sword shimmering with a white light, a formidable personal artifact. Du Yin commanded, "Step back." The green-clad woman, feeling some indignation, nonetheless retreated behind her master. Du Yin maintained his composure. Despite the insults hurled at him, there was a silver lining. He held the upper hand. With a smile, Du Yin remarked, "There is indeed some room for negotiation." Madame Gouet's lips moved slightly. "Master Du, please speak. As long as the cost is not exorbitant, Hohot Island can bear it." "It is not an issue." The man's eyes gleamed with fervor, his gaze wandering over Madame Gouet as he said, "No need for Hohot Island to part with a single snowflake of currency, provided Madame Gouet agrees to the prior proposal. The Tianxia sect will grant the Fan family 200 years of fairy profits from the old dragon city, and in return, Madame Gouet shall wed into my Tianxia sect. Thus, this matter shall be laid to rest." Fearing that Lady Gouet might harbor suspicions, Du Yin hastily added, "Rest assured, Lady Gouet, once the contract is signed, I shall publicly swear an oath on the Great Way, vowing not to trouble that young man. He is your nephew, and since you have married into this family, he is naturally also my kin. If misfortune transforms into good fortune, how delightful it would be." No sooner had Du Yin finished speaking than an unforeseen calamity struck. Behind the seven, a glimmering flying sword suddenly appeared, flashing swiftly to sever the heads of 3 individuals in an instant. "Who?" Du Yin bellowed in rage. But before he could unleash his powers, the radiant sword returned with an overwhelming force, targeting its victims with unerring precision. The sword was unstoppable, and in another swift stroke, it claimed 2 more lives. Aside from Du Yin and the woman clad in green, the other 5 were all slain, their heads severed by the flying blade. Within mere moments, 5 heads fell to the ground, the entire occurrence transpiring with such rapidity that the deceased bore expressions of shock, their pupils dilated. Frozen in their last moments, Ning Yuan twisted his neck and took a step to stand alongside Aunt Gouet, exuding an unmistakable aura of sword intent. His eyes gleaming with unmasked murderous intent, a derisive smile playing on his lips. Why ponder so much when one intends to take a life? Chapter 48. Gouet branches and leaves. From the moment the flying sword emerged until the swift execution of 5 lives, everything transpired in a flash. Du Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, while the woman in green trembled uncontrollably. Ning Yuan maintained an indifferent demeanor. Even a lion uses full strength to catch a rabbit. He had already been secretly channeling his true energy, summoning the 9 currents of sword intent within him, poised for action. Earlier, when he had watched the commotion, the flying sword had been honing its edge within the Gouet family courtyard, and it had been doing so for several days, often not resting in its rightful place. As Aunt Gouet had engaged Du Yin in conversation, Ning Yuan had conceived this plan, understanding that it was an assassination. He had even devoted all his mental focus and will to personally manipulate the sword's trajectory. After the sword departed the Gouet family courtyard, it lay in wait for the opportune moment. It was only when Du Yin let down his guard, believing he had the situation firmly in hand and sought to discuss the purchase of Hohot Island, that Ning Yuan made his move. There was no grand display of sword energy tearing through the earth, nor any significant sound. The sword shrank to a diminutive size, akin to that of a dagger. Prepared for this moment of sudden lethality, the 5 who perished, though their strengths were uncertain to Ning Yuan, were no different from paper in his eyes. He held confidence in his ability to dispatch them effortlessly in direct combat, let alone through ambush. He harbored the desire to eliminate both Du Yin and his female disciple. Yet slaying someone at the golden elixir stage was no simple task. After claiming 5 lives with his sword, Du Yin began to realize the peril he was in. Ning Yuan possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. He could dispatch foes of 1 realm above him, but would have to flee when faced with 2 realms above. Of course, this was contingent upon confronting only ordinary qi practitioners. Should he encounter genuine prodigies, such as his younger sister Ning Yao, or the exceptional young sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall, his chances of victory in equal realms would be slim, let alone against those of higher realms. First-time visitors to the Sword Qi Great Wall from distant lands often found themselves ridiculed, as they remarked how the Qi practitioners of Haoran seemed as fragile as paper, shattering upon contact. However, this sentiment is not without merit. In a time devoid of conflict, the city walls were stained with blood. On the battlefield, sword cultivators fought valiantly against their enemies. Even those of lesser cultivation found it effortless to vanquish the Qi practitioners from the realm of Haoran. The atmosphere became charged with tension as Ning Yuan approached Aunt Gui, his sword intent radiating from him like a fierce aura, his black garb billowing dramatically. The young man paid no heed to Du Yan's bewildered expression. Instead, he discreetly transmitted a message to the stunned Madame Gui. Aunt Gui, summon the small realm of Hohat Island at once to sever our connection with the outside world. Today, Du Yan must perish. There is no room for error. Without waiting for a response, Ning Yuan directed his sword's tip towards Du Yan and his companion, his killing intent unwavering. Du Lao Go, is the Tianxia sect truly formidable? The wind stirred his attire, revealing a dark talisman hanging at his waist. Have you ever heard of the sword Qi Great Wall? Du Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the talisman, the 4 engraved characters causing his breath to catch in his throat. Although he had never encountered anyone from the sword Qi Great Wall, as the young master of the Tianxia sect, his experiences were far from ordinary. That fortress was certainly beyond the reach of the Tianxia sect. Though Confucian principles dictated that those from the sword Qi Great Wall could not leave, the barbaric sword cultivators were notoriously unreasonable. And the young scion before him had originated from there. After all, Madame Gui's expression darkened as well. It was one thing if no one had died. But now this boy had already slain 5 with a single stroke, irrevocably sealing their fate. In her fury, she thought, "You, reckless youth, fear nothing. But if people die on Hohat Island and the Tianxia sect comes demanding retribution, what then? You have the sword Qi Great Wall to protect you. But our Hohat Island is backed only by the Fan family, a family without even a Yu-Pu realm cultivator. Wouldn't that be akin to striking a stone with an egg?" Ning Yuan caught a glimpse of Aunt Gui's thoughts in his peripheral vision, understanding her concerns. However, the matter was settled, and there was no retreat for her. As for future repercussions, he had his own plans that would not endanger Hohat Island. Time was of the essence, and he once again subtly conveyed to her, "Aunt Gui, I understand your worries. I assure you that Hohat Island will remain intact and unharmed. Yet, with the arrows drawn, there is no other path to tread. Quickly manifest the small realm of Hohat Island to shield us from external scrutiny. Once Du Yan is dead, I will elucidate everything to you." Madame Gui sighed softly, and with a flick of her wrist, she cast forth a branch of sweet osmanthus, its entire form resembling jade, radiating a hazy, ethereal glow. She then murmured an incantation rooted in the azure sky. In an instant, the thousands of osmanthus trees on Hohat Island rustled as if stirred by a great wind, the ancestral osmanthus tree atop the mountain trembling violently. Over 1,000 trees shed their leaves simultaneously, yet instead of falling to the ground, the leaves soared skyward. Countless osmanthus leaves spiraled together to form a vast net spanning several miles, enveloping all of Hohat Island in an instant, creating the small realm. "How dare you?" Du Yan bellowed in fury, realizing the intention to take lethal action. He immediately summoned his true energy, conjuring a personal magical treasure, which turned out to be a sword boat. The 2 adversaries were both at the Golden Course stage, with Lady Gui firmly stationed on Hohat Island, her strength perilously close to that of a nascent soul Earth Immortal. The 2 of them stood no chance against her, as long as they preserved their lives. They could return to their sect and swiftly avenge today as humiliation. "Junior sister, let us depart." The sword vessel expanded instantaneously, reaching approximately 70 to 80 feet in length. Du Yan formed a hand seal, ascending into the high skies. The sword vessel, an artifact of unknown quality, summoned hundreds of shimmering white flying swords, intent on breaching the barrier of Hohat Island. Yet this was not the end. The woman in green similarly wielded her magical sword. Though not a sword cultivator herself, she adeptly harnessed the sword aura, courtesy of her remarkable artifact, to strike at their foes. Boom! Hundreds of flying swords unleashed a formidable force. And while they failed to shatter Lady Gui's secluded realm, they severed countless leaves, causing chaos within the barrier that appeared on the verge of being torn apart. The old boatman, witnessing Lady Gui's intervention, gritted his teeth, ready to pursue and eliminate Du Yan and his companion, but was abruptly halted by Ning Yuan. The golden core old boatman turned to Ning Yuan, his expression one of pure disdain. It was this brat who had embroiled Hohat Island in such turmoil, and he harbored an impulse to slap him into silence. At this moment, Lady Gui was merely reinforcing her barrier, not yet unleashing her formidable powers to attack the fleeing duo. She stripped away thousands of branches and leaves from the ancestral tree, fortifying the small realm to an impenetrable degree where not even a mosquito could escape. The passengers aboard the ferry were shielded from any probing of divine consciousness. 3 feet above them lay a dense fog, obscuring the magnificent spectacle of the immense sword vessel conjuring spells. They could only surmise that Hohot Island was engaged in a defensive action, unless a being of nascent soul earth immortal caliber or above resided on the island. None below that realm could fathom the depths of the situation. Ning Yuan's sword intent surged, nearly manifesting into a tangible form. He turned to the still inactive Lady Gui, smiling as he spoke. Lady Gui, should you harbor any hesitations, you may as well wait here with the old boatman. Lend me your life-s branch for just 10 breaths, and I shall personally wield the blade to eliminate these 2 vile creatures. After the incident at the Upside-Down Mountain, the long-standing oppression erupted at this moment. Ning Yuan understood that if he merely refrained from speaking ill, he would not become a sworn enemy of the Tianxia sect. Yet he felt compelled to act thus, for these individuals were deserving of death. I am Ning Yuan, a sword cultivator, and more so, a cultivator of the sword Qi Great Wall. I am no scholar, nor have I been tutored by learned masters, and my mind is devoid of scholarly ink. Should I err, I will seek out Master Qi in the Lihju cave heaven and accept his reprimand. But for now, let us strike. Draped in black and with white hair, a menacing dragon reared its head. The youth held his sword to his chest, fingers aligned, gliding over the blade. With each inch, the sword gleamed brighter. Chapter 49. A unified grasp. Lady Gui continued to form seals, reinforcing her small realm, and the life-s branch before her grew increasingly radiant. In addition to preventing Du Yin and his companion from fleeing, she needed to obscure the ferry passenger's view, which consumed an immense amount of her vital energy and mental focus. She glanced at the youth beside her, clad in black with white hair, his sword intent surging fiercely. Such a young sword cultivator would surely be a rare gem within the sword Qi Great Wall. It is not surprising that she hesitates. The sword Qi fortress is formidable, rendering even 10 Tianxia sect disciples as mere trifles in its presence. Yet it is precisely because this young man stands backed by the sword Qi fortress that her indecision persists. Throughout her long existence, Madame Gui has encountered no more than 3 sword cultivators from the sword Qi fortress. If the Tianxia sect were to seek retribution, who would stand guard over the Fan family? As matters stand, there is no turning back. Being tied to this insufferable brat means she must accompany him on this journey. The immediate situation takes precedence. There is no time to dwell on the past. With a thought, Aunt Gui gently spoke. Young Ning, can you complete the task within the duration of an incense stick? Ning Yuan laughed heartily, his silver hair swirling. Sufficient, indeed. No need for even 10 breaths. 3 swords will suffice. I shall unlock my life's meridian and temporarily lend you my earth immortal cultivation. Upon finishing her words, Aunt Gui fell silent. In the instant her eyes, which had been tightly shut, opened again. Her pupils were a brilliant white as she softly recited an esoteric incantation. A diminutive tree emerged, soaring forth and directly entering Ning Yuan's meridian. Ning Yuan felt a stir within. It turned out this sapling was Aunt Gui's true life-s treasure, while the branch was merely one of her possessions. I will open all my energy gates and infuse you with my true energy. Pain is inevitable, but bear with it. Aunt Gui's voice resonated within the young man's heart. Ning Yuan did not dare to hesitate and promptly complied, opening all 18 energy gates. As the tiny sapling entered the meridian, it began to radiate the ethereal light of the Moon Palace, a torrent of profound true energy surging into each energy gate. Indeed, the true energy of a golden core earth immortal was almost liquefied, thick as water, crystal clear, and brimming with immense power, the source of a cultivator's magical prowess. Contrary to Aunt Gui's warnings of pain, Ning Yuan felt almost none. When the earth immortal's true energy struck the meridian wall, the energy gates only swelled slightly. The discomfort far less than the agony of the sword intent he had previously endured. Moments later, the luminous true energy filled the young man's body, and Aunt Gui hastily urged, "You insolent brat, are you not drawing your sword yet? Wait a moment, I shall return shortly," Ning Yuan replied. With that, he summoned the foreign true energy, pouring it entirely into his sword. With a swift motion of his left hand, he commanded the sword to hover beside him. Soaring into the heavens, the speed was astonishing, like an arrow released from its bow, and wherever the reverse current flowed, it seemed to disrupt the very fabric of time and space, leaving a dazzling trail of light in its wake. How dare you, you young upstart, to wield borrowed power so recklessly? Du Yin glared with fury. standing upon the sword vessel with a flourish of his sleeves. He scattered hundreds of Guyu coins that dissolved in an instant. Concurrently, the sword vessel coalesced numerous flying swords, truly resembling a myriad of swords returning to their origin. The flying swords descended like a torrential rain, each possessing the lethal capability to easily slay a Dragon Gate realm cultivator. The young man sneered, "To hell with you. This time I will slay you, and next time I will dismantle your ancestral hall." As he commanded the sword, Ning Yuan reversed his grip on the distant journey, slightly bending his body, and with a powerful upward swing, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that surged forth, shattering the flying swords like brittle bamboo. The sword energy surged forward, striking the defensive barrier of the sword vessel with unyielding force, shattering it effortlessly. Du Yan, in a frenzy, summoned several treasured items from the mountain with a swift motion, shattering the sword energy before launching them towards Ning Yuan with reckless abandon. Truly, the Tongya sect, nestled within the Wudong cave, lacked neither divine wealth nor precious artifacts, each of which likely held value in the hundreds of Guyu coins. Ning Yuan, wary of the limited duration of his borrowed cultivation, did not hesitate. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he boldly advanced, unleashing his sword intent with fervor. The brilliance of the distant travel sword radiated magnificently as he unleashed his second strike. Boom! The resplendent sword energy illuminated the heavens and earth, seemingly capable of obliterating any adversary. It effortlessly crushed Du Yan's treasured items, and the newly formed barrier of the sword vessel shattered once more. In a moment of life and death, Du Yan hastily summoned a teleportation talisman, propelling himself several hundred zhang away. However, his junior sister had nowhere to escape, caught in the relentless sword energy that cleaved through her, severing the sword vessel into two, which then plummeted straight down. "Young man, you cannot kill me. Should I perish here, my sect's ancestral hall will learn of it. And do you wish to face the wrath of a transcendent being?" With his vessel destroyed, Du Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning, resembling a vengeful spirit as he raged at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, replied, "Thank you for the reminder, but you must still die." With those words, he surged forward, his mind conjuring a small realm that enveloped the area. Outside lay the barrier of Osmanthus Island, while within was the domain of the celestial realm, leaving Du Yan with no avenue for escape. The silver-haired youth soared through the air on his sword. Before Du Yan could utter another desperate plea, he shook his sword, and 9 strands of sword intent coalesced into one, delivering a third strike. In near silence, Du Yan was cleaved in two from head to toe. The might of this strike approached the threshold of the nascent soul realm, and as Du Yan was severed, a rift was torn in the barrier of Osmanthus Island. A spectacle awe-inspiring to behold. Moments later, a stream of blood began to cascade from his crown, followed by a torrential flow, his body splitting as it fell. The youth's expression remained impassive as he summoned the last remaining artifact from Du Yan, securing it within his possession. Then, with a flick of his sword, countless minuscule strands of sword intent meticulously sliced Du Yan's remains into countless fragments. To ensure absolute certainty, he commanded the small realm to contract and converge, its formless sword intent weaving through, ensuring the complete annihilation of Du Yan's residual soul. It could be said that he was dead beyond any possibility of revival. His methods chillingly ruthless. Ning Yuan refrained from reflection, redirecting the tip of his sword before returning to his original position. Without unnecessary words, he opened his brow once more, returning the lifebound artifact to Aunt Gue. All 7 members of the Tongya sect perished, with none surviving. The earlier casualties had already been dealt with by the old boatman, and the corpse of the green-clad woman was discreetly collected by Aunt Gue's manipulation of the osmanthus leaves to prevent the passengers of the ferry from witnessing the grim scene. If word spread, it would be impossible to eliminate all aboard the ferry. As for Du Yan, there was no need, apart from a single artifact left behind. Nothing else remained. "Aunt Gue, what do you think?" I said 3 strikes, and 3 strikes it was. Any more would have sullied the honor of the sword energy Great Wall. Ning Yuan glanced at Madame Gue beside him, a warm smile gracing his face, as if he were not the one who had just taken lives. Aunt Gue retrieved her lifebound object, her eyes regained their brilliance, filled with an inexplicable gaze. After a prolonged sigh, she turned to the old boatman and said, "Old Fan, please take care of the aftermath. Do try to clean up thoroughly." The old boatman nodded curtly, casting an unamused glance at Ning Yuan before departing. Aunt Gue dispatched several of the young maidens before finally turning her attention to Ning Yuan, her expression heavy with resignation. Yet, Within her gaze, there lingered a hint of wariness, while others were shrouded from sight by the small world. She had witnessed firsthand how Ning Yuan had taken a life. Though the act of killing was not the issue, the manner in which he had done so was rather brutal. Du Yin had been reduced to mere fragments, his flesh obliterated, his soul extinguished. Now, this young man stood before her, wielding his sword with ease, a faint smile upon his lips. Chapter 50. Deception. As the barrier dissipated, Hohhot Island reverted to its usual state, sunlight cascading down. The sea breeze returned to the island, rustling through the thousands of trees, as if nothing had transpired. In a secluded courtyard, the two sat alone, having sent away the other maidens. Aunt Gui furrowed her brow, her anger causing her garment to flutter, making her appear even more voluptuous. You little rascal, speak up. What shall we do now? Ning Yuan, however, did not address her question. Instead, he chuckled softly, fixating his gaze on Aunt Gui's face. Aunt Gui, I never realized you were so beautiful. Aunt Gui was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, her hand sweeping across her visage, reverting to her previous, unremarkable appearance. The considerable energy expended in casting her spell had unconsciously caused her concealment technique to falter, revealing her true self to this young man. With nothing more to observe, Ning Yuan sighed and replied earnestly, There is nothing to be done. Everything shall continue as before. The ferry will follow its original course to Old Dragon City. Aunt Gui's apprehension towards this young man grew. Could it be that his experiences slaying demons at the Sword Qi Great Wall had imbued him with a sinister aura? For any ordinary cultivator, such an event would be unthinkable. Yet this youth not only spoke impertinently, but had also unleashed a spree of violence, leaving no trace behind. But given her status, Aunt Gui could not disregard the implications for the Fan family, especially considering the formidable power of the Tongye sect, which the Fan family could not afford to offend. Ning Yuan, do enlighten me. There is no one here to pry. What she feared most was the possibility that the Tongye sect had left some tracking spell on Du Yin, and they were likely already aware of his demise. Ning Yuan, however, remained unfazed. Even if they have, all they would know is that Du Yin is dead. Where he died, and by whose hand, how could they ascertain that? Aunt Gui's voice turned icy. Ning Yuan, do not gamble on uncertainties. You must understand, Du Yin merely encountered that uncertainty when he crossed paths with you, a sword cultivator from the Sword Qi Great Wall, and thus met his end. Her expression softened considerably as she gently inquired, Now that you and Hohhot Island are intertwined, reveal to me, do you have a protector behind you? This was Aunt Gui's attempt to find a solution amidst the myriad uncertainties. If Ning Yuan was bold enough to kill, there was a significant likelihood that a powerful cultivator lurked in the shadows, silently watching over him. The guardians hailing from the Sword Qi Great Wall are at the very least sword immortals, and indeed, many are great sword immortals with formidable combat prowess. If this holds true, it would be nothing short of a boon. Aunt Gui has contemplated far into the future by lending her path to Ning Yuan. She has extended a significant favor, especially since the young man instigated the trouble, which has no direct ties to Hohhot Island. Assisting him is a matter of goodwill, while withholding support is merely a matter of obligation. Looking ahead, if she can successfully draw this young man into their fold, it would be akin to having the backing of the Sword Qi Great Wall. If that were to come to fruition, enmity with the Tongye sect would not be a loss. However, all of this hinges on the protection of the Fan family and Hohhot Island. Therefore, she needs a definitive answer from Ning Yuan. Having words of assurance would be preferable, for a lack thereof could lead to perilous paths ahead. Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Aunt Gui to consider such depths, yet he was uncertain himself. Likely there was none. His younger sister, Ning Yao, undoubtedly had guardians, perhaps more than one, but for himself, the situation was ambiguous. Nevertheless, he composed himself and nodded earnestly, affirming that indeed, there were guardians. Fearing her disbelief, Ning Yuan quickly added, Aunt Gui, you witnessed the depths of the upside-down mountain, did you not? The youth, with his sword resting on his knee, smiled and asked, Who do you think delivered that sword strike? Who possesses such capability? Among the esteemed practitioners here, how many would dare to unleash a strike atop the upside-down mountain? Aunt Gui suddenly raised her head, astonishment etched across her features. As she trembled, Is it true? Ning Yuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was my master who delivered the strike. Aunt Gui cautiously inquired, Ning lad, who is your master? Which sword immortal do they embody? Though I have never been to the Sword Qi Great Wall, I have heard of several renowned great sword immortals. Ning Yuan chuckled and shook his head. The name of a sage is not to be spoken lightly. Aunt Gui did not press the matter further. A wave of relief washed over her as she reconfirmed, truly? Ah, Aunt Gui, must you persist? Yes, truly indeed. The great sword immortal behind me possesses unparalleled might. What is a mere strike at the upside-down mountain to them? With a resounding clap on the table, Ning Yuan proclaimed with robust vigor, with a mere flick of their sword, they could slay a peak-level great demon of the 13th realm. After departing from Aunt Gui's residence, Ning Yuan returned to the Gui family's small courtyard. Gui Ji sat upon the stone steps with her arms wrapped around her knees, her head bowed in contemplation, her shoulders slightly trembling, possibly from the immense shock she had experienced. Ning Yuan glanced at her, wondering if she had never witnessed death before. The young girl lifted her head, her pupils slightly dilated, biting her lip in silence. It was not unusual for someone her age to be unacquainted with such sights. After all, she was not a child from the city's walls and had reportedly come to the island for the first time. The horrific scene of 5 severed heads hitting the ground was far too overwhelming for her. Ning Yuan chose not to dwell on her state. He continued to temper his sword's edge against the current, sparks flying from the sword box as he withdrew the precious item given by Du Yin, examining it closely. This item was exceedingly rare, with a space within it significantly larger than that of a typical dimensional item, constructed from materials of greater value and less prone to damage. A common dimensional item would have been easily destroyed by a single strike from Ning Yuan's previous Earth Immortal level. However, the piece given to him by the Great Sword Immortal was different. It was forged from the dragon-slaying platform, more resilient than many dimensional items, though its space was limited, classifying it merely as a dimensional object. In his hand lay a diminutive sword boat, exquisitely crafted, its surface adorned with intricate formations that shimmered with a hazy glow. However, Ning Yuan could not extract the contents within, as it bore the true energy imprint of Du Yin, a mark belonging to a golden core cultivator, which a mere sea observation realm practitioner like him could not dissipate in a short time. While he could hack at its surface, such actions would gradually damage the formations, ultimately leading to its ruin, rendering his efforts futile. Ning Yuan was not in haste. After all, Du Yin was not a sword cultivator, and he surmised that the contents might hold little value for himself. His curiosity lay solely in the quantity of celestial coins contained therein. He recalled vividly how Du Yin had effortlessly produced hundreds of Guyu coins to repair the sword boat, indicative of the wealth possessed by the young master of the Tianxia sect. As for the remaining possessions of the other 6 individuals, they had all been handed over to Osmanthus Island. Given that Ning Yuan was now intertwined with the Fan family, he could not claim everything for himself. The most precious of these was the offensive sword boat, which, despite being cleaved in 2 by Ning Yuan's blade, was still worth a significant expenditure of celestial coins for its restoration. This vessel was akin to a small ferry, a favored item among wandering cultivators. Regarding the potential repercussions, Ning Yuan felt little concern about the Tianxia sect discovering the circumstances, with Du Yan's soul extinguished and the other 6 not having reached the golden core stage. Their physical demise meant their souls could not linger unless a powerful cultivator intervened, something highly unlikely. Yet, this assurance was not entirely foolproof. What if the higher-ups of the Tianxia sect had left some means to swiftly learn of Du Yan's demise? Ning Yuan did not dismiss the notion of encountering such a contingency, as Du Yan had met his end at the hands of fate. Thus, Ning Yuan made his own preparations for the aftermath. Predictably, within the next 2 to 3 days, an old boatman would arrive at Osmanthus Island. This individual had never lost a verbal quarrel nor won a physical confrontation, not due to a lack of ability, but rather due to his temperament. When the time came, all Ning Yuan needed was to employ his words to persuade him. Indeed, he might even find him willing to carry a hefty burden with joy and enthusiasm. As night fell, Ning Yuan reclined on the roof of the courtyard at Guemai, occasionally sipping the yellow millet wine, feeling utterly content. Beside him lay an open travelogue, now on its 3rd page, chronicling his grand journey across continents. It had been nearly a month, and it seemed as if a gentle spring breeze had begun to sweep through the world. The youth mused that upon arriving at Lizhu Cave Heaven, he would forsake all opportunities. Yet, if possible, he would request a breath of spring from that esteemed gentleman. Chapter 51. All acquired without cost. When Ning Yuan awoke on the rooftop, it was already the afternoon of the 2nd day. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed an entire vat of yellow millet wine the previous night, leaving his mind still somewhat hazy. The travelogue rested beside him, and a garment was draped over him. His reverse-flowing flying sword had returned to its abode in his dantian, while his travel plans lay abandoned on the stone table in the courtyard. After carefully folding the garment, Ning Yuan sat cross-legged, gazing towards the north, with the South Sea calm and tranquil. In comparison to the departure from the upside-down mountain, the young man's mindset underwent a subtle transformation after yesterday's act of murder. Ning Yuan himself discerned the heaviness of his killing intent. Certain outcomes could have been avoided. There were numerous paths to choose from. Yet he singularly ventured down this particular one. However, one certainty remained. After departing from the mountain, his actions were entirely driven by his own volition, not the manipulation of others, as if he were a mere puppet on strings. Young hero Ning has awakened. I shall instruct the cook to prepare some nourishment for you. Came the bright call of Guizhi from the courtyard below. Ning Yuan gracefully descended, handing his garments to her. Thank you, Miss Guizhi, he replied. Guizhi bowed in acknowledgement, remaining silent as she exited with the clothes. Ning Yuan sensed her trepidation towards him, which was understandable, though they were of the same age. He had the capacity to kill without hesitation, while many young scions of the immortal realm had scarcely witnessed bloodshed at such a tender age. Yet, Ning Yuan felt no discomfort. In truth, this was his second act of murder, and he felt a flicker of excitement within. At the Sword Qi Great Wall, he had slain demons. Having ascended the battlements at the age of 9, he had participated in large-scale battles once and smaller skirmishes 4 or 5 times. Apart from his initial struggle to wield a sword, he had since executed his strikes with cold detachment. It was not merely his adaptability that accounted for this. Rather, it was a necessity. The southern front, rife with conflict, presented a hellish tableau of severed limbs and dismembered bodies. What was the destruction of Du Yan's corpse in comparison? On that southern battlefield, when the human race vanquished the demon tribe, they would often obliterate their very souls on the spot, dragging the massive remains back for consumption or sale to the vast world of Haoran, where skinning and dismemberment were commonplace. Demons would not even consider taking the lives of human sword cultivators away. They would feast upon them raw, displaying no preference whatsoever, with some even resorting to devouring human souls. As for the more grotesque acts of violation, such occurrences were inevitable. Thus, at some point, it became customary for those from the Sword Qi Great Wall, when facing certain death on the battlefield, to self-detonate their own bodies. Falling into the hands of those beasts was a fate far too grim to contemplate. Being consumed was the more merciful end, as one would dread the possibility of encountering the most depraved of actions. Consequently, after the conclusion of the Great War, it was rare to retrieve and bury the fallen. Ning Yuan began to hone his reverse-flow swordsmanship, adopting a stance akin to that of a sword furnace as he practiced the fundamentals of swordplay. Although, on many occasions, such rudimentary techniques as cleaving and thrusting proved ineffective in combat against others, they remained a requisite curriculum for every child of the Sword Qi Great Wall. The vast majority of cultivators wielded magical artifacts to combat foes, while sword cultivators relied on sword qi, sword intent, and their cultivation to slay. True encounters of two cultivators engaging in close combat were seldom seen. It resembled the brawls of common folk down the mountain. Yet, on the battlefield, moments would arise when one's vital energy was utterly depleted. In such dire circumstances, one could either retreat to the battlements or continue to fight with their sword. When vital energy ran dry, they would wield their sword intent in conjunction with their blade to slay demons, the brutality of which was unmistakably evident. One particular event remains etched in Ning Yuan's memory from his childhood, an occasion when he was taken by the venerable to the city walls to witness an old sword cultivator of the Golden Core realm, who, resolute in his intent to confront the demon, fought valiantly to the last breath. Despite his depleting vital energy, he continued to wield a battered sword with reckless abandon, ultimately falling victim to a beast that pierced his heart. The essence of sword intent is peculiar and varied, intrinsically linked to the path of the sword cultivator. As each cultivator treads a distinct journey, their sword intents diverge accordingly, and the life sword nurtured by them is likewise unique. Though sword intent is inherently formless, it possesses the capacity to slay, and while it is not impossible to manifest in a visible form, Ning Yuan's convergence of 9 sword intents could barely touch upon this realm, warping the surrounding space with its ethereal nature. Thus, even with his vital energy exhausted and armed only with a withered branch, he could still contend against numerous paper-thin cultivators of the ocean-seeking realm through sheer sword intent. A mere boundary in cultivation is a chasm of difference. The elder Sword Immortal once proclaimed that as a sword cultivator, regardless of one's realm, if one cannot effortlessly slay a fellow cultivator of the same level, they bear no distinction from a failure. Not long after Guizhi departed, Dinner was served. Not by her, but by Aunt Gui. Despite Ning Yuan's assurances, this lady appeared burdened with unspoken thoughts. Once Ning Yuan had finished his meal, she finally spoke. Ning Xiaozi. Aunt Gui has something to discuss with you. However, Ning Yuan interrupted her. Aunt Gui, I would like you to bestow this Gui my courtyard upon me. Henceforth, this residence on Hohot Island shall remain closed to outsiders. What do you think? Placing his hands upon the stone table, he stated earnestly, I wonder if the Fan family would be inclined to invite me as a guest elder? The boy, could he truly possess the ability to read minds? Aunt Gui's astonishment was palpable, for Ning Yuan's words were almost precisely aligned with her own thoughts. She had indeed intended for him to serve as a guest elder in the Fan family, establishing a formal connection that would simplify future dealings. Naturally, it would be ideal for Ning Yuan to remain at the Fan family for the long term, though that was an impossibility. As for the Gui my courtyard, it could easily be gifted without concern. Aunt Gui's expression brightened, yet she scrutinized Ning Yuan for a moment. Seeing no hint of deceit in his demeanor, she smiled. You rascal, you and Aunt Gui are of one mind. Thus, she resolved to act on behalf of the Fan family, declaring that the Gui my courtyard would be registered in his name, and she would subsequently draft a land deed for him. Ning Yuan replied with a grin, Aunt Gui, being a guest elder is agreeable, but I shall not remain at the Fan family indefinitely. The annual stipend should suffice. Of course, if there were matters requiring my attention when I am absent, Ning Yuan pondered, stroking his chin, before a spark of inspiration struck him. In the future, should I be away, I shall send word through my flying sword to the Dilong Spring at the Fallen Mountain. The Dilong Spring at the Fallen Mountain? Aunt Gui murmured, recalling only the name Dilong, with no knowledge of a fallen mountain. However, Ning Yuan chose not to elaborate, for at that moment, the Lihua cave heaven had yet to collapse, and thus, the fallen mountain did not yet exist. Only after the cave heaven's descent would the royal court of Dali dispatch individuals to survey the landscape, naming the mountains one by one. The two engaged in delightful conversation, their thoughts aligning seamlessly. Before departing, Aunt Gui entrusted Ning Yuan with a jade token signifying his status as a guest elder of the Fan family, which he gratefully accepted. It is simply puzzling why the inhabitants of these mountains hold such a profound affection for jade tokens. These seemingly trivial objects carry implications of status and identity, crafted in the form of a medallion. After Aunt Gui departed, Ning Yuan continued his sword practice, while Gui Ji entered the small courtyard. The young maiden reverted to her previous demeanor, seated on the stone steps, observing Ning Yuan as he honed his swordsmanship. On the following morning, when Gui Ji brought breakfast, she also handed Ning Yuan a land deed, signifying that the Gui Mei courtyard would henceforth belong solely to him, no longer accessible to outsiders. Although a land deed lacks the binding authority of a grand contract, it represents the credibility of the Fan family in the old Dragon City. The more ancient the celestial family, the more they value such documents, seldom tearing them up unilaterally. For Ning Yuan, this was of little consequence. It was not a matter of trust. Even if the Gui Mei courtyard remained open to the public, it would not affect him. It was all a matter of having received it without cost. When he first arrived in the Haoran world, he had not a single Guyu coin to his name. Now, he possessed an ample bag of celestial currency and numerous treasures, all acquired through cunning and deception. He desired this residence merely to inform Aunt Gui that should calamity arise from his actions, he would find a way to address it rather than abandoning responsibility. After finishing breakfast, the next matter promptly followed. The elderly ferryman of the Golden Core realm knocked and entered, still harboring reservations about Ning Yuan, yet adopting a serious tone as he addressed him. Ning Yuan, my master has arrived at Hohot Island, and he wishes to meet you. Although the ferryman was not fond of Ning Yuan, he maintained a facade of cordiality, explaining, it is not that my master is unwilling to lower himself to visit personally, but rather he paused for a considerable time, as if struggling with the words. It is Mrs. Gui who has ordered that my master not set foot on the island. Currently, he is waiting for you at the dock. Ning Yuan suppressed a smile. He was well aware of this. The ferryman's master was, in truth, another ferryman. The very first to serve after Hohot Island became a ferry stop, with an unknown age that belied his extensive years. Ning Yuan inquired, since it is the senior's specific request for me, it appears he is already aware of the matter regarding the Tonya sect? The ferryman nodded, confirming that his master was already informed of most details. Then I shall go at once. We cannot keep the esteemed elder waiting. With that, Ning Yuan sheathed his sword and followed the ferryman outside. The ferryman, in his heart, nodded approvingly, Perhaps this lad was not as insufferable as he had thought. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Turning around, he found that the lad had vanished. "Aunt Gui, Aunt, someone is after me. Hurry, Aunt Gui, come with me." Ning Yuan had trailed the ferryman out but had diverted to the entrance of the Gui Mei courtyard, banging on the door and calling out loudly. The scene was reminiscent of a child who, having lost a fight, seeks the aid of an adult, leaving the ferryman momentarily bewildered. When the door opened, Aunt Gui raised an eyebrow, asking, "You little rascal, who wants to harm you?" She did not consider this a significant matter. If someone truly meant to confront him, they would not be behaving like a child reporting grievances with such noise. Ning Yuan grinned. "Aunt Gui, someone genuinely does wish to harm me. Why else would I seek you out?" The youth stepped forward, taking Aunt Gui by the arm. "Come on, Aunt Gui, someone intends to harm your nephew. You must protect me." Madame Gui pressed her forehead and sighed softly. The old boatman revealed the reason. "Madame Gui, my master has come to Hohhot Island. He wishes to speak with Ning Yuan." Understanding dawned upon Madame Gui instantly. She patted Ning Yuan's head and said, "Let us go. With me here. That ruffian wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you." The two proceeded toward the ferry dock at Hohhot Island, with the old boatman trailing behind, his thoughts racing with unease. What is this young man's situation? Does he know my master? Wasn't he from the Sword Chi Great Wall? The fact that he sought Madame Gui as a protective talisman indicates he is aware of the bond between her and my master. The old boatman pondered while stroking his beard. Is this lad not visiting Haoran World for the first time? Or has someone spoken to him? The old boatman shook his head, unable to comprehend, and continued following behind. Upon exiting the gates of Gui Palace, the trio arrived at the ferry dock, where a small boat came into view. A middle-aged boatman, seemingly dull-witted, stood aboard, grasping a bamboo pole and wearing a conical hat. Hohhot Island continued to glide over the sea, and the middle-aged boatman's small vessel maintained the same pace, revealing his considerable skill. Ning Yuan clasped Aunt Gui's hand, which the boatman noticed immediately, his expression shifting to one of fury, veins bulging on his forearms. Yet before he could speak, Madame Gui interjected, her tone sharp and commanding. "What brings you here? Leave quickly. Your shabby boat should steer clear of Hohhot Island." The middle-aged boatman, who had initially glared at Ning Yuan, wilted under her fierce words, feeling as if the sky were about to collapse upon him. "What the? The last time I came was years ago. I merely drunkenly embraced that osmanthus tree. It's been so long, and you still hold a grudge against me?" The man stomped his feet in desperation. "Who doesn't know of my honest and simple nature in Haoran World? Even my master praises my steadfastness." Madame Gui scoffed, waving her hand to reveal a branch of osmanthus, ready to drive him away. "Well, you are correct in that respect. All you have left is your honesty. Even that drunken embrace of the osmanthus tree was taught to you by someone else. No wonder your master refuses to accept you as a disciple." Her words were merciless, leaving the middle-aged boatman speechless, slumping onto the boat with a face full of despair. "I can't go on. Truly, I can't live like this anymore. There's not a hint of hope left in my days." The old boatman watched his master's disgraceful display, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his eyes, even his own face burning with embarrassment. He quickly turned away, unwilling to witness further. Madame Gui coldly commanded, "Get lost." She then patted Ning Yuan's hand gently, saying, "Let us go. There's no need to pay him any mind. With me here, he wouldn't dare to harm you." However, Ning Yuan's purpose was not merely to observe. He withdrew his hand from Aunt Gui's grasp and declared, "Aunt, the elder is here for me. As a junior, I must engage him in conversation." A hint of hesitation crossed Aunt Gui's face. Ning Yuan, now a guest elder of the Fan family with considerable influence, must not be allowed to come to harm. Who could tell what this rogue might do in light of the Tonya sect affair? Ning Yuan offered her a reassuring glance, then nimbly leaped onto the small boat, landing steadily. "Old senior, do you have something to convey to me?" "I am all ears," he said. Upon Ning Yuan's arrival, the middle-aged boatman immediately stood up, composed his expression, and lightly stomped his foot. In an instant, he conjured a remarkable small realm, encompassing both of them. Not only that, but with a sudden thrust of his bamboo pole, he established a second small realm, enveloping the entire Osmanthus Island. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this Guqing Song had learned considerable skills from Lu Chun, capable of effortlessly creating two small realms. The middle-aged boatman, whose true name was Guqing Song and whose Taoist title was Xian Cha, was the anonymous eldest disciple of Lu Chun, the master of Baiyu Jing. possessing profound cultivation in the Yupu realm. Many years ago, Lu Chun had departed from the mainland, traversing overseas on a small boat, with Gu Qingsong serving as his oarsman for centuries. Within the isolated small realm, even Madame Gouet could not probe the circumstances surrounding this leaf-shaped boat. Xianxia had adopted a new demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Yuan. From where do you hail? Why did you target those from the Tongya sect? Have you entangled this calamity with Osmanthus Island? Speak the truth. As he spoke, Xianxia deliberately emanated his realm's pressure, attempting to intimidate Ning Yuan. However, Ning Yuan was not so easily subdued. He unleashed his sword intent, forcefully countering the oppressive aura of the Yupu realm. With a calm smile, Ning Yuan replied, Senior, mere pressure cannot compel me to bow at the 11th realm. Since I have undertaken this matter and dared aboard your small boat alone, I have my reasons. If you intend to ensure that you never set foot on Osmanthus Island again, you may strike at me. But should I perish, the ensuing events shall be unpredictable. One thing is certain. If you seek to lay blame upon me for Osmanthus Island, the Sword Qi Great Wall shall exact vengeance on your behalf. Should I die, Osmanthus Island shall vanish, and Gu Qingsong shall cease to exist. Xianxia squinted. Are you threatening me? Then, suddenly startled, he inquired, How do you know my name? Ning Yuan shrugged, spreading his hands. Were you not the one who first pressured me? Is it not typical for those from Baiyu Jing to resort to such despicable tactics? Your name resonates throughout the realm. It is only natural for me to know. With a clap of his hands, Xianxia instantly retracted his pressure and looked at Ning Yuan, enunciating each word. Then tell me, what is your intention? Ning Yuan smiled. If the Tongya sect were to come seeking vengeance, the blame would fall upon you, senior. The middle-aged boatman's lips twitched. Ning Yuan hastily added, If you take the blame, I shall assist you in returning to Osmanthus Island. The middle-aged boatman, who had pursued Madame Gouet for centuries yet remained unfulfilled, widened his eyes. Is this true? The youth nodded. Indeed. You have seen how well Aunt Gouet treats me, for I am her nephew. With me as your strategist. What difficulty is there in your return to Osmanthus Island? Even residing next door to Aunt Gouet daily would pose no challenge. As these words escaped his lips, the middle-aged boatman stood bewildered, scratching his head in disbelief. Is it truly possible? Yet, Ning Yuan laid down his conditions. If you take the blame for Aunt Gouet, I shall devise a way for you to set foot on Osmanthus Island. As for residing next to Aunt Gouet, that requires further negotiation. The old boatman rubbed his hands together, a wide grin spreading across his face. It's a deal. Ning Yuan turned his gaze towards the sea. Knowing that tomorrow they would reach Dragon's Gully, and soon after, Osmanthus Island would emerge into the vast eastern sea. He suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Realizing he had been deceiving others, he shook his head and murmured softly, What does it matter? I am not from the realm of Haoran. I am merely a crude sword cultivator from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Chapter 53. Gu Qingsong having gathered two small worlds. Ning Yuan was about to return to Osmanthus Island when Xianxia eagerly grabbed his arm. Are you leaving just like that? What about me? Shall I accompany you? Ning Yuan, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. If I were to bring you directly to the island, Aunt Gouet would scold me a bit, but you would be in serious trouble. With a derisive expression, Ning Yuan added, I must figure out how to negotiate with Aunt Gouet. Do you truly wish to remain forever barred from Osmanthus Island? Xianxia quickly released Ning Yuan and adopted a more amiable demeanor. Then I shall wait behind Osmanthus Island for your news. I hope it comes swiftly. Do not keep me waiting too long. Ning Yuan chose to ignore him and leapt back onto the island. Aunt Gouet had been waiting patiently. And as soon as Ning Yuan set foot on the shore, his face transformed into a cheerful smile as he linked his arm with hers, grinning like a child. Aunt, Madame Gouet rubbed her forehead and shook her head gently, unable to fathom this youth. Just moments ago, he had unleashed a rampage, slaying 7 members of the Tongya sect with a single stroke of his sword, his murderous intent palpable enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Yet this very youth now behaved like a child, sweetly calling her aunt, more endearingly than even her own maidens. Madame Gouet pondered whether this lad might be mentally unbalanced or if he was merely feigning innocence. Yet, she doubted this hypothesis. At merely 13 years of age, how could he possess such acting prowess? One thing, however, was certain. This young man was now half a member of the Fan family, tied to her by a shared fate. The two ascended the mountain, leaving the middle-aged boatman at the dock, anxiously watching them depart. Occasionally, Aunt Gouet would glance at the boy beside her, hesitating to speak. Ning Yuan, however, said little, simply tightening his grip on her arm and occasionally inhaling her fragrance. He thought to himself how delightful Aunt Gouet smelled, not out of any improper desire, but simply because the scent was pleasant. The osmanthus tree was inherently aromatic, and this fragrance wafted down from the ancestral osmanthus tree atop the mountain, having a calming and restorative effect. With this in mind, Ning Yuan turned to Aunt Gouet and inquired, "Aunt, may I practice my swordsmanship at the mountain's peak in the future?" Aunt Gouet raised an eyebrow, neither accepting nor refusing. "You may, but do be cautious with your sword chi. I would prefer not to see my osmanthus branches harmed." Upon returning to the Gouet my courtyard, Ning Yuan did not engage in cultivation. Instead, he instructed Gouet Ji to bring over a comfortable lounge chair and reclined upon it, allowing his thoughts to wander. He began to deliberate on certain matters concerning Gu Qingsong and how he might cleverly manipulate him. Although Gu Qingsong possessed cultivation at the Jade Purity realm, 2 significant realms above that of Madame Gouet, he dared not overstep the boundaries set before him. Previously, incited by others, he had stealthily ventured to the island to embrace a laurel tree, only to provoke Madame Gouet to the brink of conflict, resulting in her forbidding him from setting foot on Gouet Hua Island ever again. Years have passed, and their encounters have become infrequent. If Ning Yuan's memory served him correctly, Gu Qingsong's strength was comparable to that of an immortal cultivator. He had originally been cast down to the Jade Purity realm after suffering a defeat, and his divine abilities stemmed from his master, Lu Chun. His true fighting prowess undoubtedly surpassed the 11th realm. Gu Qingsong's name echoed throughout the vast world, not due to his strength, but rather his sharp tongue. He had never triumphed in battle, yet he was undefeated in verbal sparring, his words laced with an intoxicating charm. He had developed a personal philosophy, capable of discerning right from wrong in the simplest of terms. Essentially, he was adept at insults. This old rascal had attracted numerous adversaries, primarily those formidable mountain-dwelling cultivators, ranging from the lowly Jade Purity to the exalted 14th realm. That he had survived this long was nothing short of miraculous. His combat skills were lacking, but his speed in fleeing was legendary. It was said that he had escaped the clutches of ascendant cultivators on more than one occasion, living as if he were an ancient turtle. For 3 centuries, he had supported Lu Chun, yet Lu Chun had not found solace, resigned to an existence of quiet acceptance. Lu Chun, ultimately, chose to ascend in the Northern Sea. This third master of the Bayou Jing in the Qingming realm hailed from the vast world of Haoran, venturing to the Qingming realm only after becoming a disciple. Lu Chun had not taken Gu Qingsong along, regarding him merely as an unnamed disciple. Subsequently, the middle-aged boatman returned to his homeland, only to discover that the place had transformed beyond recognition over the centuries, with no trace remaining of its former glory. Following this, the old boatman took up his bamboo pole once more, setting sail to seek out Lu Chun. Year after year, he drifted upon the sea, genuinely yearning to reach the Qingming realm and pursue a path of enlightenment alongside Lu Chun. Ultimately, it was at sea that he encountered Madame Gouet, a moment that felt eternal, even though he had never seen her true visage. Yet, this affection was never reciprocated by her. Life was fraught with discontent. Unable to become Lu Chun's disciple, he remained devoid of Madame Gouet's affection. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering how to outwit Gu Qingsong. The simplest approach would be to leverage the matter of Madame Gouet, yet he was uncertain how to persuade Aunt Gouet. If she remained unwilling, there would be no avenue left. The second option naturally involved Lu Chun. Now in the month of January, it was to be expected that Lu Chun had reached Li Zhu Dong Tian and taken up the role of fortune teller. Since Gu Qingsong had not gone, it implied he was unaware of this development. Otherwise, he would surely have followed. However, this introduced a highly unstable factor. If Ning Yuan were to disclose Lu Chun's whereabouts to Gu Qingsong upon their meeting in Li Zhu Dong Tian, Lu Chun would undoubtedly seek him out. Lu Chun, although Ning Yuan didn't harbor much dislike for him, was someone he preferred not to attract attention from. This languid cultivator of the 14th realm was notorious for his penchant for scheming. In comparison, not only was there a disparity in their cultivation levels, but Ning Yuan also recognized his own intellectual limitations. However, there was a third factor to consider. Ning Yuan need not lift a finger. Given Gu Qingsong's affection for Aunt Gouet, upon learning that Hohhot Island had offended the Tongye sect, he would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on her. This old fellow was undoubtedly infatuated, and there was no denying it. Yet, this situation left Ning Yuan at a disadvantage, and therein lay his frustration. Unlike Chen Qingdu, who enjoyed engaging in philosophical discourse, Ning Yuan could indeed discuss matters of reason, but preferred not to do so, at every turn. He favored placing a sword at another's throat while delivering his arguments. As night fell, the young man ventured out once more, arriving at the ferry terminal of Hohhot Island. Gu Qingsong remained steadfast at the dock, refusing to even sit down, standing motionless on the boat with a bamboo pole in hand. Upon seeing Ning Yuan approach, his face lit up with delight. "Young lad, have you made arrangements with Madame Gui?" The middle-aged boatman, eager as a monkey, inquired, "Can I board the island now?" Ning Yuan chose not to step onto his boat, instead squatting by the shore with his hands tucked into his sleeves, causing Gu Qingsong to feel uneasy under his gaze. Unaware of the circumstances, the middle-aged boatman swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Young lad, speak to me. Your expression, could it be that you faced difficulties with Madame Gui?" Chapter 54. Scheming. The night was as deep as water, and the light at the ferry terminal was dim. The young man squatted on the shore, his sleeves drawn around him, silent as a ghost. Growing impatient, Gu Qingsong called out, "Ning Yuan, are you playing with me?" After a prolonged silence, Ning Yuan extended 2 fingers and slowly began to speak. "Gu Taitu, if you wish to board the island, I present you with 2 options." The boy had finally ceased his silence, and Gu Qingsong let out a sigh of relief. "Speak freely. I shall agree to both if need be." "Listen to me before you agree," Ning Yuan interjected, shaking his head. Using a sound transmission technique, he continued, "First, you will accompany Hohhot Island to the old dragon city. There, you will directly approach the Fan family and request a position as a devotee. From then on, you will do whatever the Fan family requires, and in time, opportunities to board the island will present themselves." Gu Qingsong attempted to interject, but Ning Yuan gestured for him to remain silent. "This first option has been discussed with Aunt Gui, and it is indeed an opportunity she has afforded you. The second option, however, is one I have devised unilaterally, requiring little time, perhaps even just a day, to alter Aunt Gui's impression of you." Gu Qingsong blurted out, "I choose the second option." Ning Yuan smiled enigmatically and asked, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Gu Qingsong replied emphatically. Ning Yuan flicked a finger towards the sea, and a 3-inch blade of energy sliced through the water, cleaving the moon's reflection in twain. "Tomorrow, as Hohhot Island enters the Jiaolong Gorge, it will be besieged by hundreds, if not thousands, of malevolent dragons, posing a grave threat to your lives. All you need to do, Gu Taitu, is ensure their safety." However, Gu Qingsong furrowed his brow, questioning, "How do you know the Jiaolong Gorge will obstruct Hohhot Island tomorrow?" Ning Yuan nodded slightly, his expression calm as he said, "Of course. I have no knowledge of that, but there are actions we can undertake." Gu Qingsong's pupils constricted, perhaps struck by a sudden thought, his gaze fixated on Ning Yuan, awaiting his next words. "Gu Taitu, do you happen to possess the Dragon King's basket? Hand it over to me, and I shall lure the dragon out to sea while you take care of the kill. What do you say?" The youth casually toyed with a strand of sword energy, feigning nonchalance in his tone. However, Gu Qingsong appeared as if struck by lightning. Ning Yuan continued with a smile, "Though this method may not be entirely proper, it is undoubtedly the quickest way to change Aunt Gui's perception of you. Do not be too hasty in your refusal. Consider this. The plan is mine. The act of luring the dragon is my responsibility, and it bears no relation to you. If you slay the dragon and save Hohhot Island, wouldn't that be a splendid outcome?" Gu Qingsong furrowed his brow deeply, pondering for a while before finally speaking. "But if Madame Gui were to discover this, that we conspired together, I might find myself barred from Hohhot Island for life." "Absolutely not. I may not have read many sacred texts, but I would never stoop to such treachery. Ning Yuan, what kind of venomous heart do you possess?" At this juncture, Gu Qingsong cast a rather unfriendly glance at Ning Yuan. This young man harbored such a malicious intent, with him by Madame Gui's side. One could only imagine the pitfalls that awaited. The middle-aged boatman, though simple-minded, possessed his own sense of right and wrong. And not only was he unmoved by Ning Yuan's persuasion, but he had also begun to harbor animosity towards him. "What? Do you think I am a calamity beside Aunt Gui, and you wish to eliminate me?" Ning Yuan scoffed. Yet, since he dared to propose such a scheme, he surely had his reasons. Gu Qingsong listened as Ning Yuan slowly articulated his thoughts. "Gu Taitu, no wonder Lu Chen refused to take you as a disciple. Can you not think beyond such foolishness?" Gu Qingsong wore a dark expression but restrained his irritation, continuing to listen. "The mastermind is me, the luring is my task. The sins rest upon my shoulders. You are solely responsible for the dragon's demise, and all merits will belong to you. What are you worried about? Furthermore, the thousands of water dragons in the Long Dragon Gorge, lacking any form of regulation, cause devastating floods whenever they venture to nearby continents to distribute rain, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands of ordinary folk in a single instance. We are both of the human race. Slaying monsters cannot be deemed a sin. In fact, it could be a great benefit for future generations. Ning Yuan coaxed persuasively, and he was not fabricating this. He genuinely believed it. Before the War of Ascension, within the ancient heavenly court, various officials held their posts, with the Rainmaster commanding the 4 great dragon kings, mandating all water beings, whether true dragons or flood dragons, to obtain decrees before they could perform rainmaking. Should they defy this, they would face divine punishment, their golden forms imprisoned on the divine platform, subjected to the torment of 1,000 lightning strikes. However, since the human race ascended, the jurisdiction of the orthodox water deities had vanished, and without regulations, the flood dragons ran rampant, leading to countless calamities each year. With a smile, Ning Yuan continued, "In this light, do you not find this course of action rather ingenious? Gu Taitu, you resist the notion of your own foolishness? You perceive me as malevolent because you only grasp the surface. My initial intent was to eliminate these vile dragons. While I operate on a much deeper level, I, like you, have not delved into the sacred texts, yet one truth I hold dear. I am a person, and naturally, I must consider the welfare of humanity. I am also a sword cultivator from the Sword Qi Great Wall, the formidable fortress that has withstood the savage wilderness for 10 millennia. The youth spoke with fervor, and Gu Tai felt as though his head might burst, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The only unfavorable aspect of this matter was my calculation against Aunt Gui, but what of it? Ning Yuan extended his fingers, his fingertips crackling with sword energy, obliterating the moonlight upon the sea. Some matters are destined to be imperfect. Ning Yuan fell silent, while Gu Qingsong remained seated in the boat, deep in contemplation. The more he pondered, the more he found the youth's arguments compelling and profoundly rational. Coming from the Sword Qi Great Wall, it was only natural to oppose the demonic tribes of the world, not to mention the water WIRMS of the Dragon Serpent Gorge, which, though driven by instinct, had indeed wrought considerable calamities. Eventually, Gu Qingsong gritted his teeth and voiced his final concern. What if Madame Gui discovers our plot? If that were to transpire, she would realize that we conspired against her, and I would be doomed to wander the seas for a lifetime. The youth withdrew his hands from his sleeves, rose to his feet, and a broader smile spread across his face. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. No third party shall ever be aware. He shrugged and casually remarked, Gu Tai, you must understand, lies do not inflict harm. Ning Yuan unscrewed the wine gourd from his waist, sipping the yellow millet wine in leisurely fashion as he strolled toward Aunt Gui's small courtyard. The deed was already accomplished, awaiting the arrival of tomorrow when Hohat Island would enter the territory of the Dragon Serpent Gorge. At that time, I too shall take to the seas, relishing the thrill of slaying dragons, and where there are WIRMS, there shall be WIRM slayers. Ning Yuan spoke a half-sentence to Gu Qingsong, having subtly outmaneuvered him, laying the groundwork for future developments. The truth is indeed a sharp blade. Chapter 55, Revelry in the Dead of Night. Ning Yuan altered his course midway, ascending to the summit of Hohat Island. With Aunt Gui's approval, he stealthily climbed to the lofty branches of the ancestral Gui tree, gazing into the distance. From this vantage point, the celestial river beyond was no different from the view atop the roof of the small courtyard. Only the perspective was broader, affording a complete view of Hohat Island. According to Aunt Gui, in light of the previous matters concerning the Tonya sect, Hohat Island had hastened its journey, expected to reach Old Dragon City by the approach of February. Ning Yuan welcomed this news with delight. Arriving sooner would allow him to witness the wonders of Liju Cave Heaven. Should he arrive too late, he feared he might miss the chance to meet the esteemed Mr. Qi. For Mr. Qi, Ning Yuan's desire extended beyond mere acquaintance. He genuinely wished to save him. Such a person should not meet an untimely demise. Perched upon the branch, Ning Yuan swung his legs, occasionally sipping from the gourd of yellow millet wine, feeling a slight intoxication. He was not particularly fond of drinking, but one could hardly blame him. The exquisite flavor of the wine was irresistible, and with just a sip, one could savor its essence. By now, he had consumed 2 jars, and the third was nearly half gone. This wine was a treasure, enough to elevate Ning Yuan to the nascent soul realm. Yet he was not inclined to do so just yet, having been suppressing his breakthrough, waiting for the day when inspiration would strike, and the waters would flow naturally. Before reaching the 11th realm, cultivators faced little in the way of significant obstacles during their breakthroughs, and the concept of inner demons was virtually non-existent. Theoretically, as long as resources were abundant and one's innate talent was not lacking, one could achieve the realm of Yuan Ying and become an Earth Immortal. However, relying solely on treasures to elevate one's realm is ultimately superficial, akin to a fade crafted from paper. Such a weak foundation results in limited true combat power, especially since such treasures are rare. Ning Yuan, naturally, would not resort to this method. A breakthrough should occur naturally, except in dire situations where one might forcefully transcend their limits. As for his martial cultivation, he currently stood at the 5th realm. The strongest among the first 5 realms had no relevance to him, yet competition for the subsequent realms remained essential. Though he did not aim to be the absolute strongest, securing 1 or 2 victories would suffice. In the deep of night, the few travelers on Osmanthus Island were scant. With over 1,000 glass lanterns illuminating the gnarled branches of Osmanthus trees, casting a warm glow across the otherwise dark sea, Ning Yuan leapt down from a branch and settled onto a stone bench, retrieving a fish basket from a compact space and examining it closely. The basket was rather unremarkable, seemingly woven from reeds, resembling the usual baskets of common fishermen. Yet, this was the Dragon King's basket, entrusted to him by Gu Qing for the purpose of capturing a flood dragon the following day. Ning Yuan studied it with curiosity. Though he understood its formidable efficacy against aquatic beings, this was his first encounter with such an artifact. According to Gu Qing, once a cultivator refined the basket and infused it with true energy before casting it into the great river, it would capture a flood dragon. Not only flood dragons, but all water entities would fear this contraption. Any being below the Yuaning realm that fell into this basket would find it impossible to escape. Even a Yuaning flood dragon, if inadvertently caught within, would suffer greatly, if not perish. Crafted by the most powerful sect of ancient Shu, this Dragon King's basket had undergone countless years of refinement and enhancement. Its power against aquatic creatures is legendary. It is said that the progenitor of the Dragon King's basket could even capture ascended true dragons. Of course, the one in Ning Yuan's possession could not achieve such feats, yet it was sufficient for his needs. He gazed upward, not at the celestial stars, but at the ancestral osmanthus branches above him. The ancestral osmanthus tree represented Aunt Gui. Every action he took beneath it had not escaped her watchful eyes. Nonetheless, Ning Yuan had no intention of deceiving her from the outset. He had no desire to conspire with Gu Qing against Aunt Gui. Instead, his aim was to partner with her to outsmart Gu Qing. Aunt, how much longer until we reach the dragon's nest? Ning Yuan called out to the branches overhead. Suddenly, a gust of air swirled around him, and Madame Gui appeared beside him. Ning Yuan turned his head, his pupils widening in surprise. Aunt Gui, why do you not conceal your visage? Madame Gui, no longer shrouded in mystery, stood gracefully beside him, adorned in a flowing celestial garment. The neckline was neither too high nor too low, revealing not only a hint of pristine white, but also her delicate collarbone. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, and she stood barefoot. The young man felt a warmth rising in his cheeks. Who could withstand such a sight? In both of his lifetimes, he remained a novice, and while young girls of his age could withstand it, the mature type, like Lady Gui, was truly overwhelming. It appears that the identity of the moonlit Gui tree has been firmly established. An ordinary beauty, no matter how stunning, could never possess the unique and indescribable aura that Lady Gui exudes. When Lady Gui revealed her true form, a circle of luminous radiance surrounded her, accompanied by the fragrant scent of osmanthus. Ning Yuan hastily wiped his nose with his hand, steadying his thoughts. He had once believed himself to be quite resistant to beauty, but perhaps that was merely because he had yet to encounter anything more exquisite. However, Ning Yuan did not consider himself merely a lecher, for the world is rife with temptations, and even sages would hesitate to claim complete indifference to them. After all, there is a saying, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. Lady Gui sat beside Ning Yuan, observing the youth's demeanor, and could not help but chuckle, saying, "You are already my nephew. Do I still need to guard against you?" She reached out and playfully tousled Ning Yuan's hair, remarking, "Indeed, at such a tender age, your self-restraint is commendable. In all my years, I have encountered only a handful of individuals with such fortitude. That is why I concealed my appearance, to avoid unnecessary complications." It was not that Lady Gui possessed excessive confidence in herself. Rather, it was the truth. Much like the 3 renowned ladies who shared her fame, their reputations echoed throughout the realm, prompting one to ponder how many male cultivators would not desire a taste of their allure. Ning Yuan cast a glance at the beauty beside him, then turned his gaze to the horizon, remaining silent. Lady Gui's gaze drifted downward, noticing the youth's firm grip on a jade token at his waist, and she understood much of what lay beneath. Yet, she had no intention of letting Ning Yuan off the hook. She swiftly embraced the young man, laughing. Yuan, have you perhaps taken a liking to a certain young lady? Ning Yuan wished to break free, but Lady Gui would not allow it. It would be inappropriate to employ true energy against her, and besides, he knew he could not overpower her. Thus, he merely nodded gently. Lady Gui's laughter grew more joyous. Come, tell me about this young lady. From which continent does she hail? Or is she perhaps from the other side of the Sword Qi Great Wall? Upon finishing her words, Lady Gui intended to reach for the jade token at Ning Yuan's waist, but the young man was quick and tucked it away into his belongings first. Although being held by Lady Gui was quite comfortable, Ning Yuan still wished to escape her embrace. He nudged his head against the front of her garment, causing her face to redden as she immediately released him, casting a playful glare in his direction. Ning Yuan glanced at the ample area of Lady Gui's garment, noting that it did not seem to have such fullness before. His expression returned to calm as he picked up the Dragon King's basket at his feet and asked, Aunt Gui, how much longer until we reach the Dragon Valley? Lady Gui adjusted her attire and began to discuss serious matters, stating, We have been hastening our pace these past few days. I am exceedingly familiar with this route, having traversed it countless times. We should arrive at Dragon Valley by dawn. Once dawn breaks, you may take action. After a pause, she looked meaningfully at Ning Yuan and added, Young Ning, I have chosen to walk a path entirely different from yours, so do not count my Gui Flower Island among your plans. Hee. Ning Yuan smiled lightly, revealing an unopened jar of Huangliang wine in his hand. Aunt Gui, if I were to pound my chest and assure you, no one would believe it. As they walked along the path, he mused, Let us simply tread on this road. Having chosen this path, we need not concern ourselves with what lies at its end. The youth raised his hand, and a streak of flowing light flashed above the Gui family courtyard, as a flying sword returned to its master's core. Ning Yuan retrieved 2 white porcelain bowls from a small space, pilfered from the Gui family courtyard, though it could hardly be deemed theft, for the courtyard was now rightfully his. Aunt Gui, have you been stuck at the Golden Core stage for quite some years now? He inquired, lifting his wine bowl with a smile. Madame Gui, let us drink together. The path to the great Dao is vast. He proclaimed, Today is the day for your breakthrough. After his whimsical declarations, he downed the wine in one gulp. Madame Gui followed suit. The Huangliang was an exquisite brew, a potent liquor. Just one bowl left her eyes slightly dazed, her delicate form swaying, adding to her allure. Neither of them utilized their cultivation to dispel the effects of the alcohol. By the late hours of the night, Ning Yuan, accustomed to such indulgence, remained relatively composed, while Aunt Gui succumbed to intoxication, leaning against his shoulder, her eyes half closed. Exhaling fragrant breaths, he allowed her to rest upon him, feeling a moment of insight, and softly uttered, May we have no regrets when we reach the end of our journey. As his words faded, the moonlight shimmered through the trees, and Aunt Gui opened her eyes, entering the nascent soul realm. Chapter 56, Shouldering the Bamboo Pole, Drinking with the Sword Immortal. Aunt Gui, could you share with me what the ancient heavenly court was like a millennium ago? Beneath the branches of the Gui tree, Madame Gui rested her head on his shoulder, and, spurred by the effects of the Huangliang wine, Ning Yuan seized the opportunity to inquire about something he had long desired to know. He was aware that Madame Gui was the reincarnation of the Moon Palace's Gui tree, yet he yearned for more knowledge. He recalled a certain legend from a past life. In that context, Madame Gui resembled the moon goddess Chang'e. Chang'e was not merely a name of a celestial maiden, but a title within the heavenly court. And there was not just one Chang'e. He wondered if, in those times, Madame Gui was also referred to as Chang'e. Did other Moon Palace Gui trees still exist? Before he could receive an answer, he gently turned his head, only to find Madame Gui had closed her beautiful eyes against his shoulder. From this angle, he could glimpse a considerable expanse of her alabaster skin. The youth had never witnessed such a sight. A surge of warmth rose within him, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. As he beheld the impending dawn on the horizon, his thoughts drifted far away. In truth, many beings like Madame Gui, divine reincarnations, existed throughout the world. Take the Li Pearl Cave on Baoping continent, for instance. There was the daughter of a blacksmith, a reincarnation of the ancient fire god. This fire god was among the 5 supreme deities of the heavenly court. In that era, the ancient heavenly court represented the pinnacle of power, subordinate only to the heavenly sovereign, with the 4 supreme deities holding the highest positions. Among them was this fire god, governing all celestial bodies and realms, presiding over countless divine abodes and palaces. One such palace was located atop the planet Mars, where attendants skilled in forging could use Mars as a furnace, extracting fire essence as charcoal and wielding the vast cosmic stars as hammers to forge swords across the eons. Perhaps this is the reason why this reincarnation of the fire god is the daughter of a blacksmith. Of course, she is not alone. Within the realm of Lejuzu, there are 2 others who stand among the highest deities. One is the reincarnation of a water god, and the other is a sword-wielding supreme deity. This sword-bearer represents the greatest opportunity that Chen Qingdu has ever encountered. Simply put, this ancient sword is the most formidable weapon in existence. Furthermore, the sword-bearer is the very source of the sword path, having transmitted the art of swordsmanship to the mortal realm many eons ago, thus enabling the existence of future sword cultivators. It is said that all sword practitioners of later generations must respectfully refer to her as their ancestral master upon encountering her. In light of this, although Chen Qingdu has endured considerable hardship, he is fortunate to have such formidable figures supporting him after leaving the small town. The ancient sword, the venerable literary sage, and several senior brothers, Ning Yuan counted them on his fingers, growing increasingly alarmed. What difference is there between this and the crown prince of the vast realm? Each of these individuals, when brought forth, is a powerful figure in their own right. He felt a sense of unease. As an anomaly, what would become of him upon arriving at Lejuzu? It seemed inevitable that he would be ensnared in some scheme, though he remained uncertain about the nature of his fate. As far as he knew, the most he could rely on was an elder sword immortal and the identity of Ning Yao's brother. In comparison to Chen Qingdu's background, what difference did that make? The elder sword immortal was destined to perish at the Sword Qi Great Wall, and Ning Yao had yet to fully mature. This indicated that Ning Yuan was not entitled to any form of indulgence. He could only rely on himself. He had considered not going to Lejuzu, for the presence of many formidable beings there was daunting, even though he could disregard the calculations of all cultivators. Yet, it was precisely this barrier against the heavenly path that might bring him trouble. Ultimately, he dismissed this thought. Since he had come this far, he might as well proceed. Whether he went early or late, he would inevitably arrive, and there was no need to deliberately avoid it. If he survived, he would experience the journey. If he perished, it would merely be a grand dream of ages. It was not a matter of great consequence. A ray of heavenly light pierced through the clouds, cascading over the South Sea. With a sigh of relief, Lady Gui opened her eyes, her ethereal garments fluttering gently, the effects of intoxication dissipating. Ning, it is time to act. With that, she adjusted her somewhat disheveled attire and produced a fragment of cassia branch. This is one of my life's essential items, intended for one-time use. Placing it within your Qi Si will grant you a moment's worth of earthly immortal cultivation. Use it only if you encounter an insurmountable foe. Ning Yuan nodded, accepting the cassia branch. Aunt Gui, now that you have reached the nascent soul realm, will I also possess nascent soul cultivation after using this branch? Lady Gui nodded before shaking her head. I have only just broken through. My strength within the nascent soul realm is not particularly high, but it is significantly stronger than that of the golden core realm. Upon hearing this, without further ado, Ning Yuan stood up, allowing his sword intent to lightly disperse the lingering effects of alcohol as he walked alone toward the ferry at Osmanthus Island. Raising his hand, he summoned the distant travel sword from the Gui Mai courtyard. This is the advantage of the grand refinement. Within a certain range, Ning Yuan could resonate with the travel sword, and with but a thought, the treasured blade was in his grasp. What he now needed to do was to quietly set sail alone, then hunt the dragon, inciting disturbances in the Dragon Gorge, as previously agreed. At the moment when Hohhot Island is besieged by the Jiao Long, Gu Qingsong will arrive and swiftly eliminate the malevolent dragon. Ultimately, Gu Taitu will be permitted to ascend the island and accompany Hohhot Island to the Dragon City, becoming a guest elder of the Fan family. With the protection of Hohhot Island, the Fan family will have a guest elder from the Jade Purity realm. As for whether Gu Taitu will be able to enjoy the company of Madame Gui upon reaching the island, that will no longer concern Ning Yuan. In any case, Ning Yuan has accomplished his tasks and acquired what he desired, a Dragon King S-net capable of capturing Golden Core Realm dragons. Ideally, he hopes to ensnare 1 or 2 young dragons with promising bloodlines. When the time comes, he plans to purchase a mountain near Luopashan, construct a bamboo cottage, and build pavilions and rockeries with ponds, nurturing 1 or 2 young dragons. How delightful that would be. Soon, Ning Yuan arrived at the ferry dock at the foot of the mountain, where numerous small boats were anchored, primarily used for passengers to explore the scenic spots around Hohhot Island. Under the guidance of Madame Gui, Hohhot Xianyang, Gui Ji, awaited him with a meticulously crafted dragon-locking boat. In his earlier years, Gu Qingsong, as the first elder of Hohhot Island, had personally fashioned many items for the island, and this dragon-locking boat was among them. The hull of the small boat was inscribed with numerous talismans, with 4 prominent characters boldly displayed: "Do what must be done," signifying the Zhan Sua talisman of considerable rank. Gu Qingsong's mastery of Taoist arts, derived from the teachings of the esteemed Lu Chun, has granted him remarkable prowess in the art of talismans, enabling the Fan family to establish the navigable route through the Dragon Gorge. Be cautious while observing the Dragon Gorge. Young Sir Ning, these dragons may not all be benign, Guizhi advised. Keep these paper figures and horses safe. If you encounter a dragon gliding by, toss a handful into the water and they will swiftly disperse. Thank you, Miss Guizhi, Ning Yuan replied gratefully, accepting the paper talismans before embarking on his voyage. The dragon-locking boat, of exceptional quality, surged forward effortlessly with a gentle push of his bamboo pole, covering vast distances. Unlike other sea regions, the Dragon Gorge was a crystalline channel, where the seabed revealed countless dragons of various sizes and colors. Some were as slender as snakes while others as thick as well openings. It was said that in the deepest depths lay a true dragon stretching over 1,000 feet in length. However, Ning Yuan remained unconcerned with these tales. After sailing several dozen miles, he spotted a dozen water dragons overhead, their energy waning, likely returning from a recent downpour over a nearby continent. Ning Yuan refrained from immediately drawing his sword to slay a dragon, opting instead to continue his journey. The weary dragons noticed him but chose to ignore him. Slipping into the depths of the Dragon Gorge, his intent was to capture a young dragon. Acting hastily would provoke unrest in the gorge and jeopardize his plans. Whenever adult dragons passed by, he scattered a handful of paper figures, and after traveling 100 miles from Hohhot Island, he finally beheld a young dragon frolicking upon the sea surface. The young dragon was no thicker than an arm, yet Ning Yuan, possessing exceptional eyesight, was able to spot it from a distance of 1,000 meters. Like a fisherman embarking on a sea voyage, he remained utterly silent. When he drew within less than 100 zhang, a dragon king net swiftly flew from his sleeve. This net surged towards the young dragon's head, expanding 100-fold in an instant, and within the blink of an eye, it ensnared the creature, even drawing in 10,000 tons of seawater. Subsequently, the Dragon King net returned, having shrunk to a compact form, which Ning Yuan then stowed away. At that moment, a giant dragon stirred from the depths of the sea, awakening with a flicker of its eyes. Ning Yuan did not linger. With a swift flick of his bamboo pole, the locking dragon boat shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for Osmanthus Island. How audacious to hunt in my dragon river. A voice of authority resounded behind him, and as the words fell, the sea beneath Ning Yuan trembled violently. However, Ning Yuan remained unfazed, taking a sip from the gourd at his waist and lightly tapping the boat's bottom with his bamboo pole, issuing a command that propelled the locking dragon boat several hundred zhang away in an instant. A slender canoe sped forth, the bamboo pole resting on his shoulder, as he savored his drink like a sword immortal. Chapter 57. The stirring of the dragon. The surface of the sea quaked, and Ning Yuan dared not be careless. He continued to tap the boat's bottom, issuing commands that propelled them forward at a speed akin to a rainbow's light, swiftly nearing Osmanthus Island. Wearing a conical hat, he chose not to land at the same dock from which he had set out, but instead approached from the opposite side of the island, evading the gaze of all. He effortlessly stowed the bamboo pole and the locking dragon boat away. Why not seize the opportunity? Aunt Gui awaited him there, and as he joined her, he followed her gaze towards the nearby sea surface. Aunt Gui, what is the cultivation level of that old dragon? He inquired. Aunt Gui's expression grew serious as she responded. This old dragon has cultivated for a millennium. While we have never crossed paths, we are both aware of each other's existence due to the traffic between Osmanthus Island and the Dragon River. It is at the nascent soul level, though it seems to possess qualities beyond that. Could it have ascended to the Jade Purity realm? Ning Yuan shook his head, asserting, even if it is indeed an 11-realm dragon, it is still insignificant. Everything is proceeding according to plan. My only uncertainty lies in the number of 11-realm old dragons within the Dragon River and how many may take action. As for those above the 12th realm, they cannot exist here, as it involves a hidden truth. 3,000 years ago, a sword cultivator known as Qingdu vowed to eradicate the dragon race, achieving the feat of slaying the last true dragon. Following this, the one who hunted dragons faded from existence. Yet, despite this individual remaining unseen for 3 millennia, most dragons still dare not breach the threshold, with only a few daring to step into the 11 realms. Once a transcendent ascends, they will surely transform into a dragon, and that slayer of dragons will likely re-emerge. As long as he is not besieged by a multitude of jade purity dragons, Gu Taitu should be able to manage, right? While it is said throughout the vast world that he has never lost a quarrel nor won a fight, it is worth noting that the foes he has provoked are predominantly cultivators at the very least, with many in the 13th realm. However, Gu Qingsong mentioned to him yesterday that if multiple jade purity dragons were to appear, he would have complete confidence in leading Osmanthus Island to safety. If a confrontation were to arise, he is indeed capable of fighting. However, he fears the collateral damage it may cause to the innocent. Aunt Gui's eyes suddenly glimmered with intensity, as if locking gazes with the ancient dragon lurking beneath the sea. She parted her lips slightly and addressed Ning Yuan, saying, "In the vast expanse of the South China Sea, within the immense dragon's trench, there must be numerous dragons at the 10th realm, and undoubtedly, there is a jade essence as well." Upon mentioning this, Aunt Gui playfully tapped the young man's head twice with her fingers, continuing, "Given the current circumstances, I am curious if this situation was already foreseen when you first arrived at Osmanthus Island." Ning Yuan flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, and for once, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he replied, "Aunt Gui, you overestimate me. I am not a grandmaster of the chessboard. How could I have anticipated such intricacies?" As their conversation unfolded, a figure soared towards them. It was the anxious old boatman of the Golden Core realm. The old boatman, his face etched with worry, glanced at Ning Yuan before directly addressing Aunt Gui. "Madam, someone has taken it upon themselves to hunt dragons, intending to frame Osmanthus Island." Ning Yuan remained silent, considering himself an outsider, while Aunt Gui donned a fierce expression and demanded, "Have you captured this individual? After slaying the dragon, did they return to Osmanthus Island?" The old boatman looked despondent, explaining, "It is said that a passenger preparing for a sea voyage caught sight of the culprit, wearing a conical hat that obscured their face, and they were aboard our island's dragon-locking boat. I am uncertain if this thief has returned to the island, as I did not see that boat at the dock. Madam, this is clearly a plot to ensnare Osmanthus Island. Do you have any inkling of who this person might be? Could it be the Tongya sect? Aside from Du Yan and his 7 companions, are there any members of the Tongya sect on the island?" Aunt Gui shook her head, stating, "It is too early to determine. On the day of the Tongya sect incident, I masked the passengers' perceptions of Osmanthus Island. Unless they are cultivators of the nascent soul realm or higher, it would be difficult for them to discern anything." At that moment, the sea surface surrounding Osmanthus Island suddenly plummeted by 100 fathoms, revealing a multitude of dragon-like creatures gliding just below the surface, some already soaring into the air. Aunt Gui's expression hardened as she declared, "The ancient dragon has made its presence known. I must negotiate with it. You must inform everyone on the ferry to refrain from taking flight without permission. All vessels setting out to sea must return immediately." With that, Aunt Gui cast a fleeting glance at Ning Yuan before stepping forward and soaring into the air towards the dock, where a golden-robed elder hovered nearby. As soon as she left, the old boatman bellowed, "All vessels at sea must return to shore immediately. Osmanthus Island prohibits any flights. Failure to comply will be seen as a provocation against the dragon's trench." He then demonstrated, drawing an ordinary longsword, and with a swift motion of his arm, sent the sword racing towards the horizon beyond Osmanthus Island. Yet, within 3 breaths, it was shattered to dust by a golden claw. However, some fools remained undeterred by the warning. Some attempted to flee on their swords, while others produced small flying boats, but all met a swift demise, crushed by the golden claws, as the sea within a 10-mile radius suddenly sank. The thousands of passengers aboard the ferry had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos when hundreds of dragons lurking in the trench erupted from the depths, surrounding Osmanthus Island completely. These various-sized water dragons encircled Osmanthus Island, sealing it off entirely, with countless murderous intents firmly fixated upon it. Unbeknownst to him, the distant sword, Yuan Yu, that Ning Yuan bore upon his back began to tremble at that very moment. A flicker of understanding crossed Ning Yuan's mind, as if he had recalled something significant. Although Yuan Yu was classified as a semi-divine weapon, such a reaction was unexpected. This sword was brand new, and Ning Yuan had yet to wield it in battle beyond the Sword Qi Great Wall. In truth, it had only claimed the lives of 11 individuals. Among them were the illustrious Lord Su Nian of the Upside-Down Mountain, 3 esteemed Taoist sages, and 7 others accompanying Du Yan. The numbers were far too few, thus. The sword bore no trace of malevolent energy, let alone any animosity towards the dragon lineage. The only plausible explanation that Ning Yuan could conceive was the dragon-slaying sword coffer. Forged from the dragon-slaying platform, this coffer was once an execution site in the ancient celestial court, primarily utilized for the execution of mountain and marsh spirits. Having beheaded countless true dragons, could it be that the prolonged nurturing of Yuan Yu within the confines of the dragon-slaying sword coffer had influenced it? Would this imply that, given sufficient time, Yuan Yu could evolve into a divine weapon capable of subduing all demonkind? Without further deliberation, Ning Yuan summoned his thoughts and conjured a current beneath his feet, soaring towards the Guohua Island ferry terminal on his sword. Elder Zhou, a great adversary looms before us. Though my cultivation may be lacking, I assure you that once a state of irreconcilable conflict arises between Guohua Island and the Dragoness Hollow, my sword shall inevitably strike the surface of these waters. Observing Ning Yuan's departure, the old ferryman's expression was inscrutable. In that moment, the youth appeared less irksome than he had previously thought. If only he were aware that the dire circumstances at hand were the very result of his own actions. One could only wonder how he would feel. Upon arriving at the ferry terminal, Ning Yuan removed the conical hat from his head, donning his black attire and sword. He fixed his gaze intently upon the elder clad in golden robes. At that moment, Aunt Gui was engaged in negotiations with him, though it seemed their dialogue was far from harmonious. Suppressing her rising fury, Aunt Gui endeavored to maintain her composure as she addressed the old dragon slowly. So, are you suggesting that there is no room for negotiation in this matter? The Fan family has long discussed a series of regulations with your Dragoness Hollow. Over the years, we have assisted in retrieving countless dragon corpses that could not return. Not to mention, each time Guohua Island traverses the Dragon's Hollow, we have offered a multitude of incense and paper offerings as tributes to honor the rain-bringing and cloud-dispensing deities, and for over a millennium, we have never faltered in this duty. The elder in golden robes was less a man draped in fabric than a being clad in a suit of golden scales, indicative of a highly esteemed life essence. Ning Yuan gazed upon him with a tinge of envy. The old dragon, now in human form, towered at a height of 10 feet, resembling a giant, with eyes that exuded authority and an aura of considerable dragon pressure surrounding him. As he regarded Aunt Gui with an icy indifference, Madame Gui, you yourself have stated that rules are rules. If you have breached them, then be prepared for the consequences. The Confucian sages established a series of regulations for my water dragon clan. We cannot claim to have adhered to them for millennia, but each infraction has invariably resulted in punishment from the sages. Now, are you expecting leniency simply because you have violated the rules? On what grounds? Chapter 58, Rules. Sword Qi the sea beneath sank, resembling a vast azure bowl, with Guohua Island ensnared within, rendered immobile. Once again, thousands of water dragons glide through the air, waiting for the command of the elder in golden robes to unleash their fury and devour all the passengers whole. The eyes of the water dragons gleam with hunger. Due to the regulations set by the saints, most of these creatures have never tasted human flesh, although many have perished in floods caused by the rains they conjured. This promises to be a long-awaited feast. On Osmanthus Island, the situation is dire. Long ago, Aunt Gui had erected a small domain that enveloped the entire island, yet she refrained from imposing any barriers. All passengers are acutely aware that they are trapped on Osmanthus Island, soon to be besieged by the water dragons. Within her small domain, the murmurs of the majority of the cultivators on the island reach her ears, a cacophony of discontent. Some have begun to blame the management of Osmanthus Island for failing to properly vet the passengers, allowing thieves to infiltrate and precipitate this calamity. Others are paralyzed by confusion, staring in terror at the colossal dragons hovering above. Meanwhile, some begin to calculate their chances, pondering whether their strength and hidden cards might allow them to survive and perhaps seize some divine treasures. With over 1,000 passengers on the ferry, even if less than half are cultivators, merely acquiring a few items would constitute immense wealth. Not to mention, should fortune smile upon them, they might even pilfer from Osmanthus Island's treasury, which would rival the riches of a small family. In the face of calamity, human nature is laid bare. The elder in golden robes stands with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence as he sneers, Madame Gui. You claim that someone has conspired against Osmanthus Island. I am not blind, and I am well aware of the truth. Yet, rules are rules. It is your failure to discern character that has allowed for the slaughter of the young dragons, thus breaching the established order, and now you must bear the consequences. At this point, a glimmer of amusement crosses the elder's face as he gazes at Madame Gouet, his eyes filled with a myriad of desires. The look resembles the lecherous gaze once cast by Du Yan upon Aunt Gouet, akin to a connoisseur eyeing a delectable feast. How about this? I can spare everyone on the ferry, but you, Madame Gouet, must remain here with me. Ning Yuan, who had not heard the elder's words, suspected that he desired Madame Gouet as a companion. It is said that dragons are inherently lustful, and they are not particular, accepting any female, regardless of kinship. Upon hearing this, Madame Gouet maintained her composure, finally inquiring, "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" The elder laughed heartily. "Madame Gouet, I have already presented you with a solution. If you stay, no one shall perish. This is the best choice for you, for me, and for all the passengers of Osmanthus Island. Do you know, for the past 1,000 years, every time Osmanthus Island traverses above my dragon gorge, I have had to restrain myself, helplessly watching you make your rounds, all in the name of adhering to that absurd regulation. Rest assured, if you stay as my companion, I could never bear to consume you. I have upheld the rules for a millennium and shall certainly honor my promise." Having just communicated telepathically, he now drops the pretense. Ning Yuan, who had previously arrived at the dock on his sword, had indeed caught the elder's attention. Although the elder was uncertain if he was the one responsible for the slaughter of the young dragons, with his nascent soul cultivation, he could not discern Ning Yuan beneath the previous straw hat, compounded by the shielding effects of the dragon-locked boat. Yet there was something familiar about him. Even if he had known, the elder would have remained indifferent. It is merely a young dragon, and its demise is inconsequential. Thus, the elder dragon has not inquired about the fate of the one who hunted the youngling. It perceives no necessity to do so. Ning Yuan's aspiration is to acquire a Dragon King's basket and a young dragon, which he has now obtained. Gouet Flower Island seeks the protection of a practitioner at the fifth realm, along with the support of the Sword Qi Great Wall behind Ning Yuan. Although neither objective has been fully realized, there remains hope for partial success. As for the elder dragon, its desire is to possess Lady Gouet, with its extensive experience. It is well aware of her significance. Marrying a celestial being reborn in human form could indeed yield unexpected, fortuitous opportunities. Even if, hypothetically, no grand benefits were to arise from uniting with Lady Gouet, the elder dragon could simply consume her. The essence of a divine being is undoubtedly a tremendous boon. As for devouring all passengers aboard the ferry, it holds little meaning. With its pinnacle Yuanying realm, feasting upon these lowly cultivators could even lead to indigestion. The myriad passengers aboard the ferry are all seeking a sliver of hope. Every being harbors desires, without exception. Who among us is devoid of longing? Even a fool knows to eat when hungry. Ning Yuan recalled a particular event. In the future, Chen Qingdu would similarly traverse this dragon channel, and Gouet Flower Island would face an ambush by an elder dragon, comparable to the Yupu realm. It remains uncertain whether that dragon is the same as this one. However, there is one striking similarity. Ning Yuan has become the so-called schemer. He has become the perpetrator responsible for the hunting of the young dragon. If they are indeed the same, then, in an intangible manner, Ning Yuan has already altered certain trajectories of events. Yet he pays it no mind. Long before he cleaved through the upside-down mountain with the unparalleled sword intent of the celestial sword and the unmatched sword immortal, he had already changed many circumstances. It is also since that moment that Ning Yuan's mindset has undergone a profound transformation. He is no longer an outsider, a wandering soul. His heart, once adrift, has finally found its footing. In that instant, the young man seemed to genuinely and completely step into this world for the very first time. The youth, named Ning Yuan, is the eldest son of the Ning family of the Sword Qi Great Wall, the brother of Ning Yao, no longer an anomaly. Unbeknownst to him, his distant journey has already been firmly grasped in his hands. The young man in black garb with white hair gently flicked the sword's body, and the sword intent surged forth. The elder dragon's gaze instantly fell upon Ning Yuan at the dock. The long sword in the boy's hand evoked a twinge of apprehension within it. Aunt Gouet, why bother exchanging words with this wretched beast? Its rules are nothing but nonsense. With that, Ning Yuan swept his sword in a horizontal arc, unleashing a stunning sword chi that cleaved several roaming dragons into midair. Lady Gouet's eyelids twitched. The murderous intent of this insufferable brat was so intense, it resembled the young man who once slaughtered 7. How dare he? The elder dragon could no longer remain composed. While it cared not for the deaths of its underlings, it could not tolerate Ning Yuan's audacity to kill before its eyes. The elder in golden robes extended his hand in a claw-like gesture, launching a strike towards Ning Yuan. A colossal claw, 100 feet wide, hurtled forth with overwhelming might, far surpassing that of the golden core realm, sending chills down the spine of the latter, enveloped in an aura of death. However, Aunt Gui would not stand idly by. Though she had recently ascended to the nascent soul realm, she felt immense pressure facing the ancient dragon. With her hands forming seals, a magnificent 3-meter-tall osmanthus tree materialized behind her, shimmering like crystal. The branches swayed gently, casting a soft glow that accentuated her ethereal presence, resembling a celestial goddess. With 3 powerful strikes, she dispersed the dragon's claw, inciting its furious retort. Madame Gui, how dare you obstruct me when this wretch has slain my kin? Before Madame Gui could respond, Ning Yuan interjected with a scoff. Ha! Old beast, I shall return to slay you. He then redirected the tip of his sword upwards. And in mere moments, brilliant sword lights pierced the clouds above, leading to the descent of several serpentine dragons, each severed in 2. It seemed that since encountering him, Hohot Island had been inexorably drawn into a new path, one from which there was no turning back. As Madame Gui gazed at the radiant sword lights, she murmured to herself. Many years ago, long before, she had been a model of propriety, adhering to rigid customs year after year. Even as the heavenly realm fell into disrepair and she reincarnated into the mortal world, she continued to uphold Confucian principles. Lifetimes were spent in the pursuit of order. Yet freedom remained perpetually elusive. Much like the current sword-wielding Ning or the enduring Sword Qi Great Wall, all adhered to their own codes, albeit differing in nature. Even across the vast realms, the mountains above and below were governed by rules, indeed fostering a rare era of tranquility. Yet inevitably, rules are bound to exhibit flaws. The hearts of society often descend into disillusionment time and again. A phrase Ning had once shared with her flickered through her mind, striking her as profoundly intriguing. The world is neither black nor white, but exquisitely gray, unchanged across millennia. Thus, she spread her palm, summoning the ancestral osmanthus from the mountaintop, transforming it into a 3-foot tree. As her eyes opened and closed, she wielded the osmanthus as a sword, its radiant light shimmering as she conjured a powerful strike. The dazzling sword energy illuminated the expanse for hundreds of miles, exuding an overwhelming force. The ancient dragon chose not to confront it directly and vanished from sight. In the next moment, the sword energy pierced through the ocean, descending into the depths of the dragon's lair, casting a pristine white glow across the sea floor. Echoes of dragon roars resonated from the abyss. Shortly thereafter, several massive shadows emerged from the depths, their presence formidable. Ning Yuan, who was previously engaged in slaying dragons, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the usually gentle Madame Gui possessed such an assertive side, carelessly summoning the most ancient dragons from the depths. A sword soared through the air again, startling the ancient dragon from its slumber. Chapter 59. The Forgotten Deities. It was truly remarkable. She had drawn the ancient dragon from the ocean's depths. What was Madame Gui truly endeavoring? Was she seeking her own demise while dragging us into her fate? The adage about a woman's heart being the most treacherous rang true. As Madame Gui's sword plunged into the deep sea, 3 more ancient dragons surfaced alongside the golden-robed elder, leaving the passengers of the boat utterly despondent at this sight. Upon learning that the venerable elder donned in golden robes was merely at the nascent soul stage, the crowd had held on to a flicker of hope, yearning for Madame Gui to miraculously repel the intruders, even secretly wishing she might be one of the exalted practitioners of the upper 5 realms. However, their demeanor swiftly shifted as despair enveloped them, leading many to cast aside their reservations and openly berate Madame Gui in the sky above. The fickleness of human sentiment is indeed astonishing. Madame Gui, wielding her 3-foot tree and accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of the Moon Palace, radiated an endless, serene brilliance while commanding Hohot Island in her prime. This formidable presence elevated her strength to a notable extent, and even though she had just stepped into the nascent soul realm, she possessed a nascent power akin to the 11th realm. Furrowing her brow, Madame Gui heard the venomous words hurled at her, but merely sighed inwardly, refraining from offering any explanation. However, if one were to speak of reason, This so-called inevitable calamity was indeed an unprovoked disaster for the ferry passengers, a consequence of the collusion between Hohhot Island and Ning Yuan. As the malicious words infiltrated her mind, a slight flaw emerged in her composure. While Madame Gue managed to disregard these slanders, Ning Yuan was not so composed. Soaring through the air on his sword, he effortlessly dispatched several water serpents with a flick of his blade, then turned the tip of his sword towards Hohhot Island, his gaze locking onto one of the assailants who had insulted Madame Gue. The distant travel sword became a spear in Ning Yuan's hands as he unleashed immense force, hurling it with great ferocity, leaving a trail of terrifying sword energy in its wake. A shriek pierced the air as the individual at the ocean viewing stage was impaled by Ning Yuan's strike. People are being slain. Hohhot Island has gone mad. They are beginning to massacre us. Some cried out in terror, while others, stunned by the spectacle, attempted to flee into the skies, only to be besieged and devoured by the water serpents. No, this is a premeditated scheme between Hohhot Island and the dragon serpents, aimed at exterminating us entirely, a truly vicious plot. Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished that they could connect the dots so astutely. However, upon further reflection, if they were to eradicate everyone in one fell swoop, it would mean a fortune of thousands of lives. Even at a mere grain of money per person, that would amount to 1,000 coins. Furthermore, those capable of affording the ferry to Hohhot Island would certainly possess more than just a paltry sum. Yet, Ning Yuan merely entertained their thoughts. Should such a massacre occur, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the saints from Namposuo continent. While total annihilation was implausible, a demonstration could be executed. With the distant travel sword still firmly in hand, held in a spear-like posture, Ning Yuan positioned his left hand behind him, leaning slightly forward, before launching it once more. Clad in black, with white hair and sword in hand, he soared above Hohhot Island, surveying the expanse as he relentlessly hurled his sword, impaling each individual who had dared to insult Madame Gue. He appeared as a divine entity from the heavens. After dispatching 13 of the offenders, the cacophony of insults ceased. From a small courtyard near the mountain's peak, a middle-aged man emerged, a sword on his back, and called out to Ning Yuan. Why resort to lethal force for mere disrespectful words? Ning Yuan paused, noting the man's aura, which, though formidable, was inferior to Madame Gue's. He seemed to be at the Golden Core stage, presumably a swordsman. It was unexpected to find such a master aboard the ferry. With a slight smile, Ning Yuan replied merely, "To utter words that tarnish a woman's honor is merely a trifle of disrespect? Is this what you mean by a mere slight? If I were to proclaim my desire for your mother right now, would that be merely a trivial disrespect as well?" The youth erupted into boisterous laughter, his demeanor unabashed, while the Golden Core swordsman turned a shade of deep crimson. Observing the man's silence, Ning Yuan continued his verbal assault, stating, "Madame Gue is my elder. I inquire of you, if your own elder were to be publicly vilified, how would you respond? Would you merely dismiss it as slight disrespect? Would you remain sword-sheathed while your family is belittled? If that were the case, I can only remark upon your commendable cowardice." As his words echoed, a blade of sword energy cleaved the heavens, for the Golden Core swordsman could no longer restrain himself from attacking Ning Yuan. The latter's pupils constricted, poised to employ the life-bound artifact bestowed by Aunt Gue, when a dragon-slaying pole intercepted the sword energy. The old boatman appeared by Ning Yuan's side, a figure who had consistently harbored animosity toward him, yet chose to shield him in this moment. With a formidable foe at hand, was there a need for internal strife? The old boatman, wielding the pole, directed his ire toward the middle-aged swordsman below. Humph! The middle-aged man waved his sleeves and retreated into his small courtyard. Ning Yuan expressed his gratitude to the old boatman, thanking him for his intervention. The old man cast a disapproving glance at him, offering no further words, before swiftly departing towards the ferry. The water serpents surrounding Ning Yuan had long been eradicated by him, perhaps due to the influence of the distant travel sword. Few dared to trouble him thereafter. Among the thousands of water serpents besieging Osmanthus Island, most belonged to the mixed blood serpent species, their cultivation levels generally low. Predominantly within the lower 5 realms, in simpler terms, they were mere rabble. Ning Yuan gazed towards the ferry, where a cataclysmic battle was unfolding. The Golden Core old boatman had reached the ferry, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. From any rational perspective, the situation appeared dire, yet he remained resolute in defending Osmanthus Island. Madame Gue was engaged in combat against 3 nascent souls and 1 jade purity. Wielding a 3-foot osmanthus tree, she displayed unparalleled grace, effortlessly unleashing hundreds of feet of luminous sword energy. Even the jade purity serpent dared not confront her directly. Ning Yuan stood with his sword sheathed, astonished to discover that Aunt Gui possessed swordsmanship. Or perhaps Madame Gui was indeed half a swordsman? With no celestial realm serpents on the horizon, Ning Yuan felt less concern for Aunt Gui's predicament. An ancient deity surely possessed hidden prowess, their true combat strength undeniably formidable. Madame Gui, cease your futile resistance. Even if you employ all your might, what will it avail you? Osmanthus Island lies within my dragon serpent gorge. It is already within my grasp. Bellowed the elder in golden robes, filled with ire, for Madame Gui's previous strike had summoned 3 clan members who had not initially intended to engage. As Osmanthus Island descended beneath the waves, the benefits that awaited him would dwindle. Madame Gui remained unmoved, her ears deaf to his taunts, enveloped in an endless luminescence that graced her exquisite form. Her eyes shone like twin moons, wielding the Osmanthus as a sword with unrelenting fervor, the radiant sword energy suffusing the skies and the earth. Just as Ning Yuan was captivated by the spectacle, a voice resonated in his ears. Ning Xiaozu, I can hardly contain myself. May I act now? Patience, just a moment longer. What are we waiting for? Have you not seen Madame Gui single-handedly take on 4 opponents? Ning Yuan's lips quivered. Gu Taitu, what are you so anxious about? Do you not recall what I told you? Your significance in Madame Gui's eyes hinges on the timing of your appearance. Very well, you are right. I shall wait. However, I must tell you, if Madame Gui finds herself in danger, I will intervene immediately. Naturally. Chapter 60. The dragon lies hidden in the abyss. The battle at the crossing raged fiercely, with Madame Gui facing 4 adversaries alone. The 3-foot Gui tree emanated a hazy divine light, resembling an enchanted sword, and she remained undaunted. Hundreds of miles away, a middle-aged boatman employed his mastery over the mountains and rivers, anxiously observing the clash. As Madame Gui swung the Gui tree, the radiant sword energy repelled the 4 ancient serpents. She communicated with the old boatman, saying, You cannot assist me here. Hasten to deal with those water serpents, lest the passengers of Hohot Island suffer grievous losses. The old boatman gritted his teeth, compelled to comply. In this fray, his golden core cultivation would be of little help. Remaining might even prove a hindrance to Madame Gui. Ning Yuan gazed upon the astonishing battle, his thoughts drifting to distant realms. He possessed some knowledge of the divine. It is said that the path of a warrior is a journey toward divinity, forsaking the complexities of magical arts in favor of cultivating pure vital energy. Honing the physical form, the pursuit of overwhelming strength seeks to transcend the limits and potentials of the body, enduring suffering beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Adhering to the principle that a robust body fortifies one's techniques, one ascends step by step, repeatedly refining the flesh to forge an immaculate golden body. The 11th realm of martial artists is the realm of the war god, where the physical form has completely transcended the mortal coil, embodying true divinity. In the Lihua cave heaven, a slovenly gatekeeper was once a guardian deity in a past life. Ning Yuan, at the 5th realm of martial cultivation, had a solid foundation. Having practiced boxing with Granny since childhood, while he had not attained the pinnacle of strength, he surpassed the majority. Yet, at present, he had no aspirations to pursue martial arts. One cannot bite off more than they can chew. When the time comes that he encounters an insurmountable obstacle on his path of swordsmanship, he shall take up martial cultivation without hesitation. As for the ancient heavenly realm where the divine beings reside, Ning Yuan's knowledge was quite limited. It is said that this celestial domain is a tangible manifestation, the origin of all formations in the world, from which the distant techniques of the sword Qi Great Wall were derived. The ancient heavenly realm exists within a far-off starry river, surrounded by countless stars formed from the corpses of divine beings, with a great avenue manifesting the river of time. It resembles a human dynasty, yet its expanse surpasses the imagination of any mountaintop cultivator. The territory governed by any high-ranking divine being is larger than the combined realms of 4 worlds. To illustrate, even a jade purity realm cultivator would find it nearly impossible to traverse from one heavenly gate to another in their lifetime. In this exalted celestial realm, forged in the battle for ascension a millennium ago, human cultivators bravely advanced, while formidable beings of the demon race fought fiercely, ultimately shaping the current division of the world. No longer were the various clans treated as mere livestock by the deities. The 3 teachings imposed constraints upon all beings, bestowing a semblance of stability upon society. Although the hearts of men still tend to lean towards darkness, a foundational means of propagation has emerged, granting them a measure of dignity. The root cause of this rebellion against the celestial court can be traced back to the inexplicable disappearance of a singular entity, the inclination of the sword-bearer towards humanity, and the conflict between the deities of water and fire. Nevertheless, the ancestors fought valiantly for a peaceful era for humanity, an act of immeasurable merit. It was a time of unparalleled unity among the clans, standing together against the divine. In this regard, Ning Yuan steadfastly adhered to his principles. The world appeared ashen, with the hearts of men neither wholly virtuous nor entirely wicked, merely shaped by differing origins, clans, and perspectives. Born within the Sword Qi Great Wall, he was compelled to eliminate demons, a matter devoid of Confucian notions of good and evil, merely a distinction of stance. Yet, to speak honestly, several demon cultivators inspired in him a profound respect. For instance, that ancient demon ancestor, who, millennia ago, fostered goodwill towards humanity, fought alongside numerous allies against the deities in that ascension battle, once proclaimed, "According to our ancient custom, should I perish first, you must swiftly consume my true form to replenish your powers and continue your ascent." It is hard to fathom that the ancestor of the demon race, who would later breach the Sword Qi Great Wall with half of the wildlands, is the very same who uttered those words a millennium ago. Boom! A thunderous sound jolted Ning Yuan from his reverie. A colossal golden claw, obscuring the sun, abruptly descended from the clouds, shattering numerous beams of radiant sword energy and forcefully breaking the barrier of the small realm of Osmanthus Island, leaving the crossing in ruins. The island trembled violently. With the barrier breached, countless flood dragons surged forth, ruthlessly attacking the passengers of the ferry. Madame Gue manifested in midair. Despite being a former deity and now a nascent soul, her combat prowess paled in comparison to a true Jade Purity realm cultivator, especially as she had only just broken through. Presently, her aura had significantly waned, and the lunar shadow behind her dimmed considerably. A massive dragon head emerged from the clouds, belonging to the Jade Purity realm elder dragon, which bellowed down at Madame Gue. "Madame Gue, breaking the rules warrants punishment. This is not my decree, but that of the scholars wielding their tablets. Today, I shall seize Osmanthus Island in accordance with the rules, even if later investigated by the Confucian saints. My Dragon Gorge will have justification. Do not resist. Remain in my Dragon Gorge for 5 centuries, and I shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, I will consume your true form and fashion your soul into a lantern, burning for 1,000 years beneath the depths of my Dragon Gorge." Madame Gue remained silent, her expression frigid. After sending a message to Gu Taitu, Ning Yuan summoned his sword and sped to her side. Their eyes met, and amidst Aunt Gue's confusion, Ning Yuan swiftly summoned the small realm of the outer heaven. With a mere thought, the mighty force of time began to unfold. The small realm was modest, merely a span of 10 feet, yet the shards of radiant light within were more dazzling than ever before, their numbers greater. The honing of the sword's edge during this period ensured that even the reverse-flowing flying sword had not stagnated. Madame Gue was momentarily struck with astonishment, as her wounds began to heal and her condition returned to its zenith. No, it should not merely be described as recovery, but rather as a reversal of time. The miraculous swordplay of this young Ning had the power to transcend the realms, manifesting the very essence of time. Initially, she was aware of the formidable lethality of Ning's life-bound sword, but was oblivious to its specific abilities. However, she was now genuinely astounded. She was not unfamiliar with the River of Time, as a great avenue of time had once manifested in the ancient heavenly court a millennium ago. This River of Time was the largest in existence, both above and below, its source being the pinnacle of the mountains. The time that cultivators halted through their spells was but a minuscule fraction of this grand current. Yet, the small realm of time that Ning had conjured, with its peculiar fluctuations of power, seemed to belong not to that river. It appeared as though a river of time, which ought not to exist in this world, had been transported from an unknown dimension, clashing with the fabric of this realm, creating its own temporal space. How astonishing! Who exactly was this Ning Yuan? Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient monster? Aunt Gue, do not ponder too much. I myself cannot comprehend it, he remarked with a grin after a few breaths, retracting his miraculous powers. A clever young lad, indeed, but alas, today is destined for calamity. At that moment, a colossal dragon emerged from the depths of the sea, soaring upward into the clouds, its massive golden claws obscuring the sky. Ning looked up and smiled. A dragon-slaying rod, several miles in length, suddenly appeared, shattering the golden claws with ease and surging toward the distant clouds. In an instant, a reluctant roar echoed from above. The rod, a divine instrument, vanished into the clouds, trailing along, shimmering white comet-like glow. Shortly thereafter, the enormous dragon plummeted into the South Sea, its pale golden blood raining down upon the earth. A small boat sped toward the scene, halting at the water's edge, where a middle-aged boatman waved his large sleeves. A golden talisman ascended into the air, gradually igniting and erupting in resplendent golden light. The man, shouldering a bamboo pole, stomped the bottom of the boat with fervor and bellowed, "What is this?" "The edict of the land submerging," a sage once said. "The lurking dragon lies in the abyss." As the 16-character incantation resonated throughout the vast dragon chasm, it was akin to a thunderclap, a bombardment of 1,000 bolts. Aside from the deceased dragon, the remaining 4 elder dragons soaring in the skies experienced a thunderous shockwave in their minds, plummeting into the sea. Over 1,000 water dragons encircling Osmanthus Island fell as if struck at their vital points, collapsing to the ground. The ancient dragons that had lain dormant in the ocean depths for countless years opened their enormous eyes, their massive bodies trembling in response. "Yes, we shall obey the decree." A middle-aged Taoist, busily setting up a fortune-telling stall a million miles away, awakened from a languid slumber, startled by a sudden sneeze. "How peculiar. Let me calculate," he mused. Chapter 61. A thought of Dragon Gate. The Taoist's visage belied his youth. One could easily mistake him for a young practitioner. The sudden sneeze left him puzzled, reminiscent of a previous occasion when a similar incident had brought him a life-saving message from the realm of Qingming. It was said that the upside-down mountain was destined to sink. At that time, I was merely setting up my stall, much like today, when I received the news and, albeit reluctantly, made my way to the South Sea. To my astonishment, it truly had sunk. Who was responsible for this calamity remains a mystery, even to him. Yet, he speculated it must have been one of the 13 realms sword immortals from the Sword Qi Great Wall. As for that venerable sword immortal, had he intended to take action against the upside-down mountain, he would have drawn his sword millennia ago, rather than waiting until now. Moreover, should the elder sword immortal have intervened, the sinking of the mountain would have been the least of its troubles. A sword strike from a pure sword cultivator of the 14th realm would likely have obliterated the mountain seal entirely. Since he could not discern the cause at that time, the young Taoist did not linger but journeyed northward back to the Liju Cave Heaven, continuing to shamelessly engage in his dubious endeavors. There were more pressing matters at hand, concerning his senior brother's grand path. The young Taoist wished to employ his profound abilities to investigate the source of this sneeze. Thus, he promptly packed away his fortune-telling stall, maneuvered his cart through several turns, and, upon finding himself alone, discreetly extended a finger from his sleeve to lightly touch the air. The space rippled, expanding like waves on water, and a scene gradually came into focus. The azure expanse of the South Sea appeared before him. His nameless disciple's celestial vessel, the Lady of Osmanthus from Osmanthus Island, and the Jiao Long Gorge were all present. However, a black-clad, white-haired youth, unnoticed by the young Taoist, sighed deeply upon sighting the celestial vessel. Pretending not to see, he waved his sleeve, causing the painting to shatter into countless fragments. Guqing Song's golden talisman possessed an extraordinarily high rank. To inscribe a symbol upon it required mastery in the talisman arts. Thus, it became evident that Guqing Song had indeed learned a considerable amount of genuine skill from Lu Chen, among the leading masters of Baiyujing. The Grandmaster had received teachings directly from the Dao ancestor and had long sought to eradicate the celestial demons beyond the realm. Years ago, he had transformed into the 3 Pure Ones and ventured into the realms of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, desiring to merge the fundamental teachings of the 3 schools and engage in discourse, living in the world yet remaining unperturbed by it, proclaiming, "The disputes of the 3 teachings reside within me alone." The second master, Yu Do, pioneered the swordsmanship of the Dao Gate, cultivating for 8 millennia without a single defeat. Humorously dubbed the most formidable by Liang, who claimed he was the most capable fighter, not truly, of course, for that title could only belong to the Elder Turtle. As for the third master, Lu Chun, he floated upon the sea, frolicking among mortals, his existence a carefree one. As he longed not for immortality, but for the whimsical companionship of lovebirds. The text spoke of it, yet the mountains did not harbor such sentiments. No matter how extensive the grand path, it could not accommodate Lu Chen's profound affections. In the realm of humanity, there were no grand affairs. Whenever Master Lu Chun presided over Baiyu Jing, he seldom involved himself in matters, truly embodying a carefree spirit. However, Lu Chen harbored a question that had troubled him for thousands of years, one to which no one could provide an answer. In this world, encompassing all beings and phenomena, was everything merely a dream of the one? It was this very question that propelled the resolute Lu Chun to ascend to the Qingming realm 5,000 years prior, where he sought the Grandmaster Ko Ming of Baiyu Jing for enlightenment. At first glance, Ko Ming was captivated. After accepting disciples on behalf of his master, he personally deduced 3 possible outcomes for his junior brother, leading to the concept of transforming into the 3 pure ones, thereby distinguishing the 3 revered saints of the Tao. This endeavor was not solely for his own enlightenment, but also in pursuit of answers for his younger disciple. All was ultimately directed towards this final answer, the return of Lu Chun to the vast realm of Haoran, arriving at the Li Zhu cave heaven where his elder brother had been reincarnated. To his astonishment, he encountered a Mr. Qi, who, through the integration of the 3 teachings, had engaged in a profound contest of Tao with his elder brother and had advanced even further along that path. For Lu Chun, it seemed that Mr. Qi and his elder brother should have mutually sharpened their skills on the path of the Tao, creating great waves of enlightenment. However, due to Lu Chun's selfish desire for the answer, he refrained from visiting him. Thus, the carefree Lu Chun, who usually frolicked through the world, set up a fortune-telling booth and began his calculations and deductions. Whether this was for his elder brother's Tao or for the answer in his heart, or perhaps both, remained a mystery to outsiders. But was he truly carefree? Ning Yuan had previously opened the upside-down mountain with his sword, which could be seen as the directive of the great Sword Immortal, yet now, his schemes against Gu Qing's song and the lineage of Lu Chen were, in truth, manifestations of his own heart. His strategic prowess may have been limited, but that did not equate to an inability or unwillingness to scheme. The capacity to act and the courage to act are 2 distinct matters. In this regard, Ning Yuan was indeed more carefree than Lu Chun, acting according to his will. The young scholar was not incapable of wielding the gentleman's sword, nor was Ning Yuan incapable of maneuvering against a practitioner of the 14 realms. The success of such schemes, however, remained an unknown variable. In terms of audacity, Ning Yuan dared to act even before those of the 14 realms. Of course, at present, he only possessed that audacity. When Lu Chen's 5 dreams and 7 hearts converge, the day he retrieves them all will mark his entry into the 15th realm. As for Ning Yuan, he harbors but a single dream, dreams of Haoran, dreams of the azure abyss, dreams of the wilderness, dreams of eternity, and dreams of the heavens and the earth. When I open my eyes, the world awakens. When I close them, I become Lu Chun. The youth stood steadfast at the broken ferry, unwavering as his heart manifested, a single thought propelling him into the Dragon Gate realm. Once the golden talisman appeared, accompanied by Gu Qingsong's fierce shout, the saint's command descended upon the dragon's abyss, causing the sea surface to plunge hundreds of fathoms. The high-altitude dragons fell weakly to the ground, while the ancient dragons hidden deep beneath the sea transformed into human forms. Appearing as elders or young men and women, one by one, they departed from their respective lairs, standing at the ocean floor, bowing respectfully to the golden talisman, their demeanor exceedingly reverent. Some, seemingly having faced punishment, immediately knelt in fear, trembling and too afraid to glance at the talisman, their dread emanating from their very souls. Younger water dragons, bewildered, imitated their elders after being reprimanded and also bowed to the golden talisman. Soon, an elder dragon with whiskers 3 zhang long emerged at the ferry's surface, sternly reprimanding the 4 juniors who had dared to attack Hohot Island, speaking in an ancient tongue that Ning Yuan could not comprehend. Nevertheless, the gravity of his expression conveyed a strictness that rendered the over 1,000 water dragons surrounding Hohot Island akin to errant children, slithering back into the sea. Ning Yuan observed all of this quietly, initially having no intention of speaking, but upon seeing the elder in golden robes, he turned to Madame Gui and stated, "Aunt Gui, this old mudfish must not be spared. I desire the dragon's bones and sinews for my soup." Lady Gui's lips twitched slightly. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to confront the elderly man in golden robes. However, Ning Yuan swiftly restrained her once more. There was no need for Aunt Gui to take action. The creature had already been subdued by the decree, akin to a serpent struck at its vital point, possessing neither strength nor will, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. I shall return shortly. With that, Ning Yuan unsheathed his sword and soared forth, determined to prevent the old dragon from diving into the depths of the sea, where it would be difficult to trace. He called out to Gu Taitu, "Hasten, summon the small realm and seal off this slippery eel's escape route." Ha! I have long harbored a distaste for it. Young Ning, this wretched creature is yours to handle. Gu Qingsong forcefully struck the bottom of the boat with his bamboo pole, as though traversing the very dimensions, arriving at the location of the golden-robed dragon. He casually set up a small realm around it. Ning Yuan flew directly into this domain, his eyes gleaming with greed as he beheld the golden-robed dragon. "Old eel, surrender. Remove that splendid scale armor you wear." The dragon stood motionless upon the ocean's surface, its spirit extinguished. This was the consequence of its strength being overwhelmed by the sacred decree and further compressed by Gu Qingsong's small realm. The latter, fearing that Ning Yuan might falter, had dealt the old dragon a blow as the realm expanded, one that penetrated its abdomen, shattering half of its golden core. Even if it were to be released afterward, the dragon would gradually lose all its power. Let us proceed. With its fate sealed, the dragon no longer harbored intentions of resistance, merely curling its lips into a cold smirk. Today, you disregard the rules of my dragon's abyss. One day, others will disregard yours. Thank you for the warning, Ning Yuan replied with a nod, his sword sweeping horizontally. To avoid damaging the golden-scaled armor, he aimed for the dragon's head. Chapter 62. A Journey Through Mountains and Waters. Page 4. The water dragon dissipated swiftly, in no time. The vicinity of Hohot Island bore no trace of it. The golden robe was the most valuable possession of the old dragon, boasting formidable defenses. Only cultivators at the golden core stage could barely mark its surface, truly a treasure. As Gu Qingsong spoke, his palm swept across, and the golden scale armor was stripped away, erasing the dragon's imprint. The scales floated before Ning Yuan, who hastily collected them, unable to suppress a grin. The decapitated old dragon reverted to its true form, stretching hundreds of feet long, gradually sinking into the South Sea. Ning Yuan, with a swift stroke, severed 2 golden whiskers. The golden armor and whiskers were among the dragon's most precious belongings. The armor was, in fact, its dragon scales, while the whiskers represented a rare celestial material, capable of crafting numerous magical artifacts. Yet, the old dragon was not devoid of other valuable items. Its vast length rendered it impossible for Ning Yuan to carry it all. What of the old dragon you slew? If my guess is correct, it was at the pinnacle of the 11th realm, possessing materials of immense value. Are you not considering claiming them? Ning Yuan inquired, glancing at a patch of pale golden sea, addressing Gu Qingsong. Gu Qingsong shook his head. Unlike you, I believe in leaving a path for retreat. The dragon's carcass shall be left for others to retrieve. Ning Yuan shrugged, indifferent. To him, killing one dragon was akin to slaying 100 or 1,000. It bore no weight on his conscience. His parents and ancestors were all sword cultivators of the sword Qi Great Wall, and each met their demise on the battleground or at the hands of the demon race. To put it in the vernacular of his homeland, a beast is a beast, regardless of its realm. From the perspective of humanity, if one were to feel pity for these dragon-like creatures, then why not extend the same sympathy to the herd of pigs awaiting slaughter? Is it because pork is deemed more delectable than dragon meat? The middle-aged boatman cast a glance toward the dock at Osmanthus Island and suddenly spoke with urgency. Young Ning, this matter has now come to fruition. How shall I proceed to the island? Ning Yuan, fondling the golden armor with great affection, casually replied. What else is there to do? Just greet my Aunt Gui, and that should suffice. As soon as the words left his lips, a waft of osmanthus fragrance enveloped them, and Madame Gui stepped into the small boat, positioning herself beside Ning Yuan. For all these years, Madame Gui had never set foot on this little vessel. Leaving Gu Qingsong astonished and nearly unsteady on his feet, his hands awkwardly at a loss, prompting him to bow respectfully to her. This was neither the Confucian gesture of greeting nor the traditional salute of a chivalrous wanderer. Instead, it was a comical homage, akin to a disciple of the Tao. Madame Gui's previously gentle demeanor turned markedly frosty as she frowned slightly and remarked, "You are not even a formal disciple of Lu Chun, and hailing from the Haoran world. Why do you presume to elevate yourself as a Taoist?" Had those words been spoken by anyone else, Gu Qingsong could have debated them for 3 days and nights. However, In the presence of Madame Gouet, he dared not retort. Even if she were mistaken, he would merely keep it in his heart. Recalling Ning's teachings, Gu Qingsong amended his gesture to a more respectful salute, acknowledging Madame Gouet's admonition. Madame Gouet's scoff deepened. How easily you change your stance at a mere word from another. Such a fickle disposition is no wonder that Lu III does not accept you. Perspiration dotted Gu Qingsong's forehead as he cast a pleading glance at Ning Yuan. Yet the latter ignored him, securing the golden armor and dragon whiskers before clasping Madame Gouet's arm, the two of them elegantly gliding back to the island. Gu Qingsong stood alone in the small boat, feeling lost and bewildered, cursing Ning Yuan in his mind. Finally mustering his courage, he anxiously approached the shore and stepped onto the island. No one reprimanded him, leaving the middle-aged boatman with a swirl of mixed emotions. Ning Yuan and Madame Gouet made their way to the summit residence on Osmanthus Island. At the entrance of the Gouet Vane courtyard, Madame Gouet hesitated momentarily before advising him. During this period, it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing out. The recent incident at the Dragon's Trench has seen you slay 13 individuals, which may stir considerable turmoil. Undoubtedly, some will come seeking you, both for good and ill. Of course, if you had already intended to do so, that is another matter. I merely remind you. Ning Yuan nodded, smiling. Aunt Gouet, rest assured, I will exercise discretion. On the surface, Aunt Gouet merely urged Ning Yuan to be cautious. Yet there was a deeper implication. As a venerated member of the Fan family and one of the overseers of Osmanthus Island, his interactions with others essentially represented both Osmanthus Island and the Fan family, a matter of great significance. However, there was little to worry about. Ning Yuan had never harbored such intentions. With the successful conclusion of the Dragon's Trench affair, only a month remained until Osmanthus Island would reach Old Dragon City. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head. Ning Yuan would undoubtedly miss this date. On the second day of the second month, he had only just arrived in the Old Dragon City. Even if he were to ride his sword to Liju Cave without pause, it would still be the end of February. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan inquired of Aunt Gouet whether the speed of Hohot Island could be increased to ensure their arrival in the Old Dragon City before February. The response was affirmative. The true form of Madame Gouet was that of an osmanthus tree, with roots sprawling across the entirety of Hohot Island, and her realm had reached the Yuanying stage, enabling her to travel with remarkable swiftness. As for the middle-aged boatman Gu Qingzong, Ning Yuan did not dwell on him. He had merely been a tool throughout this endeavor. Gu Qingzong's affection for Madame Gouet was a case of love at first sight, yet Ning Yuan was skeptical. Such instantaneous infatuation, he believed, was altogether contrived. Even if it were not a mere lustful desire, it stemmed from some deeper yearning. Unless their fates were destined to intertwine, or unless it involved karmic connections from their past lives. A great cultivator atop the mountain could draw forth a red thread linking souls, as was the case with his sister Ning Yao, who had unknowingly been tied to a red thread by old Lu during her journey to Liju Cave. This connection was also the reason she met Chen Qingdu. This exemplifies the formidable capabilities of great cultivators. Similarly, regarding today's incident in the Jialong Valley, a golden talisman, coupled with a 16-character incantation, was sufficient to instill fear in thousands of water dragons. Even without the presence of the sect leader Lu Chun, a talisman inscribed by one of his unnamed disciples could still command the respect of the dragon clan, compelling the ancestral figure of the Jialong Valley to emerge and drive away the water dragon lineage. Upon departing from the upside-down mountain, Ning Yuan had pondered whether he and Jiang Yun were also entwined by a red thread. If so, who might be the mysterious figure behind it? Ning Yuan could not fathom the answers. As night fell, accompanied by the celestial rivers beyond the skies, he, who had closed his eyes to dream of the Duke of Zhou, suddenly opened them. After stepping out of the house, he leaped onto the roof and took out a gourd to indulge in some wine. After several sips, he retrieved his brush and ink to inscribe the 4th page of his travelogue, the South Sea Jialong Valley. Just as he was writing something captivating, the young man abruptly turned his head. Soon, a graceful figure swooped in. This unexpected guest snatched Ning Yuan's gourd without hesitation and took a hearty swig. Ning Yuan feigned a pained expression, exclaiming, "Aunt Gouet, this wine is the forgetting worries wine from the yellow-grained blessed land. Each sip is worth 100 Guyu coins." Madame Gouet then revealed her true visage, her eyelashes fluttering, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and she laughed. "Setting aside whether this sip is worth 100 Guyu coins, how could a Moon Palace fairy drinking with you at midnight be a slight upon you?" Ning Yuan muttered, genuinely surprised that Madame Gui could be so audacious. A 1,000-year-old fairy, surely not just an ancient being of the celestial realm? Madame Gui ignored his remarks, reaching for the young man's travelogue and casually flipping through its pages. I can't comprehend this. What language is this? The elegant language of the sword Qi Great Wall, while different from the Haoran world, still shares the same essence. I, your Aunt Gui, have lived for so many years, yet I have never encountered such characters. At this point, a sudden shock coursed through Madame Gui's heart. Ning Yuan had never been to the Haoran world. Who had taught him these characters? As she contemplated the fateful sword that did not belong to this realm, Lady Gui was suddenly seized by an eerie chill. At that moment, Ning Yuan, with an unsettling smile upon his lips, addressed her. What do you think, old friend? In that instant, as Lady Gui gazed upon the youth so close before her, it felt as though she were shrouded in dense fog, separated by countless dimensions of time and space. Soon, they would embark towards Beipingzu. Did everyone wish to remedy the regrets of the original narrative? For instance, the bond between myself and Xiu and the connections among you and Sister Lanhua. Chapter 63. Born to know. A shiver coursed through Lady Gui's heart. Previously, she merely felt a sense of ambiguity regarding this youth, but now, it was as if she had never truly known him at all. The remarkable sword of Ning Xiaoji, which possessed its own flow of time, had already left her astounded in daylight. It was exceedingly extraordinary. In the vast expanse of the world, alongside the ancient celestial court situated in distant starry realms, the temporal rivers that cultivators could glimpse were, in essence, one and the same, the time river governed by the supreme deities within the heavenly court. Regardless of one's cultivation level, even the pinnacle practitioners of 14 or 15 could only perceive and halt time drawn from this singular flow, without exception. For millennia, there has existed but one river of time beneath the heavens. Yet, Ning Xiaoji's swordsmanship did not adhere to this norm. It created a unique microcosm of time, repelled by the greater cosmos, as if it originated from beyond the realms, flowing against the current. Coupled with the unfamiliar script before her, Lady Gui even began to suspect that this youth was not of this world. Her thoughts in this direction were entirely due to her reincarnation as a divine being, which rendered her intimately familiar with the nature of time, having lived through eons and witnessed countless phenomena. Ning Yuan had no intention of continuing to deceive her. He casually inquired, Aunt Gui, after the reincarnation of divine beings, can they attain natural immortality unless they are slain by others? Lady Gui's beautiful eyes flickered as she pondered for a moment before replying, not quite. The immortality of deities can only be achieved within the ancient celestial court. The heavenly court is the birthplace of all divine beings. Once a deity perishes, regardless of their location, their divine fragments will autonomously return to the celestial court. After a period, these fragments will merge and reconstruct a golden body. However, if they are in the lower realms and deprived of the court's sustenance over the years, their golden body will begin to show flaws, and their divine essence will gradually dissipate. If they do not return to the heavenly court, they will eventually disintegrate. Of course, even if not residing within the heavenly court, one could still cultivate and continuously break through their realms. Ning Yuan nodded, taking a sip of Huangliang wine. So, to be precise, regardless of where a deity dies, their divine fragments will ultimately return to the celestial court and be reborn? Aunt Gui's gaze deepened as she affirmed, indeed. This can be considered a form of immortality. As long as the divine essence is not obstructed from returning to the heavenly court, no deity truly dies. And the number of deities within the court remains eternally constant. But when a deity dies and then is reborn, are they still the same as before? Aunt Gui, do you still clearly remember your past life? Ning Yuan posed a crucial question concerning whether all deities possess innate knowledge. The esteemed figures of Lizhu Cave Heaven, such as the water deity Li Lu, were indeed born with such knowledge, retaining awareness of all events from their past and present lives. However, whether this capacity extended to other deities of lesser stature remained uncertain. As for the master of the sword path, the wielder of the blade, she is neither a reincarnation nor has she ever perished, thus the notion of innate knowledge does not apply. Take, for instance, the Lady Gui before us. After a prolonged silence, Lady Gui smiled and remarked, I do not recall much, it is rather hazy. She sipped copiously from the Huangliang wine of Ning Yuan, her delicate form quivering, her beauty indeed captivating. Since the ascendance of humanity and the collapse of the divine path, some deities chose to remain in the heavenly realm while others fell to the mortal plane, and I am among them. That young sage, the Holy One of Rights, established regulations and personally conversed with us old gods, offering assurances that as long as we adhered to the rules, the Confucian temple would not lay blame upon us. After traversing the vastness for millennia, I ultimately encountered some matters in the old dragon city with the Fan family, which resulted in this ferry boat, the Osmanthus Island. Now journeying across the seas, Ning Yuan smiled sincerely, assuring, "Rest assured, Aunt Gui, the transgression regarding the Jialong Gully lies solely with me, and it shall not reflect upon Osmanthus Island. Moreover, I believe the Confucian sages will not pursue accountability for this matter." Suddenly, Lady Gui shifted the topic, her gaze falling upon the small pond in the Gui Vane courtyard, inquiring, "Are you planning to rear this young Jialong?" A smile graced Ning Yuan's face as he nodded, "Indeed, I intend to." A glimmer of light flickered in Aunt Gui's beautiful eyes. This young Jialong, however, possesses a lineage that is far from pure, and even with arduous cultivation, it may only reach the 5th realm at most, let alone transform into a dragon. Ning Yuan continued to smile. "Thus, Aunt Gui, do you have any substantial treasures beneficial for a Jialong? Since I plan to rear it, I naturally wish to provide the best care." Lady Gui was taken aback, realizing that this lad had set his sights upon her, yet she simply shook her head and replied, "Not at the moment, but I can inform the Fan family. And should such treasures come into my possession in the future, I shall reserve them for you." Ning Yuan was elated, responding earnestly, "Then I sincerely thank Lady Gui." Reacting to his gratitude, Lady Gui affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. When Ning Yuan awoke from the rooftop, he found himself covered with a garment, the same one gifted by the young Lady Gui. Lady Gui had departed at an unknown hour during the night. After folding the garment, he returned it to Gui Ji and expressed his thanks. "Young master, would you care for breakfast?" Gui Ji inquired with a shy smile that had been absent for days. Ning Yuan glanced at the sky, noting that noon was approaching, and shook his head. "No need. Please have Gui Ji bring me lunch later." With a flicker of thought, he continued to temper the sword's edge within the dragon-slaying sword box. Stepping to the small pond in the courtyard, he peered down. The young Jialong was diminutive, approximately 4 or 5 feet in length, resembling a small serpent, adorned with delicate white scales, and featuring 2 protrusions upon its forehead. Upon Ning Yuan's arrival, the previously frolicking young Jialong recoiled in fright, retreating to the pond's bottom, for it instinctively understood that this human was the one who had ensnared it. The Dragon King basket that Gu Qing had bestowed upon Ning Yuan possessed 2 methods, confinement and execution. Ning Yuan employed the confinement incantation, drawing the young Jialong into the Dragon King basket. Had he issued a command for execution, it would have already been reduced to mere blood. The boy crouched down, his right hand emerging from his sleeve, channeling true energy to confine the young Jialong in his grasp, the creature trembling violently, its eyes wide with terror. "From now on, follow my path of cultivation. When I journey to the Lizhu Cave Heaven in the future, I shall procure some invaluable supplements for you, aiding your transformation." Subsequently, Ning Yuan gently returned it to the water, recalling a matter. Beneath the Dragon Whisker River in the Lizhu Cave Heaven lay a vast quantity of serpent gallstones. These gallstones were treasures for all water beings, coveted even by true dragons, such as the true dragon maiden beside Song Jisun. When I eventually visit the Lizhu Cave Heaven, I shall also gather some for myself. With a pouch of gold and copper coins gifted by a young Taoist, Ning Yuan possessed the entrance fee for the Lizhu Cave Heaven, though he was uncertain if there were any left. The young dragon seemed to comprehend Ning Yuan's words. Upon returning to the water, it did not curl up at the bottom of the pool, but instead raised its head above the surface, its eyes fixed intently upon him. After enjoying the meal sent by Gui Ji, Ning Yuan resumed his sword practice. It was said that after Gu Qing arrived on the island yesterday, he remained at the ferry dock, utilizing excellent materials to repair the dilapidated dock. He even constructed a humble abode near the entrance of Gui Palace, as Aunt Gui had instructed him to stay close to the dock. He was unfazed by this, cheerfully going about his days. His foul language diminished significantly, and it was rumored he had offered guidance to several ferry boatmen in their cultivation. During this time, several stewards were dispatched to invite Ning Yuan for a discussion, but he remained sequestered, unresponsive to their requests. Chapter 64. Approaching the Old Dragon City. After more than half a month, Madame Gui personally visited Ning Yuan to inform him that Hohot Island would soon reach the Old Dragon City by noon tomorrow. Ning Yuan responded with a smile, and after bidding farewell to Madame Gui, he continued his sword training, urging primordial energy to flow through the 18 energy chambers, nurturing his sword intent while stabilizing his newly attained Dragon Gate realm. Logically, Ning Yuan's ascension to the Dragon Gate should have been a smooth transition. Yet this realm represented the second major threshold for cultivators. Immersed within the abundant spiritual energy of the energy chambers, it coalesced into a vital essence. Surging upwards like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, success would lead to transformation into a dragon, while failure could result in grievous injuries. Should one fail to breach this barrier, the cultivator would regress back to the cave-dwelling realm, with a depleted Dantian akin to starting anew. A practitioner has only 3 opportunities in their lifetime to enter the Dragon Gate. If all 3 attempts fail, they remain forever stagnant in the cave-dwelling realm. This was Ning Yuan's second attempt at the Dragon Gate. His sister, Ning Yao, was currently at this same realm. It was not that little Yao's cultivation was insufficiently rapid. If she wished, she could achieve the Sword Immortal status within a few years, yet that would lead her astray from the true path. The eldest Sword Immortal had once held Ning Yao in high esteem, stating that given enough time, her sword intent, sword energy, and sword path would reach unparalleled heights, perhaps even unmatched by anyone before her. The Sword Energy Great Wall boasted many talented individuals, yet few regarded Ning Yao as a genius. What then of the other young prodigies? Are they to be deemed worthless? Genius merely stands in awe of this young woman's threshold. Therefore, little Yao exists in a realm of her own. Others may be labeled as geniuses, but none can claim she is one. She is simply herself. Ning Yao is Ning Yao. 2 meters away from the Jianlu in Ning Yuan, a phoenix tree has taken root in the ground, standing high, emanating a radiant glow. Cultivators meditate beneath its branches, benefiting from its tranquil energy. This is a fragment of the heartwood of the phoenix tree, originating from Du Yan's artifact. Originally, it would have taken Ning Yuan considerable time to unlock this artifact, but after ascending to the Dragon Gate realm, he finally dissipated the imprint of the gold core cultivator. In total, there are over 800 Guyu coins, a piece of heartwood from the phoenix tree of the Phoenix Cave, and a dozen celestial treasures. Truly, the Tongya sect, being the most powerful and affluent force in Tongya continent, has a steady stream of wealth flowing from their possession of the Phoenix Cave. It was only due to Du Yan's substantial expenditure of Guyu coins to repair that sword boat before his demise. Otherwise, the artifact would likely have contained thousands of Guyu coins. However, the coins are secondary. The heartwood itself holds immense value, rivaling that of the offensive sword boat, alongside a number of treasures from the mountain, making the total worth incalculable. Engaging in murder and plunder indeed proves to be the swiftest route to wealth, as one merely needs to take another's lifetime earnings into their own possession. In the upheaval at Jialong Gorge, Ning Yuan had slain 13 cultivators, and their wealth was left to Osmanthus Island, which correspondingly inherited the ensuing consequences. It is said that Lady Gui has been overwhelmed lately, employing substantial manpower and resources to appease numerous passengers, diligently investigating the identities of the 13 slain individuals and managing subsequent affairs. While Ning Yuan could simply leave Old Dragon City without a trace, the Fan family and Osmanthus Island cannot escape their responsibilities. The Fan family, known for their impeccable reputation, must spend to rectify the chaos. Yet, Aunt Gui has never expressed resentment towards Ning Yuan, merely advising him to venture out less and stir up trouble. This young man from the Sword Qi Great Wall, during his less than 2 months in Old Dragon City, has caused increasingly significant incidents, compelling Osmanthus Island to follow his lead. Fortunately, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. No news has surfaced from the Tongya sect, and Lady Gui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Gu Qingzong is stationed at Osmanthus Island, relying on outsiders never brings complete peace of mind. During Gu Qingzong's few days on the island, he was in high spirits. But as nearly a month passed without a visit from the young lad, and even Lady Gui had not shown herself, he reverted to a state of perpetual gloom, as if someone had stolen his wife. The following day, as time passed, the outline of Old Dragon City became visible from afar. Ning Yuan had arrived early at the summit of Osmanthus Island, leaping onto a branch of Osmanthus to gaze intently. When the young man first arrived in this realm, he beheld the Sword Qi Great Wall, which was lofty and extensive, lacking any semblance of grandeur, appearing rather dilapidated after a millennium of conflict. How could the Great Wall remain unscathed after such a long time? Upon crossing the mirror to enter the vast world of Haoran, he witnessed the upside-down mountain. Marveling at the world's largest mountain character, majestic and awe-inspiring, with peaks pointing towards the waters of the South Sea. He then boarded the mountain ferry, traveling north from the South Sea, passing through Jiaolong Gorge, navigating between the two sword-holding statues of the Rain Dragon sect, taking in the 10 scenic views along the way, and indulging in the breathtaking sights of both the South Sea and East Sea. Although I have encountered several breathtaking landscapes renowned across the world, my heart still trembles with awe upon witnessing the shores of the South Sea at Beipingzu. The old dragon city may not boast the towering heights of the Sword Qi Great Wall, nor possess the majestic grandeur of the upside-down mountain, and it certainly lacks the vast azure expanse of the South Sea. However, it stands as the most vibrant place I have encountered thus far. At the immense dock adjacent to the seaside, a multitude of vessels, both grand and modest, lie anchored, while throngs of pedestrians, predominantly unrefined mortals, bustle about on the shore. A thought crossed Ning Yuan's mind, one that is not a secret, as many cultivators on the mountains are aware. It is said that 3,000 years ago, the last true dragon in the world was pursued by formidable cultivators. After fleeing from the central divine continent, it chose to land at the southernmost tip of Beipingzu's old dragon city. During its flight, it sustained grave injuries, crashing into the earth, and with sheer brute strength, it carved out a dragon path. Ultimately, it was compelled to break through the soil and ascend, driven northward by a powerful cultivator employing mountain pressing techniques. When it finally reached the vicinity of the current Lizhu Cave Heaven, the dragon was on the brink of death, unable to escape, and thus met its demise. In the end, several mountaintop cultivators utilized supreme secret arts to forge the Lizhu Cave Heaven, transforming it into a luminous pearl suspended above Beipingzu. Since the dragon's essence influenced that place, it has nurtured countless treasures over the past 3 millennia, drawing cultivators from the mountains to seize opportunities. As Ning Yuan drew nearer, the scene became increasingly vivid. Above Old Dragon City, a sea of clouds appeared akin to a celestial realm, intermittently illuminated by ethereal lights. This lofty cloud sea serves as a dragon ascension platform, yet it is still in its nascent stages, awaiting the day when a true dragon shall ascend from this very place. Hohhot Island chose not to anchor near the Old Dragon City dock, as Madame Gouet mentioned that the island is vast, hovering several miles away from the city, with ferry passengers either riding the winds to shore or taking small boats from Hohhot Island to Old Dragon City. Ning Yuan first returned to the Gouet My courtyard. The young dragon could not fit into a small item, so he entrusted Miss Gouet to procure a common fish basket for him to carry on his back. Not intending to ride his sword to Old Dragon City, Ning Yuan decided to accompany Aunt Gouet on a small boat to the shore. On his way to the Hohhot Island dock, he encountered a woman coming towards him. She bore an unremarkable appearance, clad in damp cloth, her gaze fixed anxiously upon him. With a mere glance, Ning Yuan understood her intentions. Without uttering a word, he removed the fish basket from his back and released the writhing young dragon. As soon as the young dragon was freed from the basket, the woman hurriedly embraced it, her face radiating affection. Unable to transform, the young dragon coiled around her neck, emitting soft sounds that seemed to converse with her in a language of water. Observing this scene, Ning Yuan was suddenly overcome with a sense of guilt. He had previously plotted against Gu Qingsong and even schemed against the Dragon Channel without such feelings of remorse. Yet, now he felt a weight upon his conscience. Reluctant to linger, as if caught in an act of theft, he resolved to depart. After taking a few steps, the woman hastily pursued him. She returned the young dragon to the fish basket, offering it back to Ning Yuan, who noticed the young dragon peeking out, its head resting on the edge of the basket. Gazing at her, then glancing back at him. Seemingly perceiving Ning Yuan's confusion and guilt, the woman, with tears welling in her eyes, gently spoke, "Mr. Ning, there is no need for you to feel remorse. It is a tremendous blessing for my child to accompany you on your journey of cultivation. I must confess, it is also my selfish desire that you could guide her to the shore. I do not expect you to invest all your efforts in her upbringing. It suffices that, when she matures, she can serve as a guardian." Ning Yuan tightened the delicate cord of the fish basket slung over his shoulder. After listening to the woman's heartfelt words, he turned and boarded the small boat bound for Old Dragon City. The young dragon, being female and of humble bloodline, would ultimately become a mere plaything of the elder dragon upon reaching maturity. This was an inescapable fate, much like that of her mother. Ultimately, dragons are but creatures of the mountains and marshes, their nature akin to that of animals. Those with impure bloodlines hold no standing. Male water dragons often fall prey to their kin, while females are relegated solely to the purpose of reproduction. Ordinarily, this would not be troubling. as such has been the cycle for generations. However, this woman, having lived a longer life and having learned some wisdom through her experiences, harbored different aspirations for her child. She wished for her daughter to rise above the fate of merely satisfying the elder dragoness depravity. She dreaded the thought of them sharing a husband, ultimately facing a fate where, in their waning years, one might devour the other. Throughout her journey with Hohot Island, sensing her daughter's steady aura, she refrained from seeking immediate rescue until they reached Old Dragon City. Only moments ago, her daughter had joyfully recounted the events of their journey. The woman's resolve shifted, entrusting her daughter to Mr. Ning. Chapter 65. Old Dragon City for thousands of years. A saying has circulated in Dongbaping Prefecture. To the north lies the Emperor of Flowing Waters, while to the south resides the ironclad Fu family. The Fu family stands as the most formidable force in Old Dragon City, boasting several Yuan Earth immortals within their ranks, alongside immense wealth, including numerous treasures of semi-immortal rank. Moreover, the cloud sea that Ning Yuan had glimpsed above Old Dragon City was, in fact, a fine semi-immortal artifact. There are distinctions among semi-immortal artifacts. Ning Yuan's travel sword is primarily a weapon of death, while that cloud sea resembles a small realm of its own. The Fu family has poured considerable resources into divine endeavors over the millennia, endowing this semi-immortal artifact with a degree of sentience. In terms of utility, the travel sword pales in comparison. The Yuan cultivators of the Fu family, stationed amidst this cloud sea, effectively function as half of the Jade Purity realm, illustrating the formidable nature of this artifact. Within Old Dragon City, the Fu family holds royal status, and the city lord has always been a member of their lineage. As the small boat neared the ferry of Old Dragon City, Ning Yuan sensed unusual movements from the dragonling behind him. He swiftly recalled the creature, removing the fish basket to cradle it in front of him. He bore a dragon-slaying sword case upon his back, a formidable restraint against the mountain and marsh creatures, exuding an aura that could terrify the young dragon. However, this posed a dilemma. Ning Yuan was unable to refine the dragon-slaying sword case, rendering it impossible to store it within his spatial confines. Thus it remained strapped to his back, alongside the young dragon. This resulted in a rather comical sight, a youth with a sword case on his back and a fish basket in his arms. Guizhi, witnessing this amusing spectacle, chuckled and said, "Young master, why not entrust the fish basket to me? Until you depart from Old Dragon City, I shall serve as your maid." "Thank you, Miss Guizhi." On the small boat, there were 4 individuals. Gu Qingsong, having not seen Lady Gui for quite some time, was incessantly chattering in her ear. His words, neither particularly pleasing nor truly unpleasant, were, in any case, unwelcome to Lady Gui. Most women in this world prefer those who can articulate their thoughts with charm. It is only natural that Gu Qingsong, being a rather dull man, does not inspire much affection. Upon disembarking, Lady Gui suddenly placed her hand on Ning Yuan's head and said, "If there is no urgency, let us stay in Old Dragon City for a few days. Today, I shall attend to matters on Hohot Island, and tomorrow, we will host a grand banquet at the Fan residence. Your position as a guest elder at the Fan family is, after all, merely a promise made by Aunt Gui. It is necessary to make an acquaintance with some of the elder members of the Fan family." Ning Yuan nodded, not pondering too deeply on her words. Gu Qingsong leaned closer, eager, "What about me? Am I not also a guest elder of the Fan family? Why does Lady Gui not mention me?" Lady Gui flicked her hair aside. "You are merely a guest elder, not a guest elder of honor. Your status is a tier below my nephew." Ning Yuan could not help but chuckle as he linked arms with Aunt Gui, making their way to Old Dragon City, while young Miss Guizhi trailed behind with a fish basket, leaving Gu Qingsong looking utterly dejected. Ning Yuan was genuinely curious as to why Lady Gui held such disdain for Gu Tai too, as he merely harbored feelings for her without committing any wrongdoing. Could it truly be that love between men and women is the most illogical of matters? Having journeyed from the wilds to Haoran, traversing half of the Haoran realm from south to north, his initial eagerness to reach Liju's Hongtian had suddenly diminished. Thus, at a ferry station, he hired a carriage, indeed, the finest and most expensive kind, drawn by 8 tall steeds, pulling an antique-style carriage. He paid 8 small summer coins, offering a Guyu coin, insisting there was no need for change, presenting himself as quite the nouveau riche. This was a display befitting a young master embarking on a journey. Surprisingly, the coachman was not a burly man but rather a young maiden, clad in a fitted white outfit, her hair neatly pinned up, exuding a sense of competence. Lady Guo and Miss Guo Ji boarded the carriage, and as two ladies settled within, Ning Yuan hesitated to intrude. The young maiden suggested that the employer might enjoy riding on the horse's back, promising to share insights into the local culture along the 100-mile journey to Old Dragon City. Traditionally, whenever returning from Hohot Island, members of the Fan family would greet them. Yet, this time, Lady Guo had expedited their journey significantly, arriving nearly 20 days ahead of the usual 2.5 months. Naturally, no one from the Fan family awaited their arrival, with several stewards on the island managing subsequent affairs. Lady Guo accompanied Ning Yuan to the Fan residence in Old Dragon City. As the carriage leisurely departed from the ferry, it traversed a main thoroughfare towards Old Dragon City. The young maiden, unreserved and unabashed, enthusiastically introduced Ning Yuan to the various shops lining the street, detailing the culinary delights available and the most reasonably priced elixirs from the celestial merchants. She even mischievously winked at Ning Yuan, whispering about the location of a particular brothel. Ning Yuan had always been the one with a thick skin, thus maintaining an expressionless demeanor. However, he found himself intrigued by the young carriage driver. Though still in her youth, she possessed an unusual temperament. I grew up at the ferry of Old Longcheng, where my family has engaged in the carriage business for generations. The very inn we just passed was established by my father. The girl spoke incessantly, pausing only to gulp down water when weariness set in, while a bag filled with large pancakes hung from the horse's side, which she would occasionally grab to take a bite. It is often said that family wealth is inherited only by sons, and with two brothers, my father declared that the inheritance would be divided between them, insisting that I marry once I turned 15. Naturally, I vehemently opposed this notion, leading to a fierce argument with my father. We made a wager, from the start of spring until the end of the year. Whichever of the three of us earned the most celestial coins would inherit the management of the inn. As she recounted this, the girl beamed with delight, adding, "My father is indeed biased toward sons. Most of the business at the inn is handled by my brothers. Now that it's nearly February, I've only managed to earn a few snowflake coins. Thankfully, I encountered you today, and suddenly I've gained a grain of Guyu coin." Ning Yuan remained silent, relishing the mundane chatter, yet upon reflection, he realized that her candidness with a stranger revealed a lack of business acumen. Nevertheless, the path one chooses is theirs alone, and one must forge ahead without concern for the destination. Gu Qingsong sat closest to the carriage, occasionally teasing Madame Guo, while the carriage interior remained eerily quiet. Once they departed from the bustling ferry, the young girl suddenly urged her horse into a swift gallop towards the southern gate of Old Longqing. Ning Yuan, seated atop the horse, took occasional sips from the gourd of wine at his waist. The girl, quite perceptive, discreetly glanced back at him before quickly turning away, committing his drinking posture to memory. Suddenly, she erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Young sir, you are rather handsome. Unlike the man my father has chosen for me, 10 years my senior. Portly and unpleasant to behold. I refuse to marry him. If I must marry, it shall be someone like you." Her unabashed remarks were taken lightly by Ning Yuan, who savored his wine in small sips, gazing at the bustling crowd and the shops lining the streets, his thoughts drifting far away. At some point, he had become a small drunkard. It seemed that ever since he departed from the upside-down mountain, he had taken to drinking. After that day atop Osmanthus Island, where he searched in vain for the woman in green, a lingering sorrow had settled in his heart whenever his thoughts wandered. Over time, drinking became his sole remedy for boredom. Now, only 2 jars of Huangliang wine remained. Huangliang wine, also known as the Forgetting Worries wine, originates from the land of Huangliang. It is not truly a wine for forgetting worries. Its value lies in its ability to cleanse the impurities from a cultivator's realm. Just as some cultivators rely on resources to break through, their foundations unstable and tainted, consuming this wine can wash away those impurities. It is said that those fortunate enough to drink several jars of Forgetting Worries wine, even cultivators at the 5th realm, can emerge with a pure and unblemished physique. The youth was on the cusp of such a realm, with 18 energy chambers within him as stable as a mountain, and his vital energy as pure as silk. Not only is it a matter of inherent strength, but this transformation is also reflected in his appearance. Ning Yuan, already possessing striking features, is indeed the offspring of the same mother as Ning Yao. Now, when placed among the crowd, he becomes even more conspicuous. However, what captures the attention most is his head of silver hair. This unique trait emerged during a near-fatal encounter when he unsheathed his sword at the upside-down mountain. Initially, Ning Yuan believed that once he broke through to a higher realm, his silver hair would revert to black. Yet, contrary to his expectations, no such change occurred even after reaching the Dragon Gate realm. Before long, amidst the incessant chatter of the young girl, the carriage approached the outer city of Old Dragon City. Although Ning Yuan had previously seen the Sword Qi Great Wall, Old Dragon City, towering as it was, seemed merely a humble abode in comparison. As the carriage reached the city gate, the guards halted them, but upon Lady Gue revealing herself by lifting the carriage curtain, they promptly allowed them passage, not daring to be negligent. Having entered the outer city for only a short while, Ning Yuan suddenly instructed the girl to remain in place while he dismounted and walked towards a nearby street. The companions in the carriage were left puzzled by his intentions, and Lady Gue appeared contemplative. The young man retrieved a book from his bosom, which Lady Gue recognized as the travelogue of landscapes. The establishment he approached was the Flying Sword Message Pavilion. Chapter 66, Flying Sword Messaging. Where the heart finds peace, Ning Yuan experienced a surge of curiosity upon his first encounter with the Flying Sword Message Pavilion. While there were carriages delivering messages from the foot of the mountain, there were also dedicated flying swords for communication among the cultivators above. However, these flying swords were not the life-bound swords of sword cultivators. Rather, they were specially crafted message swords nurtured with divine currency. This practice dates back 8,000 years to the Mo family, one of the schools of thought, whose adept practitioners traversed the realm, establishing routes for flying swords and creating diminutive swords from unique materials. These swords were placed in sword chambers and nurtured with divine currency, each inscribed with formations and possessing their own pathways, enabling them to traverse great distances to deliver messages across continents. Ning Yuan first procured brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone from nearby and settled in a corner to sit on the ground. He opened the travelogue and began to transcribe from the first page, continuing until the fourth. After completing the pages on the Sword Qi Great Wall, the Upside-Down Mountain, transcontinental travels, and the South Sea Dragon Gorge, he felt a stir of inspiration and proceeded to write a fifth page. This fifth page, however, did not depict Old Dragon City, but rather contained thoughts he wished to express. Ning Yuan wrote diligently, and upon penning certain sentiments, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly crossed them out to rewrite them. Concerned that Lady Gue might grow weary of waiting, he hastily concluded his writings. After affixing a seal to the end of his letter, he made his way to the sword chamber, where the flying swords destined for the South Posa Island were housed. The steward regarded Ning Yuan with a discerning eye, recognizing the young man's extraordinary background, and spoke with greater courtesy. "Young hero, are you sending a message to South Posa Island?" Ning Yuan nodded, replying, "To the Bailu Academy of South Posa Island." The steward was astonished. It was a rarity for anyone to send messages via flying sword to that region throughout the year, especially to the Bailu Academy, one of the 72 academies. The steward retrieved a diminutive message tube and handed it to Ning Yuan, who carefully rolled his letter and placed it within, returning it to the steward. In the letter tube, the location was inscribed, and Ning Yuan once again mentioned Jiang Yun's name. The steward meticulously recorded it all, ultimately retrieving a 2-foot-long flying sword, which he suspended from the golden thread of the compact letter tube. Ning Yuan exchanged 3 Guyu coins, witnessing firsthand as the steward performed a hand gesture, sending the flying sword soaring through the air to deliver the message before departing from the sword transmission pavilion. According to the steward, although Ninposa Island lay over 1,000,000 miles away, the flying sword could reach its destination within half a month, surpassing the speed of many nascent soul sword cultivators. This remarkable efficiency stemmed from the efforts of predecessors, who, after receiving the blessings of the Sage of Rites, personally charted the vast layers of clouds in Haoran, skillfully avoiding numerous dangers above the clouds and establishing an intricate network of flying sword pathways. Thus, the flying sword communicated along this route, achieving a speed that was astonishing, matched only by a select few cultivators of the fifth realm. This route was regarded as a stringent regulation of the mountain. Any cultivator embarking on a distant journey by air was required to circumvent the flying sword pathways. Should any clandestine sabotage occur, the Confucian Temple would promptly hold them accountable, not waiting for the Mo family to respond. Without such regulations, who would dare utilize the flying sword for communication? On Hohot Island, there were no transmission sword houses, and most mountain ferry boats lacked them, as the constant back and forth made communication a challenging endeavor. After leaving the sword house, Ning Yuan's carriage resumed its journey. During this time, no other incidents transpired. Upon crossing from the outer city into the inner city, he He soon arrived at the grand gates of the Fan family estate. Thank you for taking care of my business today, young master. If you wish to explore the old dragon city again, do come find me. The young girl raised her arm, smiling as she waved goodbye to Ning Yuan before turning the carriage around to pursue her next deal. The steward at the entrance respectfully welcomed Madame Gouet, stating that he would promptly inform the master of the house. Madame Gouet then led Ning Yuan to a charming courtyard. Ning boy, you shall stay here for a few days. Once I finish my affairs, I shall come to find you. She turned to the young girl beside her and instructed, Gouet-ji, you will continue to attend to Ning boy during these days. Gouet-ji nodded with a smile, seemingly quite pleased. Along the way, she held a fish basket, silently reaching in to play with the young dragon inside. Ning Yuan placed the dragon slayer's sword box on the stone table, glancing at Gouet-ji, who was squatting on the ground, frolicking with the young dragon. Gouet-ji, could you tell me about Old Dragon City? With a smile still adorning her face, Gouet-ji turned to Ning Yuan and asked, Mr. Ning, what aspects would you like to hear about? If you wish to know everything, we might be talking until dawn. It seemed that at some point, Gouet-ji had begun to refer to Ning Yuan as Mr. Ning. After departing from the Sword Qi Great Wall, many individuals he encountered had also addressed him with the title of Mr. Despite being a rugged man, even though Jiang Yun had taught him the Haoran official language, he spoke it rather clumsily, not to mention his lack of formal education. Throughout his life, Ning Yuan had never read any classic texts, so whenever someone called him Mr., he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Approaching the fish basket, he looked at the young dragon peeking out and, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, inquired, I am considering purchasing a shop in the inner city. Do you know what the prices are like? I never intended to acquire a grand establishment, nor do I have specific requirements for its location. I seek merely the most secluded type. How much would it cost in Guyu coins? Gouet-ji was taken aback, puzzled as to why Ning Yuan wished to purchase a shop in such a remote area. If his aim was to amass wealth, why choose an out-of-the-way location? However, after some contemplation, she responded earnestly. Although the old dragon city spans a vast area, even the outer city is worth its weight in gold. Gouet-ji wasn't entirely informed. But typically, properties in the inner city would not be priced below 200 Guyu coins. So inexpensive? Ning Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Gouet-ji widened her eyes in disbelief, considering that this was deemed cheap. After reflecting, she understood. A gentleman like Mr. Ning, hailing from the Sword Qi Great Wall, surely lacked for nothing. She was unaware that while the Sword Qi Great Wall is a sanctuary for sword cultivators, it is also notoriously impoverished. It was Ning Yuan alone who had wealth. For Ning Yuan, who had just arrived in the vast realm of righteousness, 200 coins indeed felt exorbitant, especially when he had only received a mere 20 coins from his elders. However, his situation had transformed dramatically with the generosity of Jiang Yun and Du Yan. His holdings exceeded 1,000 Guyu coins, surpassing even many small clans in wealth. In any realm, the disparity between wealth and poverty is vast. Previously at a dock, Ning Yuan inquired at several stalls. A fist-sized meat bun, exuding an enticing aroma, burst with juices upon the first bite, yet even in Old Dragon City, it was priced at merely 5 coins. According to a young girl who drove a cart, her lifelong dream was to purchase a shop in the outer city. It seemed that with a few affluent patrons like Ning Yuan, she could quickly reach her goal. However, since she first mounted a horse at 8, she had only encountered Ning Yuan, a sudden windfall. Most of her earnings came in the form of small coins, accumulating only a few each day. Gathering dozens or hundreds of Guyu coins seemed a distant dream. Any unforeseen calamity could wipe it all away. Ning Yuan did not intend to operate a business for profit. He was merely reminded of a forthcoming event when a man, originally tasked with guarding a gate, would arrive in Old Dragon City and open a shop in the inner city. Of course, this was only one of many reasons. The youth roamed far and wide, seldom finding solace, with the Sword Qi Great Wall being one such refuge. Yet, it too would inevitably fall. Thus, Ning Yuan's desire to purchase a shop represented a desire for a foothold, even if he were to travel far and remain absent for years. The mere thought of having a small establishment in this vast realm of righteousness would bring him considerable peace. For instance, whenever Ning Yuan thought of the Li Zhu Cave Heaven, his first inclination was to envision purchasing a mountain there to build a bamboo house and establish a celestial residence. The same sentiment applied to the Gui Mai courtyard. Moreover, the recently departed message-carrying flying sword also served as a reservoir for a fragment of Ning Yuan's tranquility. The youth, akin to his fateful flying sword, felt the rejection of the vast universe. Despite his grounded journey, moments of solitude often engulfed him in bewilderment. It was only when he encountered certain events or individuals that he truly felt his existence in this world. Every action he undertook appeared trivial, even foolish, in the eyes of outsiders. Yet, for him, each deed held profound significance, a mosaic of experiences that propelled him forward like a guiding beacon. A few minor characters shall be introduced, aptly named a lump. Chapter 67. The muddy streets. Guizhi departed from the small courtyard, claiming she needed to inform Aunt Gui about Ning Yuan's intention to purchase a property, her hurried demeanor tinged with a hint of joy. Would Mr. Ning's acquisition of a shop in the Old Dragon City mean he would stay here? Even if he did not frequently reside in the Old Dragon City, at least there would be a shop bearing his name, suggesting he would eventually return. The dusk was still some time away, and Ning Yuan was diligently practicing sword stances at the Gui Mai courtyard. Indeed, this small courtyard, known as Gui Mai, was constructed in the style of the pavilions and towers found on Osmanthus Island, reflecting the architecture of the Fan family's numerous residences. Madame Gui was not merely a guest elder of the Fan family. Her influence was nearly equivalent to that of the family head. Before long, Guizhi returned. But she was not accompanied by Madame Gui. Instead, a chubby boy trailed behind her, peering furtively around the courtyard entrance. The young lady hastily approached Ning Yuan, ready to introduce the boy, but he waved his hand, a warm smile gracing his face. You are the young master of the Fan family, are you not? Guizhi was taken aback, wondering how Mr. Ning seemed to possess such vast knowledge. Had she not served him for nearly 2 months without ever sharing such details? Ning Yuan ceased his practice and took a seat on a stone bench, tapping the table lightly as he addressed the boy who had just entered. You must be Fan Heir. Come, have a seat. The boy, named Fan Heir, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having heard from Guizhi about Mr. Ning, he had anticipated meeting an elderly sage capable of saving Osmanthus Island from peril, perhaps a venerable figure of the nascent Soul Realm. However, he was met with a peer who seemed even younger than himself. In truth, Ning Yuan was merely 13 years old. Even the current Chen Ping and was a year older. Years of martial arts training had rendered Ning Yuan taller than his contemporaries, though his youthful visage easily betrayed his age. Yet, the most striking aspect was his silver hair. Fan Heir scratched his head as he approached the stone table, but hesitated to sit, forcing a smile. Mr. Ning, I am Fan Heir, though this is not my nickname. I am simply the second child in my family, hence the name given by my parents. As he spoke of his name, Fan Heir's face reddened. He felt it odd to converse in such a manner before a youthful boy. Ning Yuan's smile broadened. I am aware, and I also know you are the youngest, with an elder sister named Fan Junmao. Does Mr. Ning know my sister? Fan Heir gasped softly. Ning Yuan shook his head, gesturing for him to take a seat once more. I do not know her personally. I have merely heard of her unparalleled beauty. Guizhi, standing behind Ning Yuan, could not help but roll her eyes. She had discerned that Mr. Ning had likely resumed his art of persuasion. Although Fan Junmao was indeed beautiful, Mr. Ning would never openly comment on a woman's appearance in his usual demeanor. Fan Heir, shedding her earlier reluctance, sat across from Ning Yuan and, upon hearing this, broke into a smile that revealed her dimples. Mr. Ning, if we are merely discussing looks, my sister is undoubtedly one of the finest beauties in the Old Dragon City. Ning Yuan responded with a nonchalant and casually remarked, however, aside from her beauty, your sister's temperament is rather standoffish, is it not? Fan Heir hurriedly produced a flask of osmanthus wine from her waist, offering it to Ning Yuan. How does Mr. Ning know such things? Aren't you visiting Old Dragon City for the first time? Ning Yuan accepted the flask, recognizing it as the finest osmanthus wine, the exquisite vessel alone worth 5 snowflake coins. After taking a sip, he shook his head, choosing not to pursue that topic further. Since Madame Gui is not here, does that mean I can entrust the matter of purchasing a shop to you? Fan Heir suddenly patted her chest twice, exclaiming, Mr. Ning, Aunt Gui personally instructed me that if I assist you in this transaction, I shall accompany her on the next sea voyage. After saying this, the chubby lad swiftly unfurled a sheet of rice paper on the table, revealing a multitude of architectural sketches densely packed together. Ning Yuan glanced over and noted 3 streets depicted. Mr. Ning, these 3 streets belong to our Fan family. Shunsui Street is the most bustling, frequented by wealthy merchants. I recommend this one. Yuegui Street is slightly less prosperous, built under Aunt Gui's direct orders, but in recent years, its shops have been thriving remarkably. Ning Yuan shifted his gaze from the 2 streets to the last one. I prefer tranquility, This muddy street will suffice. Fan Heir's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Mr. Ning is financially constrained, fearing he cannot afford the thriving locations of Shunsui Street and Yuegui Street? She quickly waved her hands. Mr. Ning, it is but a single shop. I can still make decisions. Just speak up, and you need not spend a single snowflake coin. In a hushed tone, she added, You are now a revered guest of our Fan family, and Aunt Gui has informed me you are also a sword cultivator. Our Fan family has never had a sword cultivator before. Ning Yuan paid no heed to her words, pointing to a corner of the muddy street. This one will do. I find it quite agreeable. The once enthusiastic young man from the Fan family returned home with his head hung low. He had begun to perceive Mr. Ning as a venerable immortal who had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. If he were of the same age, how could their conversation be so dull? Among the aged immortals atop the mountain, many possessed the art of maintaining their youth or even reversing their age. Mr. Ning was likely one of them. Carrying a hefty bag of celestial coins, Fan Heir sighed. Previously, she had boasted before Aunt Gui. Yet not only had she failed to persuade Ning Yuan to accept a shop on Shunsui or Yuegui Street, but she had also sold him the most desolate shop on the muddy street. Regardless of how Fan Heir attempted to excuse herself, Ning Yuan still entrusted her with 200 Guyu coins. If that was insufficient, the Fan family could deduct it from his offerings. Gui my courtyard. Guiji soon brought dinner, reportedly prepared by the young lady herself. Aware that Ning Yuan had grown accustomed to the taste of the sea on Guihua Island, she had prepared only mountain delicacies. Having served Ning Yuan for quite some time, Guiji was well aware of his preferences, ensuring that each meal included a dish of chili sauce. Guiji, sit down and join me, Ning Yuan suddenly said. The young lady quickly replied, Sir, you mustn't. I know you have never regarded me as a servant, but this is the rule of the Fan family, and it is the etiquette that Aunt Gui has taught me since childhood. I dare not overstep. Ning Yuan spoke again, his tone firm. Sit down. The young lady, taken aback by Ning Yuan's demeanor, dared not utter another word. After adjusting her skirt, she seated herself opposite him, hands nervously clutching the hem, her head bowed in silence. Taking a sip of the osmanthus wine, Ning Yuan smiled and said, I have a humble request that I hope you will consider. Guiji's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and biting her lip, she replied, Please speak, sir. Whatever it is, I shall comply. Does Miss Gui wish to continue her role as the Osmanthus Maiden? If you grow weary of it, I would like to redeem you. Chapter 68. The Pastry Shop. Guiji looked up at Ning Yuan in bewilderment, only to hurriedly lower her gaze again, her embarrassment almost causing her to crumple the fabric of her skirt. So, it turns out that Mr. Ning has a slight fondness for me? Her heart surged, yet she summoned the courage to meet his gaze once more. Mr. Ning, I shall leave everything to your arrangement. Ning Yuan observed her expression and sighed softly. Unbeknownst to her, the sigh stemmed from his recognition of her desires for stability. During this intercontinental journey to Guihua Island, each time I found myself intoxicated and collapsed, I awakened to find a garment draped over me, without exception. I have not forgotten. Having known the young lady for a while, he discerned her wish, tranquility. I wish to venture into the pastry business. At this point, Ning Yuan stood and performed a formal bow. It was neither the fist salute of a chivalrous hero, nor the respectful gesture of Guqing's song, nor the Buddhist gesture of hands clasped together. Unprecedentedly, he offered Guiji a Confucian bow. He believed that since she addressed him as sir, he ought to exhibit the demeanor befitting a gentleman. Although it felt somewhat awkward, he made the effort. This was indeed the first time Ning Yuan had bowed, and it appeared somewhat clumsy. Guiji seemed lost in thought, failing to return the gesture, her eyes gazing vacantly at him. Ning Yuan resumed his seat and spoke softly. While on Guihua Island, every dawn, Miss Gui would present me with a box of pastries, delightful in flavor. I have visited the kitchen on the island and learned that those treats were crafted by your own hands, truly a testament to your skill and artistry. Might I inquire if Miss Gui would consider becoming the proprietor of this pastry shop? Ning Yuan smiled lightly. I am utterly inexperienced in such matters, which is why I turn to you for guidance. You shall manage the shop as you see fit, and we shall share the profits equally, while I shall bear all losses. Ning Yuan spoke gently of these mundane affairs, refraining from mentioning anything beyond. He is not a fool, and naturally, he can discern the thoughts of the young girl before him. After all, they are quite apparent. However, certain principles demand a sequence. As the venerable sage of literature once remarked, even in matters of love between men and women, there exists a semblance of order. Chen Qingdu first encountered Ning Yao. Thus, he could only leave a cold, indifferent silhouette for Xiu. Though it may seem illogical, such matters often defy reason. Had his sister Xiao Yao never ventured into the Lizhu cave heaven, had she never graced Chen Qingdu's world, he would not have later journeyed to the Sword Qi Great Wall to deliver a sword. So, how would he regard the benevolent Xiu? Would the boy in straw sandals know that far away, 100,000 miles beyond, at the Sword Qi Great Wall, a woman with brows like distant mountains is his one true love? Is that not absurd? Thus, even in the most unreasonable of romantic entanglements, there is a certain order to be acknowledged. How about the young girl in green from Nanposa Prefecture? Indeed, she is splendid beyond compare. Yet, does that render the present Guizhi any less admirable? Certainly not. Such reasoning is unfounded. In Ning Yuan, however, it is evident that even when compared to Guizhi, Jiang Yun prevails. This is not to say that Xiu or Guizhi lack merit. In terms of background, Xiu, as the supreme fire goddess, could instill fear in countless souls. In terms of temperament, Guizhi is gentle as water, courteous, and possesses a charming smile. If one were to compare the young maiden from Nanposa with these two, through the lens of an ordinary observer, she would indeed fall short. Jiang Yun's figure may not rival that of Xiu, for the title of Nai Xiu is not merely a fanciful appellation, though Ning Yuan has yet to witness it firsthand. Such is the reputation. Moreover, Jiang Yun's disposition does not measure up to that of Guizhi. Upon their initial meeting, her first words were rather harsh, revealing much about her character. Yet, this very girl, seemingly without effort, cast a massive stone into the serene lake of Ning Yuan's heart. There are many breathtaking individuals in this world. For instance, the beauty and stature of Madame Gui would leave any man bewitched, provided she lacks any hidden flaws. The maiden from Nanposa may not be the most beautiful woman in the world, yet she undoubtedly holds the title of the most beautiful in Ning Yuan's heart, without contest. The first encounter with a captivating woman in youth forever imprints an indelible mark. Even when faced with greater beauty later on, that initial enchantment remains unmatched. Upon first arriving in this realm, Ning Yuan indeed contemplated seeking out Ruan Xiu, for that was an unresolved yearning. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable and disappointments abound. But perhaps not entirely unfortunate. Every time Ning Yuan recalls the girl who could not cease her chatter, a smile inevitably graces his lips. He wonders if, upon their next meeting, Miss Jiang will still don that conical hat and utter that same cutting remark. In a moment of distraction, Guizhi observes Mr. Ning gazing into the lofty skies, a gentle smile adorning his face. She has seen him wear such expressions more than once, yet never directed towards her. Mr. Ning treats others with warmth akin to a gentle breeze. Where, then, does this tenderness truly reside? Perhaps it is in the message conveyed by the flying sword he dispatched earlier that day. Regardless of the circumstances, Guizhi was already aware of the situation in her heart. She composed herself, maintaining a calm demeanor, and replied, "Guizhi will heed your instructions, esteemed sir." Ning Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Over the course of 2 months, he had come to appreciate the kindness of Miss Guizhi, which transcended the typical bounds of a servant's duties. Ning Yuan was uncertain of what he could offer her. She was a practitioner of the third realm, and thus could be directly gifted celestial currency, yet he felt such an act would be inappropriate. Presenting her with a treasured artifact, like the numerous items in Du Yan's collection, would bear little difference from giving her money. He was reluctant to act without any tangible contribution, hence the notion of acquiring a pastry shop emerged. In truth, regardless of Guizhi's presence, Ning Yuan had already intended to purchase a shop. He was privy to many significant events and looked far ahead. His journey was marked not only by calculations, but also by laying groundwork for the future. However, this groundwork was not for his own benefit. Ning Yuan never envisioned surviving after the Sword Qi Great Wall fell, nor did he intend to ascend to the colorful realms after the great Sword Immortal razed the city with a single stroke. Naturally, his considerations were not for Chen Qingdu either. If anything were to be reserved, it would be for his sister, Ning Yao. Chen Qingdu possessed a formidable background, necessitating Ning Yuan, as her brother-in-law, to present valuable offerings, though they were not of significant worth. Soon, Heir personally delivered a land deed to Ning Yuan, granting him ownership of a shop outside of the old Dragon City. Why outside, you may wonder. The muddy streets were split between the inner and outer city, and the shop Ning Yuan chose resided in the outer city. Upon receiving the writing tools, Ning Yuan inscribed his name on the deed, and Heir produced the family seal to affix at the end, officially validating the deed. Historically, in the precious land of Old Dragon City. Purchasing a shop was not truly a purchase, but rather a lease, ranging from 10 years to a millennium. The 5 prominent families within the city seldom sold their shops outright. They primarily leased them. However, Ning Yuan's deed was exceptional, a purchase rather than a lease, reflecting the Fan family's sincerity towards a sword cultivator from the Sword Qi Great Wall. As long as Old Dragon City stood and the Fan family endured, this shop would remain his for eternity. Although the transaction was not executed flawlessly, Heir was nonetheless overjoyed. Being young, he typically was not allowed to engage in family business matters, so facilitating this deal brought him great delight. After extending an invitation for Ning Yuan to a banquet the following evening, Heir excitedly dashed off, reportedly to seek out Aunt Gui. Although Heir's intellect may have been lacking, Gui observed the situation with clarity. The name inscribed on that deed was not Ning Yuan's. Just as the land deed for Gui My Small Courtyard, drafted by Madame Gui herself, bore the name Ning Yao. Chapter 69. Not quite youthful with the matter of the shop settled and the sky gradually darkening, Ning Yuan suddenly felt an urge to move into the pastry shop at once, even though it was merely a shop at present, devoid of pastries. He conveyed this desire to Gui, who expressed her eagerness to accompany him, yet he declined. Please, dear Miss Gui, could you kindly summon Madame Gui? The affairs of Mr. Ning were of utmost importance. Gui, ever obedient and diligent, promptly rushed out to fulfill his request. Ning Yuan indeed wished to seek out Aunt Gui himself. Although the Old Dragon City prohibited cultivators from soaring through the skies, it would still be faster than waiting for Gui to arrive. However, upon further consideration, he decided against it. After all, she was at the Fan family's residence, and such a reckless approach could easily lead to misunderstandings. Patience was essential. There was no need to rush. By the time Gui returned, the lights in Old Dragon City were aglow. The young girl first visited Aunt Gui's dwelling at the Fan household, but found no one there. So she made her way to the ferry terminal near Osmanthus Island. In a moment of surprise, Ning Yuan personally poured her a cup of tea, remarking, "You've worked hard." Young Ning, Madame Gui entered the courtyard, accompanied by a serene young maiden clad in the attire of an Osmanthus maiden, possessing a beauty that rivaled Gui's, though she bore a sword at her waist. Ning Yuan, without hesitation, addressed her directly, "Aunt Gui, indeed. I was just intending to visit that shop, which is why I sought you out." "Then let us go," Madame Gui replied, patting the young man's shoulder before turning back as she stepped into the courtyard. Ning Yuan sensed that she had something to discuss with him. Otherwise, he knew this young man would never trouble himself with such a guiding task. Madame Gui was well aware of this peculiarity in Ning Yuan's character. He was both youthful and yet possessed the demeanor of someone much older, often appearing as if he were a half-dead elder. Nevertheless, he approached tasks with a sense of propriety, exhibiting extreme ruthlessness towards adversaries while demonstrating a commendable level of consideration for his allies. Suddenly, Madame Gui felt that this young man was anything but juvenile. After all, how many 13-year-olds sport silver hair? Ning Yuan's white locks had indeed piqued the curiosity of both Madame Gui and Gui, but he merely attributed it to his swordsmanship. This explanation had a ring of truth to Madame Gui. After all, this boy possessed a flying sword that defied the currents of time. Who knew if he wielded another that ventured into the future? The serene maiden slightly inclined her body and bowed to Ning Yuan, addressing him as Mr. Ning, to which he responded with a clasped fist. Subsequently, Ning Yuan slung his sword sheath over his back, walking alongside Madame Gui, while Gui and the tranquil maiden followed closely behind. According to Madame Gui, the maiden was named Jiang, a name she had chosen for its connotation of harvest, linking back to the ancient text that spoke of Osmanthus. Jiang was Madame Gui's sole direct disciple, a cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm, and also an Osmanthus maiden. Previously, she had been at sea on a ferry, while she had been in seclusion in Old Dragon City, hence her absence. Gui, perhaps aware that Mr. Ning was headed to the shop and would not return here, had taken her fish basket with her before leaving. Jiang, familiar with her, was curious about the contents of the basket. Glancing inside, she saw only a juvenile dragon and lost interest. The two young maidens began chattering away, with Jiang doing most of the talking, while Gui quietly listened, her fish basket on her back. Ning Yuan felt a twinge of concern. Gui's gentle nature made him worry about her being bullied while he was away from Old Dragon City, so he mentioned this to Madame Gui, who responded with a pastry shop. Ning Yuan suddenly recalled that he had yet to share this with her and hastily added, I intend to establish a pastry business in this shop, and I would like Guizhi to manage it. After savoring her pastries for 2 months, I find them utterly delightful. As he spoke, Ning Yuan scratched his head and continued, Aunt Gui, I wish to redeem Guizhi. Mrs. Gui's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized Ning Yuan from head to toe. Aware of her thoughts, he expounded on his reasoning in a series of explanations. As for Guizhi, I have already discussed it with her. She has agreed to manage the shop, awaiting only your consent, Aunt Gui. Given the significant amount of money I have invested, it would be unwise to leave the shop vacant, thus prompting my sudden decision. Mrs. Gui chuckled, since you two have come to an agreement. What significance does my consent hold? She then playfully linked her arm with Ning Yuan's and leaned closer, whispering with a laugh, in truth, I am not entirely opposed to a man having multiple wives. However, I wonder, will you elevate Guizhi to the status of the primary wife, or keep her as a concubine? As she playfully pinched the young man's arm, she mused aloud. According to those absurd conventions, Guizhi's status is too low, she should be a concubine. Regarding the token inscribed with the character Jiang, I have learned that it originates from the Jiang family of Nanposo Island, a prominent clan second only to the esteemed Chen family, under the protection of a celestial being. Mrs. Gui spoke in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, yet the 2 young women behind her caught her words. Jin Su teased Guizhi, who merely lowered her gaze to the ground. Jin Su found herself intrigued by this young man, having heard tales of him from her master. A sword cultivator from Longmen, he could kill across realms with the ease of a meal, his true power possibly nearing that of a nascent soul celestial being. Hailing from the sword Qi Great Wall, this did not evoke any affection in her heart, for she had already reserved her feelings for another. Her master had suggested that she accompany him to visit Ning Yuan, merely to make a familiar acquaintance. Initially, Jin Su felt some reluctance, but upon witnessing him firsthand, her resolve quickly waned. Focusing her true energy through her eyes to gaze upon the young man was akin to observing a sword immortal enveloped by a myriad of sword energies, a sight both exhilarating and terrifying. In terms of status, this youth was already on par with her master within the Fan household, and in terms of strength, the Longmen sword cultivator was a figure she could only look up to, not to mention he was a year younger than her. Indeed, the old dragon city was vast, much larger than the upside-down mountain, likely spanning hundreds of miles. Without the means to soar through the skies, the 4 of them walked for about an hour to reach their destination. The muddy street was not truly muddy, but rather a cobblestone path that had gone unattended for many years. The shop Ning Yuan sought was located in a remote area of the outer city, rarely frequented by passers-by. In fact, wild grasses had sprouted in the crevices between the cobblestones. Upon entering the muddy street, Ning Yuan suddenly broke into a smile, his gaze landing on a wildflower growing between the cracks, and he felt assured he had chosen the right place. Mrs. Gui observed this scene, pondering deeply. Jin Su, perplexed, merely pouted dismissively. Seeing her master smile, Guizhi, though unsure of the reasons, couldn't help but smile along. Ning Yuan suddenly turned back and asked, Guizhi, are you tired? The girl in the water fairy skirt, carrying a fish basket, paused momentarily before softly replying, No, my lord, I am not tired. Madame Gui has consented to the matter of her redemption, and thus Guizhi no longer refers to him as sir, but rather as master. Ning Yuan gestured towards the path they had taken, then pointed to a dilapidated shop, a smile never leaving his face. Let us hasten back and gather everything needed to bring here. The young girl did not respond but hurriedly dashed into the shop, swiftly removing the fish basket before bolting out the door. Then, the usually gentle Guizhi broke into a wild run, only to stumble at the muddy street corner. As she picked herself up, a wildflower swaying in the breeze came into view. Chapter 70. The Ning family shop. The 3 entered the shop, which had once been an apothecary but had long since ceased operations. The various items within remained, albeit covered in more weeds than the muddy street outside. However, a little cleaning would make it quite acceptable. The shop was neither large nor small. The backyard contained 4 rooms and a well, the mouth of which was adorned with numerous spider webs. Although Madame Gui did not entirely comprehend Ning Yuan's rationale for purchasing a shop on the muddy street, she refrained from asking further questions. Jin Su, eager to assist, gathered her inner energy, intending to perform a spell to sweep away the dust. But Ning Yuan intervened with a voice of restraint. In response to Jin Su's puzzled gaze, Ning Yuan procured a cloth and a wooden bucket. Drawing water from the well in the backyard, and commenced cleaning the counter piece by piece. It was indeed perplexing. What could be effortlessly renewed with a mere wave of a sleeve was instead laboriously undertaken. Yet, what astonished her even more was the sight of her master also engaging in the endeavor, his garments becoming dust-laden. With their master at work, the disciple Jiang Su could not simply stand by. She likewise joined in this grand cleansing. Before long, Guizhi returned to the shop, and within less than half an hour, her face was glistening with sweat as she carried a bundle on her back. The four toiled until deep into the night, finally transforming the shop into a commendable state. Ning Yuan surveyed the worn and tattered tables and benches, pondering the need to replace them all in the coming days. After expressing gratitude, Aunt Gui and the duo of Jiang Su and her master departed the shop to return to the fan residence, while Guizhi stepped out to procure essential items such as bedding. Seated at a table in the backyard, Ning Yuan had prepared ink, paper, and brushes, and began to inscribe a list of necessary items. Beyond tables and benches, the counter also required replacement, and he needed to find someone to construct a small pond in the backyard. While certain damaged sections of the walls demanded repairs, the tasks were numerous. Guizhi soon returned, first preparing the bed in Master's room, then attending to her own, and finally, at Ning Yuan's invitation, seated herself across from him. Ning Yuan slid the list over to her. Guizhi, please review this and add anything else that is needed. Do not concern yourself with saving me money. He smiled, pointing to himself with his thumb. Your master is not short of funds. Guizhi responded sweetly with a soft taking the list to examine. Her first impression being that her master's handwriting was less than aesthetically pleasing. After Guizhi added a few more items to the list, Ning Yuan rose and addressed her. All right, the tasks for today have been completed. Hurry back to your room and rest. We shall discuss the subsequent matters after your slumber. Guizhi retreated to her chamber while Ning Yuan settled on the threshold, sipping wine, not the common yellow rice wine, but one infused with osmanthus flowers. His gaze drifted to the vacant lot in the alley, where a wildflower had once bloomed, now absent. Perhaps it was crushed by a passing cart or plucked by a passerby. Who could say? On the following evening, Ning Yuan attended a banquet at the fan residence. The gathering consisted solely of the fan family members, including the reclusive patriarch, Fan Heir's grandfather, who had emerged from seclusion specifically to welcome Ning Yuan and Gu Qingsong. Such honor had previously been reserved for Madame Gui alone. It was no wonder they made such a grand occasion, for in the current Old Long City, the five prominent families could scarcely muster a single jade purity realm cultivator. Treasure Bottle Continent, vast in expanse, stretching hundreds of thousands of miles, appeared rather insignificant compared to the other 8 continents, akin to a humble thatched cottage. This smallest of continents boasted only a handful of native high-ranking cultivators, with martial fortunes meager and sword fortunes scarce. However, due to the recent formidable rise of the northern Dali, the martial fortunes of Treasure Bottle Continent began to flourish. Among the barbaric tribes of Dali emerged a warrior of the mountain summit realm, who, in a mere 20 years, alongside the national master Cui Chan, expanded Dali's territories from 70 prefectures and 800 cities to 140 prefectures and 1,500 cities, a complete doubling. This warrior, Song Changjing, was lauded as the divine general of Dali. As for the sword path's fortunes, in the ancient Shu region of Treasure Bottle Continent, it is the site where the most fragments of the ancient Heavenly Quartz dragon slaying platform fell. This platform was shattered by an ancient sword cultivator with a single strike. Thanks to this, the ancient Shu region teemed with dragons and sword cultivators, producing numerous sword immortals. During that era, sword cultivators flourished in Treasure Bottle Continent, certainly not ranking among the least of the 9 continents. All this traces back 3,000 years, when a sword cultivator from the flowing summer continent arrived at Treasure Bottle Continent and secluded himself in the cicada molting cave of ancient Shu. Blessed with great fortune, he acquired the cicada molting techniques and sword path legacies from several ancient sword immortals, ascending to the realm of ascension. However, this provoked the ire of many sword cultivators who were also practicing there, leading to a deadly duel that nearly shattered the cicada molting cave. This individual, with unparalleled swordsmanship, challenged 14 opponents, all of whom he vanquished, the least among them being nascent soul sword cultivators, with the highest even reaching the immortal realm, all proficient in the art of encirclement. As a result of this battle, Treasure Bottle Continent suffered the severance of over a dozen sword lineage traditions, and the fortunes of the sword path plummeted. While one might encounter Fifth Realm cultivators aplenty along the Sword Qi Great Wall in Treasure Bottle Continent, they were indeed of the mountain summit caliber. Even in a place like Treasure Bottle Continent, individuals such as Ning Yuan, a Dragon Gate Realm cultivator, were scarce. Fan Heir's grandfather was said to be of the nascent Soul Realm, and with Madame Gui, who had just ascended to that realm, there were only 2 in total. In the more remote regions of Treasure Bottle Continent, those at the cave-dwelling realm were revered as ancient immortals. Of course, the notable figures of the Li Zhu Cave Heaven, those of 13th and 14th realms, were not counted among them. The Fan family rejoiced, having successfully recruited 2 esteemed guest cultivators in a single day, one of the Jade Purity realm and another of the Dragon Gate realm. Moreover, the backgrounds grew increasingly grand, with a nameless disciple from the Luqian sect and another hailing from the Sword Qi Great Wall. These figures were not merely prominent within the Fan family, but were towering entities even in the esteemed Old Dragon City. Gu Qingsong, having achieved his desire, assumed the position of the elder on Hohot Island. Although Madame Gui remained indifferent to him, it was nonetheless an improvement over prior circumstances. Ning Yuan, disliking such bustling festivities, exchanged greetings to become somewhat familiar with the crowd before retreating to the pastry shop. Days passed, and February arrived. One morning, Ning Yuan sat on the threshold, sipping from a pot of osmanthus wine with great contentment. Guizhi had summoned several craftsmen, and over the past few days, the shop's damaged areas had been repaired. The counter had been replaced, and the tables and benches were now complete. The craftsmen were busy constructing a pond in the backyard, with Guizhi acting as the overseer. The wine, a premium offering from Fan Heir, was reputed to fetch a handsome price of 1 small summer coin. Do not be misled into thinking that a single small summer coin was inexpensive. Should one enter Yungu's tavern with that coin, it could be exchanged for 20 jars. Upon thinking of Yungu, the boy's pleasant demeanor faded instantly. He hastily rummaged through the small object forged from the dragon-slaying platform, extracting the beef wrapped in red paper. The paper was not originally red. It had been stained by Ning Yuan's own blood. Lowering his head, he sniffed it, finding it still edible, albeit with a hint of iron. The taste was somewhat unpalatable, not due to any disdain for Yungu's beef, but rather his own blood. Thus, he fetched a bucket of water from the backyard, thoroughly washing the pieces of beef before laying them out to dry at the shop's entrance. Fan Heir frequently visited the shop, but like Ning Yuan, would merely squat at the threshold, seldom speaking. Their exchanges were minimal, and Guizhi often had to nudge him aside whenever she entered or exited. A few days later, Guizhi invited another carpenter to craft a reclining chair for the elder, leaving only Fan Heir on the threshold while the elder reclined comfortably. Ning Yuan, unperturbed, observed how long the boy could endure this. Eventually, unable to contain himself, Fan Heir revealed the truth. It turned out that his grandfather, the head of the Fan family, wished for him to apprentice under Mr. Ning. Although Fan Heir was not particularly astute, he possessed a sense of pride. It was too embarrassing to take on a master younger than himself. Thus, the current situation arose, with Fan Heir dutifully visiting Ning's shop daily, merely squatting at the entrance to watch ants at work, and returning home when the time came. Though those who cultivate the Tao regard the accomplished as teachers, Fan Heir could not overcome this hurdle. It was no longer a matter of whether Ning Yuan would accept him. While Ning Yuan did not take him on as a disciple, he did offer some advice. You may not possess the fate of a sword cultivator, but you can tread the path of a martial artist. Pausing from his sunflower seeds, Ning Yuan gestured towards the backyard and said to Fan Heir, "Do you see that paulownia tree? In the future, come to the shop and practice your punches beneath it." Fan Heir scratched the back of his head and nodded. Ning Yuan, with a cheerful smile, added, "However, you must bring me a few young ladies." Fan Heir's expression transformed to one of sudden realization, prompting Ning Yuan to shoot him a sharp glance. In recent days, Guizhi has been on the verge of completing her preparations, yet she finds herself overwhelmed. Thus, she seeks out a few helpers. Just as she finishes her thought, Ning Yuan, who had been munching on melon seeds, suddenly pauses, a sharp pain gripping his heart. Something has happened to his sister, Xiaoyao. Chapter 71. The Taoist, the Sephora Leaves, the Maiden, and the Flying Sword. Today, the fortune-telling priest concluded his business as usual. However, an unsettling chill crept down his spine, as though he were ensnared in a plot. Hence, shortly after noon, he decided to close up shop earlier than usual. The young Taoist weighed the contents of his purse, counting meticulously, and found a total of 14 coins. Rubbing his chin, the priest chuckled heartily. 14 coins represented his most profitable day of the year thus far. Typically, he would earn no more than 7 or 8 coins in a single day. Yet, when he first arrived in the small town, his business thrived remarkably. Not only did the affluent families of Fulu Street frequent his stall for divination, but even the impoverished residents of Mud Bottle Alley would come seeking auspicious fortunes during festivals. In those days, he often found himself indulging in lavish meals at the tavern on Qilong Alley, feasting on the exquisite river fish, living a life of pure contentment. However, business had dwindled in recent years, and the decline could be traced back to that little snot-nosed brat. Was it not merely a matter of him collecting 2 extra coins? That rascal spread tales of deception far and wide, and astonishingly, people believed him. Today, having pinned 2 peace talismans for the rather simple-minded Chen youth, he had earned an additional 5 coins. The young Taoist hummed a cheerful tune as he swiftly tidied up his fortune-telling stall and pushed his cart briskly down the alley. He envisioned returning to his residence, making a trip to the tavern on Qilong Alley, treating himself to a plate of beef and a pot of wine, relishing the splendid flavors. Though 14 coins were insufficient, he had savings from previous days. Having spent over a decade in the small town, the Taoist had seemingly integrated into the community, and the tune he hummed was one that had echoed through the town for many years. Savings, after all, were a blessing. Whether on the mountain or in the valley, mortals yearn for abundance year after year, and the celestial beings share a similar sentiment. Who does not wish for their rice barrel to always be filled, and which immortal does not desire an inexhaustible reservoir of treasures? Lost in delightful thoughts, the priest quickened his pace, the sound of his cart's wheels growing increasingly loud, the rickety vehicle appearing on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a slender figure clad in black appeared at the end of the alley, their face obscured by a hood. One hand pressed against the wall and the other against their chest, the black garb stained with countless crimson splotches. A jolt of fear coursed through the young Taoist, his eyes widening in alarm. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he abandoned the cart, casting it aside. He hurriedly stepped aside, pressing his entire body against the wall, resembling a lizard, silently reciting incantations. Do not see me. Do not see me. The supreme Laozi is not here. Perhaps the Buddha or Bodhisattva would be more benevolent. If all else fails, the sages, Confucius, or any scholar will do. Though the young Taoist belonged to the lineage of the Taoist sect, in the face of imminent peril, he sought not the 3 pure ones, but instead turned to the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, and sages. Such behavior was indeed somewhat unbecoming. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that the venerable 3 pure ones, the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, and even the esteemed Confucius chose not to intervene on his behalf. The girl in the black cloak, summoning the last vestiges of her strength, staggered forward before collapsing with a thud, her hand resting upon the wheel of the cart. The Taoist, peeling himself away from the wall, covered his forehead with both hands, his expression one of utter despair. Cursed be the great Sui, damned be the Gao clan. And that old dog Wu, you shall all wait for me. This debt shall remain unsettled for centuries. He muttered under his breath, seething with indignation. Only through mutual affection can one become a beloved companion. Yet you, Qi Jingchun, as a supposed great master, foolishly meddle in affairs of the heart. Far inferior to the red thread I tied for Chen Ping'an. Subsequently, the young Taoist pondered deeply, contemplating to which household he should deliver this fate, only to be met with curses from every door he approached due to the overwhelming karmic implications. Finally, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the girl in the cloak, sending a jolt through his entire being. As a result of her fall, her delicate face emerged from beneath the cloak, and the Taoist's eyes were drawn to her brow, where a fine golden thread glimmered. The immortal sword? It has emerged so soon. I shall not take on this karma. Let whoever desires it take it. Initially, he believed it to be a matter of life and death, but now he estimated it had transformed into a matter of near certain demise. I shall not intervene. I am but a humble Taoist. How could I dare to save her? Suddenly, the Taoist altered his mind, intending to push aside the girl's hand resting on the cart. In a swift motion, a flying sword hovered in midair, its tip gleaming with a cold light, aimed directly at the Taoist's brow. The young man promptly withdrew his hand, feigning a noble demeanor, and stated solemnly, though it is said in my Taoist teachings that one should not let a friend die while one lives. I have always lived with integrity. Moreover, as humans are not mere grass and trees, I naturally must save your master. The flying sword seemed to comprehend his words, quivering momentarily before hovering beside the girl. Seizing the opportunity, the Taoist cautiously moved her hand from the cart. He then patiently explained to the sword, "To save your master, we require some external assistance. You must go to the old locust tree and fetch a locust leaf for me to restore her vitality." The sword trembled as if in hesitation, prompting the young Taoist to exclaim sharply, "Hurry! The sooner you go, the greater the chance of your master's survival. Do not delay this crucial matter." Without further hesitation, the sword darted towards the end of the alley and vanished from sight. Once he had sent the sword away, the young Taoist hurriedly grasped the cart and sprinted off. "If I do not save her, whoever meddled in the affairs of the heart shall wade through this murky water." Yet, before he could leave the alley, he found himself frozen in place, in the wild world beneath the bright, three-wheeled moon. At some battlement along the Sword Qi Great Wall, a stooped old man emerged from a thatched hut, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed towards the north, a smile gracing his lips. "Lu Xiaodao, the three pure ones do not assist you. The Buddha and Bodhisattvas turn a blind eye, and even Confucius shows no interest. Shall I, a convict and sword cultivator, lend you a hand?" In the alley, the young Taoist chuckled awkwardly. In the next moment, a radiant golden light appeared, and an ancient figure descended, disregarding the heavenly rules of the realm. What an ostentatious display, to manifest before Lu Chun. "Lu Xiaodao, count me in. The three teachings may disregard you, but I, along with that ancient gatekeeper, hold you in high esteem." A young Taoist pushed a cart, upon which lay a girl in a hooded cloak, his expression one of utter disdain. Lu Chun sensed that this day bore ill omens, decidedly unfavorable. Contemplating this, he bent down to scrutinize the soles of his shoes, finding no evidence of misfortune beneath them. Yet, why did he feel so cursed today? Yu Qi Jingchun truly wield considerable influence, haven to you? And those two old men, two ancient tortoises with a combined age exceeding 20,000 years, aren't they just bullying him? A snow-white flying sword approached from a distance, flashing before coming to a halt, suspended before the Taoist. The blade was adorned with precisely 14 locust leaves. Lu Chun widened his eyes in astonishment. This sword had quite the appetite. One leaf would suffice, yet it had returned with 14. The Taoist, however, instinctively reached for his money pouch at his waist, feeling an ominous connotation associated with the number 14. He promptly removed the leaves and deftly placed them upon the wound in the girl's palm. As soon as the locust leaves made contact, they melted away like snow, vanishing in an instant. He then tucked the remaining 13 leaves into his sleeve. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? As the Taoist traversed the streets, pushing his cart, he continued to calculate, pondering which household could bear the weight of this karmic exchange. Indeed, he discovered one, a poor wretch whose parents had passed away early, a boy who nearly starved in his youth, and today had added 5 coins to his money pouch. Regardless of the outcome, he decided to pay a visit. And whether the boy would acquiesce was a matter for later consideration. Instinctively, he brought his hands together in prayer, preparing to silently invoke the Bodhisattva's blessing, only to remember that the Bodhisattva would not heed him. Finally, the Taoist struck a comical pose, startling even the slumbering yellow dog nearby. At the most dilapidated doorway of Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Chun knocked vigorously. "Chen Pingyan, do you want a wife or not?" Chapter 72. Osmanthus Pastry. At the Ning family's shop, Guizhi busied herself at the counter, diligently preparing the necessary items. As a novice shopkeeper, she was anxious about the potential failure of her business, which had left her in a state of constant worry these past few days. Each day was spent either in the shop readying goods or venturing out to procure items she had previously overlooked. Guizhi had even visited the yet-to-be-exploited Osmanthus Island multiple times. She spoke of an old matron in the pastry house there, whose skills were exceptional, and from whom she had initially learned. Having only been making Osmanthus pastries for just over a year, she had mastered the art of 3 types of confections: Osmanthus pastries, sesame balls, and mooncakes. Thus, in recent days, she had sought further instruction from the old matron, believing that a pastry shop should not be limited to a mere 3 varieties. Other pastry shops in Old Dragon City boasted dozens, if not hundreds, of flavors. Now that the master had redeemed himself and entrusted the shop to her, she was determined not to let the business fail. Osmanthus pastries were the best-selling confections on Osmanthus Island, followed closely by mooncakes. The mooncake is a collective term encompassing dozens of flavors. On Hohot Island, there exists an unwritten custom, every year on the 15th day of the 8th month. Regardless of whether Hohot Island finds itself in the old launching or atop the upside-down mountain, or even adrift at sea, it will remain in place for a single night. The entire island adorns itself with osmanthus lanterns, and the mooncakes, prepared in advance, are brought forth for sale. Once the Mid-Autumn Festival has passed, any unsold mooncakes are donated to impoverished families. Mr. Ning, I have harbored a question for some time, uncertain if I should voice it. At the threshold of the shop, Heir squatted on the doorstep, not turning to glance at Ning Yuan. Instead, he scratched his head, speaking with earnestness. Having squatted for a while, his legs began to feel numb, and the chubby boy simply plopped down onto the ground, disregarding the dust that might tarnish his fine garments. Mr. Ning, you must be an ancient sage, having lived many years, right? It is not that I doubt you, but in Longcheng, I have never encountered a Dragon Gate cultivator as youthful as yourself. There was no response from behind, and the absence of a reply did not bring embarrassment to Heir. Rather, he interpreted Ning's silence as a willingness to listen. With that, the floodgates of his speech opened. In his family, save for his sister, he had never known friendship. Interactions were either from the obsequiousness of servants or the admonitions of elders. The chubby boy began to engage in casual conversation, though it was primarily him speaking. When he mentioned his sister, his words flowed forth with fervor, his excitement palpable. Heir and his sister, Fan Junmao, shared the same father but had different mothers. Fan Junmao's mother was the legitimate wife of their father. Thus, by lineage, Heir was not considered a legitimate son. Yet, since he was the sole son of his father, the illegitimate son had assumed the status of a legitimate heir. Moreover, it is significant that when Heir eventually takes over the family business, he will be the first to inherit Hohhot Island. This little chubby boy is destined to become the future head of the Fan family. Despite their different mothers, Heir shares a close bond with his stepmother. As his biological mother passed away early, she taught him to read, write, and embark on his cultivation journey. His sister, Fan Junmao, is a woman of both coolness and warmth. She is icy towards outsiders yet overly indulgent towards her younger brother, possessing greater innate talent than Heir, albeit not exceptional. Rumor has it that she is set to depart Longcheng in the coming days, heading northward to the Grandly. Heir is unaware of the reasons behind his sister's journey, which is said to be undertaken without a single attendant. A cultivator of the Fourth Realm venturing alone for hundreds of thousands of miles. Concerned for his sister, Heir has refrained from indulging in osmanthus pastries for several days. Feeling as though he has lost a bit of weight. Mr. Ning, I have a rather ungracious request, Heir murmured, fond of scratching his head as he observed the army of ants lined up on the ground. I heard from Aunt Gui that you two are heading north. If it is convenient, might you take my sister along? He further mentioned that the Gui Mai courtyard on Hohhot Island now belongs to Mr. Ning, and if he agreed, upon inheriting Hohhot Island, he would bestow upon Mr. Ning an additional set of residences. However, the chubby boy immediately shook his head, extending 3 fingers in a gesture of insistence. No, 3 sets. 3 sets of residences, all situated near the mountain summit. Once I, Heir, give my word, it is as unyielding as a steed in harness. Suddenly, Heir turned around, only to find Mr. Ning with his gaze lowered, his seeds scattering from his palm to the ground. Suddenly, the stout fellow sensed that Mr. Ning's silver hair had grown even whiter. Recently, the young girl with the horn braids from the Sword Qi Great Wall, known as the esteemed Lord Xie Shun, had been spreading rumors about Chen Qingdu, referring to him as an old scoundrel, claiming he had descended from the city walls more than once. Moreover, several versions of the story had circulated from her lips, suggesting that not only had Chen Qingdu frequently abandoned his post, but he had also directed his sword against the realm of Qingming, cleaving a celestial palace in twain. It was further said that he often stealthily ventured south under the cover of night, undoubtedly engaging in unsavory activities, perhaps even consorting with a few seductive spirits who guarded the city by day and caressed his thigh by night. Among the denizens of the Sword Qi Great Wall, none were as audacious as Xie Shun, who dared to question the sword of the great Sword Immortal. She stood alone, fearless and unmatched. Yet, most regarded her antics as mere amusement, for this Lord Xie Shun had always been thus. As an esteemed official, she entrusted all responsibilities to her disciples, spending her days either causing a ruckus on the city walls or pilfering from southern cities. Unlike others who might steal celestial riches or magical swords, Xie Shun only sought food, causing havoc in the shops of the Sword Qi Great Wall. The humble thatched cottage remained unchanged for eons, much like the city wall beneath their feet, which had endured for a millennium. On 2 small stools sat 2 equally stooped elders. One was blind yet possessed a vision that surpassed all, while the other had sight, but was declared truly blind by the former. The old blind man had just regained his powers and was in a foul mood, vociferously cursing Chen Qingdu. From the very beginning, I advised against letting that boy leave. Yet you, old fool, insisted on begging me for it. He continued, if that girl Ning suffers any harm, I shall be the first to confront you. The Sword Immortal, with a furrowed brow, held a flask of wine gifted by Jiang Li. After taking a sip and smacking his lips, he remarked, you cannot blame me. I was the one who initially broached the subject, yet you outright rejected it. You chose to meddle in affairs that were not yours, only to find yourself at my doorstep. Tell me, who is acting foolishly if not you? But then, with a soft sigh, the Sword Immortal continued, however, I fear that with Ning's recent forceful use of the celestial sword and her actions in the Lihju cave heaven, the path ahead may become considerably more convoluted. The old blind man scoffed, and look at that boy you hold in such high regard. He has now opened a shop in the old dragon city, employing a beauty and living in luxury. The Sword Immortal, for once, seemed somewhat embarrassed, rubbing his chin incessantly. The whole affair had indeed stemmed from him. Who could have known that cursed lad would create such trouble? Yet, it was not entirely Ning's fault. He had been impulsive, using her hand to wield the sword from upside-down mountain. This had provoked Ning into a frenzy, forcibly summoning the celestial sword, leading to a chain reaction of subsequent events. Before long, the two elders were hurling insults at one another atop the city wall. One returned to the 10,000 great mountains, while the other turned to enter the thatched cottage. The old blind man chastised Chen Qingdu for unnecessarily destroying the mountain seal. In response, Chen Qingdu vehemently accused the old blind man of framing him, questioning why he had to use a sword to cleave the celestial palace of Baiyu Jing in half. Was this not an act of slander? Ning Yuan came to his senses, suddenly feeling both mentally and physically exhausted. He was aware that his younger sister, Xiaoyao, was safe. She was secure because she had entered the gates of peace. At that moment, Fan Heir and Guizhi were nearby. The young girl's eyes were brimming with tears as she fervently shook the old gentleman's arm. Upon witnessing the old man awaken, Guizhi's tears flowed like rain on a pear blossom. Ning Yuan glanced outside the shop, where the setting sun lingered and the muddy streets remained as they always were, teeming with the vibrant essence of spring, overrun by rampant weeds. The youth reached out and gently ruffled Guizhi's hair and suddenly said, Guizhi, tomorrow morning, let us clear the weeds outside together. Guizhi seemed accustomed to the old gentleman's unexpected remarks, her tears transforming into a smile as she nodded vigorously. She then sweetly announced, Old sir, the osmanthus pastries are ready. Chapter 73. The five prominent families of Longcheng. The next day, when Fan Heir arrived, he found Mr. Ning rolling up his sleeves outside the shop, removing weeds. Fan Heir was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend how a cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm could be squatting on the ground, pulling out weeds by hand. Guizhi flitted back and forth, fetching bucket after bucket of water. Not wanting to stand idly by, Fan Heir joined in the task. He felt he had correctly surmised that Mr. Ning was indeed an ancient immortal who had lived for many years. Some old immortals on the mountain, born into humble circumstances, had stumbled into cultivation and, after gradually ascending, never forgot their roots, often engaging in mundane affairs. Mr. Ning must be one of such individuals, otherwise, why would he open this shop? Under normal circumstances, a Dragon Gate cultivator becoming a guest elder of the Fan family would easily obtain several shops. Even if he desired a few young maidens like Guizhi, or even to take a concubine, the Fan family would comply, for a guest elder's status was higher than that of the family's senior members. Yet Mr. Ning was different, entirely so. Not only did he not spend money to purchase a shop, but this particular establishment on the muddy streets of the outer city was hardly worth 200 grains of rain. Anyone conducting business here was destined to incur losses without exception. Although Fan Heir was not particularly astute, he understood the general situation of their three streets and the basic power structure of Old Longcheng. The five prominent families of Old Longcheng were the Fu, Sun, Fong, Ho, and Ding. There was no need to elaborate on the Fu family, as they would always hold the position of city lord, and within Old Longcheng. Apart from the outer and inner cities, there was also the central Fu city. This illustrates the Fu family's status and financial strength. Yet it was perplexing that since the last Yupu realm cultivator from the Fu family passed away, no one had emerged from their lineage for over a millennium. To solidify their position in Old Longcheng, the Fu family had expended vast resources over the past 1,000 years, establishing connections with several sects in Beipingzu and purchasing several semi-immortal weapons in Central Earth. The Yunhai was one such item, a treasure of exceptional quality, even comparable to genuine immortal weapons, with the Yuanying realm cultivator stationed within it, providing a natural advantage. As for the Sun family, their financial foundation was slightly inferior to that of the Fu family, possessing a Yuanying earth immortal residing at their ancestral home, which housed several treasures from the mountains that served both to protect the estate and possessed wondrous properties akin to a small world. The Fong family lacks practitioners of the nascent soul realm, but boasts a formidable sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the golden core stage, whose lethality is not inferior to that of a nascent soul adept. Moreover, there are 2 masters of the 7th realm among them. In contrast, the top cultivators of the Ho family appear rather meager. They have neither golden core nor nascent soul practitioners, merely a multitude of honored guests and offerings, which affords them no advantage. However, one crucial aspect remains. The Ho family has produced a sage, who is still alive and currently teaches at the Guanhushu Academy. A sage does not necessarily signify strength, yet commands a respect that deters many factions in Old Dragon City from acting against the Ho family. This status represents not only the academy, but also embodies Confucian ideals. In the vast realm of Haoran, Confucianism stands as the true center of power, spearheaded by the Central Plains Confucian Temple, which has established the 72 academies across the 9 continents, each with a series of esteemed positions. The roles of academy head, vice head, gentleman, and sage delineate a hierarchy where even a sage, the lowest rank, holds considerable influence. It is akin to the street overseers in Old Dragon City, who, appointed by the 5 prominent families, can easily bully small vendors without fear of retribution. As for the Ding family, their situation is rather dire. 2 years prior, their golden core practitioner perished in a distant land, leading to their gradual decline, awaiting replacement by a rival family that covets their status among the 5 noble clans. Rumor has it that the Ding family had previously aligned themselves with a nobleman of the Du surname, hailing from the largest sect on Tonya continent, possessing a prestigious background. Their business dealings were extensive, with numerous mountain ferries traversing between the 2 continents monthly. However, it has been reported that in the past 2 months, these ferries have ceased their visits to Old Dragon City. The Ding family has dispatched several groups to inquire, only to be met with disdainful rejection from the sect, including the mountain disciples who regard them with contempt. Little Fatty, while tending to the weeds, felt that these efforts were somewhat superfluous. Unless someone undertook the task of reconditioning the muddy streets, the weeds would inevitably persist as long as gaps remained. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Not only had Aunt Gui warned him, but even his grandfather urged him to speak less and act more in the presence of Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning is far more complex than he appears on the surface. However, Fan Heir suspected that Mr. Ning was not just intricately simple. He sensed that Mr. Ning might be concealing his true aura, suggesting a realm far beyond what was apparent, potentially even a practitioner of the upper 5 realms. After all, Mr. Ning was acquainted with Mr. Gu, and both had become the honored guests of the Fan family, with Mr. Gu being a practitioner of the Jade Purity realm. Mr. Ning, when do you intend to leave Old Dragon City? Fan Heir inquired, busily engaging in conversation while working. At that moment, Gui Ji, having just exited the shop, happened to overhear this remark, pausing momentarily and pursing her lips. Gui Ji was well aware that the master would eventually depart. Nevertheless, she seldom broached such topics. Even in her leisure, she rarely spoke in the presence of the master. She diligently prepared meals for him at every mealtime, and he possessed a hearty appetite, managing to consume every dish and soup with gusto. Gui Ji ate very little, merely taking a couple of bites before feeling satisfied, then sitting on the stool, fixated on the master as he dined. Once he finished, she promptly stood up to tidy the dishes. There was no hurry. There were still tasks left to complete in the shop, but it was anticipated to be done within a fortnight. Ning Yuan straightened up, clapped his hands, and remarked. Fan Heir hesitated, and Ning Yuan glanced at him. You wish to speak of your sister, do you not? The chubby boy nodded emphatically, realizing that the words he had spoken yesterday had indeed reached the master's ears. After washing his hands in the water that Gui Ji had brought, Ning Yuan reclined back in the armchair and beckoned Fan Heir with a gesture. Understanding the cue, Fan Heir immediately retrieved a fine pot of osmanthus wine and handed it over. Ning Yuan took a hearty sip, feeling quite at ease. Your sister is far more complex than she appears, he said. Upon hearing this, Fan Heir contemplated. No matter how intricate she was, she could not compare to the master's enigmatic nature. Ning Yuan continued with a smile. However, My agreement holds little value. It ultimately depends on your sister's wishes. One thing is certain, despite her cultivation being merely at the 4th realm, the journey north to Delhi will be safe. Here's what we shall do. When you return, speak with your sister. If she is interested, let her come to the shop to find me. Heir was overjoyed and promptly produced 2 more pots of osmanthus wine, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Ning. I shall return to discuss this with my sister at once. Oh, and regarding your instructions from yesterday, I have acted accordingly. Aunt Gouet will select 2 young ladies skilled in osmanthus for assistance in the shop, starting tomorrow." Ning Yuan nodded. He found this chubby boy increasingly delightful, yet feigned a frown. "One more matter. Regardless of whether your sister wishes to accompany me north, I require that Aunt Gouet send some osmanthus wine here each month. The shop cannot solely engage in the pastry business." Heir scratched his head, feeling the matter involved Aunt Gouet, making it tricky for him to decide, but Ning Yuan shot him a stern look. "Rest assured, master." Heir dashed out of the shop, while Ning Yuan closed his eyes in contemplation in the armchair, and Gui Ji was busy lighting a fire in the kitchen. "Today we shall have the meat of the Jiao Long." Of course, it was not the young Jiao, but rather the flesh of the golden-robed elder Jiao. After Ning Yuan had obtained the golden armor and dragon whiskers, the humanoid elder Jiao transformed into its true form, measured in hundreds of feet, and was subsequently claimed by Guihua Island. A few days prior, Aunt Gouet had sent some of it over. Soon, Guiji emerged, her face blackened from the smoke. "Master, this Jiao Long meat 1 tea cook through." Chapter 74, Grand Opening. Joy Money. 3 days later, the Ning family shop held its grand opening. The date was chosen by Ning Yuan without consulting any Taoist priests. He simply felt it to be a fine day. Coincidentally, it was the vernal equinox, a time when spring is evenly divided, with day and night in balance. Compared to the bustling celebrations of the prominent families in Old Dragon City, the opening of the Ning family shop was rather understated. Ning Yuan did not extend invitations to anyone, for he had no acquaintances to invite. Within Old Dragon City, he was acquainted with only Madame Gouet and the Fan family, and there was no need for him to personally handle the invitations. 2 days prior, Gouet Ji had purchased blank invitations, and after penning them herself, Heir was entrusted with the task of delivering the invitations to the Fan family and Guihua Island. In truth, Ning Yuan, the genuine proprietor, had accomplished little during the preparatory phase of the shop. If one were to assess his contributions, clearing weeds could be considered a task he undertook, alongside his financial responsibilities. From the very first night upon arriving at the establishment, Ning Yuan entrusted a pouch of coins to Gouet Ji, intended for the refurbishment of the shop and the procurement of necessary supplies. The sum amounted to 100 Guyu coins, a considerable amount, though it must be said that the Ning family shop was far from a celestial establishment, selling merely ordinary pastries, many of which required silver for purchase. Even with the high prices in Old Dragon City, Gouet Ji had only spent 5 Guyu coins during this time, with the majority allocated to hiring craftsmen to create tables and chairs. Ning Yuan instructed her not to be frugal, encouraging her to utilize this divine currency for cultivation, assuring her that if she ran out, she could request more from the master. Should the master also find himself devoid of funds, she could seek assistance from the Fan family, and if all else failed, the master could resort to robbery. Gouet Ji opened the doors early, marking the shop's grand opening. She no longer donned the delicate water fairy dress, but had instead changed into a garment of silk brocade, a selection made by Ning Yuan. While he could not articulate the reasons, he simply deemed it visually appealing. After all, as a businesswoman, Gouet Ji ought to dress appropriately, and the silk fits snugly without revealing any youthful allure, maintaining a modest appearance. However, in Ning Yuan's perspective, a woman's beauty, when judged solely on external factors, did not hinge on her figure's fullness. Rather, a pleasing demeanor sufficed as a commendable trait. Of course, most men tend to prefer a more ample figure, as no one wishes to feel as though they are merely covering up. The shop's inauguration was indeed a fortuitous occasion, prompting Ning Yuan to don a garment he had previously hesitated to wear, a piece gifted by Jiang, one of the 2 blue shirts she had prepared for him. This shirt, while not handcrafted by Miss Jiang, originally belonged to her and was part of the student attire at Biao Lu Academy, where she was also a scholar. However, it seemed that Jiang had overlooked a detail. Although the 2 shirts were designed to be spacious, they were tailored to her measurements. On Ning Yuan, while it was not ill-fitting, it appeared somewhat loose. Yet, the typically carefree Jiang would hardly dwell on such trivial matters. As Ning Yuan rose, Guizhi was busy arranging an array of pastries on the counter. Two young ladies assisted in the shop. One was younger than Guizhi, while the other was said to be married with 2 children. Both had originally been flower maidens from Guihua Island, assigned by Aunt Gui to assist in the shop. The younger one was named Chu Wanyu, possessing a lively and spirited demeanor, having arrived less than 2 days prior. She often found delight in frolicking by the pond in the backyard, playing with the young dragonlings. Ning Yuan affectionately referred to her as you girl, for her parents were villagers from a fishing village outside Old Dragon City. Once, while playing alone by the sea, she nearly got swept away by a great wave, but was ultimately rescued by Madame Gui. With fate on her side, she ventured to Guihua Island to embark on her cultivation journey, albeit with only average talent, having just stepped into the first realm. The woman, known as Aunt Jiang, possessed a commendable appearance, for it is only fitting that those selected as the Osmanthus maidens would not lack in beauty. Having surpassed the age of 40, she married a steward from the Fan family, displaying an industrious and nimble disposition. She bore 2 sons. The elder ventured forth from the Old Dragon City years ago, with only a single letter arriving to confirm his safety, rumored to be serving in the military. The younger, having just learned to walk, prompted Aunt Jiang to agree to work at the shop, as proximity would facilitate her care for him. The Osmanthus maidens were personally chosen by Aunt Gui, predominantly hailing from impoverished backgrounds, characterized by their diligent work ethic and gentle temperaments. Most of these maidens retained their surnames, though some did not, such as Guizhi. Like Jin Su, a direct disciple of Lady Gui, Guizhi was an orphan, taken under Aunt Gui's wing and bestowed only a given name. Lacking a family name, she was simply known as Guizhi. Upon seeing Ning Yuan emerge from the courtyard, Guizhi promptly greeted him, followed by the young fisher girl who turned around to echo the call. Although her hands were clasped behind her back, the little girl appeared quite anxious. Master. Aunt Jiang bowed respectfully. Ning Yuan nodded slightly, then retrieved a stack of red envelopes from his sleeve, gifts of joy for the opening of the shop, distributing them to both Guizhi and Aunt Jiang before tucking the remainder back into his sleeve. This action stirred Chu Wanyu, who hurriedly approached and tugged at Ning Yuan's trouser leg. Master, why didn't you give me a red envelope? Both Sister Guizhi and Aunt Jiang received one, so why not me? After stating her case, the little girl released his trousers only to cling to Ning Yuan's leg, her expression pitiable, as if she would not let go until she received her red envelope. Ning Yuan looked down, his face stern. Who says I haven't given you one? Wasn't your portion consumed by you already? Guizhi stifled a laugh, while Aunt Jiang moved behind the little girl to brush away remnants from her mouth. The child remained steadfast, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Master, I only ate 2 pieces, and I asked Sister Guizhi before eating. She agreed. Guizhi nodded in affirmation, confirming the truth of the matter. Ning Yuan bent down to meet her gaze, his tone gentle as he said, I can indeed give you a red envelope, and a rather large one at that. But you must promise me one thing. What do you say? As he spoke, he produced a sizable red envelope, causing Chu Wanyu's eyes to sparkle with excitement as she leapt up to seize it. Master, do tell. I would brave fire and water for you. Ning Yuan then revealed a firecracker the size of a well opening. You shall light this shortly, understood? The young girl's face contorted with apprehension. The sound of firecrackers was indeed quite frightening. Yet, adults have their plans and children have their strategies. With a swift turn, Chu Wanyu dashed outside, returning shortly with a branch long enough to reach the eaves, and headed straight into the kitchen. Before long, the Fan family arrived. Aunt Gui, Gu Qing Song, Old Zhou, Fan Heir, and even the head of the Fan family himself, along with several elders. The red envelopes prepared by Ning Yuan were plentiful, and he distributed them one by one. Without exception, each gift contained a Guyu coin, a Shaoshu coin, and a Shuihua coin. Subsequently, Ning Yuan, Madame Gui, Guizhi, and numerous guests from the Fan family all stood at the entrance, watching as the young fisher girl ignited a long stick of incense to set off the opening firecrackers. Ning Yuan squatted on the ground, his hands tucked into his sleeves. The last time he heard the sound of firecrackers was at the Upside-Down Mountain, on New Year's Eve, when only a maiden dressed in blue accompanied him, without a care in the world. Now, however, with more people by his side, it seemed that sorrow followed closely behind, multiplying with each passing moment. In 5 days, he would depart from Old Dragon City, journeying north along the Dragon Path, accompanied by Fan Heir's sister, a cultivator of the 4th realm, to the Li Zhu Cave Heaven. Fan Heir's sister held a significant lineage, one of the divine beings under the sword-wielding deities of the ancient heavenly court. Many years later, when Dali unified the Baoping continent and the savage wars encroached upon its southern shores, she would take on the identity of the South Mountain god to repel the demon tribes. Wielding an ancient moon and shooting down the great monsters of the wilderness with the aid of Madame Gui, who invoked the moonlight from beyond the heavens. It was for this reason that Ning Yuan began to ponder his plans. As the guests departed one by one, the sun dipped low in the sky. Today, the Ning family shop sold a single portion of osmanthus pastry and 6 sesame dumplings, all purchased by Ruan Xiu. This meant that aside from the fisher girl, no other customers had entered. However, before leaving, Heir personally ordered 300 portions of osmanthus pastry for his grandfather's upcoming birthday celebration. Ning Yuan had indulged a bit too much in wine today and lay back in a recliner, drowsily gazing at the muddy street. The chubby Heir was not mistaken. The weeds could not be eradicated entirely. In just a few days, they had grown abundantly once more. The street lay deserted for a long time, which explained the shop's lack of business. In truth, it wasn't that the business was poor. More accurately, it was entirely non-existent. It was precisely during these idle times that no customers passed by, as the sun leaned against the railing of the small courtyard. Chapter 75. Sesame Dumplings. 2 more days passed. At the break of dawn, thick smoke billowed from the backyard. In the shop's kitchen, Gui's pot of dragon meat had been stewing for several days. The smoke originated from Ruan Xiu, the young girl who had been craving the dragon meat for quite some time. She often lifted the lid for a peek, and this morning, upon discovering it was still not ready, she decided to gather several bundles of firewood. This nearly set the house ablaze, but fortunately, a young dragon from the pond emerged, its mouth forming a water ball that extinguished the flames. Ning Yuan naturally witnessed the commotion outside and was about to reprimand her when Gui stepped out of the house first. The young girl no longer appeared so fragile. She firmly grasped the fisher girl's ear and scolded her for a considerable time. The latter pouted, looking aggrieved, but did not cry. Gui was increasingly embodying the role of the shopkeeper. This transformation was quite natural. Often, a person's change occurs in an instant, perhaps sparked by an encounter or an idea that alters their heart. For Gui, with the shop entrusted to her by the master, it was necessary to perform well in this role, adjusting her own temperament. Otherwise, once the master departed, she would struggle to maintain order. As for the flesh of that dragon, Ning Yuan found himself at a loss on how to properly prepare it. However, the mountains abound with various celestial techniques, each unique and bewildering. Creating fire out of thin air is a trivial task, and the flames conjured by cultivators are far more potent than ordinary fire. Indeed, some adept practitioners specializing in fire magic possess the ability to boil an entire river in an instant, a truly terrifying feat. It is often said that sword cultivators wield the greatest lethality in the world. Yet there lies a crucial point. The path of the sword descends from the vessel of the legendary swordsman who once dropped it to the mortal realm, thereby passing the sword's legacy to the world. Consequently, many have taken up the sword, especially with such a supreme swordsman leading the way, paving a path that is not only long but also exceedingly broad for future generations. The essence of lethality depends on an individual's level of cultivation and the profundity of their techniques. The Tao is boundless, branching into countless paths, each of which is without end. Even the realm of spirits and specters is equally endless. With sufficient fortune, one can ascend to great heights. Heaven and earth do not favor any particular path. The golden-robed old dragon, being at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, is further formidable due to the innate strength of its flesh, rendering the common firewood of ordinary folk insufficient to yield any notable results. Once a cultivator reaches the golden core realm, they are granted the opportunity for a significant transformation, wherein their body transcends the mundane, forming the golden core within. If a terrestrial immortal were to die naturally without external interference, their remains could remain uncorrupted for over a decade. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that the dragon flesh remains uncooked despite attempts to simmer it with osmanthus. Although Ning Yuan is a practitioner of the Dragon Gate realm, he is not well versed in every minor technique. Rather, apart from swordsmanship and martial arts, he is rather inept in all else. This inefficacy is unrelated to his cultivation level, as one cannot master what they do not know. It is akin to a transcendent cultivator struggling to roll sesame balls, as the adage goes. To change fields is to change mountains. Thus, when Heir arrived at the shop today, Ning Yuan entrusted him with an important task. The chubby lad, rising to the occasion, promptly headed to Osmanthus Island outside Old Dragon City to summon Mr. Gu, who was currently crafting the dragon-locking boat. Fan Air affectionately referred to Gu's wife as Aunt Gue. Naturally, Mr. Gu would not ignore him. Upon learning that it was Ning Yuan who requested his presence, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Gu, the master is in the back courtyard. Shall I inform him of your arrival? Today. Ning Yuan was absent from his usual spot on the lounge chair at the entrance. As Mr. Gu entered the shop, he exchanged a brief nod with Guiji. The middle-aged boatman harbored no fondness for Ning Yuan, yet he treated others with fairness. No need. It is but a matter of a few steps. The fisher girl poked her head out from behind the counter, her diminutive stature requiring her to tiptoe, as she sweetly called out to Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu chuckled, finding the lively child endearing. Would you like to buy our shop's osmanthus pastries? They are quite delicious, made by me and Sister Guiji ourselves. And also, our sesame balls are delightful, though my small mouth can only manage one at a time. Mr. Gu paused, savoring the thought. Just as he was about to politely decline, he saw the evening fisher darting from the counter, standing before Gu Qingzong, and offering him a sesame ball. Sir, please try this. Gu Taitu initially intended to reach out and take it, but by some twist of fate, the man lowered his head and opened his mouth. In that moment, the seasoned boatman, who had traversed seas for hundreds of years, suddenly experienced a fleeting glimpse of the mindset his master once possessed. He began to ponder. If after his master's departure, he had returned to his hometown, only to find that the homeland he cherished no longer resembled its former self. If, at that time, a little girl had offered him a sesame ball as she did today, would he have avoided the predicament he found himself in now? Perhaps it was possible. Perhaps he would have smashed his boat and settled down in his hometown, possibly marrying a charming wife and raising a pair of children. Ideally, they would be as endearing as the girl before him. After savoring the sesame ball, Gu Qingzong bent down and gently ruffled the girl fisher's hair, murmuring softly, "Delicious. Truly delicious. Uncle Gu will soon set sail. How many pastries do we have in the shop? Pack them all up for me. I shall enjoy them on the journey." The girl's face lit up with a radiant smile, one small hand tucked behind her back as she flashed a victory sign at her sister, Guiji. As Gu Qingzong entered the backyard, he spotted Ning squatting on the ground, his back turned, engrossed in fiddling with something. Ning Yuan was tinkering with several treasures from the mountain, including the remarkable item from Du Yan. Upon noticing Ning Yuan, Gu Qingzong's expression darkened, and seeing him toying with those trinkets, he inquired, "Ning, what brings you here?" He harbored a suspicion that Ning Yuan sought his counsel regarding array formations. With a beaming smile, Ning Yuan replied, "Gu Taitu, could you assist me by placing these treasures at key feng shui points within the shop? Ideally, I would like to arrange something akin to a small realm that can autonomously defend against dangers and gather spiritual energy for their cultivation." Gu Qingzong initially intended to refuse outright, but upon hearing that it was for the children's cultivation, he pondered for a moment and said, "It is feasible, but it will take several days." Ning Yuan pressed, "How long exactly?" Gu Qingzong spread his palms. "Hohot Island will set sail in 3 days for the upside-down mountain. Time is not on our side." Gu Taitu shrugged. "Moreover, I've heard you plan to leave Old Dragon City soon as well, which complicates matters." However, Ning Yuan's next words left him utterly astonished. "The journey to Hohot Island has been postponed. I will not depart before the formation is complete." Gu Qingzong glared. "What do you mean by that?" Ning Yuan nodded. "What I say is law. Shortly, I will visit the Fan family to explain this matter. And there's more for you to do, Gu Taitu." Gu Qingzong's expression darkened. He queried, "By what authority?" Ning Yuan smiled for a moment, sending shivers down Gu Qingzong's spine. "If not," he said, "you may have to regurgitate that sesame ball." Before long, Gu Qingzong began to roam the shop, stepping here and tapping there, searching for the various feng shui points. Besides the skills he had learned from his master, Lu Chun, Gu Qingzong had accumulated numerous techniques over the years and possessed some understanding of array formations. Although it cannot be deemed a grand achievement, arranging a quaint little realm within the shop is hardly a daunting task. Yet, the old fisherman's countenance has remained unchanged, perpetually shrouded in darkness. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Could it be that the actions of that young fisher girl were incited by Ning Yuan? But how could a child possess such knowledge? The fisher girl was blissfully unaware, celebrating a lucrative deal, and even in the presence of the master, she held her head high with pride. Chapter 76. The letter arrives at Pazayazu, Ning's shop. As Gu Qingzong requested all the pastries, Guizhi and the fisher girl busily engaged in packaging them. Aunt Jiang was occupied in the kitchen. Previously, with few hands, it was Guizhi who took on the cooking duties, but now, with a bustling atmosphere, Aunt Jiang was responsible for stoking the fire and preparing the meals. Gu Qingsong was laboring in the backyard, meticulously arranging formations, a task that demanded absolute precision. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan had not ventured to the Fan household. Instead, he lounged at the shop entrance, indulging in drink. He wished to follow behind Gu Tai, seizing the opportunity to glean insights into the art of formation, yet he hesitated, for it would be disrespectful to observe another's techniques without permission. In the afternoon, Heir continued his daily visits to the shop, now practicing his martial arts beneath the sycamore tree in the backyard, making remarkable progress. The value of this precious sycamore heart likely surpassed that of many celestial weapons, whether cultivators meditated or martial artists trained. Being under this tree facilitated a deeper state of focus and even moments of enlightenment. Even Gu Qingsong expressed astonishment upon encountering this remarkable tree heart, affirming its worth. However, the cost in celestial currency was substantial. Such a treasure could not simply be planted and expected to flourish indefinitely. Once summoned, the tree heart would manifest the sycamore, taking root in the earth, and Ning Yuan had once roughly calculated that it would consume about half a grain of Guyu money daily. Unless planted atop a spiritual vein of mountains and waters, it could not autonomously gather spiritual energy and achieve permanence. After purchasing the shop, renovating the courtyard, and distributing celebratory money, Ning Yuan's purse had noticeably thinned. As a guest elder of the Fan family, he received an annual sum of 50 grains of Guyu money, which was quite generous. Many cultivators on the mountain would often retreat for decades. Time would swiftly pass, and a decade could yield 500 grains of Guyu money. Ning Yuan contemplated where to seek a path to prosperity. While resorting to violence and plunder might yield quick returns, not everywhere in the world was there a Duyan. Duyan held a prestigious status and came from wealth. In contrast, many mountain dwellers, even those who achieved the golden core stage, often possessed little celestial currency, having spent it all on their cultivation. His acquaintance circle was indeed too limited. The young man couldn't help but muse that he currently only knew individuals from the Fan family, and given the nature of their relationship, it was not conducive for scheming. If he were to know more people, naturally, more avenues would open up. For instance, if a person had but one friend to borrow from, they had only one option. Yet, if they had 10 friends, they would have 10 potential sources for loans. It may sound coarse, but Ning Yuan firmly believed in this principle. Otherwise, why would those celestial beings atop the mountains seek companionship, forging bonds with other peaks, nurturing a connection that could prove beneficial? After all, one can never predict when calamity might descend upon oneself. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, Gu Taitu departed from the shop and returned to Osmanthus Island, neglecting to greet Ning Yuan at the entrance. His countenance, however, had softened, no longer as dark as it once was. The fisher girl bestowed upon him several large packages of pastries, with osmanthus cakes and sesame balls being the most abundant. Gu Taitu promptly paid 10 grains of Guyu coin. Guizhi remarked on Gu's generosity, noting that the pastries, when totaled, hardly amounted to 2 grains of Xiaoshu coin. Yet Ning Yuan countered that Gu Taitu was rather stingy, especially for a cultivator of the Jade Purity realm, daring to offer so little. The fisher girl, having heard Guizhi's words, nodded in agreement, but also acknowledged Ning Yuan's sentiment, echoing that Gu was indeed quite miserly. There was no way to contend with either of them. In the Ning family shop, Chu Wenyu held the lowest status. The shopkeeper, Guizhi, could reprimand her, and Master Ning Yuan would often deliver a playful rap on her forehead. Only Aunt Jiang had never scolded her. Yet Wenyu preferred not to linger around Aunt Jiang due to the woman's incessant chatter, which had a way of magnifying a child's troubles to the size of the moon. Nevertheless, Aunt Jiang's authority was paramount, overseeing the daily meals for everyone. Indeed, this responsibility was entrusted to her by the shopkeeper, Guizhi, requiring the young girl to traverse several streets daily to procure the day's provisions from the market. Aunt Jiang merely cooked. What was served was entirely at the discretion of the young maid. Wenyu relished her role, even bestowing upon herself the title of the second shopkeeper of the Ning family in the muddy streets of Longqing. After Heir finished his training, he exchanged pleasantries with Master Ning before preparing to leave, only to be called back. Ning Yuan instructed him to inform Aunt Gui of the delay in their journey to Osmanthus Island. Heir, lost in thought, complied and returned to the Fan household. Ever since Ning Yuan had promised to take his sister along, Heir had become his devoted assistant, adhering to Ning Yuan's every command without questioning the reasons behind them. Yet, in Heir's eyes, although Ning Yuan did not formally accept him, he regarded him as a mentor of sorts. Ning Yuan allowed him to practice beneath the tree in the backyard and occasionally offered guidance. In addition to pledging to look after his sister's journey to the northern region of Dali. For Heir, this was already a significant favor. Not to mention the earlier tale of Ning Yuan rescuing Osmanthus Island from peril. With such layers of kindness, it had become an immense debt of gratitude. As for the origins of that peril, such details remained unknown. The following day, Ning Yuan requested a postponement of their journey to Osmanthus Island, to which Madame Gue acquiesced. However, in the spirit of mutual exchange, Aunt Gue sent someone over that very day. A young girl named Jean Su knocked on the door of the Ning family shop early in the morning. Guiji opened the door and, upon learning the reason for her visit, instructed Jean Su to wait, as the master was yet to awaken. Jean Su frowned, her expression less than pleased. What kind of host remains in bed, sound asleep, when a guest arrives? Yet Guiji seemed to have transformed, commanding Jean Su not to disturb the master in the backyard. With no choice, Jean Su reluctantly complied and waited patiently. Guiji possesses a remarkable trait. She exhibits tolerance and speaks kindly regarding most matters. Even when the young fisher girl errs, she has never truly tugged harshly at her ear. However, when it comes to matters concerning the master, she remains unyielding. For instance, noticing the master's fondness for squatting at the door, she commissioned a chaise lounge for him. As for Heir, sitting on the ground sufficed. Not long after, Gu Qingsong also arrived at the shop, having discerned the feng shui locations the previous day. Today, he brought 3 types of spirit-gathering formations, intending to consult Ning Yuan about which layout would be most appropriate for the shop. Yet, Ning Yuan remained lost in dreams, having indulged excessively the night before. As before, Guiji barred even the Yupu realm cultivator from entering the shop. The young girl Jean Su felt a surge of anxiety. Ning Yuan truly exuded an imposing presence. Although she could endure waiting due to her lower cultivation, Mr. Gu was a bona fide 11th realm master. It was quite remarkable that he was halted by a mere 3rd realm girl. Initially, Gu Tai Tu's expression was somewhat grim, but fortuitously, the young fisher girl returned with breakfast. Upon entering, she spotted Mr. Gu with a stern countenance. Unaware of the ongoing situation, she casually stuffed a bun into Gu Tai Tu's mouth. "Hey, Mr. Gu. I ran 3 streets to buy these meat buns from the Li family shop. They're absolutely delightful." The middle-aged boatman's face instantly softened, and he praised the young fisher girl's diligence, requesting a second bun. Jean Su felt somewhat bewildered by this turn of events. It appeared that Mr. Ning was indeed, as Heir had suggested, profoundly unfathomable. With the arrival of the second bun, a 3rd and 4th soon followed. Heir had arrived early today, accompanied by a woman in green, a certain Sister Fan Jun Mao, a cultivator of the 4th realm. Without exception, they all patiently awaited inside the shop, while the backyard, under Guiji's vigilant guard, became a forbidden zone, inaccessible to idle folk. In the vast world, to the north lies the Luzhou, and to the south, the Pashazhou. The northern region is not distinctly northern, while the southern area is truly southern. The Bio Academy, one of the 72 Confucian academies, is situated on the southern bank of the Pashazhou, over 400,000 miles to the south of the inverted mountain, and 100,000 miles north of the academy. It gazes across at the esteemed Chen clan of Confucian scholars. The Chen clan, belonging to the line of the sub-sage, has produced an extraordinary scholar who singularly embodies the essence of Confucianism, shouldering the sun and moon, a great cultivator of the Ascension realm, and the pillar of an entire continent. Aside from the Chen clan, the Jiang clan to the south stands out, having consistently nurtured numerous scholarly talents throughout generations. Starting from their students, they have diligently pursued knowledge, producing virtuous gentlemen comparable to those of the Chen clan. Currently, the head of the Bio Academy is a member of the Jiang clan. The name of the Bio Academy is not derived from the literary temple nor found within the texts, but rather from a celestial cave. The academy is situated precisely within this celestial cave. Although the Bio Cave is not ranked among the foremost of the many blessed lands, it is indeed unique. The reason is simple. Other celestial caves function as independent spaces, requiring sufficient fortune for cultivators to locate their entrances. In contrast, the Bio Cave is entirely different. It lies within the vast world, allowing anyone to enter and exit freely. If one were to traverse the ethereal skies above the cave of celestial beings, they would be astounded to discover towering vines of azure lotus spiraling upwards from the earth, extending into the heavens and piercing the clouds. The azure lotus vine is unique to the southern Poso Island. The lotus beneath the soil, when consumed, enhances one's cultivation and vital energy, while the celestial vines suspended in midair can be refined into magical treasures of the immortal realm, wielding considerable power. It is said that women who frequently consume this azure lotus are blessed with the ability to preserve their youthful beauty. This belief has endured for millennia. Those who emerge from the azure lotus cave, men exuding exceptional charm and women possessing ethereal grace, are a testament to this lore. The academy itself is not situated upon the ground, but is supported by countless azure lotus vines, floating amidst the clouds, an undeniable paradise. As the sun began its descent, a young girl named Ling Yuan reclined on the steps of the academy's entrance, yawning in ennui. She pondered the events surrounding her mistress's recent excursion to the upside-down mountain, filled with uncertainty about what had transpired. Since her mistress's return, Ling Yuan had been instructed to wait at the door for a duration of 2 months, supposedly to keep watch for a flying sword message from the Eastern Treasure Bottle Island. Yet, despite the passage of time, no correspondence from the Treasure Bottle Island had arrived at the academy. Ling Yuan harbored suspicions that her mistress had been deceived. Among the gentlemen at the academy, all were handsome and possessed considerable cultivation. Yet, why did her mistress harbor an affection for a lad from the Treasure Bottle Island? That place, as its name suggests, is the smallest and poorest of realms. As dusk approached, a flicker of joy illuminated Ling Yuan's face. She could finally return home. Rising from her seat, she exchanged greetings with the steward of the nearby flying sword messaging pavilion, preparing to return to the academy. At that moment, a streak of light flashed across the horizon, and a petite flying sword came to rest at the entrance of the sword room. The middle-aged steward, upon a casual glance, instantly became alert. Ling Yuan, did you not mention to keep an eye out for messages from the Treasure Bottle Island? Ling Yuan halted, turning around in bewilderment. Ah, yes, what is it? The steward grasped the flying sword, inspecting the seal on the message tube before smiling. From the Eastern Treasure Bottle Island, confirmed. Tears of joy welled in Ling Yuan's eyes. After such a long wait, had it finally arrived? She snatched the message tube, scrutinizing the Jiang family seal, and hurried back to the academy. She dashed along, finally stopping in front of a residence, breathless. Miss, your letter has arrived. The correspondence has reached Poso Island. Chapter 77, Practicing Fist and Sword. I am willing. When Ning Yuan awoke, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. As he entered the shop, he was greeted by 4 individuals who had been waiting for him. The atmosphere was lively. Guizhi was the first to spot Ning Yuan, cheerfully exclaiming, Master, Mr. Ning, called out Jin Su. Initially, she had harbored some grievances about waiting there, but upon seeing Mr. Gu, who was of the 11th realm, behaving so docilely, she had nothing more to say. It was clear that the Ning Yuan before her was far more complex than he appeared. Fan Heir quickly rose to greet him, while his sister beside him remained impassive, her expression unchanged. Gu Qingsong was engaged in conversation with Ruan Xiu at the counter, the two of them chatting merrily. Ning Yuan, possessing a thick skin, acted as if nothing were amiss. He first approached Gu Qingsong, and the two made their way to the backyard to discuss the arrangement of the formation. I have brought you 3 types, gathering spirit, offensive, and defensive. Which one do you desire? Gu Taitu stated plainly. Since you have agreed to undertake this task, let us proceed with clarity. Ning Yuan replied with a smile. I wish to have all 3. Gu Qingsong frowned and said, It is not that I am unwilling, my understanding of formations is limited, and I am even less skilled than many mid-stage practitioners who specialize in this field. I only managed to learn this last night by perusing the books left by my master. Ning Yuan did not press him further and nodded. Then let us go with the gathering spirit formation. Although safety is paramount, the cultivation levels of the young ladies in the shop are quite low, rendering the defensive formation somewhat ineffective. Gu Taitu was not a master of formations either. The formations he could set up were average, and in the face of true danger, they would not provide substantial protection. Indeed, Gu Qingsong continued, I share your thoughts. Given my current skill, the defensive formation I could set up would only withstand a few spells from a golden elixir realm practitioner. This is only due to the decent quality of your 10 or so magical treasures. I must say, while they may seem like trash to me, each of these treasures could sell for several hundred Guyu coins. Would you truly use them all to set up a gathering spirit formation for those young ones to cultivate? As he spoke, Gu Qingsong's gaze was fixed intently on Ning Yuan. This answer was crucial to him. If it did not satisfy him, their relationship would cease after this task. He held firmly to his own principles, no matter how rigid. Ning Yuan waved his sleeve, producing all 13 treasures, and gestured. What belongs to me will eventually become external possessions. Feel free to take them. Gu Qingsong pressed further, but why them? They are neither your family nor your closest friends. The youth suddenly realized that something was amiss with Gu Taitu. He pondered briefly and then looked directly at him, enunciating each word. I have journeyed from the Sword Qi Great Wall, traversing over 1,000,000 miles to reach Bay of Pingzu, and I shall soon continue northward to Dali. All this is for my dearest kin. As for friends, considering the time, my letter should soon arrive in Namposuo. Gu Taitu fell silent, seemingly dissatisfied with this response, and shook his head slightly. The youth suddenly crouched down, forming his hands into sleeves, and coldly chuckled. I will do as I please. Gu Taitu smiled, his stern demeanor softening, and he even scratched his head, momentarily resembling the bashful man he seemed to be. Have you made some progress in your cultivation? Ning Yuan inquired suddenly. Gu Qingsong mirrored his posture, crouching beside him with hands folded. Yes, I came to understand certain matters yesterday and have made slight advancements. I estimate that after a year or so of seclusion, I should reach the immortal realm. Ning Yuan began to contemplate, gazing at the young dragon floating on the surface of the pond, and slowly remarked, now that you have become a patron of the Fan family, you ought to fulfill the responsibilities that come with it. Speak, Gu Qingsong urged. The Ding family must be removed from the equation, allowing the Fan family to rise. Very well, before we set sail, I will pay a visit to the Ding family. However, Ning Yuan desired more, adding, tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to the Fu family. I will handle the conversation while you take action. Gu Taitu smacked his lips a few times, somewhat reluctant, yet eventually nodded in agreement. Since Madame Gui had boarded the ship of rogues led by Ning, how could he possibly withdraw? Moreover, he was rather pleased with the previous exchange of questions and answers. Although Ning Yuan harbored a wealth of cunning, he was not devoid of charisma. One might say he embodied the essence of a living being. Gu Qingsong had always preferred to avoid dealings with those Confucian sages, for they were burdened with an excess of reasoning, and few truly accomplished anything. It was akin to the Jialong River, where the Water Dragon clan annually ventured to the shores of Namposuo, unleashing torrential floods that claimed countless lives. The corpses amassed over the years could surely form a mountain in the Middle Kingdom. Among those lives lost to natural disasters, how many were innocent fishermen? Yet, those sages appeared to take no action, instead advocating for the preservation of the dragon's existence. Gu Qingsong could not fathom why the human race should extend considerations to the demon clan at the cost of their own kin suffering grievous losses. Ning Yuan might have surmised a fragment of Gu Qingsong's thoughts, yet he refrained from voicing them as he exited to the backyard, leaving the latter to prepare the formation. In truth, all of Ning Yuan's acquaintances shared a common trait, a certain charisma, among the cultivators on the mountain, regardless of their ranks. Those possessing this quality could forge suitable connections. The more one possessed, the higher their baseline became. Much like the dilapidated and dreary cities beyond the Sword Qi Great Wall, where a multitude of such individuals congregated. Even the venerable Sword Immortal, who had witnessed millennia of the mortal realm, had not lost this essence. The youth recalled a particular phrase, finding it increasingly profound and savory upon reflection. True strength is always bounded by the freedom of the weak. Heir had gone to practice his martial arts beneath a tree when Jiang approached, stating that under the guidance of Master Madame Gui, she sought to learn swordsmanship from Mr. Ning. The girl felt an implicit eagerness. The sword techniques of the Sword Qi Great Wall were indeed extraordinary. Thus, Ning Yuan instructed her to accompany Heir to the backyard, where they would establish a sword furnace beneath the parasol tree. With a flicker of his consciousness, the far wanderer's sword emerged from its sheath, hovering directly above Jiang's head, its tip poised menacingly towards her crown. The sword, imbued with the youth's intent, exerted a palpable pressure upon the girl's delicate frame. In an instant, she felt the specter of death looming, causing her stance in the sword furnace to wobble precariously. Although Jiang was a direct disciple of Madame Gui, she had rarely engaged in combat. Under the shadow of death, she faltered within mere breaths, her sword furnace stance collapsing. Observing Jiang fall to the ground, Ning Yuan shook his head, noting she was no different from something made of paper. Heir also attempted to maintain his stance under the pressure of the Far Wanderer's sword. Curiously, despite his lesser cultivation compared to Jiang, he managed to endure for nearly half a stick of incense. This served as a blow to Jiang, who gritted her teeth, rising to her feet once more to establish her sword furnace stance and withstand Mr. Ning's oppressive sword intent. In truth, this training method was not cruel, for the children of the Sword Qi Great Wall underwent similar trials. Upon reaching the third realm, they were invariably taken to the city walls to endure the ancient sword cultivators' lingering sword intent. Day after day, as the years pass, one's realm ascends in tandem, ultimately leading one step by step to the pinnacle atop the city walls. When the children finally reach this lofty height, they not only experience the overwhelming influx of sword intent for the first time, but also bear witness to the untamed wilderness of the world. For all the children of the Sword Qi Great Wall, the initial tremors of their spirits fundamentally commence upon their ascent to the citadel. On that day, they will come to understand what their ancestors have long safeguarded and why the sword points southward. In that moment, the children will feel the weight of responsibility upon their shoulders, a burden that will grow ever heavier with the passage of time. Until one fateful year, amidst a great battle, they may find themselves falling in the southern lands. Chapter 78. The old sword Taigu Taitu, Heir, and Jiang have each found their respective tasks. Now, only the fourth stage cultivator remains in the shop, Mr. Ning. Upon seeing Ning Yuan emerge from the courtyard, Fan Junmao smiled, though there was an intriguing quality to that smile. Ning Yuan noticed her demeanor, remaining seated without emotion, and a flicker of understanding ignited within him. It seemed that Heir's sister had awakened the divine spirit within her. Perhaps this was why she intended to journey to Lizhu Dongtian, seeking the old man Yang to complete her divine form. Madame Gouet was likely aware of this matter as well. It appears that many years ago, Madame Gouet chose to settle in the Fan family for this very reason. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded, first approaching the counter to gently pat Gouet Ji on the head, prompting her to promptly grasp the fishing girl and head to the backyard. Aunt Jiang was busy stoking the fire in the kitchen, leaving only the two of them in the shop. Ning Yuan took a seat in the manager's chair and remarked with a smile, "Miss Fan, what brings you to me?" The two had not previously met. After Ning Yuan agreed to Heir's request, she merely returned home to inform her sister. Initially, Fan Junmao had not thought much of it, but that day, Madame Gouet was present, and after exchanging a few words with her, his curiosity was piqued. Thus, he considered it worthwhile to cultivate a friendship with this individual. The woman in green was tall, almost reaching Ning Yuan's height, and she sat gracefully in her chair, her demeanor composed, with an innate air of heroism between her brows. Among the reincarnated divine beings Ning Yuan had encountered, only two stood out, Madame Gouet and this woman before him. In terms of appearance, both were tall and possessed an extraordinary aura. This woman likely held a higher divine rank than Madame Gouet in the ancient heavenly court eons ago. In that celestial realm, there was a singular sovereign, followed by 4 supreme deities and 12 elevated divine beings. Given that Fan Junmao was under the command of a sword-bearer, it was evident that even if she were not a high-ranking deity, she was certainly no ordinary celestial warrior. Ning Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Fan Junmao did not respond, and he refrained from uttering another word, instead calculating his thoughts. After some contemplation, he found himself devoid of any ideas. It was Fan Junmao who finally broke the silence, and her words plunged the atmosphere into an oppressive tension. "You are Ning Yuan, correct? From now on, you shall obey my commands without any hesitation." As she spoke, the woman in green crossed her legs, reclining comfortably in her chair, her demeanor unruffled. Then, with both hands, she performed a peculiar gesture, as if drawing a bow, releasing and retracting towards Ning Yuan's heart, and playfully exclaimed, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh, you're done for." Ning Yuan nearly burst into laughter. A single remark from Fan Junmao had turned the atmosphere frigid, yet the subsequent words from the youth left her face flushed with humiliation. "What are you?" The silence that followed was palpable, as if a pin drop could be heard. A mocking expression graced Ning Yuan's face, his words striking like thunder. "You're merely a wretched creature who has undergone several miscarriages, and you dare to gloat? Do you think that by venturing into the Lijuzu paradise to beg old Yang for your soul's return, you have achieved something remarkable?" Fan Junmao, who had previously worn a face of embarrassment, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes fixed intently on Ning Yuan, her heart racing with terror. "Who is this person? How does he know such things? He is aware of my identity, and of old Yang. In an instant, she was drenched in sweat, her earlier composure shattered. "Who are you?" Her fingers began to tap rhythmically on the table as Ning Yuan replied calmly, "Just a mere mortal." Fan Junmao scoffed. "Oh, merely a mortal? A mere mortal who knows such secrets? Since you are aware of my identity, you must either be like me or perhaps a reincarnation of some ancient demon." Ning Yuan shrugged and nodded. "Indeed, I am the reincarnation of the sovereign." This revelation nearly shattered Fan Junmao's resolve. Ning Yuan was not one to be trifled with. After stunning his opponent with words, he waved his sleeve, enveloping the two in a small realm beyond the heavens. Once the outside world was cloaked, the youth swiftly appeared before the woman in green, who had no time to react before he struck her across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground. Fan Junmao attempted to resist, but in her current state, she was utterly powerless. Ning Yuan placed his foot upon her face, a profound humiliation. Looking down upon her, he spoke slowly. "You are the most foolish of the deities I have encountered, the most ungrateful and prideful." With a glare of fury, Fan Junmao was about to unleash a torrent of insults, but Ning Yuan forcefully stepped down again, leaving her speechless, save for the sound of her teeth clattering. "I not only know old Yang, but I also recognize that your master is that ancient sword bearer, one of the supreme gods, whose remnants of divinity have transformed into an ancient sword, suspended beneath the corridor of Lijizu paradise." Surprised? What do you think I am? Who do you believe I should be? As Ning Yuan crushed several of Fan Junmao's teeth with his foot, beneath the ancient arched bridge in Lijizu paradise. Rusted and motionless for millennia, an ancient sword began to tremble slightly. A thick mist enveloped the bridge, gradually revealing a figure. The person was tall yet not bulky, clad in a radiant white that obscured their face. In a local schoolhouse, a respected teacher suddenly furrowed his brow. After assigning the students their homework, he stepped outside the school and with a single stride, found himself by the river beneath the arched bridge. This esteemed individual, admired by countless people, bowed respectfully to the towering woman. "Elder, what brings you here? Have you come to see my young apprentice in a different light?" The tall woman, as if awakening from a long slumber, stifled a yawn, her gaze fixed upon the southern horizon without acknowledging the teacher. "That is not the case. It is merely that one of my subordinates has caused a bit of trouble." Upon hearing this, the gentleman fell silent, yet he did not leave, remaining by the riverbank. The tall woman allowed him to gaze at her, extending a hand to pluck a strand of hair, drawing it from root to tip, with each inch shimmering ever more brilliantly. However, to her surprise, the hair snapped in two. She gasped softly, incredulous that her divine calculation techniques had proven ineffective. It is known that even ascended cultivators find it challenging to escape their own divine calculations unless they are specialized in this path or are Grandmasters of the 14th realm. Just whom had her subordinate angered? Without further contemplation, as she could not deduce the answer, the woman employed another divine technique. A beam of divine light shot forth from her golden eyes and, upon reaching the air, seemed to pierce through time and space. The fabric of reality shattered into countless fragments, only to reassemble instantly, revealing a landscape of mountains and seas. The scene of the Ning family shop appeared before her eyes. After observing it, she exhibited no reaction, instead turning her gaze toward the gentleman in scholarly robes. "Qi Jingchun, what do you think I shall do?" Chapter 79. The light extinguished Qi Jingchun. "What do you think I shall do?" The tall woman suddenly descended, standing beside the scholar and repeating her inquiry. Or rather, what should I do? With this, she pointed once more into the air, and a second landscape materialized. It depicted the dilapidated courtyard of a mud bottle alley. "You have sought me countless times, not for yourself, but for that boy who has yet to take on a disciple." Two scrolls appeared, one on the left and one on the right. The left displayed a blue-robed swordsman, intent on shattering the divine golden form, while the right depicted the barefoot youth, whose life hung by a thread after the life bridge was severed. She was one of my former subordinates, the one with the weakest disposition, yet still my subordinate. The boy's actions against her are akin to a slap in my face. I had anticipated that Qi Jingchun would reason with her, yet he instead posed a question. "Senior, do you intend to kill this boy?" The tall woman smiled and nodded, only to shake her head moments later. "According to my previous thoughts, this boy should have been dead long ago. Though I find my subordinate somewhat displeasing, she is still mine. Allowing others to slay her would tarnish my reputation. However, over the years, you have sought me repeatedly, presenting profound truths one after another, and I seem to have developed a different temperament. Her divine gaze fell upon the right scroll, where the unremarkable dark-haired boy was tending the fire to brew medicine in the kitchen. It was said that he had saved a girl, emptying his family's coffers to purchase numerous medicinal ingredients from the Yang family's shop, dedicating himself daily to brewing medicine. Qi Jingshun suddenly wore a beaming smile. Senior, I find myself humbled by your words. From what you imply, it seems you are not keen on hearing my moralistic teachings. Yet I do have one question. What is the origin and development of this matter? The tall woman shook her head. I do not know, nor do I intend to traverse the river of time to investigate. However, to speak candidly, it is most likely a calamity wrought by my subordinate. The woman gazed at the young swordsman clad in green and suddenly smiled, saying, to speak candidly, if I were to choose, I would indeed prefer this youth. His talent is commendable, and his temperament suits my taste far better than that of Chen Qingdu. You may argue that Chen Qingdu possesses a childlike heart. Yet there exists a multitude of children with such innocence throughout the world. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and turned her attention back to the shoeless boy. Although Chen Qingdu endures hardships, countless others share in suffering. He is not the most wretched child in existence. Many perish from hunger and cold, not to mention he has you, a master of the 14th realm, as his mentor. You might contend that Chen Qingdu's state of mind is unique and that he will undoubtedly grow into a beacon of hope, but therein lies a contradiction. The path that Chen Qingdu traverses is safeguarded by you, your fellow disciples, and your esteemed master, all of whom are formidable practitioners of the higher realms. If we were to place any other individual in Chen Qingdu's position, what difference would it make? With your brother Cui Chuan's strategic prowess, discerning the hearts of others is a mere trifle. If that is the case, then what of Ma Kuxuan from Xinghua Alley? A demon can be calculated into a gentleman by your brother, and I believe that. Mr. Qi sighed, his gaze distant. Just as he was about to speak, the tall woman abruptly interrupted him. Qi Jingshun, you have come to preside over this Li Zhu cave heaven for a mere 60 years. Yet I have observed this small town for 3,000 years. Those eminent practitioners from the outside world regard this town as a treasure trove, akin to a prized porcelain that, if well crafted, is taken away, while the flawed pieces are shattered, treated as mere objects. I have encountered an abundance of prodigious talents. Yet none have compelled me to linger longer, including the white-haired youth who treads upon my subordinate. I hold little regard for Chen Qingdu, whose fate is as lamentable as the countless blue stones at the river's bottom, though he did not perish from cold or hunger at the age of 5. Over these 3 millennia, I have witnessed countless bones of the frozen and the famished in this town, the youngest among them scarcely 3 years old. I vividly recall, a century ago, a 3-year-old girl, perhaps born with a defect, who had just learned to call for her mother. For various reasons, she succumbed to the cold not far from my corridor. That little girl, too, wore straw sandals, approaching from Riding Dragon Alley, crying and calling for her mother. During that time, I had been in slumber for many years, only to be awakened by her heart-wrenching wails. The tall woman, the progenitor of swordsmanship in the realm, suddenly turned her gaze towards Qi Jingshun, her golden eyes shimmering with a divine light. Guess what? From Riding Dragon Alley, a powerful practitioner disregarded the rules of the cave heaven and unleashed a spell of celestial magic. On a scorching day in June, a chilling wind materialized out of thin air. Just as I roused from my slumber, that little girl was transformed into an ice sculpture. Of course, this is merely one instance. Moreover, when the cave heaven shatters, the 6,000 souls in this town will be unable to escape. The benefits will line the pockets of the mountain-dwelling elite, while the dire consequences will be borne solely by the mortals. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired gentleman, with hands folded within his sleeves, crouched by the riverbank, his demeanor forlorn, his expression pensive, remaining silent for a long while. Mr. Qi suddenly felt a desire for a drink. Since Liang's departure, he had not indulged in spirits. Ali once remarked to him that the world of rivers and lakes offers little of merit, save for the solace of wine. At that time, Qi Jingshun was still relatively young and recalled this statement vividly. Yet, having ventured into the world, he found himself devoid of the experience of indulging in wine. Thus, Mr. Qi rose once more to bow respectfully to the tall woman before him. Indeed, the nature of humanity seems to be in decline, year after year. The elders express their disillusionment with this world, and the younger generation shares their sentiment. However, after years of scholarly pursuit, absorbing the teachings of sages, the youth felt compelled to take action, no matter the disappointment. The gesture of bowing was not relinquished. In the child Chen Qingdu, I discerned a glimmer of hope. firmly believing that this child could mature into the individual we aspire to see. As for me, Qi Jingchun, my arrival at Liju Dantian has never inspired thoughts of departure. At this juncture, a smile graced Qi Jingchun's face, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. The woman, moved, gazed at the esteemed scholar before her. This learned individual who claimed the potential to establish a legacy. Could it truly be so? She felt an unprecedented sense of melancholy. The ancient sword, steadfast for millennia, seemed to reserve its admiration solely for this scholar. Qi Jingchun nodded, his gaze radiant, as if it contained the essence of the sun and moon. Many years ago, upon acquiring a modicum of knowledge, numerous individuals began to refer to me as a sage. Qi Jingchun chuckled softly, expressing a desire to embody the qualities of a gentleman. For a gentleman does not stand beneath precarious walls, while a sage must take the mantle unreservedly. Elder, whether you acquiesce to my junior brother is of little consequence. I am merely left once again in profound disappointment. Yet, there is a saying, although the light may be extinguished, the lamp's hearth remains. Moreover, in a millennium of darkness, a single lamp can illuminate. Chapter 80. Laughter having received no affirmative nod, Qi Jingchun departed once more, disheartened. The woman watched him leave the corridor, then turned her gaze towards the two grand scrolls depicting mountains and seas. Her captivating eyes emitted two beams of golden light, penetrating the vast distance to observe the young boy. After retracting her divine powers, she made her way alone to the banks of Longxiu River, cupping a handful of water to reflect on the journey of the lad in straw sandals. Ultimately, she waded barefoot into the river, selecting a piece of azure stone from the riverbed and cradling it in her palm. Upon returning to the academy to resume his teaching, Mr. Qi suddenly burst into hearty laughter. The young students exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by their usually gentle teacher's uncharacteristic display. A little girl in a red cotton coat, her wide eyes agog, hastily took out a sheet of white paper to sketch Mr. Qi's jovial expression. Her deskmate, a mischievous little boy, younger than her, had always been at odds with her. Upon catching sight of her drawing, he leapt up to report to Mr. Qi, exclaiming that Li Baoping was depicting the teacher's recent laughter, showing her disrespect. The girl named Li Baoping felt a pang of anxiety and shot a fierce glare at Li Huai, who merely responded with a cheeky grimace. Mr. Qi, upon viewing the sketch, laughed heartily once more and praised the girl for her artistic talent. As for the informant, Li Huai, Mr. Qi informed him that he would be visiting his home that evening, as he had been rather careless with his studies of late. Li Huai's face instantly contorted in dismay. Ning family shop. When Ning Yuan unleashed his small realm, Gu Qingsong in the backyard immediately sensed something unusual. He approached the door to the backyard and glanced inside. Even he, without the use of supernatural powers, could not discern the specifics within, unless he were to shatter Ning Yuan's small realm with a single strike. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Taitu decided to remain silent at the entrance. The others in the backyard, noticing his strange demeanor, contemplated investigating further, but were deterred by a mere glance from him. Gu Taitu was unaware of Fan Juanmao's true identity, only knowing of the Guifu lady in relation to the Fan family. He was curious about the matters in the shop, but since Ning Yuan had not communicated anything to him, he assumed everything was fine. Fan Heir, knowing that Mr. Ning was engaged in discussions with his sister, believed they had important matters to deliberate and thus did not pay them much attention, continuing to practice his martial arts under the distant sword. Within the small realm, Ning Yuan kicked Fan Juanmao aside and returned to the master's chair. His eyes shimmered with a sword intent, imposing immense pressure upon this deity of the four realms. What is a mere deity worth? After speaking, Ning Yuan immediately summoned his sword intent, enveloping Fan Juanmao's body in a web of intent, a pervasive aura of murderous intent. Do you believe that if I were to kill you here, your divine fragments would still return to the heavenly realm? I can utterly obliterate your very soul. Fan Juanmao's lips trembled, unable to utter a word. This youth was terrifying, not due to his cultivation or mastery of swordsmanship, but because facing Ning Yuan now felt akin to confronting a supreme deity from years past. Deities are immortal and indestructible, but that holds true only for certain realms. Among deities, it is indeed possible to slay one another. Ning Yuan was fully aware of her background, while she knew nothing of him, not even the identity of her master. The sword-wielding deity. What sort of being is he? She clenched her teeth, remaining silent, attempting to project strength, yet her sweat and trembling betrayed her. Ning Yuan poured himself a cup of tea, the brew prepared earlier by Guizhi, still warm. He took his time, contemplating how to conclude this encounter. Killing her was not an option. The temperament of the sword wielder was rather volatile. Moreover, Ning Yuan had an inkling that someone was observing this place. Albeit it was merely a feeling. His heavenly path might obstruct the calculations of great cultivators, but it could not hinder the divine powers akin to observing mountains and rivers. At an unsuspecting moment, the contemplative youth suddenly lifted his head, gazing into the. His intuition had not deceived him. Someone had indeed been watching this place. Now, that person was locking eyes with him. Ning Yuan could not see their form, nor their face, only a pair of elongated golden pupils. Fan Junmao, originally trapped within the confines of the sword intent, suddenly turned to where Ning Yuan was looking, her face a canvas of disbelief, soon brimming with tears. Yet, those golden eyes did not cast a glance her way. Ning Yuan's heart was greatly shaken. Even though those pupils exuded no murderous intent, they instilled in him a sense of vulnerability. This was not merely the oppression stemming from a disparity in realms. It felt more akin to an innate superiority of life essence. It was as if a frog at the bottom of a well gazed up at the moon, or like an ant striving to comprehend the vast expanse of the sky. Between deities, there exists a hierarchy. In the face of such innate superiority, Ning Yuan remains neither servile nor arrogant. It is not that his resolve is particularly unyielding. Rather, he understands that should such an entity choose to act against him, even 1,000 versions of himself would be powerless to resist. So why exhibit the cowardice of the weak? If death is inevitable, he might as well confront it with composure, leaving behind a name untainted by fear. After all, this is not the first time youth has faced death. Sometimes, the seemingly feeble possess an inner strength. Consider the Five Realms dragon, which, for the sake of its daughter, forsook the dragon's den and followed her to Hohat Island across 70,000 miles. This epitomizes the adage, a woman may be gentle, but a mother is resolute. This is a memory that Ning Yuan finds particularly difficult to revisit. Moreover, across the Sword Qi Great Wall, numerous sword cultivators venture forth, never to return. At the tender age of 9, Yungu ascended the battlements, her youthful sword pointed toward the vast wilderness. The hearts of the world may continually descend, yet the realm is never devoid of exceptional talents. Heroes are not solely those of elevated realms. Even a humble scholar wielding a gentleman's sword may face the mightiest of divine beings without flinching. However, after Fan Junmao uttered those words, Ning Yuan could have chosen to swallow his pride. Had he done so, subsequent events might have unfolded differently. Yet the current Ning Yuan harbors no such intentions. Firstly, this pertains to his path of the sword and his mental state. A sword cultivator, particularly one hailing from the Sword Qi Great Wall, must forge ahead without hesitation. To suppress his spirit would ultimately hinder his journey. Should the sword cultivators from his homeland learn of his restraint, they would certainly mock him. Secondly, there is much to ponder. Deities like Fan Junmao possess an inherent arrogance, a trait ingrained in their very being. She holds no egalitarian sentiments toward anyone but her peers. Her kindness towards her brother stems from her currently incomplete divine soul. Once the old man Yang restores her essence, her divine nature will firmly overshadow her humanity. As for Fan Junmao's future endeavors against the demon tribes in Beipingzu, they are the culmination of years of mental refinement by Yang and Cui Chan. Yet, Fan Junmao has not yet reached that stage. In the past, Ning Yuan would not have contemplated such complexities. However, times have changed. He now bears greater concerns. No longer alone, and thus more to consider. A deity like Fan Junmao poses a significant threat, were it not for the swordsman at her side. Ning Yuan would have little to say, striking her down with a single blow. He possesses a trump card capable of annihilating a deity, ensuring that their divine fragments cannot return to the heavenly realm. The youth locked eyes with the supreme deity for a moment, a voice resonating within his heart. Little one, I entrust her to you. Her life and death are in your hands. Fan Junmao immediately knelt, gazing into those golden eyes, trembling uncontrollably. As the oppressive force lifted from her shoulders, Ning Yuan averted his gaze. After a prolonged exchange of glances, the youth's eyes brimmed with crimson. He reached out to cover the teacup, sensing its lingering warmth. Then, with a fearsome countenance, Ning Yuan turned to the still kneeling Fan Junmao. From this day forth, you shall obey me. Yes, I shall follow your command. Chapter 81. Melancholy Fan Junmao returned to the Fan family first. Half of his face was swollen from being stepped on by Ning Yuan, which was not a pleasant sight for Fan Heir. The small domain was dismantled, leaving Ning Yuan utterly drained, both physically and mentally. The confrontation with the sword-wielding deity was no trivial matter. Even without revealing any aura of their realm, the sheer pressure of their life force was enough to injure Ning Yuan's eyes. This was his first direct encounter with such an ancient god. The previous Lady Gui could hardly be considered a significant deity. Even Fan Junmao, a subordinate of this sword wielder, now possessed an incomplete divine soul in a low realm, rendering him no more than a lamb awaiting slaughter in the face of such overwhelming power. Ning Yuan suddenly felt an urge to hasten his journey to the Pearl Cave. The fact that the sword-wielding deity did not choose to act against him and entrusted Fan Junmao to him spoke volumes. However, he did not believe that this deity would recognize him as a master. This was Chen Qingdu's destiny, predetermined and not something he could covet. It was not that he looked down upon the old sword. After all, it was the most formidable divine sword in existence. Rather, it was the presence of Mr. Qi. A learned scholar, that sufficed. If Ning Yuan recalled correctly, Mr. Qi had traversed the river of time and captured a handful of its waters. This water represented the path that Chen Qingdu had walked throughout his life, and Qi Jingshan had placed it beneath the corridor bridge of the Longxiu River for the old sword to observe in its leisure, hoping to secure a grand opportunity for his junior disciple. However, at that time, Qi Jingshan had yet to present the token pin to Chen Qingdu. Thus he could not be regarded as his junior disciple. The sword spirit did take notice, yet it was unfazed. The poor child had seen too much, rendering novelty moot. What ultimately compelled the old sword to recognize Chen Qingdu as its master? Ning Yuan sipped his tea, now devoid of warmth. Perhaps it was due to Chen Qingdu's assassination of Kai Jinjian, revealing a markedly different aspect of himself. Or perhaps it was the fierce battle against the mountain transmoving ape alongside Ning Yao. Yet Ning Yuan felt that neither of these were the true reasons. The answer lay solely with Mr. Qi. He remembered correctly that the sword spirit acknowledged its master after the Pearl Cave shattered and fell to the ground. This indicated that the old sword had witnessed Mr. Qi valiantly resisting the heavenly tribulation, confronting the three great cultivators with merely 3 of his life characters, ultimately sacrificing himself to protect the precious pearl in his palm, which safeguarded 6,000 ordinary souls in a small town. Was 6,000 a large number? Indeed, it was substantial, 600 households, if each family had 10 members. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, it was minuscule. A single old dragon city housed millions. The loss of 6,000 souls would hardly stir the waters. It was merely a pearl, and its disappearance would not create ripples. But Mr. Qi could not accept such a fate. After all, he was a sage, having studied for so many years and learned the principles of sages, revered by so many. How could such a man remain indifferent in the face of calamity? He was determined to act when disaster struck. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he could reach the Pearl Cave in time. Ning Yuan rubbed his face and gazed towards the backyard. Gu Qingsong's lips moved slightly as he transmitted a message. What is it? Ning Yuan shook his head, indicating there was nothing. Gu Qingsong did not press further, turning back to continue placing magical artifacts at various feng shui points in the shop. He was aware that his intellect could not rival Ning Yuan's. One inquiry sufficed. Since Ning, the young lad, was reluctant to divulge anything, further probing would be futile. Furthermore, Gu Taitu had no desire to know. The more one knows, the greater the potential for worry and sorrow. Humanity is a curious entity. Upon entering the world, an infant is devoid of concerns. However, once parents teach them to walk and speak, the seeds of anxiety begin to sprout. A child may ponder what lies beyond the village, or the appearance of the monsters spoken of by adults. As they grow older, the child becomes a youth, perhaps spending several years in a school, eventually venturing forth to traverse thousands of miles, encountering a myriad of landscapes. It is at this juncture that the young man first realizes he is not the protagonist of the universe, feeling powerless in many matters. For humanity is inherently limited, far too limited, unable to achieve many things. Not only can they not accomplish certain tasks, but even those that are within reach often require them to merely stand by and observe. As youth transitions into adulthood, though sorrows may arise, the years are still young, and there remains a spirit of defiance. One day, whether in the mountains or the marketplace, while gazing from a height or sailing the seas, the young man beholds a woman of exquisite grace, just a glance, yet it lingers in his heart, impossible to forget. Those fortunate enough may find solace with their beloved, returning to their quaint village to raise a family. Those less fortunate are left yearning, wandering the world like forlorn spirits. As youth gives way to middle age, and eventually to gray hair, How many paths lead to a destination devoid of regret? How many still bear the carefree visage of the children from that bygone village? Long ago, we were all little heroes saving the world, collecting twigs along our scholarly journeys, slicing through fields of golden rapeseed. The shop has returned to its former state. Guizhi sits at the counter, her elbows resting on the table, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, for the young girl is somewhat troubled. The shop has been open for several days now, and aside from the familiar faces making purchases, only a handful of customers have graced its threshold. The fish girl consumes more than what is sold. As the proprietor, Guizhi naturally feels the weight of poor business, although the losses are not significant. The pouch of divine coins bestowed by her master could sustain the pastry shop for decades. Nonetheless, Guizhi aspires to make the business flourish, otherwise, she fears appearing utterly ineffectual. In contrast to Guizhi, the fish girl at her age bears no worries, particularly since she forgets upon awakening. Currently, the little girl is outside the shop, perched on the ground, observing a colony of ants relocating their nest. Ning Yuan, in moments of ennui, has also crouched down to watch such an event. Heir and Jiang remain beneath the parasol tree, practicing, one in a horse stance, the other in a sword stance. It seems they are competing, both intent on enduring longer under Mr. Ning's sword intent. Jiang finds it somewhat challenging to accept that this lad from the Fan family, whose cultivation is inferior to his own and who appears somewhat simple-minded, can outlast him. Yet, in truth, this practice bears little relation to one's level of cultivation. The sword intent is a manifestation of will. To withstand its pressure, one's own resolve must be sufficiently robust. The golden grain of the cave realm surpasses that of Heir by a considerable margin. However, she is yet to engage in a life-and-death battle, merely elevating her realm year after year under the tutelage of Madame Gui. Although her foundation is quite solid, it is limited to that alone, lacking in several other aspects. Heir has chosen the path of a martial artist, a path where the predecessors possess formidable willpower, rendering external forces incapable of shaking their foundations. Take Ning Yuan, for instance. His will is remarkably resilient. This resilience did not stem from innate qualities. Having grown up on the Sword Qi Great Wall, he has witnessed numerous conflicts in the southern regions. It is the courage forged in the crucible of life and death that allows him to face formidable cultivators without fear. Moreover, Ning Yuan is a fifth-tier martial artist. Is Granny Bai amiable? Indeed, she is, but that is during ordinary times. When it comes to practicing martial arts, Granny Bai can leave the children bruised and battered. After returning home in tears, they often proclaim they will never train with her again, only to be chastised by their elders and dutifully return the next day for practice. The Sword Qi Great Wall is home to the majority of sword practitioners. Yet it is not exclusively so. Not everyone can become a sword practitioner, even at the Sword Qi Great Wall. Some children are born with deficiencies, their energy gates locked and inaccessible, thus they must tread the path of martial artists, which allows them to prolong their lives and strengthen their bodies. With diligent training, they can even ascend to the battlements to slay demons alongside their sword-practicing peers. After offering guidance to a couple of individuals, Ning Yuan washed his face at the well. He then arrived at the shop's entrance, mimicking the mannerisms of the fisher girl, squatting down to observe the ants relocating their home. Gu Qingsong cast a glance, his lips twitching in disbelief at the peculiarity of Ning Yuan. Upon witnessing this scene, Guizhi couldn't help but smile brightly. Chapter 82. The sun and moon suspended in the sky. As Ning Yuan leaned beside the fisher girl, he overheard her softly reciting a series of numbers, perhaps counting the ants. The little girl was utterly engrossed, not sparing Ning Yuan a glance. Such children are invariably delightful. Originally lying on the ground, Ning Yuan shifted to a squatting position, extending his right hand to gently ruffle the fisher girl's hair. Such small heads are indeed the most pleasant to pat. Ning Yuan had learned about the fisher girl's background. She hailed from a coastal fishing village, where her parents were alive and she had 2 older brothers. Her family had lived by fishing for generations. Yet, upon reaching the fisher girl, it seemed as if the accumulated blessings of her ancestors converged, allowing her to encounter Gui Hua Island, ultimately becoming a worker at Ning's shop. No, to be precise, she should be referred to as the second steward, as her position was significant, overseeing the provisions for the entire shop. The little girl, while counting ants with unwavering focus, grew slightly annoyed at the hand playing with her hair, shaking her head in protest. Ning Yuan paid no heed, continuing to ruffle her hair. Having reached nearly 1,000 in her count, the little girl was determined not to give up this time, especially after being interrupted by Sister Guizhi during her last attempt. This time, she would count to 1,000. However, Ning Yuan, embodying the role of a mischievous villain, leaned in to whisper in her ear, inquiring how far she had counted. The fisher girl looked up, her face beaming with joy, and replied, "Over 900. The words carried a hint of delight, but as soon as they were uttered, the little girl realized her mistake. Where was I in my counting? The expression on Ruan Xiu's face contorted into a frown as she exclaimed, "You're bullying me, sir." No sooner had she spoken than she bit Ning Yuan's arm, leaving a row of tiny teeth marks. After releasing her grip, she plopped down on the ground, crossing her arms defiantly and turning her head away in a huff. Ning Yuan glanced at the sky, then touched the bitten spot, not painful, merely wet with saliva. He placed a hand on Ruan Xiu's head and chuckled, "Just think. If you count to 1,000 today, there would be nothing left to count tomorrow." "Humph, you think because I'm young, you can trick me." The little girl pouted. "If I count to 1,000 today, then tomorrow I can count to 2,000. It was a reasonable argument. Yet that was not the point Ning Yuan wished to make. He inquired further, with such determination, why not practice diligently in the backyard? "I don't want to," Ruan Xiu replied. "Could you possibly explain to me why? You have spent some time on Osmanthus Island and seen those cultivators soaring through the clouds and riding the winds. Do you not wish for the day you could do the same?" The little girl hesitated, lowering her head to ponder deeply. "I do," she admitted, "but right now, I miss my father and mother more." Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiu's voice quivered with the onset of tears. She clung to Ning Yuan's arm, her words breaking as 2 streams of tears began to soak his sleeve. "Sir, I haven't been home since I arrived on Osmanthus Island. I want to go home." Ning Yuan looked up at the sky once more. It was rather overcast, and with ants moving, a torrential downpour was imminent. The young man turned to Gu Qingdu, who had been standing at the shop's entrance for quite some time, and softly said, "Mr. Gu, could I trouble you to escort us?" Though Ning Yuan had called upon the celestial craft and summoned Gu Qingdu, he had mostly referred to him as Gu Tai Tu. This was the first time he addressed him as Mr. Gu. In an unprecedented display of solemnity, Gu Qingdu nodded respectfully and even performed a bow. Madame Gui had taught him that one should observe Confucian etiquette when addressing a gentleman. While he practiced the Tao, he had not been formally accepted as a disciple by Lu Chun, and thus, being in the realm of the righteous, a bow was more fitting than a prostration. Then, this 11th-stage practitioner, upon rolling up his sleeves, sent a punch skyward. The punch shattered the great formation of the old dragon city, dispersing the sea of semi-immortal soldiers, thus clearing a path for the two. The young man embraced the little girl, wiping away her tears, while he also took it upon himself to clean her runny nose. He did not mind the mess, casually wiping his hand on the ground. "How about I take you to see your father and mother now?" The little girl nodded. And as Ning Yuan gathered his thoughts, his brow opened wide. A petite flying sword emerged from his dantian, instantly expanding to several dozen times its size, transforming into a giant sword that measured 10 feet in length. The colossal sword hovered before them, its blade entwined with countless tiny shards of flowing light, appearing truly like a celestial sword. "Have you ever witnessed sword flight? Are you afraid?" The little girl's eyes widened, while she knew the sir was a flying immortal. Witnessing such a spectacle up close stirred her heart profoundly. She swallowed hard and whispered, "Can I go up too? Will I fall once I'm up there?" "Master, I'm scared." Ning Yuan released her, gently smoothing her hair. "You won't fall. With me here, you're safe. Didn't you say you wanted to go home? They say this leads back home." Finally gathering her courage, the girl took one careful step after another onto the enormous sword. The sword remained still, providing her with a sense of security. However, just as she stepped onto the blade, she dashed back and clung to Ning Yuan's arm. "Master, please accompany me." After a brief moment, a streak of light sliced through the sky. The girl stood at the tip of the sword, radiant and poised, while Ning Yuan stood behind her, hands clasped behind his back. A small realm had already been conjured, enveloping the colossal sword and shielding the second manager of the Ning family shop as they advanced. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her first experience of flying on a sword, and from this height, she could gaze down upon the entirety of Old Dragon City. Previously, every morning, she would walk 3 streets to the Li family shop to buy bonds, which took over half an hour. She had heard that Old Dragon City boasted thousands of streets, with some stretching hundreds of miles in length. Indeed, it was vast. The girl, timid by nature, once succumbed to curiosity after purchasing buns from the Li family shop and endeavored to explore a few more streets. Yet, after traversing only half a street, she hurried back. What if she got lost? Besides, Master, Sister Guizhi, and Aunt Jiang were all waiting for her buns. She reassured herself that she wasn't timid. As the second manager of the shop, she had many responsibilities as everyone awaited her offerings, much like the 2 large yellow cows her parents raised, requiring someone to lead them to graze daily. Now, standing upon the Master's flying sword, she felt that Old Dragon City was not so daunting after all. Ning Yuan laughed from behind her. Will you still practice diligently in the future? Yes, yes. The girl nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. One day, she hoped to be able to fly like the Master, taking her parents and 2 brothers along, soaring freely across the heavens. Who dares to soar in my Old Dragon City? At that moment, a voice thundered like a clap of thunder, but was muted by Ning Yuan's small realm, leaving the girl unaffected. Previously, Gu Qingsong had opened the Sea of Clouds, prompting movements from the Fu family. Several immortals had gone to investigate the dispersed Sea of Clouds, and before they could repair it, they witnessed someone flying by on a sword. Ning Yuan suddenly covered the girl's eyes. Close your eyes and don't peek. I'll show you something even more magnificent shortly. The obedient Chu Wan Yu closed her eyes, as Ning Yuan's palm brushed against her ears, shielding her senses. In an instant, the warm demeanor of Ning Yuan transformed as he shouted towards the Sea of Clouds ahead, Sword Immortal passing through. You all should swiftly clear the way. 3 figures hovered in the Sea of Clouds, all garbed in the same attire, hailing from the Fu family. The central figure focused his gaze and was taken aback to find a Dragon Gate realm, and a Sword Cultivator at that, his brow furrowing slightly. A Dragon Gate realm this young likely hailed from some mountain sect. It would be unwise to strike him down directly, yet as a member of the Fu family, he could not display overt respect. Thus, he solemnly inquired, May I ask from where you hail? In the ancient city of Longqing, all practitioners are forbidden from soaring through the skies. Such behavior is a violation of the established rules. In the next moment, he was met with a formidable sword chi, surging towards him with great intensity. The sword aura, astonishingly powerful, cleaved through the clouds, and even before it struck, the oppressive force left the 3 individuals breathless. Without exception, under the weight of a single strike, their armor shattered, and they fell, grievously wounded. This strike was merely half of Ning Yuan's strength, yet it had already severely injured the disciples of the Fu family. Even though the distant Yu Jian sword remained in the shop, the young man wielded his finger as a sword, showcasing a lethal prowess that surpassed all within the Longmen realm. While somewhat unreasonable, Ning Yuan had no intention of being conciliatory. Having previously conferred with Gu Qingsong, he intended to visit the Fu family, and it was not merely for idle chatter. The outcome was inevitable. The young man not only broke the rules, but also gravely injured a disciple of the Fu family. Thus today, he would be compelled to remain. At that moment, as the young took down the small, an elder appeared. From the direction of the Fu family, a figure stepped forward, traversing the clouds with ease. It was a middle-aged man of imposing stature, bearing a weapon wrapped in cloth on his back, exuding an aura of profound depth, his every gesture embodying an ethereal grace. He was at the nascent soul stage, yet not an ordinary one. Upon his arrival atop the clouds, the entire expanse shifted, converging towards him, rendering him a figure of celestial elegance, akin to an immortal from the heavens. However, this ethereal presence lasted but a few breaths before a massive golden fist imprint, as large as a small mountain, descended to suppress him. In an instant, the middle-aged man, along with the entire cloudscape, was sent crashing to the earth. In the Ning family's shop, Gu Qingsong lowered his sleeves and laughed. I bid farewell to Mr. Ning as he departs the city. The clouds over Longqing had existed for millennia, remaining undisturbed until today, when countless citizens observed in awe as a sword immortal soared above, dispersing the clouds in his wake, leaving a dazzling trail of sword light. When the fishing girl opened her eyes once more, the colossal sword had just departed from the clouds of Longqing. It appeared that the elder had spoken the truth. There was indeed a more magnificent sight to behold. Behind her, the ancient city was swept by fierce winds and torrential rains, while before her lay the southern shore of Baoping Island, where countless pieces of gold fell to the earth. The scene before her was reminiscent of parting the clouds to witness the dawn, riding the winds to behold the sun and moon suspended in the sky. The young girl stood at the sword's tip, her eyes capturing the exquisite vista in a single day. It resembled the first encounter of a person, even many years later. When the girl became a sword immortal, traversing the vast seas and continents, she would never again experience such a state of mind. It lingered in her heart, an unforgettable memory for centuries. Chapter 83. Like a mortal visiting an immortal in a small fishing village, tranquil and undisturbed. Today, however, an immortal graced their presence, creating quite a stir. With just a handful of households, the village spanned a mere 2 strides from east to west. Standing atop the sword's tip, the fishing girl could see the outline of her home in the distance. According to her, it had been over a year since she had returned home after arriving at Osmanthus Island. At 8 years old, it was perfectly natural for a child to miss home. Ning Yuan plucked a gourd, sipping the sweet osmanthus brew in small gulps. The immortal, soaring on his sword, pierced through the layers of clouds, hovering over the fishing village. In that moment, the girl's demeanor shifted. With her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, she gazed down with pride. After all, they are but children. The old master soared through the sky on his sword, and it would be a disservice to himself not to put on a show. The commotion was significant. Many villagers below witnessed the spectacle, their gasps of astonishment echoing through the air. Some even knelt on the ground, offering profound reverence to the celestial being, their demeanor filled with respect. 100 miles away lay the grand city of Old Dragon, bustling with cultivators, situated on the southern coast of the Baoping continent. A hub for trade. To call Old Dragon the most prosperous city of Baoping would not be an exaggeration. However, even so, few from the nearby fishing village had ever ventured into Old Dragon, and the majority remained oblivious to the immortal residing atop the mountain. To entertain a hypothetical, even if they had gone, entry into the city would be unattainable. They could not afford the exorbitant fees required just to enter. Literature often tells tales of mortals seeking immortals, filled with popular anecdotes, such as a son carrying his ill mother into the mountains overnight, eventually receiving a precious elixir from the immortal due to his heartfelt sincerity, or a scholar, traveling tirelessly, staying overnight on a divine mountain, ultimately winning the favor of a celestial maiden and stepping into the realm of the immortals. Yet, stories remain stories, far from reality. The more pragmatic truth is that Old Dragon City needed a multitude of common folk to perform menial tasks: drivers, cooks, gatekeepers, and courtesans in brothels. They required robust men and alluring young women. A sufficient number was needed, but not an overwhelming multitude. Boundaries were omnipresent. A group of individuals resided in the wild, uniting to fend off the demonic clans, constructing the final bastion of humanity with